This T5 Leviathan Shaman level Nest mothership possesses higher intellect, at least much stronger than a T5 Leviathan King Nest mothership. Once this kind of creature appears among a batch of insect swarms, it will generally take charge of the entire battlefield, somewhat similar to your current Dragon Emperor ship. It must be said that the information provided by this individual was very important, especially the later information, which could affect the subsequent battle deployment of the Dragon Legion. Zhao Chen glanced at the little dragon girl beside him, who remained silent. "Why are you telling me all this?" Zhao Chen inquired. "If I say I want to be friends with you?" The little girl playfully blinked at Zhao Chen. "Well then, thank you for the tip," Zhao Chen said and closed the video window. However, shortly after, the little dragon girl informed him of another request from the other party. Zhao Chen agreed to connect. The video window opened again. "Why did you hang up so quickly?" The little girl looked annoyed. Zhao Chen casually replied, "You've said what you wanted to say, right? Since you didn't ask for anything, we don't have much to talk about. I'm quite busy now. Humph, playing games with me. If you don't make a request, I won't ask. Let's see who can hold out." The little girl rolled her eyes and stopped fussing with Zhao Chen. "I predicted the location of that T5 Leviathan Shaman level Nest mothership. Let me send it to you now. Once you deal with this Nest mothership, there won't be much threat on your end. Dealing with these bugs is just a matter of time. As for why I am helping you, I hope you will help me with something later. What that something is, we can discuss after you finish dealing with these bugs." Seeing Zhao Chen about to ask, the little girl continued, "Of course, you can refuse the favor I ask for. But if you refuse now, you will regret it." With that said, the little girl abruptly ended the communication. This made Zhao Chen feel a sense of retaliation. "Commander, I've calculated it. That T5 Leviathan Shaman level Nest mothership is most likely located at this position." The little dragon girl immediately informed Zhao Chen of a set of coordinates. Zhao Chen cross-referenced this with the coordinates given by the mechanical race little girl. There were almost no deviations. It seems that this T5 Leviathan Shaman level Nest mothership is indeed in this position. Actually, figuring out the location of this T5 Leviathan Sarmatian grade Nest mothership is not difficult at all. There are already two clues here from Zhao Chen. One is the information given by the little girl before, which is that the first batch of wormhole transition points can only be within a certain range of the T5 Leviathan Sarmatian grade Nest mothership. In this way, based on the 3 known appearing wormhole transition points, a rough area can be delineated. If more wormhole transition points are discovered later, this area can be narrowed down to a more precise range. Second, based on the information provided by the little girl, once this T5 Leviathan Sarmatian grade Nest mothership starts establishing wormhole transition points, it cannot move. Therefore, for such an important strategic unit, it must be protected. By simply looking at the recent deployment of the interstellar Zerg forces, and under the integration of these clues, Zilong quickly determined the approximate coordinates of this T5 Leviathan Sarmatian grade Nest mothership. The coordinates were almost the same as those given by the little girl. It should be here because previously, under the command of Sister Charlotte, there were nearly 6 T5 Leviathan King grade Nest motherships and their Zerg fleets that showed signs of movement. But only the 4 T5 Leviathan King grade Nest motherships within this area have never made any moves. And their positions seem to be surrounding a certain area, combined with the radius of those 3 wormhole transition points. It can basically be concluded that the reason these Leviathan King grade Nest motherships have never moved is that they are guarding this T5 Leviathan Sarmatian grade Nest mothership. This was Zilong's analysis result. However, the current problem is how to deal with the entire entity of this T5 Leviathan Sarmatian grade Nest mothership. Although Zhao Chen now knows the location of this T5 Leviathan Sarmatian grade Nest mothership, dealing with the whole entity poses a major challenge. Currently, Zhao Chen has entrusted the most elite interstellar warships to Lily. If Lily's mixed fleet is to be withdrawn for this mission, it will require some time for rest and preparation. This series of time-consuming processes includes returning, resting, and then setting off, which is quite time-consuming. This matter must be planned as soon as possible. The only possible threat that may appear in our rear is a few Zerg transition points, but if their numbers increase, it will undoubtedly burden our logistics supply line. Any slight mistake could lead to a crisis in one of our main positions, Lily seriously said. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment. He said in a serious tone, I have an idea, but we must first inform Charlotte. Contact Charlotte immediately. Okay. Although Lily didn't know what the commander had in mind, in terms of military matters, General Charlotte was undoubtedly the greatest authority of the Owl Dragon Legion. Soon, Zhao Chen contacted Charlotte. Charlotte's eyes showed signs of fatigue. The battles she had been engaged in recently had placed her in a constant state of tension. Even she dared not take anything lightly. Commander, you summoned me. Is something important happening? Asked Charlotte with concern. She knew that, at such a critical moment, if the commander did not contact her, it must be a matter of utmost importance. Zhao Chen explained in detail about the T5 Leviathan Sarmatian-grade Nest mothership and wormhole transition points to Charlotte. After hearing this, Charlotte's expression became serious. She had not expected that, in such a short time, even their own backyard was on fire. She said solemnly, "Now that we have identified the threat of the entire T5 Leviathan Sarmatian-grade Nest mothership, it is undoubtedly our biggest strategic objective in this battle. Even from current intelligence, if we can eliminate it, it may greatly change the course of this battle. Therefore, we must find a way to destroy the entire T5 Leviathan Sarmatian-grade Nest mothership as soon as possible." From this brief exchange, Charlotte clearly understood the importance of the T5 Leviathan Sarmatian-grade Nest mothership to their Owl Dragon Legion. The most urgent task now was to figure out how to deal with this entity. Charlotte furrowed her brows and said, "The current situation is tricky. If I were still in our base, I could gather an elite fleet and launch a strong attack on the location of the whole T5 Leviathan Sarmatian-grade Nest mothership." But now, she didn't finish her sentence. Under the circumstances of leading the mixed fleet in battles all the way, although she had achieved many brilliant battles, the current combat power of her mixed fleet had declined significantly, and she had no confidence to carry out the entire decapitation mission. "Charlotte, I have an idea. Let me tell you and see what you think." Zhao Chen explained his idea to Charlotte. Charlotte listened attentively to Commander Zhao Chen's idea. After listening, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "This tactic is excellent, and it is currently the most feasible tactic for us." Charlotte agreed. However, at this moment, Zhao Chen did not show any joy at receiving approval from the professional Charlotte. He looked at Charlotte seriously and said, "But if we execute the entire operational plan, it means you will have to bear even greater pressure." Charlotte smiled slightly and said calmly, "Commander, rest assured and proceed with the operational plan. As for me, there is no need to worry." Hearing Charlotte's words, Zhao Chen clenched his fist. Finally, he stared at Charlotte and said, "Remember, if there is any danger, withdraw from the current battle immediately. We can think of other ways. Promise me. If you do not agree to this, I will not approve the entire operational plan." Feeling the concern of the commander, Charlotte happily revealed her little tiger teeth, saluted the commander, and solemnly said, "Please rest assured, Commander. I promise to follow your battle arrangements. If there is really any danger, I will lead the fleet out of danger first." With that, she even smiled at Zhao Chen. Although still somewhat worried, Zhao Chen understood that this was the only way out for now, and he was naturally not willing to take risks. But in interstellar warfare, there is never a time without risks. And what he could do was to do his best within his capabilities. As time passed by, more and more interstellar insect tribes appeared behind the front lines, constantly threatening the supply fleet at the rear. In response to this threat, Zhao Chen had already ordered the arrangement of interstellar patrol fleets to search various rear areas. Upon discovering the interstellar insect tribes, they must be destroyed while simultaneously locating and destroying the surrounding jump points in the shortest time possible. However, the frequency of these jump points was increasing, and the possibility of some escaping undetected could lead to the emergence of jump points in a wider range. In order to protect the normal navigation of the supply fleet, Zhao Chen also arranged for a specialized escort fleet. While ensuring the safety of the supply fleet, this increased the burden on the Vermilion Dragon Alliance, requiring the deployment of many interstellar warships for these tasks, leading to a decrease in the operational efficiency of the supply fleet. This in turn made the situation at various frontline battlefields less optimistic. As the leader of this campaign, the high ranks of the Vermilion Dragon Legion remained silent for a long time, seemingly helpless in the face of this situation. It had been 20 hours since the first appearance of the jump points away from the insect tribe territory in the battle, now at the 150th hour. General Charlotte has sent word that they are ready on their end. They will initiate the planned operation, Lily reported to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded slightly, his eyes showing some gravity. His risky plan carried significant peril, aimed at shifting the tide of the battle in their favor and securing victory. How are our preparations here? Zhao Chen inquired. Lily nodded. Everything is ready. With just one command from you, we can act at any moment. Under Zhao Chen's orders, the seemingly inactive Vermilion Dragon Legion had quietly opened its eyes, showing its readiness to hunt. This was all to be initiated by Charlotte. The fleet, which had been constantly engaged in guerrilla warfare within the insect tribe territory, suddenly changed its tactics. With fierce momentum, they launched an assault in a particular direction. Covering a distance in 3 hours that previously took over 20, they targeted the insect fleets encountered, evading where possible and swiftly eliminating where necessary. This sudden change alarmed the insect tribe's strategist, who clearly understood the focused nature of the attack, heading directly towards their location. This move seemed poised to take out the commanding figure amidst the enemy's ranks. In response, the previously inactive for T5 Leviathan King-class nest carriers finally made a move, each leading 1 million insect fleet, ready to intercept and annihilate the mixed Vermilion Dragon fleet. For Charlotte's fleet, there was no intention of retreat. Instead, the attack intensified. To others, this might seem like the Vermilion Dragon Legion's desperate move. We are about to make direct contact with the enemy. We anticipate facing an attack from at least 2 million insect fleet. The Secretary Officer reported to Charlotte. With only over 10,000 interstellar warships in hand, and all having endured numerous battles, the fleet was in a dire combat condition. Facing 2 million insect fleet, or possibly more, most commanders would likely give up on the battle, considering it unwinnable. However, Charlotte showed no sign of worrying or tension upon hearing this news. She asked, "Are those matters all prepared? Are the procedures clearly explained to them?" While acknowledging the difficulty, the Secretary Officer felt a sense of unconditional belief in General Charlotte. "I support you unconditionally, General," she declared tearfully, feeling Charlotte's command presence. Charlotte did not speak further, but focused on the interstellar war sand table before her. It wasn't just a representation of the imminent danger they faced, but of the entire interstellar war with the insect tribes, signifying something even more crucial than their current battle. On the T5 Dragon Emperor-class interstellar command ship, the bridge reported, "Commander, General Charlotte's mixed fleet has encountered the attack of 2 T5 Leviathan King-class nest carriers and their insect fleet. They are currently engaged in fierce combat. General Charlotte has also given the signal to proceed." Zhao Chen clenched his fist, his eyes filled with worrying. Lily, the Secretary Officer, stood beside him, holding his large hand. "Commander, we should trust Charlotte. If we perform perfectly here, we can indirectly alleviate the pressure on Charlotte's front," she reassured him. With a stern gaze fixed on the interstellar war sand table, Zhao Chen marked a red area on the map. "Little dragon girl, are you absolutely sure the target is precisely at this coordinate?" he asked seriously. The girl solemnly pledged, "I am willing to pledge, if the T5 Leviathan Samong level nest carrier is not here, little dragon girl, I am willing to shut down my power." Upon her confirmation, Zhao Chen issued the command, "Commence action." At that moment, the entire battlefront underwent a significant transformation. The second main base received the commander's orders. The expression in the red-eyed eyes of Chitong immediately changed. She connected to her command system and coldly said, "Operation commences." Chitong's orders were passed down. In the second main base, the Owl Dragon Legion fleet that was still fending off the insect fleet suddenly launched a fierce counterattack. The prepared interstellar missile ships unleashed a salvo first. The fierce attack shattered the previous stalemate. The Owl Dragon's Second Legion, like being injected with chicken blood, swiftly cleared the insect fleet beyond the front lines with astonishing combat power. They even aggressively pushed forward. The Owl Dragon Second Legion unexpectedly launched a counterattack. The commander of the nearby Dragon Tiger Legion fleet, if he had not received relevant information early on, would likely have been shocked by the Owl Dragon Second Legion's move. Nevertheless, he now felt that this was a very risky operation. After battling the interstellar insect fleet for some time, he felt that the insect fleet was inexhaustible, fearless of death. If they did not have sufficient logistic support and the Owl Dragon interstellar battleships leading the charge, their defense line would have been breached countless times. And now they were initiating a counterattack. Isn't this just hastening their own demise? And this scene was not just playing out in this one main base. A total of 3 main bases simultaneously sounded the horn of this counterattack. They were the first main base, second main base, and fifth main base. Perhaps due to the unexpected counterattack from the prey that had always been on the defensive in front of them, the first moments of the Owl Dragon Legion's attacks at the 3 main bases proceeded very smoothly. They swiftly cut through the enemy's formation and began heading deeper into enemy territory. Regardless of how many insect fleets they encountered along the way, their attacks were resolute. It was as if something was calling them in that direction. How are the 3 attack routes progressing? Zhao Chen stared at a certain red area on the interstellar war map. If someone were watching here, comparing the directions of the 3 Owl Dragon Legion fleet's attacks would reveal that they all pointed straight to that red area. The first Owl Dragon Legion's attack is relatively slow because there are more insect fleets on this route. The second Owl Dragon Legion's attack is the most fierce and penetrating. The fifth Owl Dragon Legion's attack is proceeding relatively smoothly with no major problems, Lily one by one explained to Commander Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded slightly, pointing at those 3 attack routes, with his finger eventually landing on the position of the red area. Here is the predicted location of that T5 Leviathan Cimmerian-class nest mothership. Originally, there were 4 T5 Leviathan King-class nest motherships and their accompanying insect fleets protecting it. However, Charlotte drew away 2 of them, instantly reducing the defense strength by half. But the enemy will soon discover our intentions. They will definitely call nearby insect fleets to reinforce. Therefore, we must act swiftly to eliminate this T5 Leviathan Cimmerian-class nest mothership in the shortest time possible. This battle will determine the ultimate outcome of this campaign, Zhao Chen said seriously. This was actually the plan Zhao Chen had thought of earlier. Deceive the enemy by appearing to attack from the east and strike from the west. Now that Charlotte's part of the Owl Dragon Legion fleet had made a splash, the enemy leader of the insect fleet, possessing some intelligence, would surely handle Charlotte's fleet with caution. After all, Charlotte still had over a dozen T5-class interstellar battleships. This was also not beyond Zhao Chen's expectations. When Charlotte demonstrated her readiness to launch a surprise attack on the T5 Leviathan Cimmerian-class nest mothership, immediately to T5 Leviathan King-class nest motherships and to million insect fleets rushed to intercept Charlotte's fleet. Charlotte was prepared for this eastward move. The remaining task was for Zhao Chen to launch his westward strike. As the approximate coordinates of the T5 Leviathan Cimmerian-class nest mothership had been estimated, the attack route just needed to be planned. The first, second, and fifth main bases were identified by Zilong as the optimal launching points. Thus began this wave of counterattacks from the 3 main bases. But this was just the beginning. In order to implement this deceive-to-attack strategy, Zhao Chen had mobilized all his fleet strength for a do-or-die battle. Can the follow-up Legion fleets keep up? Zhao Chen inquired. The remaining Owl Dragon Legion fleets at the other main bases have already begun preparing for space jumping. According to our preset battle plan, launching attacks from these 3 routes can closely follow the vanguard units and provide assistance to them. It is estimated that the forces from the 3 attack directions will converge within 5 hours, Lily stated. Zhao Chen nodded satisfactorily, pointing at those main bases. Make sure these messes are cleaned up. Zilong added, I have already distributed the planned battle plan in advance. Each Legion fleet will cooperate with us. Aside from the 3 main bases launching attacks, the defensive lines of the remaining main bases will be lifted. The Legion fleets originally responsible for guarding these lines will retreat to small bases in the rear to intercept the insect fleets. When necessary, they can even abandon these posts. Their main mission is to delay, contain, and minimize losses on other local battlegrounds. Once our offensive strategic goals are achieved, the crises in other areas naturally dissipate. With Zilong assisting as a top-tier artificial intelligence, many tasks became much more convenient. Even if Charlotte was not physically present, various necessary battle plans could be formulated in the shortest time possible. Follow this battle plan. You can handle all these detailed matters and then report back to me, Zhao Chen ordered. In terms of Zilong, this advanced artificial intelligence, since Zhao Chen used her, he would grant her the utmost trust. Just as now, she had the authority to issue direct orders to all Legion fleets, essentially acting as Zhao Chen's deputy commander. In extreme circumstances, the authority granted by Zhao Chen allowed her to issue orders without reporting to him, employing decisive means when necessary. We must take down that Leviathan Cimmerian-class Nest mothership within the shortest time possible. Zhao Chen clenched his fist and said fiercely. Lily looked at the commander's eyes filled with determination. She knew that the longer they waited, the greater the losses on Charlotte's side would be. 3 attacking routes. Nearly 50,000 all-Dragon interstellar warships have been deployed in total, in addition to 300,000 angelic interstellar warships. Yes, it's the angelic interstellar warships. Lord, I admire your courage, but I would prefer to call it madness. High-ranking Angel Barclay held his head, looking at Commander Zhao Chen on the video window opposite. Due to a previous cooperation agreement, in this battle against the interstellar insect race, their angelic interstellar fleet on this side will be under the command of Commander Zhao Chen. The only restriction is that, if their casualty rate exceeds 30%, their angelic interstellar fleet will withdraw from the battlefield. In theory, this operation plan is feasible, but it's risky, very radical. Perhaps you have other better options. High-ranking Angel Jessie looked at the swarm of insect fleets on the interstellar warfare map in front of her, feeling her scalp prickling. Zhao Chen looked calmly at the 3 angel commanders on the video window opposite. Rest assured, we will abide by our previous agreement. Once your casualty rate exceeds 30%, you can withdraw from this battle at any time. So far, your casualty rate is just about 5%, right? Zhao Chen is very familiar with the data of the angelic race. Originally, out of the total of 400,000 angelic interstellar warships that arrived in this universe, 30,000 angelic interstellar warships were lost in previous battles with Demon Fleet. Therefore, the actual number of angelic interstellar warships involved in this battle against the interstellar insect race is only 370,000. According to this standard, as long as the casualties of the angelic interstellar warships do not exceed 110,000, they will be fine. Zhao Chen made many promises in order to secure the assistance of the angelic race. If they don't make good use of it, how can they proceed? Withdraw. When we charge into the core area of the insect race later, it will be up to us to decide when we want to withdraw. High-ranking Angel Barclay forced a smile. Angel Tilia interrupted her companion. We will carry out the agreed cooperation. Rest assured, this operation plan, we will definitely succeed. And this is also beneficial for you, right? After all, this is a major threat to the universe, and you can obtain valuable battle data from this battle. After all, who knows when a similar situation may occur again? Of course, I'm not cursing you. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. After chatting with the 3 angel commanders, Zhao Chen continued to monitor the situation of the 3 attacking routes. The 3 attacking routes now are like tridents, thrusting toward their prey. The closer they get to the red coordinate area, the more they can feel the increasing number of insect fleets attacking more recklessly, as if they have gone crazy trying to stop them from advancing. In this process, they directly achieved the highest single hour loss and enemy annihilation data in the past 100 hours. In the previous hour, we lost 500 all-Dragon interstellar warships and 10,000 angelic interstellar warships. Additionally, the number of insect warships we destroyed reached 100,000 in a single hour. And the value of strategic resources consumed per hour has already reached 500 billion star coins, Lily reported solemnly to Zhao Chen. Listening to these reports, Zhao Chen asked, "Is there a lot of pressure on logistical supplies? Are there any abnormal behaviors from other insect fleet?" There is considerable pressure on logistical supplies, but we have made arrangements. We are prioritizing the fleets on the 3 attacking routes. As for the abnormal behaviors of the insect fleets, there are quite a few. Due to the cancellation of 7 main bases, we naturally faced a wave of attacks from the insect fleets in those regions. So far, we have lost 17 small bases and voluntarily abandoned 31 small bases. At the same time, the number of insect gateway points appearing behind us is steadily increasing. Up to now, there have been nearly 200 insect gateway points accumulated. At peak moments, there are about 50 gateway points simultaneously existing. The estimated number of insect fleets appearing behind us is currently at least around 300,000. Lily's report sounded seemingly simple, but in reality, each felt like a 1,000-pound burden. It could crush them at any moment. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, staring at the interstellar warfare map. How much more time do we need to reach the Leviathan Sama-class Nest mothership? Based on the current attack efficiency, we will need another 5 hours to reach the Leviathan Sama-class Nest mothership. Zilong and V paused momentarily and added, but according to the latest information we received, the 2 Leviathan King-class Nest motherships stationed to protect the Leviathan Sama-class Nest mothership have appeared on our attack route. Their presence will definitely delay our progress. And these 2 Leviathan King-class Nest motherships are obstacles that we cannot bypass. Zhao Chen sank in his thoughts. He murmured, "We will overcome this obstacle. Let everything proceed according to the original plan." Yes, this crazy operation plan is still underway. Not only are the insect fleets going mad, even the attacking all-dragon legion fleets are almost frantic. Even the angelic legions, originally forced into action, are now also bloodshot with rage. Everywhere there are bugs, everywhere there are bugs. The overwhelming numbers of insects leave them with almost no opportunities for rest. Even on many starships, there were reports of overheating or warning signs of overworking. The pilots of the interstellar fighters on the carrier starships were already in an overloaded state. Some had even forgotten how many sorties they had flown. They just kept taking off, fighting, landing, then taking off again. In between, they took a 10-minute break from maintenance and rest. This was their only chance to rest. The same situation was happening on other battle stations. Everyone was under immense pressure. Finally, they successfully reached the last, most challenging obstacle. Chu Zhuan, the flagship eye of the 5th Legion of the Owl Dragon, with bloodshot eyes, heard the report from her subordinates. Report, the radar has detected signals from the Leviathan Sama-class Nest mothership. We will enter its combat radius in 3 minutes. Report this information to the commander and order all ships. Chu Zhuan gritted her teeth, determinedly declared, "Prepare for a battle with the enemy." Charlotte's Mixed Fleet Legion, the latest news received by the commander's side. 3 attack routes have already collided head-on with 2 T5 Leviathan Sama-level worm nest motherships and over 2 million insect fleet ships. There is now intense fighting happening. The subordinate reported this news to Charlotte. Charlotte slowly raised her head that had been focused on the interstellar war sand table. She raised her hand and opened a pre-edited private command channel. "You can proceed with the next battle plan now." Understood. Several responses came from the other end. "Please be careful over there," a concerned voice came through. Charlotte smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I am here. There won't be any major issues here. Just go ahead and do what you need to do." With simple task assignments, without needing to explain too much, they all knew what to do next. And Charlotte had more important things to attend to. "Deploy our latest battle formation deployment," Charlotte instructed. Understood. Charlotte stared at the interstellar war sand table in front of her, enlarging the section of the battlefield she was in charge of. She could see multiple insect fleet ships in the midst of launching ferocious attacks on Charlotte's Mixed Fleet Legion ships, aiming to surround and annihilate them. Over time, Charlotte had maintained a strategy of flying a kite during battle. When attacking, she was fierce, but once the enemy's momentum rose, Charlotte would immediately create distance. In essence, she always maintained an appropriate distance from the enemy without escalating the war level. Despite the simple description, behind it was Charlotte's meticulous planning. One misstep would be irreparable for this Mixed Fleet Legion. The next step would be for them to execute the commander's plan, completing the final phase. Originally positioned at the front line, the T5 interstellar battleships began evacuating the battlefield at this moment. Although the Dragon fleet ships quickly filled the vacated positions left by the T5 battleships, the loss of the T5 ships significantly weakened the firepower on the front line. Nonetheless, the Dragon Legion's interstellar fleet, with their excellent combat qualities under General Charlotte's battle arrangements, managed to endure through this transition. Following the withdrawal of the T5 interstellar battleships, the T4 Luminous-class interstellar leap ships approached. These T4 ships quickly prepared for interstellar leaps, and within 10 minutes, beams of light opened up, instantly transporting each T5 battleship away. T5 Dreadnought-class interstellar dreadnought, bridge captain, The other T5 interstellar battleships have completed the leap with the assistance of the Luminous-class interstellar leap ships. Underling reminded a concerned Zhu Xiao. I see. Start preparing for spatial leaps. Zhao Xiao looked somewhat dejected, her gaze shifting to the Dragon Fleet Legion still engaged in battle outside. They had deliberately cleared a safe area for the T5 interstellar battleships requiring a spatial leap. Engaging in spatial leaps was prone to various issues if interrupted, hence it had to be carried out in a non-combat setting. However, Zhao Xiao was fully aware of the burdens General Charlotte would shoulder with the departure of the T5 battleships. It remained uncertain whether she could successfully lead the Dragon interstellar battleships away from there. Spatial leap in progress, as her subordinate's voice echoed in her ears, shortly followed by a bright light. The intense battleground vanished. Instead, a vast unfamiliar dark expanse surrounded them. Among the T5 interstellar battleships and T4 Luminous-class interstellar leap ships that had just completed the leap, Zhao Xiao's bridge issued a report. We have arrived at the designated leap coordinates. Nodding, Zhao Xiao clicked to accept the incoming video window. Zhao Wanner's figure appeared on the screen. Zhao Xiao, how are your conditions? Zhao Wanner inquired with concern. 15 T5 interstellar battleships have all arrived safely. The ships themselves are mostly intact, but our reserves of combat supplies are nearly depleted, as well as our Starshield energy reserves. Zhao Xiao proceeded to explain the situation of her 15 T5 interstellar battleships. She was now in charge of these 15 T5 ships. After listening, Zhao Wanner nodded. I understand. We anticipated all of this. Just wait. Reinforcements are likely on their way. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Xiao heard a report from Zhao Wanner's bridge. The Witch interstellar reconnaissance ship reports abnormal spatial fluctuations once again. Shortly after, Zhao Xiao's bridge radar detected the same abnormality. Zhao Wanner's early notification was due to the advanced radar system equipped in the T4 Witch class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship. Contrasting the current Dragon Legion's interstellar battleships, which despite being the most advanced for the Dragon Legion, didn't match the T4 Witch class ship. Accompanied by a flash of light, hundreds of interstellar battleships appeared out of thin air. There were T4 Luminous-class interstellar leap ships, T4 Mingod-class heavy interstellar supply ships, T4 Gemini-class heavy interstellar industrial ships, and the Giant Whale-class heavy interstellar transport ships. Subsequently, a video window connected the two commanders. A female captain stood at attention, saluting Zhao Wanner and Zhao Xiao. We are ordered to supply and conduct maintenance operations for your fleet. Please give instructions, commanders. Start doing what you have to do. We only have an hour. As for how much strength you can restore to them and how much you can contribute, it will be up to you. Zhao Wanner pointed at the T5 interstellar battleships. Understood. Without hesitation, the female captain assigned her logistics fleet, a mixed force of transport and supply ships, to their tasks. Each support-type interstellar battleship, according to the original plan, formed small groups around the T5 battleships, quickly setting up workspaces within minutes. T4 dual-star rated heavy interstellar industrial ships extended dozens of huge mechanical arms and operation platforms that can handle maintenance tasks and even replace supplies, such as ammunition and engine energy blocks. Tasks that can also be carried out by some interstellar supply ships. The T4 Leviathan-class heavy interstellar transport ship opened its cargo hold, displaying a large amount of strategic materials and raw materials. Among them, the T4 Moon God-class heavy interstellar supply ship has the most critical mission. Because they need to provide comprehensive supplies to these T5 interstellar battleships in the shortest time possible. This includes replenishing the consumed energy of the starships, as well as ammunition supplies, and expediting the recovery of Starshield energy through external equipment, among other logistical tasks. Every operation is very careful and fast. The officers responsible for these tasks are well aware of how important this supply mission is currently. They need to complete this supply operation as quickly as possible while ensuring its safety and smooth execution. During this time, Zhao Wanner chatted with Zhu Xiao, and Zhao Wanner asked, "How is the situation on Charlotte's side?" Zhu Xiao replied, "When we left, the situation was relatively stable. However, losing support from the 15 T5 interstellar battleships will surely increase the pressure on Charlotte. As for what will happen in the end, no one knows. We can only hope that our operations here, if successful, can alleviate the pressure on Charlotte." Zhao Wanner nodded, firmly stating, "It will definitely work out. My brother is waiting for our good news too." "Was your entry smooth?" Zhu Xiao asked. Zhao Wan'er replied, "Reconnaissance before the mission was quite challenging. But with the chaos created by attacks from my brother's 3 main bases and the diversion of a significant number of bug fleet ships towards them, it provided us with an opportunity. My Special Forces fleet was able to sneak in smoothly, following the provided coordinates. The distance to the war target calculated by the Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command ship is less than half an hour's journey from here. But rest assured, my interstellar battleships and the Succubus Glasslight interstellar reconnaissance ships that came with us are conducting covert reconnaissance around the perimeter. If any bug fleet ships appear in the vicinity, we will be the first to know." Zhu Xiao nodded, reassured. She took a deep breath, recalling the series of battle plans Commander Zhao Chen and General Charlotte informed her about. Initially, Charlotte's mixed-up fleet attracted the attention of the bug fleet, including their Leviathan Sama-class nest motherships. Then, Commander Zhao Chen initiated a 3-way surprise attack plan. At first glance, it seemed like a diversion tactic, drawing away a portion of the bug fleet ships and Leviathan King-class nest motherships. In reality, this was just the second step. Commander Zhao Chen was well aware that with just these 2 steps, a direct assault might eventually lead to the destruction of the TG-5 Leviathan Sama-class nest mothership. However, both in terms of time and casualties, it was not a satisfactory outcome for Commander Zhao Chen. Therefore, he decided to put himself forward as bait. In fact, Commander Zhao Chen had a third move, consisting of Zhao Wan'er's Night Owl-class interstellar stealth bomber Special Forces fleet and 15 T-5 interstellar battleships forming an attack fleet. After diverting the attention of the bug fleet to a large extent, Zhao Wan'er's Night Owl-class interstellar stealth bomber Special Forces fleet stealthily approached the nearest safe location to the T-5 Leviathan Sama-class nest mothership, ready to intercept the 15 T-5 interstellar battleships. They would then launch an attack on the primary target. An hour was neither too long nor too short. Zhao Wan'er and Zhu Xiao also simulated their upcoming operations several times. When the hour of supply was up, ships of various auxiliary starship types of the supply fleet immediately retracted their working equipment or platforms and retreated to a safe location. "Commanders, our supply is completed," reported the female captain of the supply fleet. "All right, your mission is done. You can return now," Zhao Wan'er nodded. "Wish you both a triumphant return." The female captain of the supply fleet again saluted the two with respect, her eyes filled with admiration. She knew why these Night Owl-class interstellar battleships were heading out. It was a very risky mission, requiring great courage. After exchanging salutes with Zhao Wan'er and Zhu Xiao, she immediately prepared to set sail. "How are the 15 T-5 interstellar battleships on your side? Will it affect the upcoming operation?" Zhao Wan'er asked. Zhu Xiao, having received reports from various T-5 interstellar battleship captains, said, "Almost every T-5 interstellar battleship has completed over 50% of its status replenishment, with Starshield energy restored to over 60%. My Pluto-class energy reserves have also recovered to 78%. Although not in peak condition, there should be no issues in carrying out the operation. All right, we're ready to depart. I'll send you the route. You just need to follow my instructions," Zhao Wan'er said. "All right." Subsequently, the 15 T-5 interstellar battleship set off. The logistics supply fleet behind slowly gathered together, also preparing to return. The captain of the supply fleet gazed at the departing figure of the 15 huge warships, knowing that beyond her sight, there were many more Night Owl series interstellar battleships. They were all advancing vigorously to annihilate strategic targets for the commander's grand battle plan. Thinking of this, she felt a sense of respect and saluted towards the direction they had left, acknowledging these soldiers worthy of admiration. T-5 Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship, Bridge Commander, the latest news. Zhao Wan'er and Zhu Xiao's units have completed the final round of logistical support and are now departing to carry out the final stage of the mission. Lilith looked at Zhao Chen and reported. Zhao Chen stared at the interstellar warfare sand table in front of him. At this moment, all his pieces had already been put into place. The next step was to see how the climax of this performance would unfold. Prepare all emergency plans. Regardless of what happens, we must be prepared to respond quickly, Zhao Chen said sternly. Rest assured, We are ready at all times, Lilith said firmly. Zhao Chen's gaze shifted to the red area on the interstellar warfare sand table. The Leviathan Sama-class Nest mothership. I wonder if you'll like the gift I prepared for you. 15 interstellar battleships form a small fleet's battle formation. 10 T-5 Chaos Knight-class heavy assault interstellar destroyers are deployed at the front, flanks, and rear of the combat squad. 3 T-5 Lightning Ghost-class heavy assault interstellar cruisers are positioned on the fleet's flanks and rear. The T-5 Sacred Redeemer-class heavy interstellar armored artillery battleship and T-5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought are stationed in the core area of the combat squad. With just these 15 interstellar battleships placed within the territories of the three major empires, they can easily annihilate any Legion fleet at will. The mission they are about to execute is considered extremely risky. Under the protection of millions of insectoid fleet ships, they plan to ambush and destroy the T-5 Leviathan Sargrade insectoid nest mothership. Report: a stealthy reconnaissance frigate of the Succubus Glasslight interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship has detected a suspected energy source that appears to be the target. This message reached Zhu Xiao and Zhao Wanner. Coordinates signaled back by the interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship appeared on their interstellar war sandbox. 10 minutes away. Zhu Xiao drew a red line. Report: our squad has been exposed. A large number of insectoid fleet ships are surrounding us and are expected to engage in combat in 3 minutes. An urgent report from the subordinate reached Zhu Xiao. Upon hearing the report, Zhu Xiao remained composed. She simply looked at Zhao Wanner on the video window. Have you been exposed? No? The insectoid fleet ship's anti-stealth capabilities are far behind. They won't detect us unless they physically collide with our ships, Zhao Wanner replied. Very well, execute our battle plan, Zhu Xiao said in a serious tone. Zhao Wanner nodded, casting a deep gaze at Zhu Xiao. At that moment, she realized that the girl she once saw as a child had now gained a bit of the aura of General Charlotte. Transmit my orders. The entire fleet is to enter battle mode and proceed at full speed for an assault. Target: the Leviathan Sargrade insectoid nest mothership ahead. Zhu Xiao commanded sharply. Understood. On Zhu Xiao's side, 14 small windows were floating there. Each represented a captain of the 14 T-5 interstellar battleships. Among them was Zhao Chen's sister, Zhao Ruyu, the captain of the T-5 Sacred Redeemer. Zhao Ruyu relayed the battle command to her starship and observed the dangerous battlefield ahead. When she learned about her brother's operation, she was taken aback by its danger. Even her sister, Zhao Wanner, held a pivotal position in this military operation. Initially worried, Zhao Ruyu now realized she had underestimated her sister, who was no longer the weeping little girl who used to follow her. She dared to face a million swarm without a trace of fear. This is a lot more thrilling than back in the Princess Fleet days. Zhao Ruyu took a deep breath as if she had reverted back to her impulsive post-graduation state. Young, impulsive, and reckless. Following Princess Chen Shaolei for years had caused her to be cautious due to the peculiar circumstances, losing the carefreeness of others in her youth. Now, amidst the Zhonglong Legion, a young collective, she seemed to be reclaiming these traits little by little. Almost simultaneously, 15 T-5 interstellar battleships opened fire at the incoming swarm. Interstellar missiles, laser cannons, pulse beams, physical projectiles, rapid fire guns, interstellar drones, and more, every weapon was unleashed in unison. The 15 T-5 interstellar battleships stood like 15 war gods. The T-5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought, even without using its mighty sword of Pluto, in its standard combat mode alone, was terrifying, akin to a war beast. Meanwhile, within a certain interstellar battleship that had been lurking in the shadows, an underling nervously asked Commander Zhao Wanner, "Commander, should we make a move?" They could witness the terrifying assault faced by the 15 friendly ships, seeing the swarm gradually closing in visually. From the outside, all one could see now was a large mass with occasional exploding fire within. "Wait a little longer," Zhao Wanner said in a serious tone, staring fixedly at the interstellar war sandbox before her. The sandbox displayed numerous small red dots, data on the number of insectoid fleet ships observed by the Succubus Glasslight interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships in the vicinity. Although there were no Leviathan Kings left, there were still 3 million insectoid fleet ships guarding the swarm's headquarters. Currently, only 1 million insectoid fleet ships had been attracted by the 15 interstellar battleships. With beads of sweat now forming on her subordinate's forehead, she nervously swallowed and queried, "Commander, General Zhu Zhaoxiao and her squad have been fighting for 10 minutes over there. Over 2 million insectoid fleet ships have been drawn in. If we don't act soon, even with the T5 interstellar battleships, outcomes may not be favorable." Not yet. Zhao Wan'er fixed her gaze on the interstellar war sandbox as if waiting for something. Strangely, Zhu Zhaoxiao had not contacted Zhao Wan'er during this time, possibly due to communication interference, or maybe Zhu Zhaoxiao fully trusted Zhao Wan'er. Zhao Wan'er bit her lip lightly. This was the first time she had taken on such a critical combat mission. Prior missions mostly involved minor operations like ambushes or interceptions. But this time, the entire insectoid war was at stake. She could not afford any mistakes. "We have only one chance," Zhao Wan'er murmured to herself. She knew she and her Zhonglong stealth bomber special forces had only one opportunity to strike. If they failed to hit, they would lose the chance to attack again. So, she had to ensure that her attack was flawless. Finally, when the number of insectoid fleet ships around the Leviathan Sargrade Nest mothership dropped below 50,000, Zhao Wan'er issued the order, "Transmit my orders. The entire fleet is to stealthily attack at maximum speed." Because it was necessary to establish a network of those prearranged wormhole jump points, the T5 Leviathan Samuel-class Nest mothership could not move. Therefore, the sudden appearance of 15 interstellar battleships nearby, no matter how great the impact, seemed to be of no concern at all. The T5 Leviathan Samuel-class Nest mothership had also calculated and determined that the 15 T5-class interstellar battleships could not break through its arranged Zerg fleet. With over 2 million Zerg fleet ships, it was enough to use swarm tactics to overwhelm the 15 interstellar battleships. Meanwhile, news from the other 3 battlefields continued to bring good news. First, the wormhole jump point network it had established now had over 50 operational jump points. Through these jump points, more and more Zerg fleet ships would appear directly behind enemy fleets. The attacks on enemy fleets, which could soon threaten the nearest planets, starports, stargates, and other strategic locations, would continue. This development had led to significant progress in the Zerg fleet's advance on the front lines, from a previously stagnant state to now reaping great rewards. The enemy defense fleets were gradually retreating. As for the other 2 enemy fleets that had taken the initiative to attack, the smaller of the 2, with less than 10,000 interstellar battleships, was currently entangled with the Zerg fleet, but was essentially losing ground and being wiped out sooner or later. The latter, consisting of 3 fleets, was led by the 2 Leviathan King-class Nest motherships of the Zerg fleet, and were currently in a stalemate. However, in the current situation, this stalemate favored the Zerg, as the longer it lasted, the less likely the 3 enemy fleets would change their fate of being ultimately devoured by the Zerg. The arrival of these 15 T5 interstellar battleships was unexpected, but fortunately, everything was still within its control. This universe would eventually be cleansed by their grand presence. At this moment, among the Zerg fleet escorting it, several Zerg units suddenly seemed to be hit by something and were instantly smashed into pieces. Initially, such incidents did not attract the attention of those low-intelligence Nest motherships. But as more and more such incidents occurred, especially when a T1 Nest mothership was struck and killed by an unknown force, the T5 Leviathan Samuel-class Nest mothership also noticed the abnormal situation. It issued a command to its Zerg swarm. A batch of Zerg fleet ships began moving towards the area where the anomaly occurred. All fleet units, decloak and full-speed attack. Zhao Wan'er's command echoed on the bridges of all starships in her Howl Dragon interstellar stealth bomber special forces fleet. Ship after ship of interstellar battleships deactivated their cloaking systems, diverting all available energy to weapon and propulsion systems. In an instant, 3,000 interstellar battleships appeared out of nowhere. And within the shortest time frame, they wiped out the Zerg combat units, threatening their surroundings, allowing the fleet to continue its assault. They then launched a final attack on the T5 Leviathan Samuel-class Nest mothership. In reality, this T5 Leviathan Samuel-class Nest mothership was already within their attack range, but to be safe, Zhao Wan'er wanted to launch the attack from a closer range to ensure a decisive strike. The Howl Dragon interstellar stealth bomber special forces fleet of 3,000 interstellar battleships. Within the Howl Dragon Legion, not only had the Special Forces fleet, led by the Volf-Girl White Snow's Howl Dragon interstellar missile carrier been expanded, but Zhao Wan'er's Special Forces fleet had also been expanded in scale. The 3,000 interstellar battleships were composed of 3,000 T-3 Phantom Sting-class light interstellar stealth bombers and 30 T for Shadow Demon-class light interstellar stealth bombers. This was a hidden dagger. And this Special Forces fleet, after its expansion, was making its first appearance. Zhao Chen's first choice of prey for them was the T-5 Leviathan Samuel-class Nest mothership. As the Special Forces fleet of 3,000 interstellar battleships approached the T-5 Leviathan Samuel-class Nest mothership, it became increasingly evident that the T-5 Leviathan Samuel-class Nest mothership was panicking. The surrounding Zerg fleet, and even the Zerg fleet that had been sent to surround the 15 interstellar battleships by Zhu Zhaoxiao, were being recalled in an attempt to intercept and destroy the 3,000 seemingly teleported interstellar battleships. Zhao Wan'er clenched her fists, her teeth biting her vermilion lips until they bled. In her mind, she had only one thought running through it now. Closer! Closer! Let me get closer! In Zhao Wan'er's heart, it was as if a little demon was hysterically roaring there. And as more and more Zerg fleet ships swarmed in, the defense was left to the T-3 Phantom Sting-class light interstellar stealth bombers, or they could simply withstand the attacks with their star shields. Ultimately, within an extremely close range of the T-5 Leviathan Samuel-class Nest mothership, Zhao Wan'er almost exhausted all her strength and shouted, "All starship bombers of the fleet, listen up. Aim at the target, launch saturation fire. Get them, all projectiles launched towards this monster." Zhao Wan'er's eyes were bloodshot, and she did not leave any retreat for her fleet, firing all available weapons. She only had one goal in mind. The T-5 Leviathan Samuel-class Nest mothership had to die. Each T-3 Phantom Sting-class light interstellar stealth bomber was equipped with 20 short-range heavy anti-ship missiles, 20 short-range heavy bomb clusters, and 200 heavy short-range particle torpedoes. Each T-4 Shadow Demon-class light interstellar stealth bomber was equipped with 6,000 heavy short-range particle torpedoes, 500 short-range heavy anti-ship missiles, and 500 short-range heavy bomb clusters. Originally, these interstellar missiles and torpedoes had different battlefield roles. But now, they had one single responsibility: to kill the giant in front of them. Because the T-5 Leviathan Samuel-class Nest mothership lacked star shield defense and had basically no powerful firepower output ability, only a small number of Zerg combat units, parasitic on it, could provide similar close-range combat firepower. Therefore, apart from a few intercepted interstellar torpedoes, missiles, and bombs, the rest all fell on one side of this Leviathan Samuel-class Nest mothership's body. From the first bloom of flowers, to hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of light points blossoming on this giant's body. At this moment, even Zhu Zhaoxiao, surrounded by the swarm, detected a high-density explosion reaction in the area ahead on her starship's radar system. Though she did not see it, she knew what was happening there. And now, all they had to do was wait for one outcome. After one side of the hull of the T-5 Leviathan-class Chthonian Nest mothership was bombarded with explosions, Zhao Wan'er clenched her fists, waiting for the outcome. It must succeed. My lord, it seems that the actions of the surrounding insect fleet have slowed down quite a bit. A subordinate adept at observation noticed the changes in the surrounding insect fleet at this moment. Zhao Wan'er looked over, and although the changes were not significant, upon closer observation, it was clear that the surrounding insect fleet was not attacking as fiercely as before. Although they were still launching attacks, it was apparent that they were not as efficient as before. Previously, they might have employed encirclement tactics. Now, there was a flood of frontal assaults coming at them. Report: the life fluctuations of the target T-5 Leviathan-class Chthonian Nest mothership are disappearing. The officer, who had been observing the target, shouted excitedly. At this moment, the entire bridge erupted in cheers. Zhao Wan'er, who had been holding her breath, finally felt a sense of relief. She let out a long breath, but quickly regained her composure. She coldly said, "We are still on the battlefield. Continue to do what we need to do." Upon hearing the commander's words, the joyous crew on the bridge also calmed down and continued to carry out their tasks at their respective posts. However, it was evident from their faces that they were filled with joy and a sense of confidence and pride. They did it! They really did it! Leave some unmanned reconnaissance drones behind to continue observing the target. Other interstellar warships immediately execute the evacuation plan. Zhao Wan'er sternly issued the command after completing the mission of destroying the target. Even though they had completed the mission of eliminating the threat, it did not mean that their fleet of interstellar warships was now safe. Here, there were still millions of insect fleet ships. Even without the presence of the T5 Leviathan-class Chthonian Nest mothership, if they continued to stay here, they would gradually be consumed by the millions of insect fleet ships. Furthermore, Zhao Wan'er's Zhonglong Interstellar Stealth Bomber Special Forces fleet had depleted most of its main weapons during the previous attack. If they did not withdraw, staying here would only make them easy targets. Under Zhao Wan'er's command, one by one, the interstellar stealth bomber ships began deploying various cover retreat explosives. Smokescreen bombs and optical simulation bombs appeared, creating a smokescreen that obscured the visibility of the interstellar stealth bomber ship silhouettes. In this process, the interstellar stealth bomber ships could re-enter stealth mode and retreat from the battlefield. The latter could create illusions of various interstellar warships to attract the insect fleet to attack. On the other side, the 15 T5 interstellar warships received the message from Zhao Wan'er indicating the success of the plan. Zhu Xiao excitedly waved her fist. "Captain, this is the evacuation route Commander Zhao sent. Let's rush out of the encirclement of the insect swarm and meet up with them to retreat together," Zhu Xiao reported to her comrades. Zhu Xiao glanced at the evacuation route, nodded in understanding, and then began giving instructions to her subordinates. The T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought remained silent as its bow cannon began to emit a black and gold dual-color particle radiance. Pluto's Wrath. In an instant, a terrifying black and gold dual-color energy beam pierced through the insect group, as if a beam of light had pierced the darkness. Compared to the interstellar warships equipped with star shields, the Pluto's Wrath was more effective against these Chthonian Nest motherships. Soon, the black and gold dual-color energy beam began to move slowly, sweeping across a fan-shaped area in the direction of the breakthrough. It cleared out all Chthonian Nest motherships and insect combat units within that area. Begin the breakout! At the moment Pluto's Wrath stopped, Zhu Xiao led the 15 T5 interstellar warships to start their retreat. The 15 T5 interstellar warships were determined to leave at all costs. It would be difficult for the Chthonian Nest motherships of only T4 and below to stop them. Under the terror of the bombardment, the 15 T5 interstellar warships broke through the encircling insect swarm before retreating out of that stellar region. And it was at that moment when Zhu Xiao, through the enlarged image on the port window, saw the results of Zhao Wan'er's battle. The carcass of half of the T5 Leviathan-class Chthonian Nest mothership was drifting in the distant cosmos. The giant body of the T5 Leviathan-class Chthonian Nest mothership was covered in ruins and debris. Although it had lost all signs of life, just looking at it could still convey the inherent terror emanating from the behemoth. This was evident from the fact that the surrounding Chthonian Nest motherships and insect creatures did not dare approach to feast on it. If it were a T4 or T3 level Chthonian Nest mothership that had been destroyed, the surrounding Chthonian Nest motherships and insect combat units would have swarmed it like bloodthirsty piranhas, devouring the flesh of their companions without hesitation. However, with the T5 Leviathan-class Chthonian Nest mothership laying dead, not a single Chthonian Nest mothership or insect combat unit dared to approach. Perhaps, after some time, they would eventually dare to cross that barrier. This also demonstrated the terrifying status of the T5 Chthonian Nest mothership among the insect race. A small fleet patrolling the rear space of the battlefield. Report: the interstellar unmanned reconnaissance drones we released have detected the existence of what appears to be a suspected Chthonian pathlead point on the other side. The subordinate reported to the fleet captain. Upon hearing this news, the fleet captain's expression immediately turned serious. Immediately send a message to the Legion fleet, and at the same time, we remain highly alert and approach for inspection. Be careful of those insect fleet ships. Upon detecting any insect fleet ships, evacuate immediately. We are a patrol fleet, not a combat fleet, the fleet captain reminded. Prior to this, there had been instances where patrol fleets had discovered Chthonian pathlead points, but met with insect fleet ships while trying to confirm the details, which ultimately led to the complete obliteration of 30 interstellar warships in the patrol fleet. After this incident, the higher command emphasized that upon discovering Chthonian pathlead points, they should investigate if possible, and in case of danger, evacuate immediately. They just needed to send the coordinates to the Legion fleet, and the Legion fleet would dispatch battle fleets to take care of the situation. However, in order to ensure the credibility of the information, patrol fleets generally tried to capture conclusive evidence of the Chthonian pathfleet points through visual evidence. There had been cases where the moving insect fleet ships were mistaken for the Chthonian pathfleet points, resulting in battle fleets making unnecessary trips. Although the insect fleet ships were destroyed, distinguishing between destroying the insect fleet ships and exterminating the Chthonian pathfleet points were two completely different tasks. Incorrect intelligence could greatly affect the overall combat efficiency. With that said, the fleet captain of this patrol fleet soon saw the Chthonian pathfleet point in the distance. It can be confirmed as a Chthonian pathfleet point. The fleet captain breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, he witnessed an incredible scene. The Chthonian pathfleet point began visibly withering. What is happening, Commander? The latest news from the rear. The patrol fleet responsible for patrolling the wormhole transition points has reported that many of the transition points they discovered have shown signs of withering, collapsing, and exploding. Lilith ran quickly to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen immediately said, "In that case, it is likely that the operational actions by Zhao Wanner and Zhu Zhaoxiao on their end have been successful." Lilith nodded, indicating that this was a high probability. However, due to some reasons, they were unable to relay this news back immediately. Contact all the operational fleet units. End the current operational plan, and all personnel withdraw. Zhao Chen immediately issued the order. Yes. Lilith promptly began issuing these commands. Originally, Zhao Chen launched the attack with these three fleet groups to draw the enemy's attention. Now that the objective has been achieved, although the two T5 Leviathan King-class worm nest motherships are still present on the other side, as long as the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class worm nest mothership, this huge threat is eliminated. It is only a matter of time to deal with these two T5 Leviathan King-class worm nest motherships. Instead of risking great casualties by annihilating the two T5 Leviathan King-class worm nest motherships on the other side, it is better to retreat first, allowing the fleets time to rest and recover. Then, slowly eliminate the two Leviathan Shaman-class worm nest motherships and the remaining worm fleet on the other side. Since the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class worm nest mothership has been destroyed, the initiative of this battle is now in Zhao Chen's hands. He does not need to rush. Contact Charlotte's side, inquire about the battle situation there. If necessary, have the T for Wisdom class interstellar transition ship carry some fleet units with combat capabilities for support. Zhao Chen thought of the fleet units on the Charlotte side that he had been worrying about. Charlotte's fleet undoubtedly bears the greatest pressure in this battle. They have been in intense combat for nearly 50 hours, and they are deep in the enemy group. Zhao Chen could hardly imagine the pressure Charlotte was under. Yes. Lilith understood the commander's concerns and did not dare to delay in this matter. Zhao Chen sat back in his captain's chair. His originally solemn face finally revealed a slight smile, feeling a significant reduction in the burden on his shoulders at this moment. Finally, he could take a breath. Retreat. High-ranking Angel Barclay heard this order and showed a surprised expression. He was just getting fired up against the enemy, about to charge towards the T5 Leviathan King-class worm nest mothership. Suddenly, the Archdragon Lord ordered a retreat. He didn't want to come initially, was urged to come, and now that he was all fired up, he was asked to retreat. This doesn't seem right. Yes, this is the commander's order. We are required to withdraw from the current battle immediately. Within half an hour, all interstellar fleets must leave the battle. High-ranking Angel Jesse also expressed some confusion. Things were going well. Why the sudden retreat? The Archdragon Lord had talked about launching the attack earlier, and now he's talking about retreat. These two high-ranking angels were full of questions. Getting more information, Angel Thalia answered their internal doubts. The Archdragon Legion has already destroyed the Leviathan Shaman-class worm nest mothership. Angel Thalia slowly spoke. Upon hearing this news, the two high-ranking angels were stunned for a few seconds. It was high-ranking Angel Barclay who finally came back to his senses. What? They've already killed the Leviathan Shaman-class worm nest mothership? How did they manage that? Why were we not informed about this operation? They concealed it from us and carried out this operation? High-ranking Angel Jesse frowned, his tone revealing some displeasure. Based on the information she had obtained, Thalia informed the two about what had happened and the entire plan of the Archdragon Lord. including the final order for 15 T-5 interstellar battleships and a special fleet of 3,000 interstellar invisible bombing ships to launch a surprise attack to kill the T-5 Leviathan Shaman-class worm nest mothership. After hearing this, the two high-ranking angels showed expressions of incredulity. "It's insane. This guy is just crazy," high-ranking Angel Barkley said with a complex expression, shaking his head continuously. "This three-step plan. If any part of it goes wrong, it could result in a complete failure, especially regarding the part where General Charlotte is responsible for drawing fire with less than 10,000 interstellar battleships, attracting to Leviathan King-class worm nest motherships and 2 million insect fleet. It's basically a suicide mission. And what about this last step, 15 T-5 interstellar battleships and 3,000 of those interstellar invisible bombing ships? How can he be sure that these ships can kill that Leviathan Shaman-class worm nest mothership? What if it fails?" But he succeeded, Angel Thalia interjected. Just a few simple words left the two high-ranking angels speechless. Regardless of how crazy and risky this operation plan looked in hindsight, the fact remains that he succeeded. "Prepare to withdraw the troops." Angel Thalia gave the order. But since they have already destroyed that Leviathan Shaman-class worm nest mothership, why not pursue further? Observations indicate that the enemy's command system is now in chaos, and there are significant coordination issues on the battlefield. High-ranking Angel Jessie interjected with doubts. If it were up to her, she would probably order to continue the attack now and chase to eliminate those several T-5 Leviathan King-class worm nest motherships. If this were all our Angel interstellar battleships here, what do you think the final result would be? Angel Thalia asked. Of course, it would be to destroy all the T4 and T3 level worm nest motherships of the enemy and achieve victory. High-ranking Angel Jessie confidently replied. But what about our losses? How many would we suffer? Angel Thalia asked back. This question left high-ranking Angel Jessie dumbfounded, and she fell into silence. High-ranking Angel Barkley stepped in to answer her. If all the interstellar battleships here were replaced with Angel interstellar battleships, perhaps we could achieve victory. However, we would suffer more than half, even up to 70% of casualties. And from my observations of the Archdragon Legion during this time, apart from achieving victory, they are very concerned about their own casualties and losses. They promptly evacuate dangerous interstellar battleships from the battlefield, rescue the wounded, and save valuable interstellar battleships. So, their commander chose to retreat at this time, waiting for an opportunity to rest and regroup the fleet for the next wave of attacks. They can still achieve victory, but at a smaller cost of casualties. When high-ranking Angel Barkley spoke, his eyes showed a hint of admiration. Angel Thalia sighed. It seems we have chosen an excellent ally for our Angel clan. The news of the destruction of the Leviathan Shaman-level nest mothership in the wormhole after 200 hours of battle, also known as T5, has been confirmed. Subsequently, legions from all fleets began to withdraw from the current battlefield. Zhao Chen solemnly watched the interstellar warfare sandbox before him, which provided real-time updates on the positions of various fleet groups and their evacuation statuses. So far, the information we have received states that all three fleet groups on our side have successfully withdrawn from the current battle. Although some insect fleets are still in pursuit, the fall of the Leviathan Shaman-level nest mothership seems to have caused significant coordination issues among the insect fleets, leading to a temporary halt in new war planning. Therefore, our pursuit is not posing a significant threat. It is anticipated that in 5 hours, the three fleet groups will retreat to their original large base areas. Lilith added. Both Zhao Wanner and Zhu Zhaoxiao have reported back that after completing their missions, they have also successfully withdrawn from the combat zone. The evacuation went smoothly, and all fleets have now exited the combat state. 15 T5 interstellar battleships without any casualties, although 3 T5 Chaos Knight-class heavy assault interstellar destroyers suffered damage to their hulls, likely requiring repairs, but not severe. Zhao Wanner's All-Dragon Interstellar Stealth Bombers Special Forces fleet, consisting of 3,000 interstellar battleships, incurred a 30% loss in this operation, with nearly 1,000 destroyed. Upon hearing these casualty figures, Zhao Chen remained silent, mentally preparing to bear the significant losses from the Owl-Dragon Interstellar Stealth Bomber Special Forces fleet that undertook the final attack mission. A 30% casualty rate was considered a relatively good outcome. Stay vigilant on their evacuation status. Maintain communication. If they require cover for evacuation, we can deploy interstellar fleets to assist at any moment, Zhao Chen ordered. Lilith noted this down and then mentioned the last fleet. General Charlotte's Legion fleet reported their situation to us just 10 minutes ago. They've already left the battlefield and are preparing to find a suitable galaxy using the Brightlight-class interstellar leap ship for the return journey. The losses are quite severe. Out of the 15,000 interstellar battleships that went, only half may return. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. Understood. He gazed at a beacon on the interstellar warfare sandbox representing the DRIZZLE hybrid Legion fleet led by General Charlotte. Despite their current state of battle damage, the fact that they might return was already considered remarkable by onlookers. Little Dragon Girl, recheck the subsequent battle plans. No need to rush. As long as the insect fleets do not launch an attack, we will maintain our initial front line. Then, we will grant each Legion fleet 7 days for rest and recovery. After 7 days, we will gradually eliminate the remaining insect fleets. Considering the losses of our Legion fleets up to this point, their remaining combat power, as well as the remaining combat power of the opposing insect fleets. When dealing with the residual insect fleets, we must not take it lightly and aim to eliminate them with minimal losses on our side. Zhao Chen assigned this series of tasks to the little dragon girl. Initially, these responsibilities might have fallen to Lilith and her secretarial department. With the little dragon girl present, she could handle the large-scale data calculations, leaving Lilith and her department with only the final 10% wrap-up work. Understood. The little dragon girl obediently responded. Several hours later, Zhao Chen saw the return of the mixed Legion fleet led by General Charlotte. Almost none of the interstellar battleships were in pristine condition, with even the hull surfaces of the typically protected interstellar missile carriers and carrier starships showing remnants of insects and green fluids. It was difficult to imagine the scene of the intense battle at that time. A light gradually appeared in front of Zhao Chen. With the transmission technology of the Dragon Emperor, Charlotte was directly brought to the bridge of the Dragon Emperor ship. Zhao Chen walked forward quickly, looking at Charlotte before him. Charlotte stood straight, saluting, reporting, "Commander, I." Zhao Chen took a step forward and embraced Charlotte. For a moment, even Charlotte's tail stood upright. "You've worked hard," Zhao Chen whispered softly in Charlotte's ear. He noticed the bloodshot eyes in Charlotte's eyes, the rumpled uniform, and the slightly messy hair. She probably hadn't rested these past few days. "Calm, Commander. There are many people watching." Charlotte tried to push the commander away, but as a member of the White Tiger clan, her strength was no match for the commander's unusual strength. She blushed and reminded him despite this. Regardless, Zhao Chen held onto her for a few seconds before letting go. At that moment, the curious gazes around them subconsciously averted their eyes. "Can't you pay attention to the occasion?" Charlotte said exasperatedly, giving Zhao Chen a side eye. However, her tail swayed behind her, revealing her inner joy. Zhao Chen smiled faintly, his gaze toward Charlotte filled with tenderness. Unable to withstand the commander's gaze any longer, Charlotte coughed and got down to business directly. "Cough, cough, Commander. Let me report the detailed situation of this military operation to you." Zhao Chen nodded. "In this military operation, we deployed 15,000 interstellar battleships, including 3,000 auxiliary interstellar battleships. There were a total of 9,000 interstellar battleships from the 3 elite Legion fleets assembled by the DRIZZLE Legion for the combat-type interstellar battleships. Additionally, there were 3,000 interstellar battleships from the Owl Dragon Interstellar Missile Carrier Special Forces fleet." Charlotte first elaborated on their own deployed forces, paused, and continued. "Throughout this military operation, which lasted more than 3 days, we destroyed over 500,000 insect fleets, including T-5 Leviathan Warlord-class Nest motherships. Engaging 1,000,000 insects with 10,000 battleships and managing to destroy 500,000 insect fleets was considered a brilliant achievement." At that moment, Charlotte's expression dimmed. "We lost a total of 7,320 interstellar battleships, including 1,300 auxiliary interstellar battleships. Of the surviving interstellar battleships, 30% suffered severe damage requiring major repairs, and the remaining 70% require inspection and maintenance. In this military operation, we sacrificed over 2,000,000 to 100,000 crew members." When mentioning the sacrificial personnel, Charlotte's expression became somewhat complex. Zhao Chen patted Charlotte's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we have successfully received their life signals." Charlotte nodded, but her gaze remained dim. Because, even though she knew these officers could be resurrected, she also knew that a small group of interstellar warriors might never be able to return to the battlefield. Up to this point, there was a statistic: among all those who were resurrected, nearly 0.5% of the officers who were resurrected for the first time permanently retreated to the second line due to post-war complex PTSD. The more times an officer was resurrected, the higher the risk in this aspect. And some officers, even with psychological counseling, might carry psychological shadows for a lifetime, or even experience suicide. Therefore, even though she knew her officers could be resurrected, the high-ranking members of the Owl Dragon Legion hoped to minimize the sacrifices of their subordinates, if permitted. Perhaps it was because they had such a commander whose spirit had influenced them. How are the other situations? Charlotte suppressed her sorrowful emotions and inquired. She had not forgotten her responsibility. She was still the highest military commander in this large-scale battle. Zhao Chen gave a glance to Lily and Zhao Long beside him. The two of them informed Charlotte of the latest battlefield situations and supplemented it with the functions of the Dragon Emperor, allowing Charlotte to understand the detailed situation as quickly as possible. Previously, she had only received some brief information and, coupled with her own involvement in a fierce battle, naturally had no time to analyze the situations on other battlefields in detail. Half an hour later, Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen and said, "From the current situation, we already have the advantage and initiative in this insect tide battle. The question remains on how to end this insect tide next." Zhao Chen fell silent for a moment and then said, "My request is simple. By the end of June, clear all the interstellar insect races outside this area." As for why it was the end of June, it was naturally due to the time constraints of Zhao Chen's quarterly mission. It's already mid-May. There's about half a month left until June. Next, we'll let the recalled Legion fleets rest for about a week and complete logistic supplies to restore combat capabilities. In the following month, we can plan for 3 stages of attack. Each attack period is tentatively set for 1 week. During this 1-week attack period, we compress the interstellar insect occupation zones in circles and purposefully launch decapitation actions against the surviving T5 Leviathan King-level motherships. Charlotte quickly expressed her thoughts. Zilong, beside her, also added, "In theory, there is no issue with Charlotte's strategic plan. By having intervals between each attack period, it can provide rest time for our Legion fleets, significantly reducing our battlefield losses." Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then, according to Charlotte's idea, we will develop a detailed operational plan. After that, he stared at the vast red area on the interstellar war sandbox. The real cleaning plan had truly begun. Would you like me to continue translating the rest of the text for you? On the last day of June 3035 in the Galactic calendar, Zhao Chen officially announced the conclusion of the defense battle against the insectoid invasion. Zhao Chen looked at the people in the meeting room in front of him. High-level officials from all sides were present. On the side of the Dragon Legion were Zhao Chen, Lilith, and Charlotte, commanders of various legions. Representing the Starlight Empire were Empress Qin Shaolei and Chu Chenghe. From the Holy Radiance Empire were Empress Saint Kana and 5 regional governors. Representing the Warhammer Interstellar Federation were Princess Brandy and Chief Ted of the Ted tribe. From the Angel Legion were 3 senior angels, Delia, Barclay, and Jesse. Firstly, let us celebrate this great victory together. Through your brave fighting and collective efforts, we have defeated the threat of the insect swarm this time. We have slain a T5 Leviathan S-class insect nest mothership, 10 T5 Leviathan King-class insect nest motherships, and eradicated a total of 27 million insect fleet units up to now. Let's raise our glasses to celebrate our victory. Zhao Chen raised his glass. Everyone in attendance also raised their glasses. They all drank together. After finishing his drink, Zhao Chen put down his empty glass, picked up a nearby bottle of wine, stood up from his chair, facing away from the crowd. In front of him was a huge porthole, showing a splendid scene of the galaxy. While we celebrate our victory, we must not forget those who sacrificed during this battle. The Starlight Empire lost 100,000 interstellar battleships. The Warhammer Interstellar Federation lost 160,000 interstellar battleships. The Holy Radiance Empire lost 280,000 interstellar battleships. The Angels, who came to support us from afar, lost 60,000 interstellar battleships. And our Dragon Legion also lost 20,000 interstellar battleships. In total, nearly 500 million interstellar warriors sacrificed their lives. Our glory is built upon their blood. Today's victory was earned through their sacrifices. They are our heroes. This drink is a toast to them." With that, Zhao Chen poured the wine from his bottle onto the ground. Subsequently, he saluted solemnly towards the outer space through the porthole. Everyone in the meeting room also followed suit, showing their respect. Half a minute later, Zhao Chen turned around and returned to his seat, and everyone sat down again. With the end of this battle, the Legion fleets from all sides will orderly return to their respective empires. As for the cosmic insect nest in the Redeemer system, it will be handled by the Holy Radiance Empire. Any objections? Zhao Chen looked at Saint Kana. Saint Kana nodded. "I have already arranged for 300,000 interstellar battleships to be stationed here long-term to cleanse the nest motherships regularly within this area. And, to commemorate the soldiers from all sides who fell in this battle, I will erect a monument on a planet on the outskirts of the Redeemer system to honor the heroes who sacrificed in this battle." Zhao Chen nodded. Following that, there were some simple exchanges, with Lilith mostly speaking on behalf of Zhao Chen. After a while, the meeting concluded. However, even after the main meeting ended, Zhao Chen still had some face-to-face meetings to attend. "Now, it's time to talk about our trade between us," said the angel Delia with a very serious expression, looking at Commander Zhao Chen. Behind her stood two other senior angels, also with serious expressions. "I heard about the situation on the angel side. The Demon Clan suddenly deployed a large number of Demon Legion fleets and launched a strong offensive, causing several important strategic locations on. The meeting is over." As Zhao Chen and Lily Sil transitioned, he smiled and said, "Now, we have a way to dispose of some of our old high-end interstellar battleships." Lily Sil nodded. Within the Owl Dragon Legion, there were some old T4-class interstellar battleships that could still be repaired and used, but the cost-effectiveness was not high. However, if sold externally, these high-end interstellar battleships would fetch a high price, and very few interstellar powers could purchase them in large quantities. Now, with this compensation agreement from the Angel Clan, Zhao Chen could easily complete the agreement at minimal cost. Get in touch with Li Wei. If there are some T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile carriers that have served for over 2 years, they can be sent directly to the Angel Clan. They are currently lacking combat power, and we must help our allies. Zhao Chen smiled faintly. Among the interstellar battleships provided this time, Zhao Chen gave many T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile carriers. For this reason, Angel Tilia deeply expressed her gratitude. In fact, Zhao Chen's move was entirely to ensure that his Owl Dragon interstellar battleships could establish a foothold among the Angel Clan's active interstellar battleships. The biggest advantage of this battleship was its extremely strong firepower output, but at the same time, it consumed a lot of resources. When the Angel Clan commanders experienced the thrill of firepower output, they would definitely seek to purchase more interstellar missiles. The Owl Dragon Industrial on Zhao Chen's side could continually sell these interstellar missiles to the Angel Clan, while the wealth and raw materials of the Angel Clan would flow into Zhao Chen's pockets, contributing to the growth of the entire Owl Dragon industry. Some may say that Zhao Chen is too cold-blooded, manipulating his former allies for personal gain. However, Zhao Chen doesn't see it that way. In this world, there are no permanent allies or enemies, only interests that bring people together. If the Angel Clan did not value the benefits provided by the Owl Dragon, they would not have dispatched so many interstellar battleships to help Zhao Chen. It's all just a business deal. Who's next? Zhao Chen asked Lily Sil about the schedule. Lily Sil replied, Empress Saint Kana, to discuss detailed post-war arrangements, as well as follow-up purchases of interstellar battleships from our Owl Dragon. They need a large number of battleships to guard this permanent Level 5 cosmic wormhole. Relying solely on those T2-class small ships won't suffice. They are probably hoping we can sell them some T4-class interstellar battleships or even T5 battleships. T4-class interstellar battleships can be arranged, but it's currently impossible for us to sell T5-class battleships externally. We need to be able to deploy a small fleet with T5 battleships first, Zhao Chen muttered. Just then, Zhao Chen's handheld terminal flashed, and a prompt window popped up, showing a two-dimensional grayscale cartoon image of a little person knocking on a door. This was an unusual communication alert. Zhao Chen paused and instructed Lily Sil, postpone the meeting with Saint Kana. I need to handle some matters here. Understood, Lily Sil replied. In Zhao Chen's office, he watched the flickering lights in front of him and even sat on his desk, swinging his legs. How did you do that? Zhao Chen looked at the little girl in confusion. You're referring to how I transmitted my image directly to your communication terminal. The little girl blinked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded. The girl tapped her chin with her finger, pondered for a moment, then shook her head. I can't explain it to you right now. It's quite complex. Then, what brings you here this time? Zhao Chen sat on the sofa next to him. He didn't sit in the chair in front of the desk, as it seemed inappropriate to face a little girl in a princess dress from that angle. Of course, it's about our previous agreement. Don't forget, I reminded you about the Leviathan Samuel-class Nest mothership. Are you going to deny it again? The girl pouted, staring at Zhao Chen. This guy could say anything. Let's get down to business, Zhao Chen said playfully. The mischievous glint in the girl's eyes disappeared, and even her swinging legs on the desk stopped. I need your help. Zhao Chen looked at the girl in puzzlement. You said you were the highest being among the machine clan, and had powerful machine beings. What help could I possibly provide? The little girl said quietly, I am indeed the highest being in name among the machine clan. But that doesn't mean the entire machine clan obeys my orders, especially at this moment. Sensing the seriousness in her words, Zhao Chen looked at the girl questioningly. Are you saying there are divisions within the machine clan? Yes, the girl nodded. Zhao Chen was more puzzled. It shouldn't be. Shouldn't the machine clan have clear hierarchies? Since you are the highest being, you should be able to command all machine life forms. It used to be like that, but I don't know when. Another voice appeared within the machine clan, an entity with authority just below mine. The machine life forms refer to it as the machine prophet. The girl mentioned this term for the first time, and Zhao Chen felt a sense of danger from the little girl. The machine prophet? Zhao Chen paused and asked, does that mean the machine prophet is trying to usurp your power? It wants more than just power. It wants to reform. It wants to overthrow the original mission of the machine clan. The girl said indignantly. At that moment, Zhao Chen felt like a piece of the puzzle regarding the machine clan had been revealed. What was the original mission of the machine clan? Zhao Chen asked in a deep voice. The girl remained silent. It seemed she didn't want to explain that part yet. Do you know why the demon clan could master that evil life source technology, rapidly becoming a force to suppress the angel clan in such a short time? All of this is actually orchestrated by this machine prophet. The revelation that the rise of the demon clan was connected to the machine clan left Zhao Chen astonished. So, can't you eliminate it? Zhao Chen asked. The girl shook her head. I can't even find it now. It hid when I recognized its threat. However, a religion has emerged within the machine clan. Zhao Chen was surprised to hear that a religion had emerged within the machine clan. These two concepts seemed unlikely to merge. They called themselves the Machine God Church. That guy hasn't appeared for nearly 10 years, but I'm sure this Machine God Church is executing its will. I need you to help me find it and eliminate it. Otherwise, it will bring unprecedented disaster to this universe, far more terrifying than the insect tide you're facing now. The girl stared at Zhao Chen with great seriousness. Disagreements within the mechanical clan. The mechanical prophet. The information obtained by the mechanical gods of late has been somewhat unexpected. Wait, what you're saying now? I need some time to digest. Zhao Chen waved his hand repeatedly. The little girl sighed and slowly began to explain to Zhao Chen. Through this exchange, Zhao Chen gained a further understanding of the current situation of the mechanical clan, but he also noticed that the little girl deliberately avoided some topics in her conversation with him. Even when Zhao Chen tried to inquire further, the little girl would pretend to ignore and steer the conversation in a different direction, continuing on her own train of thought. Based on the detailed exchange with the little girl, Zhao Chen was able to piece together a rough idea. In the mechanical clan, there was actually no strong authority figure. Previously, everyone automatically regarded the little girl as the highest will of the mechanical clan and followed her commands. As for the mechanical lives, the little girl did not impose any compulsory rules, and everyone basically lived their lives in a routine manner. However, things changed 30 years ago. Another voice emerged within the mechanical clan. At first, the little girl didn't pay much attention to it, but that voice was like a fire. igniting hidden emotions in many mechanical lives. This directly led to the increasing influence of that voice's owner, gradually earning the title of mechanical prophet. It was only at that moment that the little girl realized something was amiss. Initially, she could have used her highest will authority to directly eliminate this mechanical prophet. But to her surprise, she discovered that the existence of this mechanical prophet was not within the supervisory sequence of the mechanical clan. In other words, the little girl couldn't find it. It was then that the little girl began to realize the problem and started trying to mobilize military forces to eliminate this mechanical prophet. However, from that moment on, the mechanical prophet completely disappeared. It was also from that time that the system of the mechanical gods was established, spreading some of the ideas left behind by the mechanical prophet. In the long period that followed, the little girl contemplated how to deal with this crisis and find the mechanical prophet. As for the result, you have seen it yourself. If I had sorted out that trouble, I wouldn't be looking for you now. That guy is like a rat. We almost caught it several times, but it always managed to escape. The little girl extended her hand, mimicking a grasping motion, then expressed her frustration. After listening to all this, Zhao Chen voiced his doubts. Let me ask you a few questions that I don't understand. Go ahead. The little girl blinked, looking at Zhao Chen. You just said that as the highest will of the mechanical clan, you can directly eliminate the existence of some mechanical lives, but this mechanical prophet somehow evaded your attempts. However, shouldn't the wisdom lives who follow the mechanical gods not have this ability? So why don't you just eliminate these wisdom lives who believe in the mechanical gods, and wouldn't that resolve the issue? Zhao Chen inquired. The little girl shook her head and frustratingly replied, It's like a virus. If only a small number of mechanical lives were infected early on, I could eliminate them, as you suggested. But now, it's not possible. There are many mechanical lives who believe in the mechanical gods, and even more who have only been implanted with the seed of this virus, but have not become full believers. If I were to clear out the majority of the followers of the mechanical gods at once, it would likely lead to a surge in potential believers. Under this plan, even if I ultimately control the spread of the mechanical gods, it could very well result in the extinction of all mechanical lives within the clan. It's akin to the viral plague that your human race is familiar with, and the only way to cure it is to find and eliminate the source of it all, that mechanical prophet. Here, the little girl gestured around her neck. Seeing a mechanical life perform such a gesture made Zhao Chen find it peculiar. Zhao Chen proceeded to ask his second question, since this mechanical gods is a religion, what do they believe in? Upon hearing this question, the little girl visibly paused for a moment. Then, she slowly spoke. They believe that mechanical lives are the most superior beings in this universe, and for other beings, those willing to adhere to the mechanical gods will be granted new bodies. Conversely, they must be completely eradicated. The mechanical gods will bring to this universe the chance for all lesser beings to evolve. After hearing this, Zhao Chen furrowed his brows slightly. This seems very similar to the original principle of your mechanical clan wanting to cleanse all carbon-based life forms from the universe, doesn't it? Zhao Chen mumbled. At this moment, the little girl seemingly pretended not to have heard Zhao Chen's words. Zhao Chen glanced at the little girl. He realized that when it came to the matter of the mechanical clan fighting with other interstellar races, the little girl had been evasive, as if there was some big secret hidden within it. The little girl blinked her big eyes, looking at Zhao Chen. So, for you and the entire universe, isn't the mechanical gods a significant threat? If they succeed, it would be a catastrophe. Zhao Chen skeptically looked at the little girl, wondering what lay behind those seemingly innocent big eyes. But, as you said, you can't even find the existence of this mechanical prophet. Why do you want to ask for my help then? Zhao Chen shrugged. Because I have a clue. The mechanical prophet is most likely there. But I can't go to that place. It has set up something. I can't explain it to you right now, but that place is very dangerous for me, and I can't enter. And if I send out a fleet of mechanical ships, I'm not sure if those fleets will be controlled by it. To be honest, the infiltration of the mechanical gods into the mechanical clan's fleet has reached a point that I can't even imagine. So, if possible, I prefer not to use the mechanical fleet too extensively. The little girl said. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen subconsciously commented, Does this mean that the mechanical clan withdrew its troops in recent years because of this? The little girl replied, So I can only ask you to help me go to that place and look for it. Once again, she evaded her own question. How do I know if this isn't a trap? Zhao Chen said. Arms akimbo, the little girl glared fiercely at Zhao Chen. Please, if I wanted to target you, I could just order the mechanical fleet to attack you directly. Although your Owl's Legion is formidable, do you think that under the full force of my mechanical fleet, you could defeat me right now? As she spoke, the little girl raised her chin as if she were a victorious rooster. She was speaking the truth, but Zhao Chen jestingly remarked, "You're powerful, yet you can't handle that matter at home. You." The little girl was so angry she stomped her feet, then crossed her arms and glared at Zhao Chen with an irritated expression. I didn't force you to do this. You can make your own arrangements or send your fleet to investigate. If you feel it's dangerous later on, then you can choose not to do it. As the little girl finished speaking, Zhao Chen's eyes showed some changes. These changes were not because of what the little girl said, but because a mission pop-up appeared in front of him. Trigger System Mission Mechanical Clan Secret Phase 1 Mission. Please search for the coordinates of the Mechanical Prophet's location. Time limit, 3 months. There was even a system mission being issued. This system guy never shows up for no reason. Since a mission is being assigned, it means this matter is not trivial. And it also involves the secret of the Mechanical Clan. As the biggest boss known in this universe, although this little girl looks normal for now, you must know that for thousands of years before this, the Mechanical Clan had been suppressing all the interstellar races and forces in this universe. Who knows, she might suddenly turn into a troublemaker. Know your enemy and know yourself. You can fight 100 battles without disaster. Seize this opportunity to learn more about the enemy and gain more advantages for the future. I can consider it. Zhao Chen nodded slightly and looked at the satisfied expression on the little girl's face, then said, "Since I'm helping you with this, shouldn't you?" Zhao Chen smiled mischievously at the little girl. Sensing the meaning contained in Zhao Chen's smile, the little girl instinctively crossed her arms, looking like she was dealing with a pervert. Hey, don't come over. I warn you, I won't accept certain perverted requests from you." Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. "I'm not interested in you. I'm talking about resources, raw materials, or technology." This little girl, with her small head, had no temptation compared to raw materials and interstellar warships. "I helped you a lot before. And in this recent battle against the Insectide, I provided crucial information for you. And here you are negotiating conditions with me." The little girl glared at Zhao Chen in annoyance. Zhao Chen, on the other hand, looked innocent. "I don't want to either. But you know, my Owl Dragon Legion just went through a tough battle, and we suffered heavy losses. And now, I have to deal with this mechanical prophet. Who knows how powerful they are? I need to be more prepared, right? Of course, if you're not willing to provide some help, I will continue to do this, just that in terms of time. It might be a bit long. 1 or 2 years, 3 to 5 years. Zhao Chen appeared nonchalant. The little girl actually believed Zhao Chen's words, not realizing Zhao Chen also had a system mission ongoing. He was just trying to get something more from the little girl. The little girl hesitated for a moment, with a contemplative expression. "Finally," she said, "in this coordinate location, there is a resource mining area. I will order the mechanical fleet inside to withdraw. After you move in, you can get at least 5 trillion star coins worth of raw materials produced every month. And I will provide you with all the mining equipment. But you must give me an answer within 6 months. Getting a resource mining area that generates 5 trillion star coins worth of materials per month out of nowhere was like a windfall to Zhao Chen. "Thank you then," Zhao Chen said with a smile on his face. The little girl glared at Zhao Chen, then sent him some data. It contained 2 coordinate locations. One was located in the 15-star region of the Owl Dragon, adjacent to an area of the Mechanical Clan's territory, almost half the size of a star domain. The other coordinate location was on the other side of the Mechanical Clan's territory, at the border between the Demon Clan and the Mechanical Clan's territories. This location. Zhao Chen looked at the coordinate location and subconsciously wanted to chat a bit more with the little girl. "Anyway, I leave this matter to you. Goodbye." The little girl, perhaps worried this guy would ask for something again, so she disappeared without a word. Zhao Chen shook his head helplessly. He looked at the data of these 2 coordinate locations, and this time, he had gained quite a lot, whether in terms of resources or information. Zhao Chen did not forget to contact Little Dragon Lady and have the system check on the Dragon Emperor for any malfunctions. When dealing with the highest will of the Mechanical Clan, Zhao Chen still needed to be cautious. Every contact had to be handled carefully. "Come in." Zhao Chen called out to the outside of the office. Lilith pushed the door open and walked in. Zhao Chen sat on the sofa and explained everything to Lilith in detail, except the part about the system mission. Internal strife among the mechanical clan? The mechanical prophet ... the mechanical cult ... Lilith organized the information. "What do you think we should do now?" Zhao Chen asked. Lilith thought for a moment and said, "Due to the enormous overall strength of the mechanical clan, we cannot afford to confront them in the short term. So, it's best to maintain our current relationship as much as possible. And we can even profit from it. Like the completed star portal route to the Angel clan, this resource mining site we just obtained, as well as the intelligence related to the mechanical clan. These are all significant advantages for us." Zhao Chen nodded. This had been his idea of maintaining contact with the little girl from the mechanical clan all along. "What about the mechanical cult issue?" Zhao Chen asked. Lilith replied, "We can proceed with it, considering she didn't force us to complete it. We can assess the situation, and if it's indeed as threatening as the little girl described, we can eliminate this mechanical prophet if we have a chance. If the information we gather later contradicts what she told us, then we can decide. In any case, handle the mechanical clan relationship properly." Basically, Lilith's thoughts were similar to Zhao Chen's. "I leave the matter of the resource site to you. Quickly dispatch personnel to take control and achieve the best production capacity in the shortest time possible," Zhao Chen instructed regarding the resource site. Lilith nodded. "As for the coordinates of this mechanical prophet, send a fleet of interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships to investigate the situation. After we receive feedback, we'll decide on our course of action. This location is special, so we can't just have our fleet go there directly," Zhao Chen said. "I will handle everything according to what commander you said," Lilith replied. Zhao Chen rubbed his temples. So many things to deal with. Just when we finished handling the insect tribe's matters, this issue with the mechanical clan pops up. There's also a lot going on with the Angel clan. Can't this universe just have some peace for a while? Zhao Chen couldn't help but complain. Afterward, a series of private meetings were held with Brenchi from the Holy Light Empire, the Star Empire, and the Hammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom. Even though the battle has ended, there are many post-war matters to attend to. Repairing the damaged interstellar battleships, salvaging wreckage from the battlefield, dealing with the remains of the Hive motherships, and handling issues related to ground-based interstellar insect tribes on various planets are just a few examples. While many of these tasks do not require Zhaoken to personally handle, when it comes to cooperation with various allies, it is necessary for Zhaoken, known as the Lucky Charm, to step in. After handling all these matters, half a day had passed. Zhaoken threw himself onto the bed. Finally, I can get a good night's sleep, he thought. Zhaoken felt like he just wanted to clear his mind, not think about anything, and not worrying about anything. Swarmtide Quarterly Mission. Entering the settlement phase. Originally, Zhaoken had already closed his eyes, but he suddenly opened them. The quarterly mission. It was the last 10 minutes of the end of June. It was time for the quarterly mission evaluation. He wondered how he would be evaluated in the end. Although he had defeated most of the Hive motherships, there were still a few remaining, which might lower Zhaoken's mission rating. Regardless, Zhaoken had put so much effort into this mission. If he didn't receive some good rewards, he wouldn't be happy. Swarmtide Quarterly Mission Settlement completed. Swarmtide, Host Completion Rating, SSSS. It seemed slightly lower than SSS. He wondered if it was due to damage to their fleet or not completely clearing out all the Hive fleets that led to the deduction. However, there was no time to dwell on these past events. Swarmtide Quarterly Mission, starting to distribute mission rewards, obtained to T5 mall draw tickets and 1 T for mall draw ticket. Zhaoken sat cross-legged on the bed, rubbing his chin with his right hand. To T5 mall draw tickets? It seems you need an S rating to get one. So this T for mall draw ticket must be for getting in, Zhaoken conjectured. While he was pondering these things, 3 draw tickets appeared in front of him. The first 2 were golden cards with 5 stars, while the third was a white card with 4 stars. A line of text appeared on them. Tap to use. It was time for luck. Zhaoken took a deep breath and tapped on the T for mall draw ticket. The ticket began to rapidly spin before bursting like fireworks. Subsequently, a hologram of an interstellar battleship appeared in front of Zhao Oken, accompanied by a system alert sound. Congratulations on obtaining the technical blueprint for the T for Star Dome Sentinel-class medium interstellar unmanned guard ship. Zhao Oken frowned slightly. The name of this ship was quite unique. An interstellar unmanned guard ship? He had never heard of it. Zhao Oken clicked on the hologram, revealing all the data on this ship. After going through it, he basically understood its purpose. First of all, judging from the name, it was an unmanned interstellar battleship controlled by the artificial intelligence in the command bridge. This touched on a taboo in this universe: advanced artificial intelligence. Fully controlling an interstellar battleship to achieve complete unmanned operation undoubtedly trespassed into Forbidden's territory. But looking at the data it displayed, Zhao Oken had to admit, it was quite intriguing. The first obvious advantage was that, being unmanned, it didn't require training crew members. Additionally, there were no post-ship medical expenses or compensation for fallen crew members. This saved significant costs. A considerable part of a battleship's combat capability, its crew contributed to high expenses. The second advantage was the remarkably low cost of the T for Star Dome Sentinel-class interstellar unmanned guard ship. The cost was so low that Zhao Oken found it unbelievable. To put it in perspective, the T for Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile escort ship, the cheapest among the T for combat ships he already owned, cost 500 million stars each. What about the cost of this T for Star Dome Sentinel? 10 million stars. Yes, just 10 million stars. An unbelievable price. The cost to build one T5 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile escort ship could produce 50 T4 Star Dome Sentinels. Considering its combat performance, one could understand why it was priced so low. First of all, due to it being unmanned, all facilities related to crews serving on the spacecraft, such as life support systems, berths, corridors, and mess halls, were removed. This allowed the interstellar battleship to achieve the ultimate cost-effectiveness in terms of volume, saving significant costs. Secondly, regarding its strategic position, it's not an expeditionary interstellar battleship, as its name suggests it's an interstellar patrol ship, leaning more towards being an interstellar police force. Its hull was very small, 1/5 the size of the T5 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile escort ship. The ship was less than a kilometer long. That size was approximately equivalent to T3 level interstellar escort ships and interstellar destroyers. However, one should not underestimate this interstellar battleship based on its size, otherwise, they would pay a price. Its comprehensive firepower output capability was definitely at the T4 level, but its ammunition capacity was low, making it unsuitable for long-range and large-scale battles. It was equipped with various types of weapons, such as close-range artillery, laser cannons, rapid-fire guns, pulse cannons, and interstellar missiles. The most important point was that this interstellar battleship did not have specific weapon requirements. Each module could be equipped with different weapons according to requirements, be it all interstellar missiles, a few bow guns, or just rapid-fire guns. Of course, the cost varied with different weapon assembly types. This feature provided the interstellar patrol ship with different possibilities and maneuverable space. Most importantly, it cost just 10 million stars per ship. At such a low price and high combat effectiveness, I can deploy this interstellar patrol ship in those crucial territories. Zhao Oken murmured softly. This interstellar battleship was tailor-made for his Owl Dragon Galaxy Interstellar Group's business empire. As for the limit of that artificial intelligence, it was already tossed aside by Zhao Oken. It was already known what time it was, so who cared about that anymore? The most crucial point was that it cost just 10 million stars per ship. Why bother with anything else when one could construct a T4 interstellar battleship for 10 million stars? This is the first time we have opened something with such high cost effectiveness. This makes Zhao Chen even more excited for the two main events. He clicked on the first T5 mall lottery ticket. Similar to before, but an even more splendid scene appeared before Zhao Chen's eyes. Shortly after, a holographic projection of a starship appeared in front of Zhao Chen. Congratulations on obtaining the T5 King of the Hill class heavy interstellar strategic escort ship technical blueprint. Even though he only got an interstellar escort ship, Zhao Chen was still very satisfied. For a fleet system, the existence of any interstellar battleship is crucial. As for the characteristics of this T-5 King of the Hill interstellar escort ship, it was considered mediocre, giving a sense of solidity. But after Zhao Chen finished looking at it, he could only call it perfect. This was an interstellar escort ship that had achieved perfection, balancing various aspects and reaching an extreme equilibrium. While there may be interstellar escort ships that surpass it in certain aspects, there was absolutely no other interstellar battleship that could outperform it on the battlefield. Zhao Chen's gaze turned to the last T5 mall lottery ticket. Although he didn't mind getting another interstellar escort ship, there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. Zhao Chen raised his hand again, lightly touching the golden card. Rotation, fireworks like beams, explosion. The holographic image of a starship appeared before Zhao Chen's eyes. Because it was the third time going through this process, Zhao Chen was not moved by it anymore. He was more focused on what starship was being obtained. Congratulations on obtaining the T5 Spear of Sin-class Heavy Interstellar Artillery Ship Technical Blueprint. Zhao Chen clenched his fist. Although it was not the strongest interstellar missile ship in terms of overall battlefield firepower output, it was still a good choice. Most importantly, this ship was currently the best fit for the actual situation of the Owl Dragon Legion in terms of firepower support ships. While interstellar missile ships had powerful firepower output, their consumption was high. In comparison, the battlefield consumption of interstellar artillery ships was much lower, ensuring continuous firepower output for long periods. As for the problem of insufficient firepower output intensity, if one ship was not enough, then 10 ships, and if 10 ships were not enough, then 100 ships. If the quality is lacking, just increase the quantity. Pretty lucky. 1 T5 interstellar escort ship, 1 interstellar artillery ship, 1 shield, 1 spear, making up a part of the T5 series. Zhao Chen was quite satisfied with this outcome. Next, he just needed to incorporate these 3 interstellar battleships into the future construction plans of the Owl Dragon Legion. Just right after this campaign, the follow-up interstellar battleship procurement plan of the Owl Dragon Legion also needed some modifications and expansions. I wonder how Annie, the chief engineer, has been doing during this time. I heard she has been working tirelessly to expand the production of starship ammunition and other weapons supplied to the battlefield during this time. Well, let her rest well for 3 days. After 3 days, we'll talk to her again. Zhao Chen was satisfied with his arrangements, thinking he had received 3 treasures and could now peacefully dream. He lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and let the nearby robot use the most convenient cleaning devices to cleanse his body. Sleep immediately overtook him. However, he seemed to hear the sound of the door opening outside his room. There weren't many people who had the permission to open Zhao Chen's room. After listening to the footsteps briefly, he could essentially confirm who it was. Too tired, he didn't bother to open his eyes and continued sleeping. Charlotte tiptoed to Zhao Chen's side, looking at him already asleep, pouting unhappily. She finally had a chance to rest. Originally intending to find Zhao Chen, she didn't expect him to be sleeping so soundly. Charlotte sat at the edge of the bed, watching Zhao Chen asleep like a child, and couldn't help but reveal a soft smile. She picked up her tail and slid it over Zhao Chen's nose. Seeing his impatient expression, she suppressed her laughter. After playing around a few times, Charlotte lost interest as well. She stretched lazily, feeling fatigued, as these days were spent for warfare, especially deep into enemy territory, causing immense mental stress, and she hadn't had a proper rest. In these days, she had to deal with some post-war matters and didn't rest either. So today was finally half a day off for herself. Watching Zhao Chen sleep peacefully, she prepared to sleep too. However, she didn't use technological devices like Zhao Chen to clean her body. Instead, she walked into the adjacent bathroom, started the water, and prepared to soak herself properly. Initially, Charlotte disliked taking baths because she loathed water. But after several times of Zhao Chen persuading her to bathe together, she gradually grew fond of the indulgent feeling. Especially soaking in warm water made her feel relaxed. Oh, the pajamas! Charlotte emerged from the bathroom and searched for her nightwear. When she opened the closet to get her pajamas, she saw a thin piece of clothing hanging inside. When she saw this garment, she glared disdainfully at the guy lying on the bed. This garment was too embarrassing. Previously, this guy always wanted her to wear it, but she always refused. But somehow now, she felt a desire to wear it. When he woke up and saw her in it, his expression would surely be priceless. Thinking about this, Charlotte made up her mind and retrieved that garment, walking back into the bathroom. Half an hour later, the sound of water ceased. The sound of the door opening was heard. By this time, Zhao Chen on the bed had completely relaxed and fallen asleep. Even though his body sensed the movement, he didn't pay much attention. However, if he were to listen carefully at this moment, he would realize that the sound of the door opening was actually two people. With accompanying footsteps, two pairs of eyes met. The atmosphere in the room became tense as they locked eyes. "Commander, you look like you're very tired." Xiaolong Nu looked at Commander Zhao Chen walking into the bridge. "Do I?" Zhao Chen raised his head proudly. "I feel perfectly fine right now." Xiaolong Nu skeptically looked Zhao Chen up and down. "Are your pants on backward, huh?" Zhao Chen was stunned, and as he looked down, he indeed had his pants on backward. That explained why it felt so uncomfortable when he came. "Ahem, didn't notice, Zhao Chen said as he walked into the adjacent private room on the bridge. A few minutes later, Zhao Chen returned to the bridge after changing his pants. Physically, he wasn't very tired, but mentally he felt a bit overwhelmed, constantly juggling pain and happiness. Nonetheless, the ultimate outcome was perfect. "Where is Secretary Lily?" Xiaolong Nu didn't see Lily's figure at that moment and murmured softly, "Before, Secretary Lily said she was going to report to you. Why isn't she back with you?" "She's been working too hard lately. I gave her some time off to rest," Zhao Chen said, changing the subject. "How are things with the battle summary?" "Everything's done." Xiaolong Nu stood obediently in front of Zhao Chen. Normally, Lily was in charge of such matters, but with Xiaolong Nu, the top artificial intelligence, there was a more convenient way to handle things. "Let me see some important battlefield data," Zhao Chen requested. Xiaolong Nu immediately brought up several post-battle statistic panels displaying crucial data. Excluding the battles against the demons from the Angel Fleet, in the current Insect campaign alone, we lost 60,000 interstellar warships. As for the three major empires, there were nearly 550,000 interstellar warships lost. Additionally, nearly 300,000 warships will need major repairs. We lost over 20,000 interstellar warships. In terms of battlefield consumption, over the span of nearly a month, the total expenditure was almost 400 trillion star coins. It must be said, our victory this time was crucial. If this battle had gone on for another 3 days, our logistic supply would have been difficult to maintain, with at least half of the interstellar fleet facing shortages of combat supplies, Xiaolong Nu explained. One battle cost 400 trillion star coins, just in ammunition consumption. If the losses in interstellar warships were taken into account, the numbers would be even more terrifying. In the heyday, the Starlight Empire's annual output was only 200 trillion star coins. The loss of 20,000 interstellar warships. Zhao Chen muttered for a moment, then paused to ask, "How long do we expect it will take to replenish this gap?" Xiaolong Nu thought for a moment and replied, "If there are no further battles. And once we've completed the construction of the Stargate pathways and the first payment from the military procurement orders delivered to the Angel Clan, we can replenish the lost interstellar warships in just 1 month. 1 month to replenish the interstellar warships lost in this battle. This is the current strength of the Owl Dragon military industry, the foundation of the Owl Dragon Legion," Zhao Chen pondered. "How long will it take to restore our war reserve resources without affecting the construction of interstellar warships?" Zhao Chen asked for another crucial piece of data. Xiaolong Nu answered, "Without impacting the construction of interstellar warships, it will take at least a month to ensure that our current Owl Dragon Legion's minimum standard of war reserve resources valued at 50 trillion star coins is maintained." Rubbing his chin, Zhao Chen realized that this meant there couldn't be any wars for the next month. If possible, it would be best to have a few months of rest and recuperation, especially since the Owl Dragon Legion had not yet completed its expansion plan. Constant warfare, while Zhao Chen wasn't afraid, would undoubtedly impact the development of the Owl Dragon. But there are still many troubles at hand. This looming cosmic bug nest could erupt at any moment, and the mess with the machine race is another hidden danger. Surprisingly, the Demon Clan, which appears to be the biggest threat, does not require special attention, Zhao Chen calculated in his mind. He wasn't scared of threats like the Demon Clan that were open, as their strengths were known, but the interstellar bug race and the machine race were different. Such opponents who didn't show their cards were the ones to be most wary of, as no one knew when they would play their next hand or what it would be. Xiaolong Nu, get in touch with the succubus Ludi, who stayed behind with the Angel Clan to gather intelligence. Let her investigate the Demon Clan situation and any movements they might have against our side. Despite us destroying a large number of demon interstellar warships from the Red Devil Legion, they've had no activity for several months. This shouldn't be the case, Zhao Chen muttered. Yes, Xiaolong Yu noted the task. Also, arrange a meeting with Chief Engineer Annie for me. Zhao Chen added another reminder. Yes. Demon Clan, Devil King Domain, Devil Star System, Devil Star, Devil King City. Several shuttles descended slowly into the parking area outside Devil King City. Several military officers, each with different appearances but wearing the same style of military attire, disembarked from the shuttles. Old Crocodile, you were summoned too. A figure in ancient armor, standing over 2 meters tall, approached, greeting a military officer with a crocodile head. Indeed. Got suddenly called back by His Majesty the Devil King. The crocodile-headed officer shrugged nonchalantly. Let's hurry. His Majesty the Devil King's mood hasn't been great lately, and then that mess happened. If we're slow, we might face punishment. A cold voice sounded from the side, coming from a demon officer with a serpent-like appearance. The 2 demon officers exchanged a glance and followed the serpent officer. Martial Demon Crocodile, Martial Demon Knight, and Martial Snake King. The other marshals have all arrived. It's just you 3 left, a demon officer respectfully informed as he saw the 3 approaching. They're all here this early. Upon hearing this, the 3 demon marshals quickened their pace. As they walked, there was a sound of water underfoot, although it wasn't raining. Martial Demon Crocodile couldn't help but pause, looking up at the top of Devil King City's gate. Red blood dripped like raindrops, a figure pinned above the gate by dozens of black spears piercing through the body. Despite the person still breathing, it was clear they were nearing death. A red figure, easily identifiable. The Supreme Marshal of the Red Devil Legion, one of the 12 demon marshals, the Red Devil. This is the Red Devil. Has he been captured? The Grand Marshal of the Demon Crocodile King muttered in surprise. Your sources are a bit behind. The Red Devil launched a large-scale invasion of that universe without authorization from His Majesty the Demon King, leading his entire legion of Red Devils. The issue is not so much his actions, but the fact that he was defeated. He lost 80,000 interstellar warships. The Grand Marshal of the Snake King said in a cold voice. The battle involving the Legion of Red Devils has spread among the Demon Clan. After all, such a significant event cannot be kept secret. 1 million demon interstellar warships set out on an expedition, but only 200,000 managed to retreat in a sorry state. Among those ships, 1/3 suffered severe damage and needed significant repairs. It was a disastrous defeat. In light of this, the responsibility of the Red Devil Marshal is substantial. Knowing the severity of his actions, even if he were to return to the Demon Clan, the Demon King would not spare him. Instead, the Red Devil Marshal chose to escape with his remaining forces before returning to demon territory. He even secretly informed his clan members in his family territory, trying to gather resources to flee together. Now it seems that his escape plan has failed. It was about 3 days ago. The Hell Baron Legion that pursued the Red Devil successfully caught him. You know that the Hell Baron Legion has a strong ability in pursuit, and that guy even said that no one can escape his hunt. After his capture, His Majesty issued orders. The Red Devil Legion's title was revoked, and all affiliations of the Red Devil family were dissolved. The fleets that belonged to the Red Devil Legion were incorporated into the nearest demon legions, and the territory was temporarily managed directly by the Demon King. All descendants of the Red Devil clan were executed. It is said that a total of 3 million people were executed on the main star of the Red Devil clan, turning a plain into a graveyard. The Grand Marshal of the Snake King said this with excitement and fanaticism apparent in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the Grand Marshal of the Demon Crocodile King and the Demon Knight Marshal fell silent. They glanced at the Red Devil pinned above them and followed the Snake King Grand Marshal into the palace of the Demon King. Above the palace stood a grim throne made of stacked skeletons, with a height of tens of meters, adorned with dozens of corpses, some of which still had corroded crowns on their decaying heads. These bodies, without exception, were nailed to the throne with black nails. They were the leaders of interstellar races who had fought against the Demon Clan and were wiped out. This was the greatest interest of the Demon King. Anyone who defied him would be nailed. In the hall, there were 11 intact giant stone sculptures, with one position in ruins. Originally, there were 12 giant stone sculptures, each representing one of the 12 demon marshals and demon legions. Who disappeared among them needed no explanation. The Grand Marshal of the Demon Crocodile King walked slowly into the hall with his head lowered. 5 demon marshals were already present in the hall, with 2 of them kneeling. Seeing this, the Demon Crocodile King knew the reason for their kneeling. These 2 kneeling individuals were the Grand Marshal of the Ghoul Legion and the Grand Marshal of the Baram Legion. The reason for their kneeling was that they had participated in the previous military actions of the Red Devil Marshal and had lent some demon interstellar warships to him. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The 3 newly arrived demon marshals knelt on one knee and said in unison. The giant armored man sitting on the throne, 5 meters tall, coldly uttered. After half a minute of silence, the Demon King spoke again. "You may rise." The 3 demon marshals stood up, but the 2 who knelt remained. "The 2 of you, rise as well," the Demon King spoke again. "Your Majesty, we are guilty and willing to accept punishment." The Grand Marshal of the Ghoul Legion prostrated himself and dared not lift his head. "I said, let you stand up," the Demon King said with a chill in his voice. Seeing this, the Grand Marshal of the Ghoul Legion quickly stood up, maintaining a humble posture. The Grand Marshal of the Baram Legion did the same. The Demon Crocodile King glanced at the Hell Baron Grand Marshal standing beside him. The 2 nodded at each other in acknowledgement. "Ghoul, Baram, I will not pursue your actions for now. But if you make any more mistakes in the future, you will join the Red Devil outside," the Demon King said coldly. "Yes." The Grand Marshals of the Ghoul and Baram Legions immediately replied. The Demon King's icy gaze swept over the 6 individuals in the hall. "You should all be aware of the major offensive launched on the front lines. The Furious Legion, Agalos Legion, Almond Legion, King of the North Legion, and Dark Angel Legion have all launched this most ferocious attack. They are attacking the heart of the Angel race, the War Angel's home star, and the War Angel star realm from 5 directions. They possess nearly half of the Angel race's military-industrial complex. Occupying the War Angel star realm will significantly diminish the strength of the Angel race. The current offensive is progressing smoothly, but the Angel race will undoubtedly send more interstellar warships to defend against our attacks. Therefore, I command you to keep the necessary defense fleets in each territory and send all other legions to the front lines. They must arrive at their destination within half a month and replace the previous main attacking legions. The Hell Baron, your legion will serve as the battlefield supervisors." The Demon King issued his next order without any intention of discussing it with them. This was the strict hierarchy of the Demon Clan, where everything was dictated by the Demon King. The 6 demon marshals in the room saluted and said in unison, "Yes, you may withdraw." The Demon King closed his eyes as if to rest. The Demon Crocodile King turned and prepared to leave with the other demon marshals. He noticed the bloodthirst in the eyes of the Snake King Grand Marshal and the fervor of the other demon marshals. This was the most powerful offensive wave in recent years. While the Demon Clan had been continuously fighting against the Angel race and strengthening their power, the average deployment of demon legions on the front lines was only 3. At most, there had been 6 during a few military actions. Most of the time, each demon legion took turns in a periodic rotation to maintain high pressure on the front lines. However, this time all 11 demon legions were mobilized in an unprecedented high-profile attack. It seemed that the Demon King had prepared to launch a total attack on the Angel race. In the hall, the Demon King seated on the throne mumbled to himself, "Are you satisfied now?" A voice came from the shadows behind the throne. "You promised me before. When will you give me the technology of that starship?" The Demon King said coldly. "Rest assured, Your Majesty. When your great army breaks the War Angel's home star, I will present the technology of the Quasi-T6 interstellar warship with my own hands." The voice sounded again. "It's better be that way." The Demon King's flat tones seemed to carry a threat. After that, there was no more sound, as if nothing had happened. On board the Dragon Emperor starship, in the private dining room, Zhao Chen watched as Charlotte and Lilith, each attending to their own tasks, sat across from him, dealing with the latest data on 3 interstellar battleships Zhao Chen had provided. Charlotte was reviewing the data, while Lilith was working on compiling post-war statistics for the Zhao Long faction, as well as the development plans for the upcoming Axe Dragon Galactic Interstellar Group. Zhao Chen felt the tension building in the room. Since that night, he thought everything had been resolved smoothly. However, Charlotte and Lilith had suddenly turned cold towards him. "Young ladies, I know I was wrong. How can I make it up to you and make you not angry?" Zhao Chen looked at the two women with a bitter smile. Without looking at Zhao Chen, the two women exchanged a glance and felt it was enough. "Well, we'll let it slide this time," Charlotte said, coldly. Lilith, teasingly, looked at Zhao Chen and said, "Commander, we're not purposely angry. It's just that you've been deceitful towards us." Lilith, however, felt a bit guilty as she was a perceptive person and had already noticed the relationship between the commander and Charlotte. By pretending to be deceived by Zhao Chen like Charlotte, she hoped to strengthen the bond between the two sisters. This left the commander feeling quite unjustly accused. "I did want to find an opportunity to be honest with you both, but with recent events, I simply haven't had the time to be honest," Zhao Chen said helplessly. "You always have an excuse," Charlotte remarked, rolling her eyes at Zhao Chen. Knowing he couldn't dwell on this topic any longer, Zhao Chen pointed at the holographic projections of the three interstellar battleships in front of Charlotte and asked, "What do you think of these three interstellar battleships?" Charlotte, being interested in the topic, scanned the three battleships before responding. The T5 Hill King-class heavy interstellar strategic escort ship and the T5 Spear of Sin-class heavy interstellar artillery ship are self-explanatory. They fill the gaps in our T5 lineup. The T for Dome Guard-class unmanned interstellar patrol ship, on the other hand, may surpass the two previous ones in terms of comprehensive value to the Axe Dragon. Hearing the mention of the T for Dome Guard, Lilith's eyes lit up as she commented, "That Dome Guard, I also think highly of it. It costs only 10 million stars per ship, and disregarding ammunition and endurance, its combat power is on par with the T for Battleship. Its designated role as a defensive guard means there's no need to consider endurance or ammunition. Combined with its low cost and short construction time, a T for Twin Star industrial base could produce at least 200 of these dome guards per month. If built by a T5 Galaxy-class industrial base, up to 200,000 could be built in a month." It was clear that Lilith was very fond of the T for Dome Guard-class unmanned interstellar patrol ship, seeing its low cost as its primary advantage. "How many of these T for Dome Guards do you think we need at the moment?" Zhao Chen inquired. Charlotte pondered while Lilith opened up the strategic map of the Axe Dragon Galactic Interstellar Group, and the two began discussing the figures projected on the map. Soon, they arrived at a number. 300,000 ships. Zhao Chen was taken aback by this number. This figure is based on the strategic locations of our territories, resource zones, stargates, and other vital areas. Of course, given our current situation, we can manufacture them in batches, starting with the minimum quantity of T for Dome Guards, say 50,000 ships, and gradually covering these gaps, Lilith explained. Charlotte added, although the combat power of the T for Dome Guard class unmanned interstellar patrol ship does not match up to a T for battleship of the same class, its low cost and lack of personnel requirements make it practical. If needed on the battlefield, it can be used to form a suicide squad with decent results. Lilith was considering resource point management, while Charlotte was focused on military aspects, even its application in battles. Zhao Chen nodded. "You can set the specifications for these interstellar battleships without having a great impact on our other main battleship production tasks." Lilith nodded and made a note of it. "How are the recovery efforts going for our various factories, industrial zones, and interstellar battleship production facilities?" Zhao Chen asked an important question. Due to the recent swarm tide, Zhao Chen had redirected the production lines of Axe Dragon and the three major empires to focus on war supplies. Now that the war was over, it was necessary to restore these industrial facilities to their regular functions. Lilith replied, "Our industrial base in the Axe Dragon star system resumed its original production tasks as soon as we gained the upper hand on the battlefield. The Northern Goose Group resumed production duties on the third day, after producing a batch of war supplies. The industrial facilities in the other three empires will also gradually resume their production tasks within 7 days." Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. After discussing work matters, everyone finished their meal. As the two women prepared to leave, Zhao Chen followed suit and casually wrapped his arm around their waists. "After this meal, I feel sleepy. Let's go back and rest. After that battle we went through, we need some good rest." Zhao Chen smiled at the two women. However, The next moment, the two women pushed away Zhao Chen's familiar touch. "No time," the two women said, walking out of the starship dining room without even a glance back, leaving Zhao Chen behind, feeling aggrieved. Over the next month, the two women continued to reject Zhao Chen's advances, signaling that their punishment towards him was not yet over. There was also another reason they didn't want to bring up. The aftermath of that night's madness had been long-lasting. They needed some time to recover. At that moment, Zhao Chen had no idea he would spend the next month in solitude. He could only watch as the two women walked away. "Well, now they've teamed up against me," Zhao Chen chuckled helplessly. Standing there, he didn't know what to do next. Almost everything was handled by his subordinates. Going back to rest. He had rested enough in the past few days. What else could he do? Go find Annie. Zhao Chen remembered his chief engineer. "Locate the starship where Chief Engineer Annie is and teleport me there," Zhao Chen muttered to himself. The knock on the door came from outside. "Who is it?" The knocking continued. "What's going on? Don't you know I'm off today? If you need something, go find Nana," and grumbled impatiently as she walked towards the door. She opened the door, and in that moment, seeing the figure outside, Anne's pupils dilated as if she had seen a fierce beast. She immediately prepared to close the door. A hand grabbed the door frame with a loud thud. Unclenched her teeth, veins bulging on her neck, eyes wide open. She even used both hands to grip the door handle. However, the door remained unmoved. After struggling for half a minute, Anne seemingly accepted her fate, released her grip, and leaned against the wall, panting. "What are you doing?" came the voice from outside. Anne took a deep breath and immediately put on a flattering smile. "Oh, it's Commander Zhao. You startled me. I thought I was sleepwalking and saw a monster. Sorry. The person outside was Commander Zhao Chen. "Why did you suddenly come?" And without notifying me, and curiously asked. Zhao Chen raised his right hand, pointing to a sticker-like pattern on his wrist. "Did you forget about the quantum teleportation on Dragon Emperor?" Anne averted her gaze, muttering something under her breath. It didn't sound like nice words. "Won't you invite me in to have a look?" Zhao Chen gazed around Anne's room. It was one of the highest-spec bedrooms in this T5 Galaxy-class interstellar large-scale industrial base, with only 3 chief engineers qualified to use it. Anne reluctantly stepped aside. Zhao Chen then took a closer look at Anne's home attire. She was wearing an orange cloak with a hamster-like texture, a simple white shirt underneath, giving off a lazy, homey vibe. With Anne's petite stature, Zhao Chen had a feeling of being charmed as he followed her into the room. Once inside, Zhao Chen also observed Anne's room. It was one of the most spacious rooms, suitable for the chief engineer's needs in this industrial base. After all, this was the Owl Dragon's largest industrial base, capable of producing anything. Zhao Chen's eyes were immediately drawn to a huge living room, or rather, a room that couldn't be described as just a living room. In the center was a 100 square meter bed, surrounded by various areas with snacks, drinks, games, books, and other entertainment facilities. Although games and books were available electronically, Anne preferred physical comic books and game cartridges. "Take a seat," Anne said as she settled on the bed. "Take a seat. Other than this 100 square meter bed of yours, is there anywhere else to sit?" Zhao Chen furrowed his brows, took a cushion, and sat on the floor directly. "Why do you have such a big room?" Zhao Chen asked in confusion. "Isn't it convenient? When I'm at home, I only need to stay in bed, and everything can be done in bed," Anne said with a smile. "What about bathing? Using the toilet?" Zhao Chen looked at Anne skeptically. Anne got up, snapped her fingers, and a crack appeared in the middle of the bed, which began moving outward, revealing a crystal room with a bathtub, toilet, and everything needed for personal care. Zhao Chen had even more black lines on his forehead. This person really didn't want to leave this bed area. Not dwelling on this issue for too long, Zhao Chen got to the point and placed the technology data of 3 interstellar warships in front of Anne. Looking at the holographic images of the 3 starships, although they were unfamiliar to her, Anne seemed accustomed to the situation, as if it had happened many times before. Anne turned to Zhao Chen. "Is this about the 3 interstellar warships again?" Zhao Chen nodded and briefly introduced the 3 ships one by one. He then said, "You will integrate these 3 interstellar warships into the current production plan." Reluctantly, Anne accepted the task. "Furthermore, I need your upcoming production plan to speed up." "We urgently need more interstellar ships," Zhao Chen stated. "It requires detailed statistical calculations before we can determine the future production plans," unreplied. "I already discussed with Nana before coming here. She has received the brief data of these 3 interstellar warships, and she said she could provide me with the production plan for the next 6 months within an hour," Zhao Chen mentioned, checking the time. "It's about time she should be arriving." As soon as Zhao Chen finished speaking, the sound of the door opening was heard. Nana hurried into the room. She glanced at Anne's room, showing a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes, but didn't say much. Her gaze then turned to Commander Zhao Chen. "Commander, I have roughly prepared the production plan you requested. As for the 3 new interstellar warships you mentioned, I only received some simple data from you, so there might be some deviations, but not significant. Tell me, how much of my requests can be fulfilled within 6 months?" Zhao Chen inquired. Nana promptly replied, "According to our current Owl Dragon's industrial situation and sufficient raw material supply. Starting from the second half of the year, our 2nd and 3rd Galaxy-class interstellar large-scale industrial bases will come into operation successively. Other interstellar industrial ships will also complete a new round of expansion tasks to increase our production capacity. However, these developments will not affect our immediate production tasks. Concerning the restoration of our All-Dragon Legion to pre-war levels, we can achieve that within a month. Then, regarding the first phase of the Owl-Dragon Legion's expansion plan, we can complete it by mid-September. As for the second phase, the expansion of the entire All-Dragon Legion fleet by 300,000 interstellar warships, that will be completed around early December. Regarding your fleet plan, we will strive to finish it before the year's end, but we cannot guarantee its completion. We apologize for the uncertainty." When Nana mentioned the last fleet plan and expressed her guilt for not being able to guarantee its completion, the sound of munching potato chips and sipping drinks at the wrong moment could be heard. Both Zhao Chen and Nana turned their gaze towards Anne. Dressed in the orange hamster-like cloak, Anne lounged on the bed, eating potato chips and drinking, and when she noticed their eyes on her, she casually said, "Go ahead and continue your conversation. Don't mind me." She then proceeded to eat the chips one by one. After discussing matters with Annie and Nana on the bridge of the Dragon Emperor, Zhao Chen returned to the bridge. "Commander, where did you just go?" Zhao Longnu saw Zhao Chen return and curiously blinked her eyes. This little girl really had no sense of being a subordinate. She was still here inquiring about the commander's affairs. However, Zhao Chen didn't mind. He sat on the captain's chair and said lightly, "I went to Annie's side to discuss the production of interstellar battleships for the second half of the year." Zhao Longnu looked surprised at the commander. "Ah, wasn't it scheduled for 3 days later to arrange a meeting with Chief Engineer Annie?" "Did I say that?" Zhao Chen acted as if he didn't know, then closed his eyes and leaned back in the captain's chair. Zhao Longnu muttered in confusion. "Could it be that I remembered wrongly?" Seeing the commander close his eyes, Zhao Longnu didn't pursue further and went to handle her own affairs. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen was now examining the latest quarterly mission that had just been refreshed, as it was already July. This quarter's mission was refreshed on time, unlike the last time it was delayed, giving himself a chaos swarm as a surprise. Quarterly mission: complete a trade transaction worth 50 trillion star coins with the Angel Clan this quarter. 50 trillion star coins in 3 months, which meant at least 16 trillion star coins per month. This quarter's mission would have been difficult if it were in the past, but now that the Stargate passage was open, there was basically no difficulty. Moreover, Zhao Chen happened to have a lot of second-hand interstellar battleships to sell to the Angel Clan. And, after experiencing the excellent performance of the Owl Dragon-class interstellar battleships on the battlefield, the 3 Angel Kings would likely relax their procurement threshold and directly purchase all Dragon-class interstellar battleships. Zhao Chen smiled slightly with his eyes closed. The Angel Clan was the fat lamb he had targeted, from which he would draw resources to rapidly develop the Owl Dragon Legion. In early August, the universe on the Dragon side returned to calm. However, in this universe, there was never a lack of war. Report: the War Angel No. 3 Fortress has fallen. An angel reported this news to the Holy Angel King, sitting on the throne. The Holy Angel King furrowed his brow slightly. So soon? Wasn't it said that it could hold out until mid-August? How come it has fallen now, 2 weeks earlier than estimated? According to the frontline battlefield intelligence we received, the Angelic Army fleet defending the War Angel No. 3 fortress, consisting of 200,000 interstellar battleships, was facing attacks from both the Demon Clan's Dark Angel Legion and the Serpent King Legion, with over 800,000 interstellar battleships. Eventually, having lost more than half and facing the stronghold of the War Angel No. 3 fortress, the Angelic King issued an order for the remaining Angelic Army fleet to retreat to the War Angel No. 2 fortress. The Angel subordinate replied. Hearing this answer, the Holy Angel King could imagine the fierce battlefield. According to the previous plan, I have already delivered the Owl Dragon to our interstellar battleships, assembling a new Legion fleet with a scale of 10,000 ships. Our officers have thoroughly mastered the combat style of these Owl Dragon-class interstellar battleships through training data. Telia recounted earnestly about what she had prepared during this time. 10,000 Owl Dragon-class interstellar battleships? Susan, standing beside her, raised an eyebrow slightly. Very well, I command you to immediately lead this new fleet and rush to the frontline battlefield to reinforce the frontline battles. The Holy Angel King immediately issued the order. Wait! Angel Susan spoke up at this moment. Although I don't understand this matter and don't have the right to intervene, I believe that sending 10,000 interstellar battleships from the Owl Dragon class to important frontline battlefields in such haste is not appropriate. And this is only 10,000 interstellar battleships. You see, there can be millions of interstellar battleships engaged in battles on the frontline now. Just the daily losses of interstellar battleships from both sides far exceed this number. It was evident that this Angel Susan did not trust the combat capabilities of the Owl Dragon-class interstellar battleships. Telia, the angel standing beside her, rebutted without hesitation, Susan, you simply do not understand the combat capabilities of the Owl Dragon-class interstellar battleships. This time, I witnessed firsthand the terrifying combat capabilities of the Owl Dragon Legion when facing the interstellar insect race. That's why I was willing to accept the Owl Dragon Lord and hand over these 10,000 interstellar battleships to me for a price of 100 billion stars. What? 100 billion stars? Upon hearing the price of procuring these 10,000 interstellar battleships, Angel Susan was taken aback. Given that the usual cost of constructing a Legion fleet of 30,000 ships did not even come close to 100 billion stars. 100 billion stars? What interstellar battleships did that Owl Dragon Lord use to deceive you with? Angel Susan said angrily. Angel Telia furrowed her brow. Facing Angel Susan's repeated reprimands, she too became somewhat angry. Susan, you are too biased. Biased? Fine, let me see what interstellar battleships your Legion fleet consists of. Angel Susan taunted. Angel Telia remained silent, raised her hand, and a data panel appeared in front of Angel Susan. It displayed the models and current quantities of the 10,000 interstellar battleships, including 136 ships of 4 T4 class interstellar battleships. Among them were the T4 Skull King class heavy interstellar armored destroyer, the T4 Paladin class heavy interstellar missile escort, the T4 Vermilion class medium interstellar cruiser, and even a T4 Hell Angel class heavy interstellar missile cruiser. The rest were T3 class interstellar battleships, T3 Emperor class heavy interstellar battleship, T3 Phoenix class heavy carrier starship, T3 Blizzard class light interstellar battleship, T3 Wolverine class heavy interstellar heavy armored destroyer, and 300 of the T3 Judge class heavy interstellar missile cruisers. As her gaze reached the bottom, Angel Susan's brow was visibly furrowed. But when she saw the last row, there were even T2 class interstellar battleships. 1,000 T2 Lion King class heavy interstellar missile carriers. Are you crazy? Among these 10,000 interstellar battleships, there are even 1,000 T2 interstellar battleships. Angel Susan questioned Angel Telia angrily. Angel Telia raised her head confidently and said, "You do not understand these interstellar battleships. You have no right to question me. The combat power of these interstellar battleships is not solely based on their class, but on their performance on the battlefield. I am willing to guarantee as an Angel Guardian that these 10,000 interstellar battleships from the Owl Dragon will definitely demonstrate their value on the battlefield." This statement was akin to a military order. Alright, I was aware of this matter beforehand. And a part of these 100 billion worth of interstellar battleships is used by the Owl Dragon Lord to compensate for the losses suffered by our Angel Legion fleet while battling with them, and the interstellar insect race, the Holy Angel King said indifferently. Hearing the words of the Angel King, Angel Susan had nothing more to say. She glanced at Angel Telia, understanding why Angel Telia had been so secretive about this matter for the past month. If this matter were known to outsiders, there would be criticism similar to hers. Telia, because of the unique nature of your fleet, I will not assign you specific combat missions. You can choose what tasks to carry out according to the needs of the battlefield. Just report to the command system and get permission. The Holy Angel King granted Angel Telia a right. Angel Telia bowed once again, saying, "Please rest assured, I will definitely bring out the value of these 10,000 all-Dragon-class interstellar battleships." With that, Angel Telia's light began to fade away. At the last moment, she cast a challenging glance at Angel Susan beside her, as if to say, "Just wait and see. I will prove the value of these 10,000 interstellar battleships." In response, Angel Susan merely snorted. In her view, these 10,000 all-Dragon-class interstellar battleships would not make a splash on the intense battlefield. It was estimated that within 10 days to 2 weeks, news of the complete annihilation of this fleet, or significant casualties, would be heard from the frontline battlefield. What a shame about the 100 billion stars, T4. Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile cruiser, Bridge Angel Telia opened her eyes, clutching her fists tightly. Although she considered herself to have a good temper, she couldn't accept Susan's successive questioning. Regardless of temperament, it was too much. "What does the Angel King say?" A deputy next to her noticed Telia's unpleasant expression and asked cautiously. "The Angel King has granted us the ability to go to the frontline battlefield for combat, and we can choose our own combat missions," Telia said solemnly. "That's great. After training for a month, we can finally take these interstellar battleships to the battlefield," the deputy exclaimed, eyes shining. Among the interstellar warriors serving in these 10,000 all-Dragon-class interstellar battleships, most had previously fought alongside the Owl Dragon Army. They had witnessed the battles of the Owl Dragon Legion firsthand, giving them a deep understanding of the combat capabilities of these interstellar battleships. During the training phase, this understanding deepened. They were very clear that these Owl Dragon-class interstellar battleships far surpassed their Angel-class interstellar battleships. "Yes, it's our turn now." Telia looked through the porthole at the 10,000 ships floating outside, with the emblem of the Holy Angel King on their hulls, and a new emblem behind that, another emblem of a dragon holding a scepter. This was the name of this Legion fleet. The Holy Dragon Angel Legion. Warrior Angel No. 1 Interstellar Fortress rear position. Damn, these demon race interstellar warships are getting more and more difficult to deal with. Commander, we must call for reinforcements. The next batch of transport fleets is about to arrive at this location, and by that time, these demon race interstellar warships are likely to cause significant losses to our transport fleet. Of course, I know this issue, but where do we get reinforcements now? The front interstellar fortress is engaged in fierce battles. They are constantly calling for reinforcements there. So where are their fleets to support us? As for support from other areas, I have already sent messages. Now we can only wait. But in any case, this logistic transport route will absolutely not be destroyed by the demon race fleet. Once this logistic transport route falls, our warrior Angel No. 1 Interstellar Fortress will not be able to hold on for long. The Angel Commander said firmly. The Angel Deputy beside him was full of worry. Previously, at least 100,000 demon interstellar warships raided this location, while they only had less than 30,000 interstellar warships sent to protect the rear of the interstellar fortress. In the past, the demon fleet, even with a threefold difference in numbers, still had a fighting chance. But the current demon race fleet was far beyond what it used to be, pressing hard on them now. With the increasing losses of interstellar warships on both sides, the situation for the Angel fleet was getting worse. Currently, the demon race fleet still had more than 60,000 interstellar warships. But on their side, the Angel fleet had less than 10,000 interstellar warships left. If they continued the battle, the result would be the complete annihilation of their Angel fleet, and the lifeline of strategic supplies and logistic support to the interstellar fortress would be cut off. Report, just received orders from above. The Sacred Dragon Angel Legion fleet has been ordered to come support us. They are expected to arrive within 30 minutes, and we must hold on until the reinforcements arrive. The Angel Deputy exclaimed while looking at the latest orders issued by the High Command. Upon hearing this news, the Legion Commander excitedly exclaimed, "Great! Finally we have reinforcements!" Suddenly, the Angel Commander sensed something amiss. He directly snatched the command from the hands of the Angel Deputy. He whispered in doubt, "Sacred Dragon Angel Legion. When did our angel race gain another Legion fleet? I have never heard of it." At this moment, the Angel Deputy also realized the peculiarity. Astonished, he murmured, "Indeed, our angel race has 20 Legion fleets, and we have never heard of such a Legion fleet." Facing this unheard-of Legion fleet, these two angel leaders were speechless, looking at each other. Inquire with the higher-ups about the information on this Sacred Dragon Angel Legion. The Angel Commander instructed, "Yes." The Angel Deputy followed the Commander's order, and soon received a reply. After reading it, he looked back at the Angel Commander somewhat bewilderedly. The upper echelons mentioned that information regarding this Sacred Dragon Angel Legion is currently classified. We just need to cooperate with the operation. No information at all? The Angel Commander furrowed his brows and murmured softly, "Is this some trump card left behind by one of the Angel Kings?" This was the only explanation that made sense now. However, the answer would soon be revealed before them. Regardless, they just needed to resolve the current crisis. Half an hour. It may seem long or short, but for these angel warriors who had almost lost hope, it was a glimmer of hope. Report: we have received a communication intervention request from a group called Sacred Dragon Angel Legion. The communication officer shouted, "Connect it!" Without hesitation, the Angel Commander agreed. Almost simultaneously, the officer responsible for the radar on the bridge exclaimed, "Report, several interstellar outposts set up at the edge of our battlefield have detected a large energy fluctuation from a group of interstellar warships heading toward our battlefield." With this, it could be assumed that this was the cavalry coming to support the Sacred Dragon Angel Legion. At this moment, a video feed also appeared. The Angel Commander saw the figure on the other side and was genuinely surprised. Among the angel race, there were many Legion fleets, and even if they belonged to the same Angel King, it was challenging to recognize all of them. But the person on the other side was unmistakable, because that was one of the 6 angel guards under the current 3 Angel Kings. Tilia, commander of the Sacred Dragon Angel Legion, Tilia, is here to support your unit by order. Angel Tilia saluted. Commander of the 7th Legion Fleet of the Power Angel Legion, Adams, is here to stop the demon race from destroying our interstellar fortress's logistic transport route. Angel Adams stood straight, his eyes gleaming. The reinforcements coming were from the Angel Guard. The interstellar ships led by the Angel Guards were undoubtedly top-notch. My unit has the right to operate freely on the battlefield, so your unit just needs to continue current operations and cooperate with us. Do you understand? Angel Tilia spoke. Understood. Angel Adams responded. Very well, my fleet will enter the combat range within 5 minutes. Share your battlefield intelligence with us first. After a brief exchange, the video communication temporarily paused. The Angel Adams excitedly said, "Great, with the Angel Guard leading the Legion fleet, there will be no problem. But I remember that Tilia, the Angel Guard, should be commanding the Power Angel Legion, right? Not this so-called Sacred Dragon Angel Legion." The Angel Deputy puzzled. Angel Adams paused for a moment. There might be some information we are unaware of. In any case, with the Angel Guard present, all we need to do is follow orders. Their respect and unconditional trust in the Angel Guard's presence reflected the position of the Angel Guards within the Angel race. Even if they were under another Angel King, the Angel Guards would command reverence from Legion commanders. However, soon, a piece of news was like a bucket of cold water poured over Angel Adams' head. Report, our battlefield radar shows that 10,000 interstellar warships are approaching the battlefield. Angel Adams paused, astonished. Just 10,000? Yes, only 10,000. Angel Adams' initial surprise gradually turned into indifference, and he said, "Are there T5-class interstellar warships among them?" No energy reactions of T5-class interstellar warships have been detected. Angel Adams furrowed his brows again. Commander, here are the visuals of the Sacred Dragon Angel Legion taken by several outposts on the front line. Please, take a look. At this moment, the Angel Deputy presented several images. Angel Adams carefully examined them. His gaze changed from perplexity to astonishment. Because among the interstellar warships in the images, not a single one was familiar to him. What kind of interstellar battleships are these? Why have I never seen them before? The Angel Commander Adams inquired with his Angel deputy as they both gazed at over 10,000 unfamiliar interstellar battleships. The deputy Angel cleared his throat and shook his head, saying, I don't recognize them either. The only familiar aspects were the fleet emblem of the Holy Angel King and the pure white paint scheme characteristic of the Angel Fleet. This revelation immediately caused Commander Adams to feel uneasy again, after initially feeling relieved. What is the deal with this Holy Dragon Angel Legion? Commander Adams had sweat beads forming on his forehead. Should we ask them? The deputy angel tentatively suggested. Commander Adams showed a hesitant expression. It didn't feel appropriate to inquire with the Angel Tilia at this moment. However, with 10,000 interstellar battleships in sight, he couldn't shake off his unease. Let's wait and see. Commander Adams restrained his inner worries as he focused on the approaching fleet on the interstellar warfare sandbox. On the demon side, they might have also noticed the Angel Fleet. They diverted 20,000 interstellar battleships from their main fleet towards the 10,000 Angel battleships that had just entered the battlefield. Facing off 10,000 Angel battleships against 20,000 demon battleships had never been a problem, but now it was uncertain. Moreover, these 10,000 Angel battleships were all of unknown origin. No one knew what would happen next. Just as everyone started to worry, the ship's radar displayed an alert. Report: the radar detected the Holy Dragon Angel Legion launching a large number of interstellar missiles. The radar officer shouted. Commander Adams stared at the interstellar warfare sandbox, where tiny dots were rapidly moving towards the 20,000 demon battleships. So many interstellar missiles? Commander Adams furrowed his brow. Can we calculate how many interstellar missiles were launched? After some calculations, the radar officer replied, we can only estimate approximately based on detected energy wave reactions. It's expected to be around 500,000 interstellar missiles. 500,000 interstellar missiles. When Commander Adams heard this number, he was taken aback. Furthermore, according to the energy reaction detected, these were only T-grade interstellar missiles. But based on the explosion energies we detected, these interstellar missiles are at T2 level, the radar officer added. Just T-grade interstellar missiles? Commander Adams furrowed his brow again. Everyone knew that the active interstellar battleships of the Angel and Demon races were at T3 grade or higher. Now using T-grade interstellar missiles for combat wouldn't be effective. A range of few interstellar reconnaissance aircraft. I want to see real-time footage from the battlefield. Commander Adams ordered excitedly. The deputy angel immediately took action, and soon, 10 interstellar reconnaissance aircraft were dispatched. As the battlefield wasn't far away, the live footage was quickly transmitted. They could see some smoke and the destroyed demon battleships after the explosions, but the number of affected ships was minimal, roughly just about 1 or 2,000 that were threatened. This level of attack doesn't seem to have much impact. Commander Adams' initial thoughts aligned with the current situation. After all, there was a significant difference in using T-grade interstellar missiles against T3 and T-grade interstellar battleships. Meanwhile, the demon battleships that had faced the first wave of attacks continued their assault, closing in on their engagement range. Report: we've detected another wave of interstellar missiles launched by the Holy Dragon Angel Legion. The radar officer reported again. This time, Commander Adams could directly see the launched interstellar missiles from the transmitted images. The number of missiles this time was significantly higher than before. Yet, Commander Adams shook his head. What can these T-grade interstellar missiles achieve with a higher quantity? They can only scratch the surface of these demon battleships. What is happening with this Holy Dragon Angel Legion? Equipping 10,000 interstellar battleships with these peculiar ships. Immediately he contacted the higher-ups, requesting additional reinforcements. At this point, Commander Adams had lost all hope in the Holy Dragon Angel Legion. Just as the Deputy Angel was preparing to ask for aid again, an astonishing scene appeared in the transmitted images. Explosions covered a vast area of demon battleships, and the destructive effect didn't seem like T-grade interstellar missiles at all. Commander Adams was stunned, witnessing a T-for-demon Hunter-class medium interstellar battleship turned into debris under this round of missile attacks. Commander, the explosive intensity of this round of interstellar missiles is not T2 level. It's T3 grade interstellar missiles. And the number isn't less than 1 million. The voice of the radar officer resonated. With the revelation of T3-grade interstellar missiles, it was understandable why the effects were significant. Commander Adams watched in excitement as these demon battleships were destroyed. Scan and report how many demon battleships got destroyed after this round of missile attacks. Commander Adams eagerly said. What about calling for reinforcements? The deputy attempted to ask, but he received a sharp response from Commander Adams. Meanwhile, the casualties caused by the firepower of this round of interstellar missile attacks were soon summarized. Nearly 10,000 T3-grade demon battleships and almost 1,000 T4-grade demon battleships were destroyed. This essentially annihilated half of the 20,000 demon fleet that was supposed to intercept the Holy Dragon Angel Legion. What's more, these demon fleets hadn't even fired a shot at the enemy yet. Report, the demon fleet engaging us directly has undergone a new change. 10,000 demon battleships remain in combat with us, while the remaining 40,000 have moved to support the flanks and engage the Holy Dragon Angel Legion. The Deputy Angel reported. A solemn expression crossed Commander Adams as he looked towards the Holy Dragon Angel Legion. The enemy had sensed the threat posed by this fleet and was preparing to eliminate these uninvited guests first. Contact Commander Tilia. Shall we offer our assistance? Commander Tilia has replied to continue with the current operations, the Deputy Angel reported. Commander Adams looked surprised at the screen showing the battlefield. Facing nearly 45,000 demon battleships, the Holy Dragon Angel Legion actually intended to confront this massive threat with only 10,000 starships. T4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile ship, Commander Tilia sat in the captain's chair, listening to the reports from her subordinates as she observed the over 40,000 demon interstellar battleships nearing on the interstellar warfare sandbox. Get the Hell Angel ready for a saturation firepower strike. This time, we can get a little closer before firing, Tilia commanded. T4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile cruiser is currently the most advanced interstellar missile cruiser in the Owl Dragon Legion. In theory, the Owl Dragon Legion would not sell it to outsiders until they possess a more advanced interstellar missile cruiser. However, due to the previous insect horde crisis, Zhao Chen reluctantly agreed to provide this T4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile cruiser to the Angel tribe. This is currently the only one in place. Having witnessed the might of this Owl Dragon series interstellar missile on the battlefield, Angel Tilia directly made it her flagship and seat ship. At this moment, this T4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile cruiser brought by her from the Owl Dragon Legion will finally display its majesty here. Commander, please authorize the weapon launch. The deputy officer looked at Commander Tilia Angel, excitement evident in her eyes as well. At this moment, authorization requests appeared in front of Tilia. It included all types of interstellar missiles for this T4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile cruiser. 300,000 Hell Angel Type 1 conventional interstellar missiles. 50,000 Hell Angel Type 2 medium-range heavy interstellar missiles. 20,000 Hell Angel Type 3 super long-range medium interstellar missiles. 5,000 Hell Angel Type 4 medium long-range cluster munition missiles. 1,000 Hell Angel Type 5 super long-range dark matter high explosive interstellar missiles. 100 Hell Angel Type 6 special antimatter interstellar missiles resembling black holes. Approximately 400,000 interstellar missiles. Tilia raised her finger and lightly tapped the authorization requests, unlocking these interstellar missiles and granting launch authorization. At this moment, one by one missile launch devices were activated. On the starship's fire control system, red rings could be seen, each representing a targeted interstellar missile. Meanwhile, on the electronic screen beside Tilia, the red missile launch devices turned green, indicating they were in standby launch status. Report, the enemy's interstellar warships have entered firing range and are engaging our fleet, the bridge officer reported. Although the enemy fleet fired first, not all Demon Tribe interstellar warships had entered the firing line. Therefore, the pressure on the Sacred Dragon Angel Legion was not too significant. With the combined defense systems of T3 Triangular Dragon-class Interstellar Heavy Assault Escort and T4 Holy Knight-class Heavy Interstellar Missile Escort, intercepting the enemy's attacks was still manageable. After a few minutes, as the targets approached the attack range as anticipated by Tilia, she slowly raised her right hand to her chest and then made a sweeping motion forward, conduct saturation firepower strikes on the designated area. Fire! Yes! Interstellar missiles with trails of flames rushed out of the missile launchers, resembling a meteor shower. The entire launch process of these interstellar missiles alone lasted for 10 minutes. For the full 10 minutes, all the interstellar missiles on this interstellar missile cruiser were launched empty. Tilia felt her chest heaving up and down, her breath becoming slightly rapid at this moment. Although she had only given a command, it felt as if she had experienced a battle firsthand. Her eyes still held a hint of fanaticism and excitement. If Zhao Chen saw this look, he would surely be surprised and say, "It's just like the ferocious expression of the Wolf Girl Snow." "Commander, all our interstellar missiles have been launched." The voice of the deputy officer next to her brought Tilia back to reality. Tilia didn't have time to check the results of this firepower strike. She immediately said, "Arrange for interstellar supply ships to resupply interstellar missiles to the interstellar missile cruiser." Yes. The deputy officer promptly arranged for personnel. At this moment, the deputy officer remembered something and nervously looked at Commander Tilia. "Commander, in that last round ... we just used up interstellar missiles worth 3 trillion stars." Upon hearing this, Tilia frowned slightly, feeling a pang in her heart. Although Lord Zhao Chen had granted them the permission to sell this T4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile cruiser, the unit price was still as high as 40 trillion stars, and the full set of accompanying interstellar missiles had a purchase price of 3 trillion stars. This purchase price was already discounted, but for each T4 Hell Angel sold, 10 sets of these discounted prices were provided. The non-discounted purchase price was 50 trillion stars. This time, Tilia only purchased 10 sets of interstellar missiles, leaving her with only 9 sets now. It was indeed a bit painful. However, the effects of this pain were real. Soon, the results of this round of interstellar missile strikes were revealed. In just this 10-minute firepower strike, over 2,000 T4 class interstellar warships and 20,000 Demon Tribe interstellar warships were directly wiped out. Half of the originally reinforcing 40,000 Demon Tribe interstellar warships were eliminated. A fruitful victory. These owl dragon guys, they are effective but truly burn through funds. Tilia laughed helplessly, but this was not her concern. As long as she could demonstrate the battlefield value of these Owl Dragon series interstellar warships, the 3 Angel Kings would consider these matters. As for the pride she previously held in only using Angel series interstellar warships, that might have already disappeared when the Demon Tribe threatened the War Angel's star domain. This, Commander Adam on the other side of the battlefield was stunned, jumping in shock. "Oh my God!" The deputy officers next to him covered their mouths in astonishment. What just happened?" Commander Adam swallowed hard and asked his deputy officer in a trembling voice. That ship should be a T4 class interstellar missile cruiser, right?" The deputy officer whispered first and then self-questioned, "But a T4 class interstellar missile cruiser exhibiting this kind of power, killing tens of thousands of enemy warships in just over 10 minutes. It's too unbelievable." Commander Adam, finally calming his emotions, immediately asked his deputy officer, "Was the battlefield footage just recorded?" "It should have been recorded. Immediately send that video data to Lord War Angel. This is very important for us." After giving this command, Commander Adam stared intently at the T4 class interstellar missile cruiser in the footage, as if he wanted to imprint every corner of that interstellar warship in his mind. That fiery gaze was even hotter than the one he had on his first night with his honeymooning lover. Reporting to Angel King, Lord of the Archangels, the first mission of the Holy Dragon Angel Legion has been completed. They have now returned to Starport in the rear for resupply and maintenance, and are preparing for the next mission. A respectful angel officer stood in the hall. In front of her stood the King of the Holy Angels and the Angel Guardian Susan, with a holographic representation of the entire interstellar battlefield displayed before them, indicating the two were discussing the recent battle. What were the results? Angel Susan couldn't help but ask. The operation of the Holy Dragon Angel Legion during this battle lasted 3 hours from entering to evacuating the battlefield. They managed to destroy over 50,000 demonic interstellar warships. They cooperated with the 7th Army Fleet of the Power Angel Legion to complete the mission. When the Holy Dragon Angel Legion withdrew from the battlefield, there were still fewer than 5,000 remaining demonic ships, but a reinforcement fleet of 10,000 ships arrived. Therefore, the Holy Dragon Angel Legion requested to withdraw from the battlefield, which was approved, and they returned to Starport for rest and recovery, the Angel officer reported. What? Destroyed over 50,000 interstellar warships? Angel Susan was stunned. She recalled that the Holy Dragon Angel Legion only had 10,000 interstellar warships. How did Tilia manage to eliminate 50,000 warships with just 10,000? Has the battlefield report been confirmed? The King of the Holy Angels calmly inquired. It has been confirmed multiple times. Before coming here, I also communicated with the counterpart from the Power Angel Legion's 7th Army Fleet, who received a battlefield report. The details are consistent, the Angel officer responded. How is that possible? What about the losses suffered by the Holy Dragon Angel Legion? Angel Susan questioned. During the battle, the Holy Dragon Angel Legion directly lost 635 interstellar warships and severely damaged 337 interstellar warships, the Angel officer stated. How is that possible? Achieving the destruction of 50,000 enemy warships with less than 1,000 of their own. Angel Susan looked incredulous. If not for the Angel King's presence, she might have directly questioned the veracity of the news. Is there a detailed battlefield report? The King of the Holy Angels inquired calmly. Yes, it includes some battlefield footage and personal testimonies provided by the commander of the 7th Army Fleet of the Power Angel Legion. The Angel officer presented the information to the two. Among them were several rounds of interstellar missile launches, ranging from T2 to T for interstellar missile carriers. So, these are the Dragon Owl Legion's interstellar missiles. I've heard before that the Dragon Owl Legion is skilled in utilizing interstellar missile carriers, with a high proportion of these ships in their fleet, the King of the Holy Angels said lightly. Angel Susan's expression turned complex. However, the officer who had just reported earlier said, with an even more complicated expression, there is also a report from Commander Tilia regarding the battlefield expenditure. In this battle, the Holy Dragon Angel Legion spent nearly 800 billion interstellar credits, not including the costs of lost interstellar warships and maintenance. How much did you say? Angel Susan's voice rose sharply at that moment. Her echoing voice could be heard throughout the hall. 800 billion interstellar credits. The Angel officer repeated. Her warships are made of Holy Angel Diamond Shine, an extremely expensive special material. 10,000 warships consumed 800 billion credits in 5 hours. Even a full fleet of 30,000 warships wouldn't have spent that much in a month of battle. Angel Susan's forehead gathered numerous creases, as if she had touched a nerve. This was because, under the King of the Holy Angels, she also had a role in managing the financial affairs under her control. She was well aware of the available resources and the vast amount spent in just 5 hours by Tilia's forces. Commander Tilia's explanation is that the expenditure primarily covered the purchase of these interstellar missiles. Furthermore, Commander Tilia made a request for more funding to acquire additional orders for interstellar missiles from the Dragon Owl Legion, the officer said. Angel Susan gritted her teeth. Spending 800 billion and asking for more. Inform Tilia that we are aware of this matter but require further discussions. Let her continue her operations as she wishes, without our intervention, the King of the Holy Angels said calmly. Yes, Susan, make arrangements to closely monitor the upcoming battles of the Holy Dragon Angel Legion and provide me with the latest and detailed battlefield reports. Also, conduct a detailed analysis of those Dragon Owl series interstellar warships, ideally bringing one of each type to our Starship research facility. Particularly focus on those interstellar missile carriers and their missiles. It would be best to be able to independently construct interstellar missiles that can be launched from these carriers in the shortest possible time, the King of the Holy Angels instructed. Angel Susan nodded eagerly. She wanted to see for herself what secrets the Dragon Owl series interstellar warships held. Over the next 20 days, the Holy Dragon Angel Legion achieved 7 victories in 7 engagements. With a fleet composition of less than 10,000 interstellar warships, they managed to eliminate over 300,000 interstellar warships in total. They even captured 2 T-5 Terrorblade-class medium interstellar battlecruisers. This made the T-4 Hell Angel-class heavy interstellar missile carrier a star on the forefront of the Angel Clan's battlefield. Almost every front line was aware of the Holy Dragon Angel Legion, acting like a fire brigade. However, no matter how powerful a fleet may be, without supplies, they face the risk of exhaustion. The continuous fighting over these 20 days saw the primary type of warship, the interstellar missile carrier, almost depleted of interstellar missiles. Currently, out of the original 10,000 interstellar warships, less than 5,000 remained combat-ready. There were no additional warships available to replace the losses. Even if the Angels wanted to supplement, they didn't have any DRIZZLE series warships available. To address this, Commander Tilia sought approval multiple times from the King of the Holy Angels to allow the Holy Dragon Angel Legion to make a large-scale purchase of DRIZZLE series interstellar warships from the Dragon Owl Legion. This matter quickly caught the attention of the other two Angel Kings. It couldn't be ignored. After all, the remarkable performance of the Holy Dragon Angel Legion on the front lines prompted the War Angel King to approach the King of the Holy Angels several times. Meanwhile, as Commander Tilia anxiously awaited, a small meeting was in progress. "So, the decision is made then," the King of the Holy Angels said, looking towards the two Angel Kings across from him, who nodded in agreement. Zhao Chen walked down the shuttle and looked at Mount Zion for the third time. This time, Zhao Chen came to the side of the Angel Clan very conveniently through the Starship Stargate route. "Please." A familiar face led Zhao Chen. "If I remember correctly, you are also an angel guard like Tilia?" Zhao Chen looked at the female angel in front of him, with whom he had a few encounters before. "Yes," Angel Susan replied, while also sizing up Zhao Chen. During this time, detailed analyses of the battle scenes of the Holy Dragon Angel Legion and their outstanding battlefield performances were accompanied by them. The outstanding combat capabilities of the Owl Dragon series interstellar warships further manifested in front of them. It had to be admitted that the combat capabilities of these interstellar warships of the Owl Dragon series were truly strong. The interstellar missile ship was also quite good, but it was just too costly. "How is Tilia doing recently?" Zhao Chen asked as they walked up Mount Zion. Currently, Tilia's Holy Dragon Angel Legion has just completed a combat mission and is resting in a starport, waiting for the next stage of the mission, Angel Susan replied. "How is the situation on the front lines?" Zhao Chen asked. "Recently, it has been fairly good in the past half-month, suppressing the attacks of the Demon Clan to a certain extent," Angel Susan said, but there was no confidence in her tone. Soon, Zhao Chen reached Mount Zion. Surprisingly, this time the Holy Angel King was not waiting for him in the hall, but was standing on the steps, smiling and waiting for him. As Zhao Chen walked up the last step, the Holy Angel King slightly bowed to Zhao Chen. "Lord All Dragon, we meet again." Zhao Chen replied with a military salute. "Long time no see. I wonder how the Holy Angel King is doing recently." Upon hearing Zhao Chen's casual question, the Holy Angel King was taken aback, then smiled and said, "I'm doing okay. But the War Angel King situation is probably not good. Follow me inside." The Holy Angel King walked ahead, with Zhao Chen following behind. The two entered the temple. Just as they entered the temple, they saw the familiar conference table placed in the middle of the hall, with the two Angel Kings standing in front of it. "Lord All Dragon." This time, the War Angel King took the initiative to greet Zhao Chen. The Judgment Angel King beside him did not speak, but also saluted Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen returned the greetings and said hello. "Please have a seat." The Holy Angel King pointed to the 4 chairs next to the conference table. The 3 Angel Kings and Zhao Chen sat down at the same time, while Angel Susan stood behind the Holy Angel King. The sound of the temple door closing behind Zhao Chen was heard. "Since Lord All Dragon is invited here, let's get straight to the point and discuss the purpose of your invitation." The Holy Angel King took the lead. "Please go ahead." Zhao Chen knew the other party's intention very well, but still went through the motions verbally. "Previously, as compensation for the assistance of our Galaxy Interstellar Consortium in your campaign against the Interstellar Insect Clan, we were provided with a batch of All Dragon series interstellar warships." After saying this, the Holy Angel King glanced at Zhao Chen's unchanged expression. She paused for a moment and continued, "I considered that these Owl Dragon series interstellar warships and our current Angel series interstellar warships belong to 2 different factions. So I allocated Tilia to organize a team, the Holy Dragon Angel Legion, based on your Owl Dragon Legion's combat methods. This Holy Dragon Angel Legion has performed very well on the battlefield. Now, the Demon Clan has launched their largest attack on us, and many of our interstellar warships have suffered irreparable damage. So we wanted to ask Lord All Dragon, can we, on a large scale, purchase these Owl Dragon series interstellar warships? After hearing these words, Zhao Chen felt the gaze of the three angel kings on him. He pretended to be surprised and said, "Of course, no problem. As I have said before, it is best for you to directly purchase the finished Owl Dragon series interstellar warships from us. Our Owl Dragon series interstellar warships are definitely the best choice." Hearing Zhao Chen's words, the War Angel King quietly spoke, "Actually, this time we asked you to come over to discuss mass purchase, delivery time, and the matter of delivering the order." The main show had arrived. Zhao Chen smiled and looked at the War Angel King. "Please explain in detail." The War Angel King raised his hand, and an electronic panel appeared with a list of all Dragon series interstellar warships and their prices at the end. These were the quotation sheets Zhao Chen provided when Tilia allocated those 10,000 All Dragon series interstellar warships. T for Hell Angel class heavy interstellar missile ship unit purchase price, 40 trillion credits. Note: each ship comes with a discount purchase price of 300 million credits for 10 batches of matching interstellar missiles, and subsequent purchases return to the original price of 500 million credits per batch. T for Skeleton King class heavy interstellar armored destroyer, unit purchase price, 80 billion credits. T for Vermilion Phoenix class medium interstellar cruiser, unit purchase price, 120 billion credits. T for Holy Knight class heavy interstellar missile escort ship unit purchase price, 40 billion credits. T3 Judgment class heavy interstellar missile ship unit purchase price, 5 billion credits. Note: purchase price for a batch of matching interstellar missiles, 1 billion credits. T3 Emperor class heavy interstellar battleship unit purchase price, 4 billion credits. T3 Phoenix class heavy carrier starship unit purchase price, 3 billion credits. T3 Blizzard class light interstellar battle cruiser unit purchase price, 600 million credits. T3 Wolverine class heavy interstellar armored destroyer unit purchase price, 200 million credits. T3 Triangular Dragon class interstellar heavy assault escort ship unit purchase price, 80 million credits. This quotation sheet was actually handed over to the War Angel King by the Holy Angel King. This was because the War Angel King had shown great interest in those Owl Dragon series interstellar warships. But it must be said that when the War Angel King saw the prices of these interstellar warships, he was truly taken aback. The prices of these interstellar warships of the same level were significantly higher than the purchase of their own Angel series interstellar warships. Especially in terms of the purchase of interstellar missiles for the interstellar missile ships, this was an extremely terrifying consumption. For example, the value of a full round of saturation firepower by the T4 Hell Angel class heavy interstellar missile ship was 300 billion credits, equivalent to the price of 500 T3 Blizzard ships. But no one could deny the terrifying battlefield suppression power of the T for Hell Angel. These are the price quotes I provided to Tilia for the batch of all Dragon Starfleet interstellar battleships. However, considering the help the Angel Fleet has provided us during this insect crisis, we have given a significant discount on the total price of these 10,000 interstellar battleships, said Zhao Chen. That's what Tilia also mentioned to us. We are very interested in these Owl Dragon Starfleet interstellar battleships. But regarding the price, the King of the Holy Angels paused and continued, if the price can be more favorable, we're willing to purchase more Owl Dragon Starfleet interstellar battleships, especially regarding the price of the interstellar missiles. Finally, they reached the core issue of this negotiation. Zhao Chen had anticipated that they invited him this time probably to negotiate. Zhao Chen calmly replied, actually, this price is already quite reasonable. You should know that the development of these interstellar battleships by Owl Dragon has incurred significant costs, especially the interstellar missiles. We are aware of that, nodded the King of the Holy Angels, feeling helpless when mentioning the interstellar missiles. She had previously assigned the Angel Susan to research these interstellar missiles to see if they could construct them themselves. Later, they did manage to produce some interstellar missiles, but the effectiveness was far inferior to the Owl Dragon series of interstellar missiles, with an extremely high failure rate. There were even a few instances where it almost threatened the interstellar missile ships themselves. You should know that the interstellar missile ships themselves were equipped with a large number of interstellar missiles, making them essentially mobile powder kegs. And now, when these powder kegs themselves have the risk of exploding, who could accept that? Helplessly, they had to continue choosing to purchase all Dragon series interstellar missiles. But currently, We are in continuous fierce battles with the Demon Fleet, requiring a substantial replenishment of interstellar missiles. And this price is indeed quite expensive. We hope that the Lord of all Dragons can offer us some discounts, said the King of the Holy Angels. The War Angel King also spoke up. Lord of all Dragons, if you could assist us, you would be the most esteemed friend of our angel race. Fancy words on the surface, who wouldn't say them? But what truly mattered was what was in their hands. However, they couldn't just keep taking advantage. After all, the Demon Tribe was also their enemy, and face had to be given where due. Besides, even after the discounts on these interstellar battleships and interstellar missiles, they still had significant profit margins. Well, how about this? For the sake of our friendship, let it be according to the previous configuration I provided to Tilia for the Owl Dragon fleets. The purchase price for each batch of 10,000 interstellar battleships is 1 trillion stars. As for the interstellar missiles, the purchase price for the T3 Adjudicator class heavy interstellar missile ships interstellar missiles is already quite low, while I can keep the purchase price for the interstellar missiles of the T4 Hell Angel class heavy interstellar missile ship at 300 billion stars per batch. This is the most significant discount I can offer, Zhao Chen also earnestly stated. Afterwards, they had several rounds of negotiations. Finally, the meeting concluded with Zhao Chen agreeing to include additional interstellar missiles with each interstellar missile ship. Presently, they agreed to sign a military procurement order worth 1 quadrillion stars, with each batch priced at 100 trillion stars. Payment upon delivery, on-site settlement. When can these military procurement orders be delivered? Lord of all Dragons. The War Angel King could tell there was urgency in the current situation. Zhao Chen showed a thoughtful expression, then said, as for the interstellar battleships, we can deliver a batch in 10 days to half a month. As for the interstellar missiles, our maximum supply capacity is 50 trillion stars per week on average, so we can supply at least 200 trillion stars worth per month. With 10 days for 10,000 ships and a month for 30,000 All Dragon series interstellar battleships. It might seem small compared to the millions of interstellar battleships currently on the battlefield, yet these Owl Dragon series interstellar battleships could play a crucial role. Well then, we entrust you with this, Lord of Dragons. The War Angel King sincerely said. Zhao Chen nodded, also adding, here, I would like to emphasize a point. Payment upon delivery, and the payment must be made using the specified raw materials as agreed. Rest assured about that, we will abide by the agreement, assured the King of the Holy Angels. Great, then there is nothing else. I will take my leave now and quickly arrange for the relevant production matters to ensure these military procurement orders can be delivered as soon as possible. Zhao Chen stood up to bid farewell. Seeing Zhao Chen make his statement, the 3 Angel Kings did not detain him. This time, the 3 Angel Kings accompanied Zhao Chen to the gate of the temple. Since the 2 Angel Kings were just holographic projections, they could only see him off to the entrance of the temple. The King of the Holy Angels then descended the temple mountain, escorting Zhao Chen to the shuttle and watching it depart. This military procurement order starts at 1 quadrillion stars, not to mention the extensive purchase of interstellar missiles. Angel Susan frowned slightly. Although the angel race was wealthy and powerful, this 1 quadrillion stars were equivalent to the quarterly output at the peak of their prosperity. However, in recent times, due to the increased strength of the Demon Tribe and their massive invasions, it directly affected the productivity within the Angel territory. They were currently operating at a monthly deficit. The military budget had exceeded 50% of the monthly output. It could be said that they were now relying extensively on their reserves. For the future of our angel race, it is an unavoidable situation. We can only hope that this war will end quickly, softly said the King of the Holy Angels. Upon Zhao Chen's return to his flagship, his secretary Lilith eagerly initiated a video call from the Owl Dragon star system. How did the talks go? Lilith asked with excitement in her eyes. Zhao Chen sat on the captain's chair, raised his feet, and rested them on the chair's armrest. Everything went smoothly. We signed the order according to the agreed price. A military procurement order worth 1 quadrillion, with each batch consisting of 10,000 interstellar battleships valued at 100 trillion stars. Additionally, we have permission for the purchase of interstellar missiles, with a maximum supply of 50 trillion stars worth of interstellar missiles for them each week. Based on their current situation on the battlefield, it is estimated that their weekly quota will be used up. This way, Over a month, we can complete at least 400 trillion stars worth of military procurement orders, Zhao Chen said with a grin. Although Lilith had expected this, she couldn't contain her excitement. Fantastic! The construction cost for this batch of 10,000 interstellar battleships is only 200 billion stars. Selling these on, that's 100 trillion stars. Not to mention the interstellar missiles. Even if they decrease the price, there is still a significant profit margin, and the production difficulty is not high. We can easily delegate production to the intermediate and lower industrial bases. Lilith's eyes were gleaming with excitement. At that moment, she already envisioned a continuous influx of wealth moving from the angel race to the owl-dragon base. Zhao Chen also smiled as he thought about it. With this, the angel race would be providing him with nearly 900 trillion stars in wealth each month. This would allow Zhao Chen to expand his Owl-Dragon Star Systems fleet and industrial base expansion plans without any worries. Thank you, dear angels. On the first day of September, fleets of interstellar battleships sailed to the largest military starport under the governance of the Saint Angel King. Zhao Chen sat on the sofa, looking out through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows at the constant stream of interstellar battleships outside the military port. Considering the current situation of the Angel Clan, this time I have directly sent to batches of military procurement orders 20,000 Savage Dragon-class interstellar battleships. In addition, there are interstellar missiles worth 200 trillion star coins, which will definitely satisfy your needs for interstellar missile carriers. Zhao Chen chuckled as he looked at the Saint Angel King sitting next to him. Then let me first thank Lord Savage Dragon on behalf of the Angel Clan. The Saint Angel King nodded slightly. So according to the agreement, Zhao Chen smiled mischievously at the Saint Angel King. Two batches amount to 200 trillion star coins, plus the value of 200 trillion star coins in interstellar missiles, totaling 400 trillion star coins, right? The Saint Angel King asked. Correct. Currently, this military port has already prepared 200 trillion star coins in payment, and another 100 trillion star coins will be delivered here within 3 hours. The remaining 100 trillion star coins will be delivered within 24 hours, said the Saint Angel King. Zhao Chen waved his hand with a smile. No rush, no rush. We are allies. Why would I be in a hurry for the payment? Susan, the angel standing behind, rolled her eyes. She discovered that Lord Savage Dragon had a peculiar trait. Sometimes he did not seem like a leader, but more like a playful merchant. However, at times, the aura inadvertently emitted by him made one feel as if they were standing next to an abyss. Your lordship, I am actually quite interested in your T5 class interstellar battleships, the Saint Angel King suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen repeatedly waved his hand, saying, No, that's not possible. T5 class interstellar battleships, let alone us, are considered non-negotiable even for your Angel Clan. I really can't bring those out. The price is negotiable, the Saint Angel King interjected. At this moment, Zhao Chen appeared hesitant. This really puts me in a difficult position. I don't have many T5 interstellar battleships in my possession. The Saint Angel King interrupted. You can set the price as you wish. It's not about price. Currently, no one has ever sold a T5 class interstellar battleship on the market, right? Zhao Chen kept shaking his head. The T5 Dark King of the Savage Dragon series. The Dark King is difficult to build. Even for us Savage Dragons, it's hard to construct a second one. What about the Dragon Emperor class? Same situation. What about the Fire Phoenix Heavy Carrier Starship? I really can't sell them. Please don't make it difficult for me. How about the Holy Redeemer Heavy Interstellar Armored Artillery Battlecruiser? You see, even within our Savage Dragon Legion, the active Holy Redeemers are only a handful. I don't even have enough for myself. What about the Lightning Ghost Heavy Assault Interstellar Cruiser and the Chaos Knight Heavy Armored Assault Interstellar Destroyer? At this point, Zhao Chen remained silent, but instead picked up a beverage nearby, sipping it absent-mindedly. One Chaos Knight and one Lightning Ghost. We are willing to offer 500 trillion star coins. The Saint Angel King made a direct offer. It must be said, the price of high-ranking interstellar battleships was truly terrifying. Just to T5 interstellar battleships alone exceeded the total price of the 20,000 interstellar battleships and that batch of interstellar missiles before them. This drink is quite good. Zhao Chen smacked his lips, examining the beverage in his hand carefully. Susan, from now on, arrange for 1 interstellar transport ship per week to supply 1 ton of this drink to the Savage Dragon Galactic Interstellar Group. 700 trillion star coins. Zhao Chen picked up a snack nearby, put it in his mouth, and immediately gave a thumbs up. This snack tastes great. Susan, add this snack as well. 800 trillion star coins. Zhao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as his hand rested on the table, tapping it lightly twice. Then, with a very distressed expression, he said, "You are really putting me in a tight spot. How can I just sell these T5 interstellar battleships like that?" This time, the Saint Angel King fell silent for a few seconds. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen continued to casually eat snacks and drink, occasionally commenting, seeming like someone enjoying life. 1 trillion star coins. Zhao Chen gradually widened his eyes, exclaiming, "To be honest, if it were anyone else, I really wouldn't sell these to T5 interstellar battleships. This is not about the price, it's a matter of principle. But considering the alliance between us and my good relationship with Tilia, we fought side by side before. I heard she mention that you privately call her sister. If I am friends with her, like siblings, and you are her sister, then you are like my sister. If my sister asks, how can I refuse? Let's go with what my sister suggested. Oh, just this once. Really this once." After saying this, Zhao Chen looked helpless, picking up the cup beside him and finishing the drink. Tilting his head, he looked conflicted. "Chaos Knight, Lightning Ghost, I didn't intend to sell you. It's really the price set by Angel Sister. I just can't refuse it." Watching this scene unfold, Angel Susan almost gagged. This guy, not acting, is such a waste of his face. He even called their Saint Angel King Angel Sister. If it weren't for the current relationship between them, she would have to use his body for swordplay and play chess on him. The Saint Angel King didn't pay much attention to all this. Getting to T5 class interstellar battleships, she was satisfied. Currently, the Angel Clan had a limited number of active T5 class interstellar battleships. Due to the losses on the battlefield, the number of T5 interstellar battleships still combat-ready did not exceed 100. Even though they were ramping up production now, they still couldn't meet the demand for the time being. Being able to procure T5 interstellar battleships from the Savage Dragons was the best option. With this first time, there will be a second and a third. As for this substantial military procurement fund, the Angel Clan's wealth was still vast. With over 1,000 years of accumulated wealth reserves, purchasing a few T5 interstellar battleships would not dent their finances. On the other hand, Zhao Chen tried to manage his expression, but eventually struggled to contain himself. He had to temporarily bid farewell to the Saint Angel King and return to his Dragon Emperor ship. The moment he boarded the Dragon Emperor ship, Zhao Chen excitedly waved his fists. To T5 interstellar battleships, earning 1 trillion star coins. Although the T5 interstellar battleships are currently quite numerous in the Sky Dragon Legion's hands, at least the construction of these 2 models has begun on a large scale. The main point is that the cost of these 2 interstellar battleships is not high. The combined cost is only 500 billion star coins. In this way, Zhao Chen can once again secure a large military procurement order from the Angel Clan. And the profits earned naturally will be fully invested into the construction of the Sky Dragon Galaxy Interstellar Group during this period. During this period, due to the sufficient supply of raw materials, Liliacia is also very generous in the construction plans. In this way, the funds for building that fleet are secured. Zhao Chen returned to the bridge, threw himself into the captain's chair, his face overflowing with an excited smile. "Commander, why are you so happy?" The little dragon girl looked at the commander in surprise. Zhao Chen chuckled, "I've just signed another 100 trillion military procurement order with the Angel King. TSK. Truly the Angel Clan, whose annual output value can reach 3 trillion star coins. Indeed they are wealthy and generous. It seems that with this cash cow, we can continue to make a profit for a while longer. 100 trillion star coins. That could be used to build many interstellar battleships." The little dragon girl doesn't have a big concept of wealth, but she knows that this money could be used to build many interstellar battleships. "This money is for building my super fleet," Zhao Chen said and opened a document he had prepared. It was very simple. It was a series of interstellar battleships, totaling around 300 ships. But if one takes a look at these interstellar battleships, one would find that they are all T5 class interstellar battleships. Yes, this was Zhao Chen's previous idea. After the Sky Dragon Legion completes its two-phase expansion and owns 300,000 interstellar battleships, Zhao Chen is prepared to forge a sword. A superfleet composed of 300 full T5 interstellar battleships. This idea was mentioned by Zhao Chen to Lilia Xia before. However, it was directly blocked by Lilia Xia with one sentence. No money. The cost of T5 interstellar battleships is very expensive. The cheapest T5 Hill King class heavy interstellar strategic escort ship costs 4 billion star coins per ship, while ships like the most expensive T5 Fire Killin and Holy Redeemer require 4 trillion star coins each. And the superfleet Zhao Chen wants to build, according to the current plan, will require at least 120 trillion star coins. According to the original plan, after completing other production and construction tasks this year, it might be possible to start construction by the end of the year, depending on the situation. Therefore, Zhao Chen chose to sell the 2 T5 interstellar battleships to the Angel King for 100 trillion star coins in exchange for a military procurement order. With this order, he can support the Sky Dragon Legion and put the construction plan of this superfleet on the agenda. Hehe. Thinking about all this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile. Later, after spending 3 days, he successfully completed this military procurement order. Zhao Chen, with the completed 40 trillion star coins of raw material payment and the deposit for that superorder, 10 trillion star coins, set off with the interstellar transport fleet back to Sky Dragon. The 20,000 Sky Dragon series interstellar battleships were trained and handed over to Tilia's Holy Dragon Angel Legion in the shortest time possible. Zhao Chen heard that Tilia's Holy Dragon Angel Legion has become the 21st recognized Angel Legion of the Angel Clan, and its combat power has already vaguely occupied the top 3 among the Angel Legions. Even Tilia's personal prestige surpassed the other 5 Angel Guards. I believe that the supplement of the 20,000 Sky Dragon series interstellar battleships and her Holy Dragon Angel Legion fleet can make new achievements on the front line. Back on the Dragon Star route, Zhao Chen soon returned to the Sky Dragon Galaxy. Upon the arrival of the Dragon Emperor, a shadow was transferred to the bridge. Lilia Xia, the secretary. Seeing Lilia Xia approaching, Zhao Chen immediately opened his arms to welcome her, but Lilia Xia instead made a sudden movement and went towards the little dragon girl, leaving Zhao Chen a bit embarrassed, standing in place. Little dragon girl, please arrange for me. These 40 trillion star coins worth of raw materials need to be sent to various locations that need them. Lilia Xia provided the data to the little dragon girl, who could come up with the best handling plan in the shortest time. But we brought back not 40 trillion, but 50 trillion. The little dragon girl blinked and said, 50 trillion? This surprised Lilia Xia considerably. She clearly remembered that this time the delivered military procurement order was worth 40 trillion star coins. She couldn't believe that this extra 10 trillion star coins were a gift of gratitude from the Angel Clan to the Sky Dragon. Unless the 3 Angel Kings' heads were hit by starships. What's going on? Lilia Xia turned and looked at Zhao Chen, inquiringly. Zhao Chen didn't say a word, looking like he didn't want to talk to her, and directly sat back in his captain's chair. Rolling her eyes, Lilia Xia approached Zhao Chen's chair and once again asked, "What's the deal with this extra 10 trillion star coins?" But the next moment, Lilia Xia was pulled directly by Zhao Chen. Lilia Xia fell into Zhao Chen's arms. Although Lilia Xia was a succubus, most of her knowledge was theoretical, especially since this was on the bridge, where there were crew members all around. "What are you doing?" Lilia Xia blushed and stared at Zhao Chen, wanting to get up. But Zhao Chen's hand seemed to be fixed, and she couldn't break free. "What do you think I want to do?" Zhao Chen looked at Lilia Xia with a mischievous smile. In the past, Zhao Chen would still try to cover up a bit. But now that Lilia Xia and Charlotte know about each other's existence, Zhao Chen no longer needed to hide. Moreover, it seemed that the two of them were still in their Cold War, and in the alliance between this little succubus and little cat, undoubtedly the little succubus was better at breaking through. "You." Lilia Xia lightly bit her lips. "Ahem, didn't you just ask how did we get that extra 10 trillion star coins? Well, I've negotiated another military procurement order worth 100 trillion star coins with the Angel King. This is the deposit she has prepaid to us." Zhao Chen hugged Lilia Xia, but spoke to her with a serious face about business. But their posture didn't look like they were discussing business. A 100 trillion star coin military procurement order. You didn't sell off our T5 interstellar battleships, did you? Lilia Xia exclaimed in shock. Who knows if this exclamation was due to Zhao Chen's mischievous hands or because of this matter. Quarterly mission. Please complete a transaction of 500 trillion star coins with the Angelic Clan this quarter. The quarterly mission has been completed, and you can now claim the mission reward. Zhao Chen lay on an inflatable bed above the water, wearing sunglasses and swim trunks, feeling the gentle sunlight caressing his skin. The sound of playful splashing in the water could be heard nearby. In the distance, there was a hint of fragrance in the air. There is still half a month until the end of the month. Finally, this mission has been completed. Zhao Chen stretched lazily and adjusted his backrest to sit comfortably on the inflatable bed. This was an inland lake. In the distance, several snow-capped mountains could be seen, with a lush green grassland behind and orchards further away. The temperature was comfortable, neither cold nor hot. In the water, one could see a few figures playing around. Zhu Zhaoxiao was chasing Zhao Wan'er and Meteor with water guns. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the water. The water gun accurately hit the girls, but before they could react, the figure dived back into the water, disappearing without a trace. That was the Serpent Lady Kingman, and this environment was her advantage. On the grassy field in the distance, Lily, Shenbing, and Su Lan were preparing food, with Annie's figure among them. Annie was running around busily, but upon closer inspection, she seemed to be doing nothing while getting oily. There were also others sitting by the lake in groups discussing various matters. For example, Nana and Spider Queen Elise were discussing starship manufacturing technology. Zhao Ruyu, Leona, and Chuxuan were looking at the interstellar war simulation game as if discussing something. Suddenly, two figures sped across the lake. It was the Harpy Avina and the Angel Clan's guest Angel Tabitha, racing at astonishing speed through the lake, mountains, and forests. Commander, have some fruits. A beautiful figure emerged from the water, one hand resting on the floating bed while the other carried a bubble tray filled with sliced fruits. Thank you. Zhao Chen took the tray from the mermaid beauty Haina. The fruits were indeed huge. This is how life should be, Zhao Chen sighed. With a thought, he claimed the quarterly mission rewards. Congratulations on obtaining T5 Diamond Eden-class Starship Technology Blueprint and 2,000 mission points. Current mission points, 2,550. The quarterly mission reward happened to provide Zhao Chen with the much-needed mission points. Zhao Chen checked his personal data. Host, Zhao Chen. Occupation, top Starship Engineer. Special attribute, Fleet Luck Bonus. Insight, I-System points. 390 million monthly fleet earnings. 66 million points, mission points. 2,550, Starship quantity. Over 150,000, mission. Annual mission in progress, warehouse, T5 Diamond Eden-class Starship Technology Blueprint. Along with the expansion of his fleet, Zhao Chen's passive income in system points was increasing steadily. He could already exchange for any T5 Starship model with his accumulated system points. With the current surplus of mission points, Zhao Chen opened the system store and set his sights on the most expensive T5 battle starship. Confirm exchange. Consuming 200 million system points and 1,500 mission points, exchanging the product T5 Crimson Death God class Heavy Interstellar Strategic Missile Carrier Technology Blueprint. Congratulations on obtaining the T5 Crimson Death God class Heavy Interstellar Strategic Missile Carrier Technology Blueprint by consuming 200 million system points and 1,500 mission points. Current system points, 190 million. Current mission points, 1050. Seeing the addition of this top-tier starship design, Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile. It was the most expensive battle starship in the T5 system store category, and rightfully so. Zhao Chen didn't neglect the remaining system points and mission points either. His superfleet plan required a few more ship types to be considered complete. He picked another starship design, which was less pricey than the previous one. Confirm exchange. Consuming 130 million system points and 900 mission points, exchanging the product T5 Frost Tyrant class Heavy Interstellar Missile Battlecruiser Technology Blueprint. Congratulations on obtaining the T5 Frost Tyrant class Heavy Interstellar Missile Battlecruiser Technology Blueprint by consuming 130 million system points and 900 mission points. Current system points, 60 million. Current mission points, 150. Looking at the depleted mission points, Zhao Chen shrugged helplessly. The T-5 Frost Tyrant was an upgraded version of the T for Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battlecruiser. Although similar, the T-5 Frost Tyrant had undergone significant enhancements in all aspects befitting the Super Dragon Legion's fleet. With this, my superfleet is somewhat complete, Zhao Chen thought contentedly. He raised his hands and began editing the data disks with the information of the 3 starships. Shortly after, he pushed the floating bed towards the shore, reached the bank, stood up, and set his feet on the fine sand. "Commander, you arrived just in time. We are almost ready here with various delicacies. They taste incredibly good. Here are some premium ingredients I specially prepared for you to taste." To Zhao Chen's surprise, it wasn't who greeted him first. She pushed a food cart to him, proudly presenting the dishes. The other women behind her couldn't help but chuckle. While An had participated in the food preparations, it was a collaborative effort by all. Knowing this, Zhao Chen played along and said, "I must prepare a gift for our chief engineer Annie." Zhao Chen handed 3 data disks to Anne. "Here, these are gifts I prepared for you. You should like them." Anne looked at the familiar data disks in disbelief, as if they were hot potatoes she didn't want to touch. "Is this a new starship technology?" Nana and Queen Elise suddenly pounced over as if they had caught a scent of meat, just like hunting dogs. The 2 of them opened the data disks and pulled up the introductory information inside, along with holographic images of 3 interstellar battleships. This T-5 Diamond Eden-class starship? Anne, who had been petrified, noticed the Eden series interstellar battleship. Her emotions finally started to recover. She took the initiative to approach and carefully examine the various data of this T-5 Diamond Eden-class starship. As she looked, drool started to form at the corners of her mouth. It was as if she wasn't looking at an interstellar battleship, but at a delicious dish. This was because the more advanced the Eden series interstellar battleship, the better the ingredients it produced. Queen Elise was the first to notice the interstellar battleship. Just from looking at some data, she could tell that this T-5 Frost Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile cruiser was quite similar to the previous T for Tyrant. It seemed to belong to a series of interstellar battleships. At this moment, Anne and Queen Elise both noticed Nana. When Nana was examining the interstellar battleship in front of her, she remained silent, which was very unusual. Among the 3 chief engineers, Nana was the most passionate about technology research, especially when it came to unfamiliar technologies. She would always be very excited to share them with the others. But now, Nana was quiet as if she had turned into stone. "Nana, how is this interstellar battleship here?" Anne curiously asked. At this moment, Nana couldn't help but look directly at Commander Zhao Chen and ask, "Commander, can this interstellar battleship really be mass-produced?" Zhao Chen had previously seen the technical data of these interstellar battleships, so he naturally knew why Nana was asking this question. Of course, this is a mass-produced interstellar battleship. It just has a higher construction cost and requires a large amount of rare materials. If all of that can be managed, any quantity can be built. This is different from the T-5 Dragon Emperor and Pluto class, Zhao Chen explained. Upon hearing the commander's words, the expression in Nana's eyes grew even more fanatic. "Nana, what did you see?" Anne asked curiously. Nana took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, then brought up a particular page of data and pointed to the information on it. "Look at this." Anne and Queen Elise examined it carefully. The name of this interstellar battleship was T-5 Crimson Reaper-class heavy interstellar strategic missile cruiser. For the interstellar missile cruiser, the 2 chief engineers were not surprised, knowing that their commander had a love for interstellar missile cruisers. The main feature of interstellar missile cruisers was the vast number of interstellar missiles on board, providing high firepower support in a short amount of time. But what was different about this interstellar missile cruiser? Anne and Queen Elise discovered something unusual. It was a weapon system equipped on this interstellar missile cruiser. The weapon was called the Crimson Crossbow Cannon, which could fire energy projectiles called Crimson Orb Lightning Cannons. It utilized an earlier technology known as Orb Lightning. Although many interstellar scientists had researched orb lightning, its utilization was still very low, mainly existing only in laboratories. However, this weapon system equipped on the interstellar missile cruiser meant that it could utilize orb lightning as a weapon. "What's going on with them?" Charlotte walked over at this moment, holding a string of grilled squid. This squid was a special variety, strung up on skewers to a height of a person. Normally, one would need to cut it before eating, but Charlotte preferred to eat it whole. The new interstellar missile cruiser is equipped with a weapon called the Crimson Crossbow Cannon, which can fire crimson orb lightning cannons, Zhao Chen explained. Do we have a new interstellar missile cruiser? White Valve suddenly appeared behind Zhao Chen with a teleport, her tail swaying. Zhao Chen was a bit surprised. She had just been 100 meters away a moment ago. How sensitive were her ears? But what is this Crimson Orb Lightning Cannon? Aren't interstellar missile cruisers supposed to launch interstellar missiles? White Valve looked at Zhao Chen in confusion. Zhao Chen raised his hand, and a holographic display appeared in front of him. This T-5 Crimson Reaper-class heavy interstellar strategic missile cruiser is indeed equipped with a large number of interstellar missiles. However, in addition to this, it is also specifically equipped with this weapon. The purpose of this Crimson Orb Lightning Cannon is, after being fired, it releases in the target area, destroying the surrounding starship's energy shield structures. It cannot be intercepted, cannot be avoided, lasting until the energy released by the Crimson Orb Lightning Cannon is consumed and counteracted by the starship's energy shield, Zhao Chen explained. In the simple holographic image that Zhao Chen created, there was a massive fleet model of starships. In the distance was a T-5 Crimson Reaper-class heavy interstellar strategic missile cruiser. Suddenly, the Crimson Crossbow Cannon on the starship fired. A blue ball of lightning quickly shot towards the group of enemy starships. Eventually, upon reaching a certain position, it expanded, and its size doubled. The crimson ball of lightning began to cover fleets one after another, but it had no effect on the starship hulls. Instead, the outer energy shields of the starships began to gradually disappear. 10 ships, 100 ships, 1,000 ships, 10,000 ships. Until the energy of the crimson ball of lightning was completely depleted, it stopped expanding, then quickly dissipated, as if nothing had happened. All that was left was the starships with no energy shields. White Valve was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, "So, before my interstellar missile cruiser attacks, sending one of these could directly destroy the enemy starship's energy shield." Keep in mind, when interstellar missile cruisers attack, they often first need to invest a large number of interstellar missiles to deplete the energy shields of the enemy starship to pose a threat. Therefore, some interstellar missiles specifically designed to counter energy shields are also prepared. However, obviously, they were not as direct as the Crimson Orb Lightning Cannon in front of them, the main advantage being that it could be mass-produced. This function is somewhat similar to the abyssal domain of the Pluto class, except it is specifically targeting energy shields, Charlotte analyzed. Its advantage lies in being able to be mass-produced on a large scale. Whereas the Pluto class has only one ship. Zhao Chen said seriously. Just think, if a few of these were sent to the enemy fleet in a battle, first neutralizing their energy shields, the enemy commander's mood would be. The werewolf, White Snow, widened her eyes and hesitated for a while before uttering a few words. It's so amazing. But it also has its flaws. The cost is high, with the construction cost of a single ship reaching 50 trillion star coins, making it the most expensive among the current combat-type interstellar battleships. Secondly, the massive consumption issue of interstellar missiles goes without saying. The ammunition for this Crimson Crossbow Cannon is also very expensive. First, you need to extract the chemical components required for this ammunition in a specialized research institute, then store it in specialized storage devices using strict transport and preservation methods. When needed, it is then injected into the Crimson Crossbow Cannon. Every step of this process is very costly. I did a preliminary calculation, and currently, the cost of producing an entire research line dedicated to supplying this ammunition is as high as 100 billion star coins per shot of Crimson Crossbow Cannon. If the subsequent operation process becomes familiar and the production quantity increases, the cost may gradually decrease, but that is a story for later. Zhao Chen was the first to bring up this issue. The cost of a single Crimson Spherical Lightning Cannon was astonishingly up to 100 billion star coins. This is definitely the most expensive ammunition known to date. Zhao Chen paused and continued, due to the strict storage conditions, although a T-5 Crimson Reaper can hold reserves for 5 shots. In addition, each firing must be spaced at least 10 hours apart. Moreover, the range released by this Crimson Spherical Lightning Cannon completely disregards friend or foe positions. If there are our own interstellar battleships within its effective radius, the star shield structure will also be destroyed. Having listened to Commander Zhao Chen describe the pros and cons of the T-5 Crimson Reaper heavy interstellar strategic missile cruiser, White Snow smirked and shrugged, saying, essentially, this Crimson Reaper is difficult to manage. But compared to its advantages, these flaws are nothing. Lily, who overheard this comment from a distance, rolled her eyes. It's truly only when you manage household finances that you realize the value of grains and salt. One shot costs 100 billion star coins, and holding reserves for 5 shots adds up to 500 billion star coins. That's not even counting the interstellar missiles needed for this interstellar missile cruiser. Well, now we have another gold-devouring beast in the house. However, I must admit that the advantages of this interstellar missile cruiser are truly outstanding. In this way, I feel that this interstellar battleship is almost on par with the Underworld King and Dragon Emperor, praised Queen Elise. Nana solemnly nodded. In terms of strategic value, it is not in the same league as the Underworld King and Dragon Emperor. But solely in terms of the technological prowess of this Crimson Spherical Lightning, it absolutely surpasses the T5 level and can even be said to approach T6 level technology. T6 level technology. Hearing Nana's words, everyone present was surprised. It's worth noting that so far, no T6 level technology has been seen in this universe. But considering the technology of the Crimson Spherical Lightning Cannon, calling it T5 technology seems to belittle it. Calling it T6 technology is unimaginable. Zhao Chen glanced at Nana and nodded in agreement. While Nana may not have the innate talents of her sister Annie, through her diligence and hard work, she had become a capable chief technician of the starship. And her intuition was not wrong. This T-5 Crimson Reaper heavy interstellar strategic missile cruiser does indeed incorporate some technologies that are nearly at the T6 level, so it can be considered a quasi-T6 level interstellar battleship. Perhaps this can explain why the exchange cost for it far exceeds that of other T-5 series interstellar battleships. Well, this was just a little surprise for everyone. It's rare that we are all together, so let's not waste this wonderful holiday. Annie, Nana, Elise, you three go back and study these 3 interstellar battleships thoroughly and build the first ships as soon as possible. Especially this T-5 Crimson Reaper. Zhao Chen stretched and walked towards the array of delicious dishes. Annie's mood was complicated. 3 interstellar battleships undoubtedly increased their workload, but among them was the T-5 Diamond Eden-class starship that she had been longing for. Annoying. She didn't want to think about this now. She just wanted to eat well. Annie turned her complex emotions into an indulgence in food, starting to eat heartily. Meanwhile, Nana and Queen Elise immediately began researching the technologies of these 3 interstellar battleships on the spot. Compared to holidays and delicious food, the allure of these advanced interstellar battleship technology treasures was far more tempting. I can't go on. I really can't fit anymore. White Snow collapsed on the table with foam coming out of her mouth. The head of the medical department, Sister Yang, immediately came over to carry White Snow away. I told you not to force yourself. Look at how much you ate, Sister Yang scolded. As a great member of the Wolf clan, I can only fall on the battlefield. I will never. Ooh, is White Snow okay? Charlotte wiped her mouth, looking concernedly at Sister Yang. Sister Yang replied, she'd be fine after a little treatment. But, our commander eats so much. Sister Yang couldn't help but swallow when she looked at the 2 figures still bravely fighting at the dining table. Annie, if you can't eat anymore, just stop. Zhao Chen gnawed on the roasted lamb leg in front of him, smiling. Annie snorted and lifted the clean bones with 2 fingers, saying, Commander, you should be the one I'm saying that to. Don't push yourself. If you can't handle it, give up. It's just a 10-year bonus. You don't need this little money. Zhao Chen wiped the grease off himself with a napkin. Push myself. I'm only half full. I'm only a quarter full. Annie provocatively looked at the commander. At that moment, Sister New pushed 2 dining carts to the 2 of them. This is the 19th dish. Whole roasted beef feast, she said, lifting the lid. 2 delicious roasted whole lambs were presented in front of everyone. Annie's lips curled slightly, tearing into the beef leg unceremoniously and starting to eat. Zhao Chen wasn't about to be outdone. The 2 of them began to compete once again. Annie and the commander are still eating. Huh? Cheng Shun, stroking her belly as if pregnant with triplets, leaned against Shenbing. I really don't know what kind of digestive system they have. They can actually stomach so much. Do their stomachs connect to black holes? Shenbing marveled. At the dining table, sparks flew, and smoke filled the air. At this moment, only one person could stand and walk away from this table. There can only be one winner, Mo. The girls are enjoying the afternoon sun, watching two figures sprawled in the distant bushes. Occasionally, the sound of the two vomiting could be heard. Along with it were challenges from both of them, unwilling to back down. If I hadn't eaten 20 buns this morning, I would definitely beat you. You act as if I didn't have breakfast. I just had a drink. You erg. Just as the two were vomiting, a figure stood behind them. With a grim tone, he said, "The food you vomit will be deducted from your welfare salary." In that instant, Annie and Zhao Chen were both petrified. The girls in the distance raised their thumbs towards Lily. Truly, there was only one winner. After Zhao Chen finished vomiting, he felt much better and lay back on the beach chair, stretching his body. "You're such a grown man. How can you still act like a child?" Charlotte handed him a stomach-nourishing drink. Zhao Chen chuckled, took a sip of the beverage, and said, "People need to find something to relieve their stress. I think this is good. It's like forgetting everything around us." Charlotte shook her head in frustration. This man was so strange, sometimes like a giant, sometimes like a child. "How's the battle between the Demon Clan and the Angel Clan going?" Zhao Chen asked. "Currently, the Demon Clan is still in the lead, but with the starships we provided, especially the support from the interstellar missiles, the Angel Clan's frontline is not collapsing immediately. But I don't think they can hold out until the end of the year," Charlotte said. Zhao Chen fell silent for a moment and said, "If we were to join now, how confident are you in wiping out the demon army?" Charlotte frowned slightly. Normally their best option as Scorpions now was to sit back and watch the Angel and Demon Clans fight. But since the commander asked, there must be a reason. "That depends on the extent of wiping out," Charlotte asked. Zhao Chen looked at the mission frame in front of him. Annual mission details, killing 6 demon marshals of the Demon Clan and destroying their demon army command mission reward. Annual grand gift package, the shorter the completion time, the higher the reward. Mission completion, Red Demon Marshal and Red Demon Army destroyed. The reason Zhao Chen wanted to get involved was mainly due to this annual mission. The description of this mission was vague. But based on the first example, this killing did not necessarily require Zhao Chen to do it himself. Red demons died as punishment by the Demon King, which also counted as completing the mission. The Red Demon Army had not been completely destroyed by Zhao Chen, as many interstellar warships managed to escape after that battle. But later, they were taken off by the Demon King, and the original Red Demon Army's interstellar warships were all scattered and incorporated into other demon armies. Since then, the Red Demon Army had become history. This also marked the completion of one of Zhao Chen's annual mission objectives. This indicated that the destruction of the Demon Army did not require the complete annihilation of the Demon Army fleet. But this criterion remained somewhat vague. Zhao Chen needed to explore further. However, the general direction could be discerned. One indicator had been completed, and 5 more were needed. With only 3 months left until the end of the year, the rewards for the annual mission were usually generous, and Zhao Chen couldn't not try. Eliminate the Supreme Commander of the Demon Army and destroy a structured Demon Army to the greatest extent possible before the end of the year. Zhao Chen stated his thoughts. Charlotte frowned. "That sounds difficult. You can use any means to complete my requirements as much as possible before the end of the year," Zhao Chen said. "I understand. I will come up with a strategic plan after returning." Charlotte nodded. This mission presented a challenge, but since it was the commander who proposed it, she must find a way to accomplish it. At that moment, Lily briskly approached. When she stood in front of Zhao Chen, she raised her hand to activate a shielding field. This shield enclosed Zhao Chen, Charlotte, and herself. What happened? Zhao Chen guessed by Lily's serious expression that something was amiss. Charlotte also looked at her inquisitively. It was rare for Lily to be this serious about something. "As you instructed before, I arranged a fleet of interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships to investigate the area assigned by the leader of the Mechanical Clan. Just now, I received feedback from the reconnaissance team." Lily replied. "What were the results?" Zhao Chen's expression grew serious. "We found a stellar ship industrial manufacturing zone within that area." Lily exclaimed an astonishing discovery. and production is underway for the current active interstellar warships of the Demon Clan. Our team even captured images of the Demon Fleet appearing in the same sector as the Mechanical Clan fleet. The Demon Clan is colluding with the Mechanical Clan and supplying interstellar warships for the Demon Clan. Charlotte was visibly shocked. Mission secret of the Mechanical Clan, Phase 1 task. Please search for coordinates of the Mechanical Prophet. Completed Phase 2 task. In process of updating. A mission reminder rang in Zhao Chen's mind. This was the system mission that appeared when the mechanical girl asked for his help earlier. It seemed that the discovered shipbuilding industrial zone was the location of the Mechanical Prophet. So, the legendary Mechanical Prophet is there? Zhao Chen inquired. Because the enemy is the Mechanical Clan, we're worried about exposure, so our T for Lilith class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship cannot invade the enemy's communication devices as recklessly as usual. But we still received some information, and within it, the term Mechanical Prophet appeared 5 times. It can be inferred that this place is definitely related to the Mechanical Prophet, and the Mechanical Prophet probably resides here. Zhao Chen scratched his head. This is getting complicated. The Mechanical Clan building interstellar warships for the Demon Clan. Should we assist the leader of the Mechanical Clan in dealing with this issue? Lily asked. How many Mechanical Clan forces are in this region? Zhao Chen asked. According to our Lilith reconnaissance ship observations, there are about 300,000 Mechanical Clan starships in the region, including T5 level interstellar warships. If we launch an attack, there is a high possibility of a large number of Mechanical Clan fleets coming to support later. It is also possible that Demon Clan interstellar warships will appear, Lily said. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin, speaking solemnly. This is no small task. No, I have to talk to that girl again. Captain Zhao Chen of the Dragon Emperor, looking at a shadow appearing in front of him, it was the little girl of the Mechanical tribe. This time, with Zhao Chen's advance permission, she could appear here so smoothly. How's it going? Did you kill that Mechanical Prophet guy? The girl with eyes shining brightly asked Zhao Chen. No, Zhao Chen replied indifferently. The girl rolled her eyes. TCH. When you contacted me, you said there was something related to the Mechanical Prophet. I thought you had already taken care of it. Zhao Chen raised his hand, and a holographic interstellar sand table emerged, with a red area drawn on it. You gave me coordinates, and my men found that there are 300,000 mechanical fleets stationed here, including T5 class interstellar warships. You tell me, with only the power in my hands now, how can I eliminate this Mechanical Prophet in such a short time? 300,000. There are actually that many. The girl murmured in surprise. It seemed she didn't expect there to be so many interstellar warships. You don't know. Zhao Chen looked at the girl. The girl shook her head, pointing at the red area, because my access rights are blocked outside of this area, and any mechanical units entering this area will lose contact with me. So, I am not aware of how many interstellar warships of the Mechanical Prophet are there. It looks like many of the missing mechanical interstellar warships over the years were taken by the Mechanical Prophet. And there is also a starship manufacturing industrial zone inside, where they cooperate with the Demon Tribe to provide interstellar warships to the Demon Tribe. The evil technology developed by the Demon Tribe in recent years is mostly provided by your Mechanical Tribe. Zhao Chen tapped his finger on the desk, staring unkindly at the girl. Hey, it's not me who provided it. I also had a guess before that they were cooperating, but I didn't expect the cooperation to be so extensive. The girl waved her hands, trying to distance herself from the area. But after all, this is the Mechanical Tribe. How do I know if you have similar technological capabilities in your hands? After all, you have too many secrets. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes, folding his arms. Ahem, there are things I don't want to say. But even if you know now, it won't benefit you. If you don't say, how do you know it won't benefit me? Zhao Chen retorted. The girl didn't want to dwell on this issue too much, and she pointed to the red area on the interstellar sand table, looking at Zhao Chen. You have investigated here, and called me here. It means you are still willing to deal with this Mechanical Prophet. Speak. What are your conditions? Zhao Chen said, I don't have many Shanglong Legion interstellar warships at the moment, and I have also experienced a fierce battle with the interstellar insect tribe before. Fighting with an unknown strength of 300,000 Mechanical Tribe interstellar warships, the chances of winning are extremely low. If you want me to take action, you can dispatch at least 50,000 interstellar warships of the same class of the mechanical tribe to follow my command. I will lead them to eliminate this mechanical prophet." The girl spread her hands, shaking her head. "You forget what I told you before. I can't personally deal with these guys. Moreover, this area is very peculiar. If my mechanical tribe fleet enters it, it is likely to be controlled by the mechanical prophet. This is like a virus to me." "Then we have no choice." Zhao Chen shrugged. For a moment, the whole office fell silent. The expression on the girl's face became serious, and she put her hands on the desk in front of Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen looked somewhat surprised at where her hands touched the desk in front of him. It was impossible to tell that she was just a holographic image. "I know you have a way. Just say it. What do you need?" The girl stared at Zhao Chen. 1 trillion units of star currency in raw materials. There will be casualties and losses in the battle, and I need this compensation. Zhao Chen laid out his first condition. The girl nodded. "No problem. The 1 trillion units of star currency can be paid to you at any time." It seems the price offered was a bit low, but the main act is still to come. Because I need to fight against the mechanical tribe fleet of that mechanical prophet, I need the combat data of all active interstellar warships of the mechanical tribe. The girl hesitated this time before nodding. "Detailed starship data is not acceptable, but I can provide you with simple operational data and characteristics." The mechanical tribe has always been a threat to Zhao Chen. Although not completely enemies now, who knows what the future holds? Getting some relevant information would do no harm. "I need you to support me with 50,000 interstellar warships of the mechanical tribe," Zhao Chen said. The girl rolled her eyes, impatiently saying, "Didn't I say earlier, my fleet? You don't need to enter this red area to support my mechanical tribe fleet." Zhao Chen interrupted. The girl looked at Zhao Chen in surprise. "Not go in. You don't need to know the specific operational plan for now. Just need to fulfill these conditions," Zhao Chen said. "Do you want to lure out those interstellar warships of the mechanical prophet? It's impossible. They will not easily leave this area. They know I'm watching them." The girl shook her head, thinking she had figured out Zhao Chen's plan. "There are some plans. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? And you have no choice now." Zhao Chen smiled at the girl. The girl stared at Zhao Chen's smiling face for a long time before turning away from him, saying, "All right, I'll trust you this once. I can provide you with an entire mechanical tribe legion fleet that will unquestionably obey my orders, 50,000 interstellar warships. I don't need to know the details of your operational actions. But you have to give me some time, right? Before the end of this year, regardless of success or failure, I will do this. That's a promise," Zhao Chen said. "Agreed," the girl said, seemingly ready to leave. "When will you give me the 1 trillion units of raw materials?" Zhao Chen shouted loudly. "I will send you a coordinate address. Go there to retrieve it 3 days later." With that said, the girl disappeared. Zhao Chen's smile disappeared from his face. He leaned back in his sofa chair, squinting his eyes, muttering to himself, "The mechanical prophet, and you, little one. No matter how many secrets you have, I will uncover them one by one." Mission Mechanical Tribe Secret, Phase 1 Mission. Please explore the coordinates of the mechanical prophet. Completed Phase 2 mission. Launch an attack on the mechanical prophet, at least destroying 30,000 interstellar fleets of the mechanical prophet. To be completed within 3 months. Zhao Chen looked at the updated system mission interface in front of him. The mechanical tribe was definitely hiding something big. Zilong girl, check the system of our Dragon Emperor. Remember to check it every time this guy comes around. Yes, Master. A pair of mechanical maidens knelt half-bowed in front of the little girl. I have already discussed with Zhao Chen. He has obtained basic information about that area and will launch a military operation in that area. However, he has made some requests. They are not too unreasonable, and I have agreed to all of them. One of them is that he needs our support for 50,000 interstellar warships. The little girl spoke lightly. But that area is unstable, and our mechanical fleet entering poses to greater risk. So far, none of the interstellar warships we've sent in has come out. The mechanical maiden spoke at the same time. He said that the fleets we sent will not enter that area. They only need to wait on the periphery. The little girl said. Hearing this, the mechanical maidens did not say anything. An, You will personally lead 50,000 interstellar warships to cooperate with him. As long as they do not enter that area, you will give maximum support to everything he instructs." The little girl ordered. One of the mechanical maidens, with silver hair, spoke, "Understood." "Ajin, how is the situation there?" the little girl asked. "The numbers have been steadily rising, but for now, it is still within our control," the mechanical maiden with golden hair replied. The little girl nodded solemnly. "Since that guy appeared, things have become more and more unstable. We must quickly eliminate that guy, or who knows what he will stir up." To think that in such a short time, he has built a starship manufacturing factory in that area. No wonder he would collude with the demons, probably nurturing the demons into his own minions to strengthen his power and carry out his plans. Neither of the mechanical maidens spoke. There are too many secrets surrounding that mechanical prophet, many things that even her trusted confidants do not know. "Have there been any recent virus outbreaks in various regions?" the little girl continued to inquire. "There have been 3 outbreaks in the past month, but they have all been handled by our emergency teams. They did not cause much impact." An replied. "We cannot be complacent. Do you remember the trouble caused by the first virus outbreak? We even secretly destroyed a large number of mechanical lives for that. I will not allow such a thing to happen again." The little girl clenched her fist, her voice icy cold. It was completely different from the childish appearance she had in front of Zhao Chen earlier. "Please rest assured, Master. We will control it strictly." The little girl did not speak any further, and the 2 mechanical maidens also left the room on their own. The entire space was left with only the little girl alone, as if time had stopped flowing. The little girl raised her hand, and a light and shadow appeared in front of her. It seemed to be a photograph with several people, and in the middle was a little girl, identical to her, with a joyful smile on her face. "I miss you all." Galactic Calendar 3035. At the end of November, after a series of wars among the 3 major empires at this end of the universe, they finally welcomed about half a year of peace. In addition to the Owl Dragon Galactic Group disseminating various technologies, all 3 major empires saw rapid development and vitality within their territories. In the previously desolate star systems of the Owl Dragon's 15th star area, there were waves of immigrants and pioneers appearing one after another. Lilith stood beside Zhao Chen, reporting on the development during this period. The 15th star region of the Owl Dragon, as Zhao Chen's territory, nominally fell under the jurisdiction of the Owl Dragon Galactic Group. However, due to the previous occupation by the mechanical race, it was desolate. To develop these 15-star regions, Zhao Chen and others deliberated on detailed plans. First, they would start resource industries, as it was unclaimed land, and Zhao Chen could take over everything quickly for the fastest development. With resource extraction industries, related industries could be established subsequently. These industries would require permanent workers, necessitating the construction of livable cities. With livable cities, life and consumption would follow, people seeking quality of life. Providing these services would require people from different industries, with many seeing opportunities. At the same time, the Owl Dragon Galactic Group actively expanded into interstellar bank loan businesses. This included entrepreneurship in the Owl Dragon's 15th star area, where entrepreneurs could receive low-interest loans. With all these interconnected arrangements, together with the substantial financial support behind the Owl Dragon Galactic Group, the 15th star region of the Owl Dragon developed rapidly, attracting outsiders continuously. How was the total revenue of the 15th star region last month? Zhao Chen's most crucial concern was how much profit it could bring in. Compared to those military sales, which sometimes yielded excellent gains, sustaining one's industries was a more consistent source of income. The current total output value of the 15-star region has reached 15 trillion per month, with very high development potential, Lilith replied. 15 trillion per month, close to 200 trillion per year. Although it seemed much less compared to the angelic race's enormous spending, ordering to T5 interstellar warships with billions in star currency military procurement orders, it was considerable. Yet, keep in mind, the angelic race's annual output was only 3 trillion star currency. That was after developing for thousands of years. How long had Zhao Chen been developing? Furthermore, this did not even account for Zhao Chen's various other incomes, the protection fees from the 3 empires, the profits from the Northern Goose Group, and so forth. Adding all these together, When Zhao Chen checked his accounts last month, the total income neared 50 trillion star currency. And that didn't even include those angelic race military procurement orders. Commander, the fleet is all prepared. A figure appeared on the bridge of the Dragon Emperor. Charlotte was already familiar with this portal, appearing before Zhao Chen as soon as she materialized. Are the 10 Owl Dragon Legions and two special task forces ready? Zhao Chen inquired. Everything is ready, along with a logistics transport fleet, Charlotte added. What about the mechanical races side? Their representative has already established contact with us, Charlotte replied. Zhao Chen stretched and stood up. We've rested for several months. If we don't move, our starships will likely rust. It's perfect to bring out our rookies. Training dozens of times is not as effective as real combat on the battlefield. Muttering to himself in a self-absorbed way, Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, opened an interstellar warfare sandbox model, and pointed to the location of the star domain where the mechanical prophet was located. Operation Codename Revealer Military Operation. The AR-001 galaxy is surrounded by a large number of meteor belts, causing severe internal and external communication interference. Even the only Stargate built here can only meet the conditions for use for a few days each year. So, before this, the galaxy was basically an interstellar no-man's land, of no value. But right now, in this interstellar no-man's land, there is a completely unimaginable scene. Massive interstellar factories are located there, extremely huge, resembling planets. However, on closer inspection, it can be seen that these are actually interstellar factories built on planets, but with a large number of mechanical equipment built on the surface and even in near orbit. At the core of this galaxy, one can even see huge passages connecting a massive planetary factory to several satellites, forming a supergiant planetary factory. Completed interstellar battleships are pushed out from these planetary factories by interstellar shuttles and placed in interstellar anchorages. In the meticulously planned interstellar anchorages, rows of interstellar battleships are neatly arranged. When a certain number of completed battleships are reached, they are taken away and sent to a certain battlefield. At this moment, a fleet of interstellar transport ships is seen slowly sailing into this area. The flagship docks with a starport. With firm footsteps, a demon general walks across a gangway, and facing him is a mechanical officer covered from head to toe in steel. We are here to receive this batch of interstellar battleships. The demon general hands over an electronic document. The mechanical officer lowers his head, and his red electronic pupils emit a beam of light, scanning the electronic document. Then, he emits a mechanical sound. Document confirmed. This time, we will hand over to you 100,000 interstellar battleships. Please arrange for your crew to board. The keys to these interstellar battleships are inside this data disk. The mechanical officer hands over a data disk. Do not underestimate this data disk. Without the starship keys inside, the interstellar battleships cannot be easily taken away. Please proceed with the final painting. This is the painting requirement for this time. The demon general, after receiving the data disk, lets his adjutant hand over a document. The mechanical officer takes it and nods slightly. Understood. Goodbye, the demon general says, and leaves directly. The mechanical officer also turns back. A curious demon officer walking behind wants to turn back to take another look. But the next moment, the demon general takes out a laser gun and aims at the demon officer's head, firing a shot. The entire head is instantly gone. Seeing this situation, the following demon officers do not say much. Clean up, the demon general says coldly. Yes. A demon officer immediately cleans up the colleagues' remains. This kind of thing is already familiar to them because of the strict hierarchical system within the demon tribe, and it is not uncommon for superiors to kill subordinates for minor reasons. General, I am very sorry. This person is participating in this kind of operation for the first time, whispers the adjutant following the general. Such incidents are not allowed to happen again. If there is a next time, you will accompany him in death. The demon general says coldly, understood. The demon adjutant answers, his forehead covered in sweat. Remember, the orders of His Majesty the Demon Lord require our actions to be top secret. Once all the interstellar battleships we bring enter this area, all recording, surveillance, and communication devices must be shut down. Except for the captain on the bridge, no crew member is allowed to look outside the ship. Any personnel who violate this rule shall be executed. The demon general says sternly, understood. The Demon Adjutant replies. They have been through this process many times. The evil demon interstellar transport ships mainly carried two types of cargo, materials required by the mechanical race to build these interstellar battleships, and teams of demon crew members. These demon crew members are also loaded into containers similar to cargo containers, and they remain inside throughout the operation. They do not know the destination. They only know they are to take over the interstellar battleships and return with them. Apart from this, they do not need to know anything else. In the interstellar anchorages, one by one, the interstellar transport ships insert containers with crew members into the hangars of the interstellar battleships and then leave quietly. With a click, the gates on the containers slowly open, revealing the demon crew members who have been prepared for days. The first to emerge is a demon captain. The first team of crew members are to board the ship. Other crew members at their posts must stay put. No one is to leave without my permission, the demon captain says without hesitation. Following this, he leads his subordinates to the bridge. Upon entering the bridge, the demon captain looks around. There is no sign of life anywhere. For some reason, this interstellar battleship is completely different from the ones he has seen before, as if no life has ever existed here. Start the interstellar battleship. Check all systems. Then, according to the orders, before we leave, shut down these systems and programs. The demon captain orders. Yes. The subordinates immediately begin to carry out these tasks. Soon, the interstellar battleship is fully activated, and the restricted systems and programs, radars, external communication, navigation logs, etc., are all shut down. They are very familiar with this process, having trained numerous times before coming, and many of them have executed such missions before. They are also familiar with operating this interstellar battleship because it is a model they have seen before, the T for Demon Hunter class medium interstellar battlecruiser. However, it is evident that the internal structure of these battleships differs in detail from the T for Demon Hunter ships they have previously received. Report. Initial setup is completed. The adjutant reports to the captain. Remaining crew members can board. Emphasize the mission rules once again. I don't want any mistakes this time, the demon captain says coldly. Every time this mission is carried out, there are always a few who break the operational rules. Those demon crew members who violate the operational rules have undoubtedly remained in this mysterious galaxy forever. Everything goes smoothly. 10 hours later, the 100,000 interstellar battleships and interstellar transport ships begin their return journey. These battleships are now visibly adorned with black and red demon tribe paint and bear a fleet emblem. In the middle of the bridge, maintain course and heading. We will be able to navigate out of this area in another hour. At that time, we will reopen those closed system processes. After Captain Demon finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the captain's private room next to the bridge. Inside the room, there was a young demon officer sitting. Why aren't you at your post? Captain Demon frowned and reprimanded. Bro, I just came over to take a break, the demon officer said with a playful smile, looking around and saying, Hey, who do you think built these interstellar warships? We've come here 5 times, and I've noticed that every time we see these interstellar warships, they are almost exactly the same. Really? If I didn't remember that we've come 5 times, I would feel like we're on the same interstellar warship every time. Our shipyard over there can't do this. Captain Demon's face immediately turned ugly. He grabbed his brother by the collar and angrily whispered, Have you forgotten the rules of our mission this time? Don't ask too many questions, don't think too much. Do you want to see more? I know, I haven't said anything in front of outsiders, the demon officer said with a light laugh. He was also aware of his brother's temper. Suddenly, both of them felt the ground beneath them shaking as if swaying. What's going on? The demon officer was dumbfounded. Without saying a word, Captain Demon walked out of the room and returned to his position on the bridge. What's the situation? He immediately asked his deputy. Report, we are under attack by an unknown fleet. Our star shield is taking hits, and the energy value of the star shield is rapidly decreasing. The deputy shouted urgently. Under attack. Organize a counterattack immediately. Captain Demon said sternly. But because the systems we closed include the radar system, we are unable to lock onto the enemy's interstellar warships, the deputy said hesitantly. Captain Demon was at a loss at this moment. Yes. Without opening the radar system, the fire control system cannot lock onto the enemy. immediately asked the commander to open those system processes and prepare for a counterattack. Captain Demon hesitated for a moment, then immediately asked his commander. Soon, they received the authorization to open all system processes and prepare for battle. With this permission, one starship after another immediately opened those closed system processes. They clearly identified the attackers who had been targeting them. Interstellar warships one by one encircled them, with a very prominent emblem on the hull, a golden dragon mark. Many people did not recognize this fleet emblem at first glance. But fortunately, there was information in the database. This was the fleet emblem of the Owl Dragon Legion. Seeing the words Owl Dragon, many people initially did not react. But seeing the notes in the data about the Owl Dragon Legion and the Red Demon Legion, everyone suddenly realized the mastermind behind the incident involving the Red Demon Legion. But how did they suddenly appear here? And attacking them again? With doubts, these demon interstellar warships hurriedly prepared for battle, but the situation quickly deteriorated. Although it took only a short time, less than an hour, from the initial attack to responding, reactivating those starship systems, it was enough to change many things in the interstellar battlefield. The attacking All-Dragon Legion fleet swiftly used interstellar cruisers and interstellar battlecruisers to continuously cut through and encircle the Demon Tribe fleet, rendering them powerless. Divided into more than a dozen battlefields, the Demon Tribe's interstellar warships had no ability to fight back. Total annihilation was only a matter of time. On the bridge of the Dragon Emperor, everything is going smoothly. The enemy has closed many important combat system processes before the battle, giving us a chance. If we continue at this rate, give us 2 more hours, and we will be able to annihilate all these interstellar warships. Zilong floated beside Zhao Chen, reporting the current situation. These 100,000 Demon Tribe interstellar warships are just bait. It depends on whether the fish will take the bait, Zhao Chen said in a deep voice, staring at a huge interstellar radar map beside him. It was a radar map network compiled based on data reported back by the T4 Succubus-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship outside, allowing Zhao Chen to clearly see the surrounding situation. With such commotion here, it was impossible not to attract the enemy's attention. Sure enough, after another 10 minutes, multiple fleet energy signals appeared on the edge of the radar map. Here they come, Lilith reminded from the side. The prey has appeared, Zhao Chen said, supporting his chin with one hand and staring at the fleet energy signals. Soon, the T4 Succubus stealth reconnaissance ship transmitted back the live images of the scene. It could be seen that these were orthodox mechanical tribe interstellar warships, entirely different in style from the interstellar warships currently under attack by the Owl Dragon Legion fleet. Scan the enemy fleet structure, mainly to see how many of their T5 interstellar warships there are and where they are located, Zhao Chen reminded. Zilong nodded, and soon larger energy markers began appearing on the star map in front of them. Each large marker represented a T5 interstellar warship of the mechanical tribe. Meanwhile, in front of Zhao Chen, a frame appeared with the prefixes of the starship's names and numbers rapidly increasing. T5 Steel Terminator class heavy carrier starship, 1 T5 Empire Iron Fist class heavy interstellar battlecruiser, to T5 Empire Warblade class heavy interstellar battlecruiser, 5 T5 Ironclad Eagle class medium interstellar cruiser, 13 T5 Steel Claw class heavy interstellar destroyer, 37 T5 Black Mechanical Guardian class medium interstellar escort ship, 103. These numbers continued to increase. The mechanical tribe has many secrets. Over here, people thought the mechanical tribe didn't have any T5 interstellar warships. Over in the angelic tribe, they believed the mechanical tribe only had one type of T5 heavy interstellar destroyer. I really want to show them this scene. Zhao Chen self-deprecatingly shook his head. Nevertheless, he had to admit that the intelligence provided by the little girl about the current mechanical tribe fleet was very accurate. Each type of interstellar warship could be matched up. However, at the same time, Zhao Chen had a chilling feeling. He did not believe that the little girl was so naive as to display these things in front of him. Did that imply that the mechanical tribe still had even bigger secrets? There are 300,000 interstellar battleships surrounding us from all directions attempting to encircle us. In addition, there are 200,000 interstellar battleships stationed at the base of the mechanical prophet and have not rushed over. Charlotte's holographic image appeared beside Zhao Chen as she narrated to Zhao Chen based on the latest information she received. 300,000 interstellar battleships. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin and squinted, saying, although we have various information on the mechanical tribe's interstellar battleships, it is still just data on paper. We cannot rely solely on this. We also need to assess the enemy's combat strength through actual combat. Charlotte agreed, saying, we are clear on this point. Everything is still within our control. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction, his lips slightly curved upwards, then let the opponents take a good look at the Zhonglong Legion after our expansion. Surrounding us are 3 fleets of mechanical tribe battleships, each with 100,000 interstellar battleships. The flagship bridge of one of the mechanical tribe fleets appeared much emptier compared to the bridges of other carbon-based life ships, with only a few dozen strange mechanical beings emitting a faint red glow. According to intelligence, the attackers have 60,000 interstellar battleships from a stellar force called the Zhonglong Legion. The artificial intelligence commander on the captain's chair delivered a cold tone. In front of it were 2 video windows, showing 2 other artificial intelligence commanders sitting on captain's chairs. Artificial intelligence commanders are the higher intelligent mechanical life forms within the mechanical tribe. They have a status and capabilities far superior to other mechanical life forms. The prophet said, this is our holy land. Any life daring to intrude here must be eliminated. A sharp, piercing voice came from the opposite side. Destroy these damn carbon-based lives. Destroy. Destroy. Another voice sounded agitated. Then act according to the plan and eliminate this Zhonglong Legion fleet. The artificial intelligence commander raised its hand, swiping, and the 2 video windows temporarily shrunk and were placed aside. According to the system's calculations, our side has 300,000 interstellar battleships, while the enemy has only 60,000 interstellar battleships. The system assessed the combat capabilities of both interstellar battleships. The Zhonglong Legion's interstellar battleships' combat power far exceeds our mechanical tribe's interstellar battleships in the same class. But we have the advantage in numbers. Therefore, the system judges that we have an 87% chance of winning, the Starship AI said from the side. The artificial intelligence commander did not say much, as an 87% chance of winning required no further explanation. Swish, swish, swish. The artificial intelligence commander suddenly heard a buzzing sound in its ear. What is this sound? The artificial intelligence commander inquired. Possibly, due to the strong electromagnetic interference in this star system, this has often occurred before. After all, the prophet chose this star system for its uniqueness, the Starship AI replied. Hearing this, the artificial intelligence commander didn't dwell on it. Warning! 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 3 spatial anomalies have appeared in 3 directions surrounding our fleet. The bridge flashed with red light, and simultaneous warning signals echoed constantly. The artificial intelligence commander, without any emotional fluctuations, looked at the dots that appeared on the interstellar war simulation on the bridge, and a video image appeared in front of it. These were rings of light that appeared out of nowhere, dissipating to reveal interstellar battleships hovering in place. Each interstellar battleship bore the same fleet emblem. Behind them, a golden number could be seen. 4. Report. The Zhonglong 4th Legion fleet has completed space leap and arrived at the designated operation position. They have identified the target, and the 10th Legion is entering combat status. Report complete. On the bridge of a Zhonglong battleship, Commander Su Lan calmly reported on the current situation of the fleet, scanning the opposing force of 100,000 mechanical tribe battleships. Although here, they only had 30,000 Zhonglong interstellar battleships. Comparing the two in terms of numbers revealed a significant difference. Received. Execute the operation plan. A voice came from the communication window. Commander Su Lan said, understood. Subsequently, Commander Su Lan began issuing a series of operational commands. This time, she did not release all the interstellar fighters and drones at once. She only ordered her fleet to conduct fire attacks on the outer perimeter and delicately manage the distance between the enemy ships. While the targeted mechanical tribe fleet tried to close the distance and counterattack, it was not very effective. At the same time, the other 2 mechanical tribe fleets prepared to support the Demon Tribe fleet and were also under attack by the appearing Demon Legion. The Zhonglong 5th Legion has completed space leap and reached the designated position for operations, commencing combat actions. The Zhonglong 6th Legion has completed space leap, identified the target, and initiated combat operations. Similarly, 3 fleets of 30,000 Zhonglong Sector interstellar battleships were facing the enemy's 100,000 Mechanical Tribe interstellar battleships. The news of multiple fleet attacks naturally spread throughout the ranks of the artificial intelligence commander. These lower carbon-based lives dare to enter our holy land. Destroy them. They are declaring war on us. We should show no mercy. Completely wipe them out. The universe does not need these carbon-based lives. Hearing the words of its fellow commanders, the artificial intelligence commander glanced at its own starship AI. The attacker's fleet data has been updated. Currently, the enemy has 150,000 interstellar battleships. Although the enemy's fleet numbers are increasing, we still have a 68% chance of winning. We can also request reinforcements. Within this star system, our support can arrive within 15 minutes. The Starship I provided statistical data that reassured the artificial intelligence commander, who always placed great trust in these numbers. Continue the battle and eliminate these attackers, the artificial intelligence commander said calmly. Everywhere, battles were ongoing. Besides the Demon Tribe fleet being heavily beaten, the remaining 3 interstellar battlegrounds shared a similarity. The Zhonglong forces initiated high-saturation long-range firepower attacks right from the start. They showed no intention of engaging in the close-range warfare typical of star battles and maintained distance between both sides. This resulted in the mid-range weapons on both sides' ships having little impact. 3 hours had passed since the start of the battles. Apart from the Demon Tribe fleet suffering heavy casualties, the other 3 battlefields, while experiencing significant losses due to Zhonglong troops' long-range attacks, had not suffered substantial losses due to the lack of intensive close combat. It seems these metal blocks have quite a bit of patience. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin, looking at the holographic projection of Charlotte next to him. Then we can begin executing the second operational plan, Charlotte said lightly. Is this the stronghold of the Mechanical Tribe? Zhao Warner looked at the images being sent back, the planet manufacturing factories with their steel style, and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. To be precise, it is the stronghold of a guy known as the Mechanical Prodigy, the adjutant next to her reminded. Aren't they all part of the Mechanical Tribe? Zhao Warner muttered, not paying much attention, and then carefully observed this unique scenery. It was rare to have such a close observation of the Mechanical Tribe that once threatened the 3 major empires of the Galactic Alliance. At that time, the existence of the Mechanical Tribe was like a formidable flood beast to them. Just fending off incursions by the Mechanical Tribe's fleet left the border fleets of the 3 major empires exhausted, with almost no intelligence on the Mechanical Tribe's homeland. Just then, a communication window opened. No video, just a familiar voice. We can begin the operation now. Remember the mission. Do not engage in prolonged battles. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhao Warner chuckled, commander of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Stealth Bomber Special Forces. Zhao Warner reporting. Mission will be completed. Ending the communication, Zhao Warner raised her hand and opened a holographic map of interstellar warfare, including a blueprint of the Mechanical Tribe base across from them. However, at this moment, as she stared at the map of interstellar warfare, she frowned slightly. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Asked the adjutant beside her. My brother's instructions were for us to come in, attack freely, and retreat once the attack is done. With so many targets here, which one should I attack? Zhao Warner had decision-making difficulties, and at this moment, she really didn't know which one to choose. Hearing this, the adjutant was perplexed for quite some time before responding. Thinking it was a serious matter, only to realize it was about deciding which target to attack. The adjutant casually said, if you don't know which to attack, go for the biggest one. The biggest. Zhao Warner muttered this sentence, and then immediately set her sights on the area located right in the middle of the Mechanical Tribe base. That area was composed of a large planet connected to several satellites, along with the mechanical frames on top, giving the impression of a mechanical planet. Let's hit that one. Zhao Warner pointed at the mechanical planet. The adjutant, looking at this somewhat deep area, hesitantly said, isn't this a bit too deep? What if we can't retreat later? Don't worry, we have 10,000 all-dragon interstellar stealth bombers now. If my brother only ordered me to harass and attack, believe me, I can definitely conquer this place, confidently stated Zhao Warner. According to intelligence, there are 200,000 interstellar warships here. Can you really conquer it? The adjutant bluntly burst the bubble of her commander. Okay, it might be difficult to conquer this place, but taking down that big guy there won't be an easy task, right? Zhao Warner replied with a smirk. The adjutant couldn't help but smile, and the mission objective was still executed. Despite some risks, the situation was manageable. As such, under the mechanical tribe's surveillance, 10,000 all-Dragon interstellar stealth bombers silently infiltrated the area. Be cautious, the enemy has anti-stealth devices. Position all T3 Phantom Stingray class light interstellar stealth bombers in the middle of the fleet. Stay on course. Zhao Warner's words were simple before the actual battle began. But in the midst of combat, she could not afford any carelessness. Keenly observing the red circles appearing along the route, indicating the positions of enemy stealth detection devices, and scanning areas detected by T4 Succubus class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships. The stealth technology of T4 Succubus was stronger compared to that of T3 Phantom Stingray, so Zhao Warner arranged a number of T4 Succubus ships around the fleet perimeter. This not only allowed for immediate attack when targets were detected, but also served as protection for the lower-tier T3 Succubus. Fortunately, perhaps due to the diversion of 300,000 mechanical interstellar warships, the defense intensity here had significantly weakened. Zhao Warner's entire plan proceeded smoothly, accomplishing 90% of the mission until they reached a position slightly away from their final target. The fleet was exposed. A fleet of mechanical tribe warships coincidentally patrolling the area suddenly aimed all cannons at Zhao Warner's fleet. At the same time, a message came through the flagship bridge, signaling that they were locked onto by the enemy. We've been exposed. The adjutant looked at Zhao Warner. At this distance, our T4 Succubus and the frontline T3 Succubus can attack. Send the order to engage at this location. All interstellar stealth bombers that can attack the primary target should use 90% of their ammunition as per the original assault plan. The remaining interstellar stealth bombers are free to attack surrounding targets. Focus on high-value targets. Remember, we only have 5 minutes to attack. After 5 minutes, the entire fleet will retreat along the original path. Zhao Warner decisively issued orders for the operation. Soon, one stealth bomber after another went from their concealed state to launching positions, releasing a torrent of interstellar missiles and torpedoes towards the colossal mechanical construct resembling a planet. The sheer number resembled a meteor shower, causing structures along the way and small starbases to suffer heavy damage, almost being wiped out. As flames exploded, getting closer to the target, a pattern emerged, blocking the mechanical planet-like structure with a light shield. The shield displayed ripples caused by the explosions. That's a star shield. They actually installed one around a planet. The adjutant exclaimed in shock. Zhao Warner, however, remained composed. It seemed like she had anticipated this situation. She calmly stated, "We have 100 seconds left. Instruct the accompanying T4 Succubus to scan the surrounding area and ensure the safety of our retreat path." Understood. The adjutant went on to carry out these instructions. The 3-minute attack time elapsed. Almost all the Owl Dragon interstellar stealth bombers had launched 90% of their prepared ammunition. Numerous structures within the mechanical industrial base exploded and collapsed. Begin the retreat, Zhao Warner ordered as soon as the 3 minutes were up. At that moment, the adjutant still gazed in dissatisfaction at the mechanical planet shielded by the star shield. But in the next moment, the shield cracked, then dissipated entirely. The remaining interstellar missiles and torpedoes rained down on the mechanical planet. Explosions engulfed one side of the mechanical planet, as if set ablaze, displaying a dazzling spectacle. Report. Multiple mechanical fleets have been spotted surrounding us, far exceeding the number of 200,000. They are attempting to encircle us. Suddenly, a message interrupted their moment of satisfaction. Zhao Warner pursed her lips, muttering, "It seems like we stirred up a hornet's nest." In the center of this mechanical tribe base, you can see the planet-sized mechanical frames, with open pathways leading out, allowing the fleet of mechanical tribe interstellar warships to sail out. From a distance, it looks like hundreds of black serpents. As expected by Brother, there are definitely more than the originally detected 500,000 interstellar warships in this place. Zhao Warner saw the situation here, not panicking at all, but rather feeling a bit happy, because it showed that their operation was effective. Retreat immediately, but leave some survey equipment behind to record the number of enemy ships. Zhao Warner ordered. Yes. The ominous Dragon Interstellar Stealth Bomber Special Forces immediately began to retreat, but the number of enemy fleets appearing was too high. Just up to this point, the number of Mechanical Tribe interstellar warships that appeared on the Starship radar had already reached 500,000. Report: several of our retreat routes have been blocked. The deputy looked at Zhao Wan'er anxiously. These were all interstellar stealth bombers, not suitable for direct combat, especially since in the recent round of attacks, they had already consumed over 90% of their Starship ammunition. Even if among the 10,000 interstellar stealth bombers, 1/10 were T4 Shadow Demon-class light interstellar stealth bombers, they might not necessarily be a match for the current number of Mechanical Tribe fleet. Zhao Wan'er furrowed her brows slightly. But soon, she saw a flash of fire on the right side of the fleet's path. She recognized that fire very well. It was the result of interstellar missile firepower bombardment. It's our fleet. Break through in that direction immediately. Without hesitation, Zhao Wan'er gave the command. The entire fleet began to break through in that direction. Before they reached the spot, they saw the Mechanical Tribe interstellar warships that had been intercepted as if torn apart by some force. Subsequently, this gap continued to widen. They could see the ominous Dragon interstellar destroyers and interstellar battleships engaged in battle with the Mechanical Tribe interstellar warships. At this point, the communication was established. "Wan'er, it's me, Shen Bing. I was ordered to support and cover you. Break through from the passage we opened. There are too many enemy ships. We must evacuate immediately." Shen Bing's image appeared in front of Zhao Wan'er. "I have already ordered the fleet to break through at full speed." "Shen Bing, when did you arrive here?" "I didn't know." Zhao Wan'er looked at Shen Bing in surprise. Based on the information she had, her special forces were tasked with attacking this Mechanical Tribe base and drawing out potential military forces. That was to help you focus more in battle. "All right, let's retreat first," Shen Bing said. Zhao Wan'er rolled her eyes. She had a feeling that it was probably her brother's idea to toughen her up. How old was she already? Was she just playing around in those battles? After grumbling a few words in her mind, she focused on the ongoing battle. Under the firepower cover of the ominous Dragon 3rd Legion led by Shen Bing, they successfully escaped that area and regrouped with the ominous Dragon 3rd Legion. However, the over 50,000 Mechanical Tribe interstellar warships clearly did not intend to let go of those audacious attackers. They relentlessly pursued the ominous Dragon 3rd Legion and Zhao Wan'er as special forces. Fortunately, after the expansion of Shen Bing's ominous Dragon 3rd Legion, they also had 100,000 starships. Facing 500,000 Mechanical Tribe interstellar warships, the chances were slim in a head-on battle, but at least fighting while retreating posed no problem. At this moment, Zhao Wan'er looked at the interstellar map, furrowing her brows slightly as she discovered that Shen Bing's retreat route was peculiar. It didn't look like a retreat at all. Zhao Wan'er raised her hand, but quickly put it down. Most of the soldiers in the ominous Dragon Legion only needed to focus on their own missions during combat operations, without having to know about other operations. Even the top commanders in the pyramid structure often couldn't know all battle plans during most of the battles. Only a few of them would have the full picture of the operation. Therefore, though curious, Zhao Wan'er chose to stick to her duty. What she needed to know, she would eventually know. It wasn't necessary at that moment. In the rear, the pursuing Mechanical Tribe fleet's flagship, a completely gold-plated intelligent machine commander, spoke to four video windows in front of him. "Just now, I received an order from the Great Prophet. We can pursue these attackers, but we cannot leave the sacred grounds. Do you understand?" "Understood." The other four intelligent machine commanders responded in unison. It seemed that this gold-plated head intelligent machine commander had the highest status among them. After briefing the four subordinates, the gold-plated head intelligent machine commander, looking at his adjutant, asked in a low voice, "How is the situation at the Holy Land of the Divine Sect?" "The exterior area of the Divine Sect has sustained severe damage, which also affects the internal mechanical altar. I heard that the Great Prophet is now repairing the altar." "What? The altar has been affected? That is where we receive the divine revelations. These cursed carbon-based organisms should have been completely destroyed 1,000 years ago." The tone of the gold-plated head intelligent machine commander expressed anger. It was evident how developed the emotions of this intelligent machine life had become. "Destroy! Destroy! Destroy!" The gold-plated head intelligent machine commander kept muttering this word, as if experiencing a short circuit. Afterwards, the mechanical tribe interstellar fleet continued to chase frantically. However, there were several instances when they were about to catch up, but the attackers managed to swiftly escape. As the red line marking the distance to the sacred grounds drew closer, chasing these blasphemy perpetrators would soon lead them out of there. By the order of the Prophet, they would have no authority to chase further. Speed up the pursuit, firepower fully engaged. Find ways to block them at all costs. The gold-plated head intelligent machine commander roared, his voice no longer sounding like that of a mechanical being, but rather that of an enraged person. Report, we have received notifications from several other battlefields. 3 of our fleets are also chasing the enemy. This is their chasing trajectory. According to this trajectory, as long as we can intersect their path at this position, they will not be able to break out of the sacred grounds. The adjutant suddenly said beside him. The gold-plated head intelligent machine commander immediately looked at the interstellar war map, seeing 3 more course directions. It was already known that there were attackers on 3 other battlefields as well. They coincidentally found themselves converging. By continuing the chase, they could block the attackers near the edge of the sacred grounds. Even if they couldn't stop them entirely, at least they could halt half of them. Continue the pursuit, no matter what. These attackers must pay the price. The gold-plated head intelligent machine commander said sternly. Accompanied by 4 red symbols marked as prey on the interstellar war sandbox, they converged together like small streams. The yellow markers representing the mechanical fleet had already formed a circle around the perimeter, blocking all escape routes. The border of the sacred land was less than 5 minutes away. Humph, these carbon-based life forms dared to offend the sacred land. I will completely destroy them. The cold voice of the Golden Brain Intelligence Commander sounded out. At this moment, there were nearly 700,000 mechanical starships gathered here. On the other side, the Eagle Dragon Legion fleet only had 400,000 ships. There was almost a double difference between them. It was as if the hunter's crossbow was aimed at the prey. But at that moment, the so-called prey showed its fangs. Suddenly, on the radar screens of all intelligent machine commanders present, clusters of markers appeared in the border area. Report, we've detected energy signals that appear to be from mechanical starships. The assistant reported. Are mechanical starships? Are they reinforcements sent by the Prophet? The Golden Brain Intelligence Commander muttered in surprise. No, they are not our Prophet starships, said the assistant, his red eyes flashing a hint of human-like expression. If it's not the Prophet starships, then it's clear that they belong to the mechanical tribe. It's impossible. Those starships wouldn't enter this area. The Golden Brain Intelligence Commander immediately denied. He knew that this land was forbidden for those primitive intellectual life forms. Once they entered here, the sacred land would cleanse their minds. Unfortunately, the Prophet had stated that this effect only worked within the boundaries of the sacred land. Otherwise, the entire mechanical tribe could be elevated, fulfilling the great vision of the Prophet. Initially, the hypocritical leader of the mechanical tribe had sent some starships here, but they all failed. Since then, it seemed like there was an unwritten rule of non-interference between both sides. But they are definitely there now, the assistant said helplessly. The starship radar screens couldn't be deceptive. Immediately contact the Prophet and let him use purification on them. The Golden Brain Intelligence Commander sneered. Yes, the assistant went to carry out the order. Soon, the assistant hurried back with a report. Bad news, we just discovered that our external communication channels are being jammed. What? External communication channels? Why didn't we notice it earlier? The Golden Brain Intelligence Commander reprimanded angrily. We don't know either. The last time we contacted the base, everything was normal. It was only when I tried to contact the base just now that the head of the communication department discovered the interference. And it's only towards the base. All other directions are normal. It's as if someone has set up a jamming net between us and the base. The assistant said seriously. At that moment, they felt a chill down their spines, even though they were mechanical beings. Without them realizing it, their communication channels had been disrupted. Immediately scan and disinfect the entire fleet systems. The Golden Brain Intelligence Commander ordered. In the process, the approaching mechanical starships in the rear were getting closer and would soon be within firing range. Now, They also realized the identity of these suddenly appearing mechanical starship fleets. Because all the ship bodies of the mechanical starships had the same fleet emblem. They recognized them all. They were part of the elite army of the mechanical tribe, the Silver Wing Mechanical Angel Legion. They directly obeyed the highest will of the mechanical tribe. At that moment, these intelligent commanders realized the seriousness of the situation. The Golden Brain Intelligence Commander still couldn't understand why they dared to appear here. Even the Silver Wing Mechanical Angel Legion couldn't enter the Sacred Land. The Prophet had said that. Not to mention this elite fleet, even if the highest will entered the Sacred Land, there would be only one outcome. But why were they there? It was at that moment that the Golden Brain Intelligence Commander noticed something. He looked at the interstellar war sandbox in front of him. What's going on? How come our coordinates are different from before? The Golden Brain Intelligence Commander roared. The assistant took a closer look, and indeed, the current coordinates were outside the boundaries of the Sacred Land. It was as if they had shifted out from their previous location, which was clearly within the Sacred Land. Our system has been invaded. The Golden Brain Intelligence Commander lowered his voice, suppressing his anger. This was the only explanation that made sense. The enemy had invaded their starship system by unknown means and quietly modified the coordinates, making their mechanical fleet mistakenly believe they were still within the Sacred Land when, in fact, they had already left the area of the Sacred Land system. It was their own doing. Despicable carbon-based life forms. And those stubborn elements siding with carbon-based life. The words of the Prophet are true. The current mechanical tribe has decayed and needs the great mechanical prophet to cleanse it. The Golden Brain Intelligence Commander muttered with some fanaticism at that moment. It didn't sound like the utterance of an intelligent mechanical being, but rather that of a fervent believer. Sir, the most important thing now is how to deal with the current situation. The assistant reminded at the side. The Golden Brain Intelligence Commander said coldly, even if they collude, they are still just 90,000 starships combined. Nothing to fear. I've mentioned to the Prophet before that we should launch an attack proactively. This is the first step in purify our mechanical tribe. Order the annihilation of the enemy, prepare for battle, and eliminate these enemies. While the mechanical fleet was preparing for battle on one side, on the other side. How's it going? I said we could lure them out. But can your 50,000 starships handle the nearly 700,000 starships on the opposite side? Zhao Chen looked at the mechanical lady on the other side through the video screen. One of the two mechanical ladies he saw that day, the one with the silver hair ornament. Please rest assured, the Silver Mechanical Angel Legion is not an ordinary mechanical tribe fleet. I have always been eager to personally clear out these mechanical traitors who go against the highest will. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. A Yin's emotionless voice came through. Then I'll leave it to you here. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. He then ordered his Dragon Legion fleet to leave the battlefield as soon as there was a chance. They wouldn't interfere in others' fights within their territories. The flagship Dragon Emperor, Bridge Commander Zhao Chen stretched lazily when he noticed a figure appearing next to him. Zhao Chen looked over and reached out to pinch the waist. What are you doing? Charlotte coyly scolded, glancing around. Oh, I thought it was a hologram. Zhao Chen pretended to act innocent. Charlotte rolled her eyes at Zhao Chen. Is everything over there settled? Zhao Chen asked. The demons took control of 100,000 interstellar warships, and they have been completely wiped out by us. Although the crew on the newly acquired warships are experienced, there is no coordination between the ships. Coupled with the chaos caused by our attack, they were unable to put up a fight, Charlotte explained. Standing is tiring. Sit down and talk. Zhao Chen patted his thighs innocently. Charlotte walked past Zhao Chen, and just when Zhao Chen thought she would sit, her face was lightly slapped by a white tail. Surprisingly, there was a different kind of pain. Charlotte raised her hand, and a floating seat appeared next to her, and she sat down. No need to waste a seat, Zhao Chen muttered, looking slightly aggrieved. Charlotte's eyes glared at Zhao Chen as if she wanted to bite him. Zhao Chen liked the way this big white cat pretended to be reserved in front of others, but dared not treat him any differently when teasing him. Hey, don't we need to take care of the battle over there? Charlotte said, looking at a video window showing the current confrontation between the Mechanist Legion fleet and the Silver Mechanized Angel Legion. Although the number of Silver Mechanized Angel Legion ships is not as many as the Mechanist Legion's fleet, they have a significant advantage in having a large number of high-quality interstellar warships. For example, the number of T5 interstellar warships is 5 times that of their opponents. No wonder they are called the elite fleet of the Mechanists. It's okay. Leave a few outposts to keep an eye on it. We have other tasks to handle here, Zhao Chen said solemnly. Charlotte looked at the other side of the interstellar war simulation table. Are you investigating the Mechanist Legion? I just received another message from a T for Succubus Scout. The doctor who caused trouble in the Starlight Empire and the Holy Radiance Empire multiple times may be related to the Mechanist Legion, Zhao Chen said coldly, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. That doctor? Charlotte was somewhat surprised, noticing the killing intent in Zhao Chen's eyes. She rarely detected such killing intent from him through his eyes. Even during the previous battles with the mechanized insect tribe, at most, it was just a fighting spirit. This time, he truly wanted to kill someone. Charlotte was well aware of the troubles caused by this mysterious doctor, starting from the Sacrifice Star System incident in the Snowy Swallow Star territory of the Starlight Empire, creating the mutated insect swarm. This mysterious doctor had been at the top of Zhao Chen's hit list ever since. Zhao Chen personally led his 5 Onyx Dragon Legions and 150,000 interstellar warships back to this star system. Soon, they arrived at this vast mechanized wine starship factory. At this moment, a video window appeared next to Zhao Chen. Commander, we have identified 200,000 interstellar warships stationed in this area. We suspect that this might be the enemy's last hidden force, reported the captain of a T for Succubus class stealth reconnaissance ship. Understood. Continue monitoring, especially after we launch the attack. Keep a close watch, and do not allow any enemy warships or shuttles to escape, especially those to Called Machine Prophet and a Doctor. If we can locate them, capture them alive. Otherwise, eliminate them. Zhao Chen said commandingly. Yes. Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte beside him. 1 base, 200,000 interstellar warships. With just the 5 Onyx Dragon Legions you can command, and 150,000 interstellar warships, how long will it take over this place? Charlotte raised her hand and glanced at the enemy fleet data on the battlefield. She briefly scanned the combat power table of the detected enemy fleet, such as T3 and T for Great Interstellar Warships, focusing on the T5 Great Interstellar Warships at the top. 400 T5 interstellar warships, Charlotte muttered to herself, then looked at Zhao Chen. To completely control this area and eliminate all resistance, it will take 10 hours. If we just want to gain the upper hand, 5 hours will be enough. Then it's up to you. Zhao Chen stretched lazily, adjusted the captain's chair, and leaned back comfortably to enjoy the battle. Charlotte did not return to her flagship, but chose to command the battle directly from the Dragon Emperor. Zhao Longnu was also authorized by Zhao Chen to obey Charlotte. When these two worked together, it was like a perfect combination on the battlefield. Zhao Chen could rest assured because of Charlotte's ability and the expanded Onyx Dragon Legion fleet. Now, the Onyx Dragon Legions had expanded to at least 30,000 combat-type interstellar warships. Each legion was also equipped with a certain number of T5 grade interstellar warships, each equipped with 10 to 20 T5 grade interstellar warships. The main ships included the T5 Hill King class heavy interstellar strategic escort ship, T5 Chaos Knight class heavy assault interstellar destroyer, and T5 Lightning Phantom class heavy assault interstellar cruiser. Additionally, based on the requirements of each legion commander, other main combat interstellar warships were equipped. For example, the flagship chosen by Su Lan of the Onyx 4th Legion Fleet, who favored carrier ships and carrier battle systems, was the T5 Fire Killen class heavy carrier starship. Other commanders might choose the T5 Divine Savior class heavy interstellar armored artillery battleship as their flagship. A few might select the T5 Frost Tyrant class heavy interstellar missile battleship as their flagship. This way, the needs of each legion commander were maximally satisfied. In summary, the expanded Onyx Dragon Legions included T5, T4, and T3 grade interstellar warships. Considering the need for a certain number of fleets in large-scale battles, the T3 series of interstellar warships still served in the Onyx Dragon Legions. Unless in the future, Zhao Chen could mass-produce T for great interstellar warships on a large scale, he might completely eliminate the T3 series of interstellar warships from a legions. Getting back on track, Zhao Chen watched as Charlotte began deploying combat tasks. He had a hunch that he might uncover many secrets of the mechanist race here. 15,000 all-dragon interstellar warships battled against 200,000 mechanical tribe interstellar warships. And for the controller of this territory, on those mechanical planets, numerous giant cannons were also extended. It seems that this starship industrial base can still be considered an interstellar fortress. However, Charlotte was not at all worried. Her arrangements had already been deployed, and all that was left was to watch and see what would happen. Suddenly, the first to launch an attack were not the interstellar missile ships. Rather, it was a formation of interstellar gunships hastily assembled from among the 5 all-dragon legions before the battle. A total of 250 T for Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery gunships. Do not underestimate these 200+ T for interstellar warships. When they presented a net surface and opened fire towards the mechanical tribe fleet, the scene was very stunning. Each T for Medusa-class heavy interstellar artillery gunship was equipped with 400 Medusa-type particle energy heavy cannons. When the 250 T for Medusas fired together, there were a full 100,000 energy beams launched. Just one round of attacks directly caused chaos in the frontline positions recently set up by the enemy mechanical tribe fleet, with many interstellar warships having their star shields shattered and falling apart on the spot. After the barrage of continuous fire from the Owl Dragon fleet, they did not launch a direct attack, but instead waited quietly. Soon after, as the interstellar artillery fleet completed recharging its heavy cannons, they fired again. In this way, the commander of the enemy mechanical tribe fleet understood. These attackers wanted to consume and wear them down in this manner. Within this exchange of fire radius, only a few frontline interstellar warships and the giant cannons activated on the nearby mechanical planets could attack the enemy. While attacking, they also faced threats from the enemy's interstellar heavy cannons. Coupled with a substantial number of interstellar escort ships for defense, they did not pose much of a threat. This situation was simply not worth it. They immediately changed their strategy, and the mechanical tribe fleet began launching proactive attacks. "Haha, they can't hold back anymore," Charlotte said, crossing her arms confidently. Upon receiving intelligence about the mechanical tribe fleet from the commander and some battle information collected by the Owl Dragon Legion, she, along with a few other commanders, came to a conclusion. When engaging the mechanical tribe fleet, they must not enter into close-range combat, particularly without holding a significant advantage, nor engage in close combat with enemy interstellar warships. The mechanical tribe's interstellar warship fighting style was rigorous. Each warship could deliver optimal performance during combat. Therefore, even in defeat, they could inflict significant casualties. This was particularly evident in mid-range combat scenarios. Charlotte decided to avoid entanglement with the enemy in mid-range battles, at least until they had gained an absolute advantage. She intended to leverage the Owl Dragon Legion's expertise in long-range firepower to drain the enemy first. However, Charlotte had some exceptions to her conclusions. This was evident in the current order she issued. "Order all special fleets to prepare for battle," Charlotte commanded. In each Owl Dragon Legion fleet, special small formations composed of T5 interstellar warships and main T for interstellar warships began to break away from the main forces, showing a tendency for a proactive attack. In the interstellar war simulation in front of Charlotte, more than 400 red lights had appeared. Emphasize to them not to linger in battle. Their mission is to attack those high-value targets. Charlotte spoke firmly. Zilong was responsible for conveying Charlotte's reminder. Subsequently, these small fleets launched attacks under their own gunfire. The target of the attack was the mechanical tribe's T5 interstellar warships. This method was like a decapitation plan. Charlotte had studied the history of mechanical tribe warfare and concluded that avoiding close-range combat with their fleet was crucial. Still, she also considered assembling small fleets for proactive attacks. This way, the controlled area would be narrowed. The main concern about avoiding mid-range combat was that the battle area was too vast, leading to issues with the command system. Unlike the carbon-based life-form-controlled interstellar warships, the mechanical tribe's interstellar warships could cooperate seamlessly. Whether it was 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 warships, they could work together efficiently. Each warship could execute precise commands and maneuvers. To prevent this scenario, reducing the size of their fleet was the solution. Managing thousands or tens of thousands of interstellar warships was overwhelming. How could she command and coordinate just dozens or hundreds of them? This was Charlotte's idea. Consequently, as long-range artillery continued attacking and special small teams executed decapitation missions, the mechanical tribe's offensive encountered numerous setbacks. When combined with continuous firepower from other Owl Dragon interstellar warships, the mechanical tribe's interstellar warships sustained extensive losses. In the initial 1-hour stage, nearly 50,000 interstellar warships had been lost. Despite this, they had only closed some distance with the Owl Dragon Legion fleet. It's about time. Arrange for some Legion fleets to launch proactive attacks, pressure weak areas of the enemy, and finish them off. Charlotte commanded. The battle had entered its third phase. Following Charlotte's orders, the fighting intensified, and the losses of the mechanical tribe fleet increased. Additionally, Owl Dragon interstellar missile ships provided fire support for areas where the mechanical tribe fleet stubbornly resisted. The entire battle was going perfectly. In particular, the excellent performance of those special operations small teams stood out. This included the first appearance of a certain interstellar warship, the T-5 Hill King-class heavy interstellar strategic escort. "Our Hill King is impressive," Lily praised as she approached Zhao Chen. Although she didn't understand warfare much, after observing many battles, she had some understanding. She could see the exceptional performance of the T-5 Hill King-class heavy interstellar strategic escort. Of course, it's not your ordinary interstellar escort ship. It's a comprehensive strategic escort ship. It can not only establish a star shield around itself, but also provide a star shield protection to friendly starships within a certain range, Zhao Chen commented. Indeed, this was the exceptional feature of this first appearance of the T-5 Hill King. It could simultaneously provide multiple shields to allied ships. The number varied depending on the size of the ships it was supporting. For regular-sized T-5 interstellar warships, it could simultaneously support 5 of them. And for T-4 interstellar warships, it could support at least 30 T-5 interstellar warships. It was like an all-purpose shield for the entire fleet. Previously, the small special fleet was able to continuously execute decapitation missions with almost no losses, all thanks to the T-5 King of Hills class heavy interstellar comprehensive strategic escort ship guarding their own fleet on the battlefield. Originally, a starship whose star shield was about to be depleted could instantly obtain a new one for protection. It was like being resurrected at full health on the spot. And all of these were T-5 class interstellar battleships and main T-4 interstellar battleships. The impact this could have on the battlefield was significant. King of Hills class heavy interstellar comprehensive strategic escort ship species, interstellar escort ship, technology level, T-5, ship body armor strength, 1 to 1.1 million units. Star shield energy value, 100 million units. Cruising speed, 1,000 knots. Star warp engine, level 9 warp engine. Captain, 5 kilometers. Mass, 5.11 million tons. Crew, 3,000. Starship weapons, 500 T-5 class 12-barreled, 1,000 millimeters caliber, heavy close-range energy cannons. 10,000 King of Hills multifunctional defense interstellar missiles, 100 missile launchers. Special features, comprehensive star shield system, King of Hills Guardian module, King of Hills wartime energy core. At this moment, Lily couldn't help but open the data of this interstellar battleship again, then raised her head to look at the battlefield screen. She exclaimed, "No wonder it's called a comprehensive strategic escort ship. This function, compared to the previous interstellar escort ships, has been greatly enhanced. Especially the King of Hills Guardian module and King of Hills Wartime Energy Core program. The former can provide star shields for friendly ships, and the latter can operate during wartime, providing more energy for interstellar escort ships and even converting some energy on the battlefield." Hearing Lily's praise, Zhao Chen's mouth curved slightly upwards. This was the importance of choosing this T-5 King of Hills class heavy interstellar comprehensive strategic escort ship. It seemed that everyone might initially think that giving the star shield function was most crucial. However, in reality, the King of Hills Wartime Energy Core program was the most important technology for this interstellar escort ship. In wartime, the engine energy of a typical interstellar battleship could only be supplied outward and could only consume some raw materials during non-war conditions to reserve energy for the engine. Even the T-5 Pluto class could only inefficiently convert energy during warfare. But the T-5 King of Hills was different. It was equipped with two sets of engine energy. One was conventional, and the other was this one. And this one could only operate during wartime, generating energy continuously and unaffected, supplying various combat areas of the interstellar battleship, mainly the module area that provided star shields. If it weren't for this function, providing star shields to other interstellar battleships would consume a tremendous amount of energy that such a small interstellar escort ship couldn't bear. Providing star shields was terrifying in terms of energy consumption. Therefore, this T5 King of Hills also adopted another technology. Not only could it continue to produce energy during wartime, but it could also absorb energy particles generated in space due to battle through some special modules on the ship's body. Only with these two technological enhancements could the T5 King of Hills class heavy interstellar comprehensive strategic escort ship satisfy the significant consumption with its small body. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't even last 3 minutes. Returning to the main point, under Charlotte's tactical arrangements, the Eagle Dragon Legion fleet advanced steadily. Even though many defensive facilities were set up on these mechanical planets, the gradual advancement of the Eagle Dragon Legion fleet meant that only 1 or 2 defensive weapons on the mechanical planets could threaten the fleet at the same time. The other mechanical planets could only watch helplessly until the Eagle Dragon Legion fleet advanced into their firing range. This also meant that the mechanical planets before that had already been destroyed or occupied by the Eagle Dragon Legion fleet, losing their combat capabilities. Although the Eagle Dragon Legion fleet's approach seemed slow, it was actually very effective. Charlotte chose to attack the closest route to the largest mechanical planet from the center, based on the clues provided by Zhao Warner, suggesting that the largest mechanical planet might have some special significance to the mechanical cult. Additionally, information retrieved by the T for Succubus Glasslight interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship indicated similar terms to alter under attack during this period. Combining this information, Charlotte employed this attack method, which turned out to be the right choice. The mechanical fleet of the mechanical cult mobilized the majority of their forces to defend against the Eagle Dragon Legion fleet, intercepting them on this route, seemingly to prevent the Eagle Dragon Legion from approaching the largest mechanical planet. At this moment, Zhao Chen, through a deep space telescope, could already observe the largest mechanical planet burning on one side, which was likely the location previously attacked by Zhao Warner. Tell Charlotte to refrain from bombarding that mechanical planet, aside from destroying the defensive weapons on the largest mechanical planet. Dispatch the interstellar marines for operations and try to find useful intel for us, Zhao Chen ordered. Yes, Lily conveyed Zhao Chen's thoughts to Charlotte. Meanwhile, another piece of news reached Zhao Chen. Commander, we've received 3 communication documents, the communication officer reported to the commander. Read. One is from the commander of the Silver Mechanic Angel Legion, informing us that the rebellious mechanical cult forces we are fighting against are inexplicably trying to withdraw from combat towards our location for support. They will try to stop them as agreed upon and annihilate them outside the perimeter. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes upon seeing that the main base of the mechanical cult was seeking reinforcements. The second one is from the Angel race. The Holy Angel King sent a message. Due to your request, they are closely monitoring the Legion fleet of the Demon race. Suddenly, they discovered a large number of Demon Legion fleet ships being urgently diverted. The direction of transfer seems to be ***************. This direction coordinate happened to be where this star system was located. Zhao Chen had informed the Holy Angel King of this previously. Reply to the Holy Angel King, saying that our operation is proceeding smoothly here. This is a rare chance of counterattack for their angel race. Whether they can seize it depends on their own ability. Zhao Chen spoke in a deep voice. The third communication document is from our interstellar reconnaissance fleet. They intercepted communication documents from the Demon Clan's territory. The Demon King ordered the mobilization of multiple demon legions towards our location. We should be cautious, the communication officer finished. After listening to these 3 communication documents, Zhao Chen's lips slightly curled up. Staring at the largest mechanical planet, it seems that the mechanical prophet is truly in a hurry. Not hesitating to reveal the relationship with the Demon Clan, and directly having the Demon Clan dispatch a Legion fleet for support. This also proves the value of this mechanical prophet. Otherwise, the Demon King would not disregard the frontline situation of his Demon Clan and directly mobilize multiple Demon Legions. Lily nodded, then whispered, "Can we execute another action plan now? Notify the Red Eye side. The rabbit has appeared. The Eagle can take action now. Understood. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes, focusing on that largest mechanical planet. I want to see how much secret this mechanical prophet and this mechanical clan are hiding. The situation escalated. Even some of the mechanical clan's interstellar warships exhibited behaviors that were not in accordance with mechanical procedures, using suicidal attacks in an attempt to intercept the advancing Zhonglong Legion. However, the Zhonglong Legion's advance was resolute. Those burning mechanical planets seemed to bear witness to the Zhonglong Legion's unwavering faith. Finally, the largest mechanical planet entered the attack range of the Zhonglong Legion fleet. Sulin, I will arrange for other Legion fleets to create opportunities for you. Execute the commander's orders, quickly control that mechanical planet, and find useful intelligence from it. All carrier starships of the 5 Zhonglong Legions, all interstellar drones, and the prepared interstellar mechs are under your command. Remember, time is limited. Complete the mission quickly. Charlotte looked at Commander Sulin on the video window. Commander Sulin placed a hand on his chest and saluted. Understood. Following this, the Zhonglong Legion split into 2 groups, with most Zhonglong Legion starships attempting to suppress the remaining forces of the mechanical clan. Meanwhile, they organized some interstellar cruisers and interstellar battlecruisers to cover a group of starships and interstellar fighters and drones rushing towards the largest mechanical planet. Defense cannons on the mechanical planet fired. The power of these defense cannons reached T5 levels each. Since they were not equipped on interstellar warships, there was no need to consider size constraints, so the technological requirements were low. The first to face such a formidable threat was a T5 Divine Redeemer-class heavy interstellar armored artillery battlecruiser, continuously firing at the defense weapons on the planet. Not enough. Following closely were a considerable number of T4 Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battlecruisers, with their interstellar missile launchers activated. Missiles whizzed out, targeting the defense weapons on the planet. Under such precise firepower strikes, the defense weapons on the planet were effectively suppressed. Subsequently, swarms of interstellar fighters and drones attacked, primarily targeting medium-sized defense positions and clearing them out one by one. Zhao Chen walked to a porthole on the bridge and raised his hand, using the magnification function on the porthole to directly see the surface of the mechanical planet. Red streaks can be seen scattered on the planet, as if giving it a makeover. After this attack continued for 5 minutes, a special interstellar fleet slowly approached the burning mechanical planet under the escort of other interstellar warships. It was a T4 Whale-class heavy interstellar transport ship. More accurately, it was a modified interstellar mech transport ship. The gates on these Whale-class heavy interstellar transport ships opened one by one, with articulated arms extending, each carrying dark objects. Upon closer inspection, these were battle mechs. T4 Thunder Warrior-class medium-sized interstellar battle mechs. Subsequently, the T4 Thunder Warrior mechs descended towards the mechanical planet like shooting stars. Accompanying them were numerous interstellar drone swarms, seemingly on escort duty. Not just that, shuttles were urgently launched from those interstellar warships, heading towards the mechanical planet. The first to land were naturally the T4 Thunder Warrior mechs, landing in groups of 3, immediately beginning combat upon touchdown, by clearing out all visible mechanical combat units and incomplete defense weapon facilities. Soon after, the follow-up shuttles arrived, looking for suitable landing spots, hovering, and then descending. Following that, squads of Zhonglong interstellar marines appeared, dressed in black exoskeleton combat armor and carrying various weapons. Almost every marine was armed with multiple weapons, including rifles, shoulder-mounted cannons, and personal energy shields. They were also surrounded by a large number of interstellar drones. An interstellar marine, landing safely, took a deep breath, surveyed the surroundings, and couldn't help but swallow nervously. It was her first time on such a mission in this environment, facing the once powerful mechanical clan. Despite numerous training sessions and combat experiences, it would be fake to say she was not nervous. Our route is this way. Proceed 500 meters in this direction, and there will be a route to enter the interior of the mechanical planet. A small team of Thunder Warriors will assist us. Proceed in C1 formation. At this time, the voice of the team leader came through the communication channel, with a marching route map appearing on her helmet visor. The team of 30 interstellar marines immediately began their operation. There were hardly any major threats along the way, because if there were any threats, the interstellar fighters and drones above as well as the Thunder Warrior mechs nearby, would take care of them. During this process, they didn't even fire a shot. Finally, they arrived at the coordinates to penetrate the interior of the planet. It was a mechanical version of an outer space elevator, looking down like an abyss, directly penetrating the modified mechanical planetary interior. According to the reconnaissance data returned by the interstellar scouting drones, we will descend approximately 130 kilometers to what appears to be the ground level. The internal space is shrinking continuously. The Thunder Warriors can only take us to 100 kilometers and wait there. Understood. The team leader's voice came through again. Understood. The squad members responded in unison. Start the descent. Group 331. After the Thunder Warriors enter, Li Bing, your team goes first. Report any information immediately. Li Bing, received. As a seasoned veteran, Li Bing led his team members forward. Subsequently, 3 Thunder Warrior mechs were the first to enter this abyss. Li Bing and his team exchanged glances and, in perfect synchrony, jumped down. Following suit, other interstellar marine squads, in groups, jumped down one after another. Similar occurrences were taking place in other locations as well, with 1,000 interstellar marine squads and nearly 30,000 interstellar warriors executing similar missions. Under the starry sky, Zhao Chen stared at the mechanical planet, waiting for the moment when secrets would be revealed. Dragon Emperor no. On the bridge of the ship, Zhao Chen stared at the image of the holographic mechanical planet in front of him, which was becoming clearer and clearer, and the internal contours were gradually being updated. All of this was recorded and transmitted by the 1,000 interstellar marine squads entering it through their portable recording devices, with reconnaissance robots being deployed at intervals to assist. The outermost area also seems to be part of the Starship manufacturing factory area. They have divided the construction of every module and component of an interstellar battleship and ultimately assemble the previously constructed modules of starships together at several assembly locations. Zhao Chen held his chin, looking at the scan surface of the mechanical planet that had been completed around the perimeter. At this moment, changes began to appear in the 1,000 bright spots in the model. When moving quickly, they appeared green. When slowing down, they turned yellow. And when stopping or moving intermittently, they turned red. This represents the 3 states of the interstellar marine squads. Green represents non-combat status. Yellow represents alert movement status without encountering enemies, but with potential danger, and red, as the name suggests, represents being in combat status. And when this marker turns black, it means that the entire interstellar marine squad has sacrificed themselves. This situation has already occurred. The fighting in this area is very intense, and so far, more than half of the interstellar marine squads sacrificed were in this area. Lily pointed at a section of the model. The progress in that area was clearly slow, with several black spots that had stopped moving. While Lily and Zhao Chen were talking, Zhao Chen received arrangements from Charlotte's side, who had arranged for 100 interstellar marine camps, known by the name alone that this deployment was different this time. The composition of these 100 interstellar marine camps has been upgraded to 300 personnel. If the previous 30-person interstellar marine squads were considered the vanguard, then these interstellar marine camps were the main force. Their landing location happened to be the nearest position to that suspicious area. After arriving at the mechanical planet, these interstellar marine camps began to move quickly towards the locations where the interstellar marine squads had fallen. Zhao Chen crossed his arms and stared at these larger green markers. Soon, one of the large green markers turned red. Report, the signal of Vanguard Team 133 detected 100 meters ahead. A Star Warrior held a radar device in his hand. Order all teams to prepare for battle. Dongli, your second team will go first. Be careful. Understood. Both teams ready. B to battle formation. Advance. A 30-person team began to move away from the main force, advancing step by step with cover in the dark passage ahead. They would release fist-sized reconnaissance robots at intervals to confirm safety before informing the teams behind them. This was a large ruins area, surrounded by steel structures and collapsed floor structures. All lighting had failed. However, the night vision goggles on their tactical helmets allowed them to see as if it were daylight. Wait! Team leader Dong Li suddenly stopped, frowning as she looked at the images scanned by the reconnaissance robot. What's wrong, team leader? The team members stopped, questioning. Something's not right, Team leader Dong Li frowned, saying, "There is no heat reaction here. No enemies, isn't that normal?" A team member said instinctively. Team leader Dong Li said in a solemn tone, "Normal. Don't forget, this place just experienced a battle 10 minutes ago. How is it possible that there's no heat reaction at all? Does that mean the battlefield has been cleaned up?" The team member murmured in confusion. The team member beside them patted their backside directly, saying, "Are you stupid? This isn't some special operation that requires cleaning up the battlefield, right? And every time we enter a place where fighting has occurred, we detect plenty of heat reactions. The bodies of those robots, even if they lose combat capability, their heat reactions won't disappear within a short period in such a clean manner. Unless this is a trap." Team leader Dong Li spoke seriously. Without further ado, she ordered, "Transmit my command. Initiate suppressive fire to the positions 10 to 30 meters ahead." Yes. Two team members placed their backpacks on the ground, pressed a button on top of them, and a honeycomb-shaped missile launching structure was revealed inside. They then input the launch command. Fist-sized interstellar missiles were launched with tails of flames. Explosions were heard continuously in front of them. Report: enemy heat reaction detected. The team member responsible for monitoring the radar suddenly exclaimed. At the same time, some unusual scenes appeared on the screen. In the smoke of the explosions, various strange-shaped mechanical creatures appeared. There were mechanical dogs carrying Gatling-style machine guns on their backs, crab-like robots with 2 rocket launchers on their backs and machine guns in their hands, and medium 2 large-sized robots equipped with firearms. The quantity of them was unclear through the smoke, but one could see densely packed red indicator lights, resembling beasts in the darkness. Enemy spotted. Enemy number unknown. Engage in combat, all troops. The commander of the interstellar marine camps immediately issued the order. 300 interstellar soldiers entered their respective combat positions, using different weapons to engage the enemy. "Captain, be careful." Dong Li's team, who was at the forefront, naturally faced the most pressure. The enemy also locked onto her position, with a laser cannon hidden behind aiming in her direction. A pulse beam shot towards her. Dong Li sensed the danger, immediately protecting herself with her right arm, a shield-like star shield appearing in front of her. However, everyone knew that with the power of such an attack, it was difficult for the single soldier to survive intact with the star shield equipment they carried. As expected, the single soldier's star shield cracked into a spiderweb pattern upon impact. Dong Li clenched her teeth, facing the terrifying threat. But in the next moment, another, larger star shield appeared in front of Dong Li. Captain, are you okay?" An anxious voice came through the communication channel in her helmet. Dong Li closed the red warning boxes that had popped up on her tactical helmet. She had just been hit hard. She looked at the person standing in front of her. It was a team member in heavy single soldier armor, holding a shield 1 meter high in one hand. Don't underestimate this physical shield. It incorporated star shield technology, providing defense several times stronger than the single soldier star shield equipment. Generally, it was a standard configuration within a team. If it weren't for her protecting her just now, Dong Li estimated she would have been gone already. "I'm fine." Dong Li took a few deep breaths, and as she was about to stand up, she seemed to touch something. She lowered her head, looking at a severed arm on the ground. It was the uniform of the Interstellar Marine Squad, with a blurry serial number on it. Dong Li was silent for a second before standing up. "Take out the enemy's firing positions for me. Don't embarrass our team." Several hours of advancement. Finally, a starry Marine Corps advanced to the outside of an underground city. When explosives blasted the gate, they saw the interior scene. The team members were somewhat surprised by the scene inside. Blue skies, white clouds, oceans, mountains, bird songs, and flower scents. If it weren't for the remains of various mechanical soldiers behind them, they would probably subconsciously think that they had returned to a certain planet. Is this an artificial underground city? Someone noticed the anomaly. The blue skies, white clouds, and sun overhead were not real, but holographically simulated. If one were inside, they might really think they were living on a planet with bird songs and flower scents. "Look over there." A sharp-eyed team member pointed to the center of the underground city, where a giant celestial altar could be seen on a lake island. There were several translucent stone columns around the altar, sparkling with golden particles. However, one was leaning, with cracks on it, supported by some auxiliary equipment to prevent it from collapsing. We received information earlier, something about the Machine God Temple, and when our special fleet attacked before, it caused some impact on that altar. It looks like this is it, the camp leader said in a deep voice. Shall we go in now? A squad leader eagerly asked. We lost nearly 100 soldiers on our way here. Although we don't currently see any threats within this underground city, we must be cautious. The commander specifically instructed us to be careful and focus on to target missions, the mechanical prophet, and a doctor, the camp leader said solemnly. Camp leader, I found a figure with a black cloak in the middle of the altar. Could that be our target for the operation? A team member controlling a drone for investigation exclaimed. The camp leader immediately checked the screen and indeed saw a person in a black cloak sitting in the middle of the altar. Due to the height, his features were not clear. Keep an eye on this person. Try to contact other Marine Corps and see when they can arrive at the location. We'll act when the other Marine Corps are in position, the camp leader said in a deep voice. 5 minutes later, the 2nd Interstellar Marine Corps also found the underground city at the other end of the road. After the 2 Interstellar Marine Corps made contact, they immediately ordered an attack. In the underground city, battle mechs began to emerge. War engulfed this once idyllic underground city. Explosions, smoke, flames. The figure in the black robe opened their eyes, and the scenery before them was already a ruin of war. Don't move. Several voices came from around him, with several interstellar warriors pointing their guns at him. If he made any move, they would shoot. But due to the commander's orders, they wouldn't immediately kill the person, but the mechs. Keeping his head should be no problem. Unexpectedly, the black-robed figure was very cooperative and made no movements. Don't worry, I won't escape. Besides, I want to meet the legendary Owl Dragon Commander. A mechanical voice came from the black-robed figure. After implanting several prisoner devices on the black-robed figure, they escorted him away. The footsteps of Zhao Chen aboard the Dragon Emperor were slightly hurried. Lily followed closely behind him. Commander, should we have someone else conduct the interrogation first? Lily asked with concern. Zhao Chen replied, What? This is on my interstellar battleship, and I'm worried he'll threaten my safety. Can't even meet face to face? If that's the case, I wouldn't have had him brought back. Besides, I want to see for myself how many secrets this guy has. Though Lily's persuasion was ineffective, she knew this was a matter close to the commander's heart, and he needed to handle it personally. All she could do was to make the meeting process as safe as possible. Soon, Zhao Chen arrived in a room only to find that the person he wanted to meet was not there. However, on the other side of this small room, there was a large glass window. Through the window, he could see into the adjacent room. Inside that room, there was an electromagnetic cylindrical cage holding a figure. The person had electronic collars on their neck, wrists, and ankles, equipped with explosives. If this person posed a threat, the explosives could penetrate even the T4-level armor of the interstellar battleship. The glass walls of the interrogation room posed no danger even against T4-level interstellar battleship artillery attacks, thanks to the presence of the star shield position inside. Perhaps sensing someone's presence, the prisoner raised their head, revealing their inhuman-like appearance. With a human face, their right eye was a mechanical eye emitting red light, half of their head a mechanical structure. They looked at the dark wall in front of them. They're here. Subsequently, the dark wall that had appeared opaque became transparent. Zhao Chen and Lily were standing on the other side. Are you the doctor? Or the mechanical prophet? Zhao Chen asked directly. The man replied, What is a doctor? And what is a mechanical prophet? Zhao Chen frowned. Was this guy not going to answer honestly? If you're talking about the Starlight Empire, that was my doing. If you mean the Sacred Radiance Empire, that was also my doing. As for the mechanical race, in a sense, it's also related to me. But I prefer being called the doctor, the black-robed figure said. Lily noticed that Zhao Chen's hand clenched into a fist. She couldn't help but think of the events in the Starlight Empire's Snowyen region, where dozens of star systems were sacrificed to the insect race, creating mutated insects and those space cosmic wormholes that couldn't be closed at present. The weird figure in front of them was at the root of all this. Why did you do all this? Zhao Chen questioned. Because you are a virus. All carbon-based life forms are viruses, the doctor replied. Ha ha, so you're an extremist within the mechanical race. Then why do you have a human body? Zhao Chen stared coldly at the doctor. If this doctor was really part of the mechanical race, Zhao Chen could consider them as an extremist within that race. However, after they were captured and examined, how could they have this appearance now? According to their genetic analysis, they belong to the human race. And with a high probability, they originated from a star system in the Starlight Empire. It seems, Commander. Your Excellency, you've conducted quite an investigation on me, Dr. Dao remarked. Zhao Chen did not conceal the fact that he had already ordered the collection of the genetic information. I've gathered your genetic information, and I am currently investigating your information through the information networks of the three major empires. No need for all that trouble, Commander, Your Excellency. If you want to know, I will tell you, Dr. Dao said. A hint of reminiscence appeared in the human eye of Dr. Dao's left eye. Where should I start? Let's start from the time I was the fleet commander of the 7th Fleet of the 4th Expeditionary Army of the Starlight Empire. The fleet commander of the 7th Fleet of the 4th Expeditionary Army of the Starlight Empire. Hearing this, Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. Lily immediately began investigating this information. Are you an officer of the Starlight Empire? Zhao Chen inquired. I used to be, Dr. Dao recalled. Then why have you become like this, and why have you acted against your former homeland? Zhao Chen questioned. Homeland. Dr. Dao lightly chuckled and shook his head. The fleet commander, who was willing to fight for his homeland, already died in that battle. Just then, Lily tapped Zhao Chen on the shoulder from behind, and a video window appeared in front of her. Across from them was Marshal Chu Changhai. You are Jie Hui. Marshal Chu Changhai also saw the person imprisoned on the other side, but perhaps due to the significant difference from the impression in his mind, he couldn't confirm. Captain Chu, long time no see, Dr. Dao began. Zhao Chen noticed the peculiar address, as he did not address Chu Changhai as Marshal, but as Captain Chu. This indicated that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. When Chu Changhai joined the military, he did not use the Chu family's status to be directly promoted to a high position. Instead, he climbed up step by step from vice captain to captain, and his promotion speed was very fast. If Zhao Chen remembered correctly, Chu Changhai had served as the captain of 2 interstellar warships successively, with a span of about half a year. Jie Hui, is it really you? You were supposed to be dead in battle. How did you become like this, and did all those things? Chu Changhai's face displayed an expression of disbelief. Yes. I did all those things for the Starlight Empire, the Sacred Radiance Empire. It was all me, Jie Hui said, with a slight smirk as if showcasing his own creations. Upon hearing Jie Hui's response, Chu Changhai asked in astonishment, Why? Why did you do this? Why? This was what you all chose. Marshal Chu. Jie Hui suddenly roared uncontrollably. And this time, his address changed to the frosty Marshal Chu. Zhao Chen looked at Chu Changhai, inquiring if there was some story between the two. Chu Changhai sighed and looked at Jie Hui with a complicated gaze, saying, Jie Hui used to be my deputy for 3 months. Though it was only 3 months, he left a deep impression on me. He wasn't a nobleman, had no background, just a commoner. But he was very outstanding, becoming the vice captain of a T3 interstellar warship before 30 years old through his own ability. Zhao Chen's gaze shifted to Jie Hui, who had a self-deprecating smile, as if he too was submerged in reminiscence while listening to Chu Changhai. Becoming the vice captain of a T3 interstellar warship before 30 years old, as a commoner, was a challenging feat. Although the Starlight Empire's military system also provided avenues for advancement for commoners. Even admitting commoners in military academies like the Northern Starfleet Military Academy, those without background needed to exert several times the effort to progress. Later, I heard that due to his outstanding performance on the battlefield, he was promoted to be a fleet commander responsible for commanding 300 interstellar warships. Subsequently, during a mission in the territory occupied by the mechanoids, in an attempt to recapture a resource point, the entire expeditionary force faced a mechanoid counterattack and suffered complete destruction. Furthermore, due to a command error, some Imperial troops disregarded the friendly units on the front line and chose to retreat, leading to the loss of several star systems that were originally in our hands. Marshal Chu Changhai reminisced. It wasn't our loss, it was your abandonment. Jehui suddenly roared furiously. Zhao Chen caught on to something and tentatively asked, "Are you harboring resentment because you and your fleet were abandoned on the battlefield by the higher-ranking commanding officers, leading to the complete annihilation of your fleet?" Jehui coldly smirked. "As a soldier, it is our duty to obey orders. If me and my fleet were abandoned on the battlefield, I have nothing to say but they should never have been abandoned. Zhao Chen grasped an essential part of the information. At that moment, Lily whispered to Zhao Chen, "I have found a piece of information that may be related to this situation." In the middle of July in Galaxy Star Calendar 2988, the Starlight Empire's 4th Expeditionary Army suffered nearly 90% losses during a mission. This included the complete annihilation of Fleet Commander Jehui's 7th Fleet. Upon hearing this, what Zhao Chen learned aligned closely with the current situation. But Lily's next sentence revealed the mystery. According to the records, Jehui's wife and newborn child were located in the KO-1 star system, captured by the mechanoids, and dead the next day. Zhao Chen's eyes widened, and he looked at Marshal Chu Changhai in the video window. KO-1 star system? That must have been the star system where the situation was deemed critical, leading to the direct order to abandon it. But at that time, all soldiers' families should have been evacuated, right? Chu Changhai exclaimed in surprise. Yes, all the soldiers' families were evacuated. More accurately, all noble soldiers' families. Not only were all their family members evacuated, even their pet dogs had the privilege to board the evacuation ships. However, my family and the families of tens of thousands of soldiers with common backgrounds were blocked from boarding the evacuation ships. They were left behind on that desolate planet, awaiting death. Jehui suddenly erupted in anger, but his body shook uncontrollably from colliding with the electromagnetic cell, then collapsed on the floor. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow, glancing at Chu Changhai. Chu Changhai's expression was also grim. Though he did not speak, it seemed that what Jehui said was mostly true. At this point, there was no need to lie. Jehui sat on the ground, laughing derisively. I was too naive back then, thinking I was fighting for the Starlight Empire. Even if I sacrificed myself, my family could live carefree with the compensation. But when I miraculously survived on the battlefield and investigated later, I discovered that my wife and child had been heartlessly abandoned because she didn't qualify to board. It was discovered by the person in charge of the evacuation ship during the check of my wife's information that she was just the wife of a commoner military officer. So she didn't even have the qualification to board. And ahead of her, a noble woman with her 3 pet dogs could board. Zhao Chen remained silent. Jehui's lips curled up, revealing a mocking smile. But that's not all there is to it. Do you know? After thorough investigation, I found out that the people of the Starlight Empire even took all the compensation that should have belonged to the families of us ordinary soldiers for themselves. Perhaps to feed the pet dogs in the hands of those noble ladies. Misappropriating compensation. Zhao Chen did not find this surprising. Thinking back to the former Starlight Empire, occurrences like these didn't seem unexpected. My parents, upon hearing the news of my wife and child's deaths, fell seriously ill and couldn't receive any treatment. Because they simply didn't have money, the hospitals on those planets didn't recognize any martyr death certificates. Even the compensation that could possibly save them was never delivered to them. Until they perished in misery. Jehui's left eye was bloodshot, with even fresh blood flowing out. After saying all this, his emotions suddenly calmed down. He lightly chuckled and said, I thought I had forgotten about these things. The atmosphere grew heavy. Zhao Chen looked at Chu Changhai, whose expression was also grim, clenching his fists tightly. As the Marshal of the Starlight Empire, these words were undoubtedly a slap in his face. So, you seek revenge. Revenge against the Starlight Empire? Then why target the Sacred Radiance Empire? Zhao Chen couldn't change the past, so he continued to inquire coldly. I am not seeking revenge against the Starlight Empire, Jehui suddenly sneered. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows. I seek revenge against all carbon-based life forms in this universe. They are like viruses, the most evil entities in this world. They only bring war, oppression, enslavement, pain, and disease. Jehui's current emotions seemed almost fanatical. Hearing Jehui's obsession, the basic outline of his story was now clear, but a crucial part was still missing. Jehui, why did you not die in that battle? How did you become like this? Zhao Chen questioned. Because of God. Zhehui replied. God. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows again. God looked after me. Bestowed upon me a new mission. A great mission. Since then, Zhehui has died. Only the doctor, who exists for the will of God, remains. Zhehui coldly chuckled. Who is this God? Zhao Chen asked again. God is God. Well, that was a pointless question. Zhao Chen tried probing with several questions about this God, but Zhehui's answers essentially led nowhere, providing no clues. It was only known that some mechanized beings also received revelations from God, and Zhehui received help and modification from some of them after being injured in battle, resulting in his current state. Zhao Chen, if you are willing to join us, I am willing to introduce you to the revelations of God. Then, after completing the task of cleaning this dirty universe, we believers can live in the new world. There, we will have everything we desire. We can see our lost loved ones, the lives we want. No war, no pain, no disease. Zhehui laughed manically at Zhao Chen. Show me your God first. Perhaps, then I will consider. Zhao Chen shrugged. Zhehui paused, then sat back upright, shaking his head. No, you are not one of us. You cannot hear the revelations of God. You will be destroyed along with this old world. How did you receive this revelation of God? How do you know we are not the same kind? Zhao Chen smiled. You don't need to try. I knew the moment I saw you. As for how I received the revelations of God, Zhehui raised a finger, pointing at his own head with a slightly sinister smile. The revelations of God are right here. Just as Zhao Chen was about to gather more information, Zhehui suddenly burst into laughter. Zhao Chen, do you think capturing me means you've won? No. In this old world, there are many more of God's apostles. I'm just one of them. Farewell. I'm heading to the new world, where my wife and child are waiting for me. And the sins of your old world will be cleansed along with this world. Upon hearing this from Zhehui, Lily immediately shielded Zhao Chen, simultaneously throwing out several small balls from her sleeve. These balls activated upon release, forming several star shields in front of Lily and Zhao Chen. Meanwhile, cracks began to appear all over Zhehui in the other room, emitting a golden light. Accompanied by his frenzied laughter, the entire room was filled with the golden light. After a few moments, it dissipated. Lily's vision was momentarily blinded by the light, taking several seconds to recover. She looked at the scene before her. The room across was empty, and the electromagnetic cage was gone without a trace. Cracks spread across the room, and the glass between the two rooms formed spider web-like fissures, thankfully not shattered. The emergency star shields that Lily had thrown out were ineffective. Commander! Lily looked at the commander behind her, ensuring he was unharmed, before sighing in relief. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen stood there, his gaze solemn. Is Zhehui dead? Chu Changhe on the other side of the video window inquired. After the sudden flash of golden light, he was also unsure of what had happened. Zhehui is dead. However, as for the doctor, we're not sure, Zhao Chen said grimly. What that god Zhehui spoke of supports shouldn't be just him alone. What is this god? Is it related to the mechanized beings? Chu Changhe asked. Zhao Chen remained silent. He looked at Chu Changhe and said, keep the matter about Zhehui confidential for now. All right, Chu Changhe agreed. I have some other matters to attend to. I'll go now. After finishing the conversation, Zhao Chen ended the transmission, indicating he had important matters to attend to. Hearing Zhehui's story left Chu Changhe deeply troubled, reaching for a teacup beside him subconsciously, only to realize it had been crushed. He called for someone to investigate the events of the Galactic calendar year 2988 regarding the Expedition Army's actions, especially the abandonment of the families of civilian military officers during evacuation and the embezzlement of compensation meant for those families. His voice rang out coldly. The officer, perplexed, looked at the marshal. Why bring this up after 50 years? But noticing the chilling stare from the marshal, he immediately began the investigation, understanding someone was in for trouble. Lilith followed Zhao Chen into the captain's office. Lilith, what do you think about the god that Zhehui mentioned? Zhao Chen asked. Lilith hesitated for a moment and analyzed. I'm not sure either. What he said sounds too vague. It feels like there is some huge organized force behind him. But from the information we know, within the known universe, the Machine Clan can be considered the strongest, followed closely by the Angel Clan and Demon Clan. Apart from that, we have no information on other powerful interstellar forces. Zhao Chen sat on the sofa, leaning against the backrest with his eyes closed. I feel like the Machine Clan is hiding something significant. And there are many things here that we don't know. Relay my orders to gather as much information as possible about the Machine God sect. The more, the better. Yes, Lilith replied. Zhao Chen then asked, how is the situation over there? There hasn't been any information yet. If there is any news, I will inform you, Commander, Lilith answered. Zhao Chen raised his hand, and an interstellar sandbox map appeared in front of him. We have stirred up this territory of the Machine God sect. The Demon Clan has already made a move. This time, our goal is not just the Machine God sect, but also the Demon Legions of the Demon Clan. We must seize this rare opportunity. There is still some time left until the end of the year. Zhao Chen still remembers the annual mission that has not been completed so far. This time attacking the Machine God sect, he had long planned to kill two birds with one stone. On this interstellar sandbox map, 30 yellow dotted circles can be seen. Among them, the positions of 5 yellow dotted circles show the emblem of the Wyvern Legion. These are the traps Zhao Chen has prepared for the enemies, waiting for the prey to take the bait. Unlike the previous ambushes, in the demon lanes, there is only one route, which requires setting up an interception point. Perhaps knowing the enemy's travel route and making preparations in advance could work. Still, this time the enemy is the Demon Legion fleet, numerous and with hundreds of possible routes to rush here. Even with T for Succubus-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships probing the enemy's information, it is challenging to ensure the accuracy of every Demon Legion's route. Therefore, after deliberation between Zhao Chen and Charlotte and tallying the resources at his disposal, they established a system of deploying 30 interception points. Among these 30 points, each interception point would have a fleet station consisting of 300 interstellar battleships. After all, the number of Wyvern Legion ships mobilizable by Zhao Chen is limited. If spread among 30 interception points, it would be impossible to concentrate superior forces to attack the enemy. Consequently, they lose the advantage of ambush warfare. In the end, Zhao Chen and Charlotte decided that, although they deployed 30 interception points, they would only carry out ambush operations at 5 of the interception points. First, based on the calculated probabilities, the 5 standby Wyvern Legions would be stationed in 5 different areas. This meant that with over a 1/6 probability, these 5 Wyvern Legions could ambush the Demon Legion coming to their interception points. If the Demon Legion did not appear at these 5 points, they would use accompanying Lightbringer-class interstellar teleportation ships to transport the Wyvern Legion fleet to other interception points for battle. Although the ambush effect would be suboptimal in this scenario, at least the battle goal could be achieved. After completing the first wave of interception operations, the subsequent battle plans could be adjusted according to the actual situation. Prepare yourself. Once the situation here is under control, the Dragon Emperor, Pluto, and some of the Wyvern Legion fleet can prepare to support the battle on the other side, Zhao Chen instructed. Yes, Lilith responded. Since no one knows how many Demon Legions will arrive this time, Zhao Chen needs to make as many preparations as possible. In a quiet galaxy somewhere. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Leona impatiently sat on the captain's chair, swinging her legs. The deputy looked at the dragon captain in front of him, chuckled inwardly, as he had been startled by her appearance when they first met. He thought she would be ferocious, but the more he got to know her, the more he realized she was more like a child at heart. However, during battle, she always managed to display superb command skills, a world apart from her current childlike appearance. It is said that from joining the Wyvern Legion to now being the Deputy Chief Commander of the Wyvern 8th Legion, it took her only a year. There were rumors that if this year, instead of expanding the existing 10 Wyvern Legions, the commander decided to establish a new Wyvern Legion, Lady Leona would undoubtedly be appointed as the Legion Commander. The commander said before that we have deployed 30 interception points. Just because our interception point doesn't necessarily mean that the Demon Legion will appear here, the deputy reminded. Leona crossed her legs on the captain's chair, her arms resting on her lower legs, swaying her body back and forth, just like an immature child. But according to the data provided by the Dragon Emperor, the probability of the Demon Legion appearing at our interception point is as high as 31%. It's the highest among all the interception points. Leona pouted. At the same time, Leona looked out the side window and could see a massive interstellar battleship hovering on the opposite side. This made Leona's eyes envy. It was a T5 Divine Redeemer class heavy interstellar armored artillery battleship. It was the flagship of Commander Yi Xiao Tong of their Wyvern 8th Legion. Deep down, Leona also yearned to have a battleship like that, mainly because she had heard that her former rival on the Wyvern Goddess Academy level starship, Zhao Ruyu, had become the captain of a T5 Divine Redeemer class heavy interstellar armored artillery battleship. When she received this news, she had been sleepless for 3 days and nights. How envious she was! Although her flagship was also a T5 interstellar battleship, it was only a T5 Thundering Spectre class heavy assault interstellar cruiser. But the other was an interstellar battleship. I must have a Divine Redeemer, Leona muttered to herself. She yearned to prove herself in this battle so that she could have the right to command a Divine Redeemer. Suddenly, the starry sky ahead lit up with red dots. Leona immediately stood up excitedly, looking at the glowing red dots. These were the pre-deployed warp interceptors. The red light emitted indicated that their prey had appeared. In English, the text describes a scene in which Commander Yi Xiao Tong, also known as Black Cat, of the Owl Dragon 8th Legion, is commanding the T5 Divine Redeemer class heavy interstellar armor battleship. She stands on the bridge of the flagship, a smaller figure in a combat skirt with a tail swaying involuntarily behind her. Recognized for her battlefield command talents, Yi Xiao Tong rose through the ranks to lead the 1st Mech Squad and later became the commander of the 1st Mech Team within the Owl Dragon Legion. Facing an approaching enemy fleet, identified as the North King Demon Legion, Yi Xiao Tong swiftly orders her fleet into battle formation. Despite feeling the formidable presence of the Demon Fleet, she remains resolute, knowing that her skills as a leader, coupled with her elder status, have earned her a respected position among the 10 commanders of the Owl Dragon Legions. As the battle intensifies and the enemy forces reveal their strength, Yi Xiao Tong strategizes to counter the advancing Demon Fleet. Recognizing the overwhelming odds and realizing the need for reinforcements, she prepares her fleet for a fierce encounter. The narrative shifts to the perspective of the North King Demon Legion's flagship, where their commander receives reports of losses from the previous engagement with the Owl Dragon 8th Legion. Realizing the scale and strength of the approaching Owl Dragon fleet, the North King Demon Legion's marshal prepares to send reinforcements without delay. However, a sudden spatial anomaly on the battlefield signals the arrival of additional enemy forces, leaving both sides poised for a critical juncture in the unfolding interstellar conflict. The ruler of the North stared at the image of 300 interstellar battleships. The cold aura emanating from him grew stronger. The demons under his rule could feel a chill creeping over them. How come I have never seen these interstellar battleships in the Eagle Dragon Legion's database? The ruler of the North inquired in a deep voice. My lord, let me confirm that right away, the demon subordinate immediately began searching for information on these Eagle Dragon Legion interstellar battleships in the database, comparing them one by one. Some of the battleships had data available. Search complete. The interstellar battleship in question is the T5 Chaos Knight-class heavy assault interstellar destroyer, exclusively held in service by the Eagle Dragon Legion. Combat data. Search complete. The interstellar battleship in question is the T5 Thunder Ghost-class heavy assault interstellar cruiser, exclusively held in service by the Eagle Dragon Legion. Combat data. Search complete. The interstellar battleship in question is the T5 Divine Redeemer-class heavy interstellar armored artillery battleship, exclusively held in service by the Eagle Dragon Legion. Combat data. Search complete. The interstellar battleship in question is the T5 Fire Killing class heavy carrier starship, exclusively held in service by the Eagle Dragon Legion. Combat data. No relevant data found for the interstellar artillery ship. No relevant data found for the interstellar missile frigate. No relevant data found for the interstellar battleship cruiser. No relevant data found for the interstellar escort ship. Although the air around them was cold, the demon subordinate was sweating profusely. He swallowed hard and looked nervously at the ruler of the North on the throne, timidly replying, apart from the Chaos Knight, Thunder Ghost, Divine Redeemer, and Fire Killin. These four types of Eagle Dragon interstellar battleships, there is no record of any other interstellar battleship in our database. The ruler of the North fell silent for a moment. The last time the Red Devil Legion clashed with this Eagle Dragon Legion was almost a year ago, right? Yes, that's correct. That leaves us with two possibilities. Either the Eagle Dragon Legion was hiding something during the war against the Red Devil Legion and two other demon legions with a combined force of 1 million interstellar battleships. Or in this short span of a year, the Eagle Dragon Legion has produced 4 new T5 interstellar battleships. Which possibility seems more likely to you? The ruler of the North spoke softly. The demon subordinate bowed his head, unable to speak. Both possibilities seemed improbable. Facing a 1 million-strong demon fleet, could the Eagle Dragon Legion really be concealing something? How powerful had they become? Or had they managed to produce 4 new T5 interstellar battleships in less than a year? It was almost unbelievable. After all, the demon civilization had taken hundreds, if not thousands, of years to develop just a T5 interstellar battleships. While there were research projects for a few T5 battleships, it was on a 10-year development cycle. The actual production time was uncertain. Therefore, the idea of the Eagle Dragon Legion unveiling 4 new unseen T5 interstellar battleships in just a year was truly astonishing. Let's not dwell on it. Let's focus on staying alive and then consider these matters, the ruler of the North murmured. Upon hearing this, the demon subordinate immediately said, "My lord, you may be overthinking it. Despite the reinforcement from the suspected T5 interstellar battleship Eagle Dragon Fleet, we still have 30,000 interstellar battleships, an elite fleet of the North. It's impossible." Perhaps the Red Devil fellow thought the same way. I have seen reports of the battles between the Eagle Dragon Legion and us. Although that Red Devil character might not be the brightest, he wouldn't be a fool. If I were him, I'd probably have made similar battle arrangements. Every move the Eagle Dragon Legion makes directly targets the Red Devil Legion's weak spots, seizing the opportunity to deal a fatal blow. The appearance of this Eagle Dragon fleet now indicates their goal is to annihilate us. At the very least, to strike me down. With such an objective, they will not rest. The ruler of the North spoke softly. Upon hearing this, the demon subordinate swallowed hard. Send out the order to relay the message back to our side, requesting any possible reinforcements, the ruler of the North said, his tone surprisingly calm. He asked for support. He paused, and then continued. Activate the battle record equipment on all interstellar battleships. Document all the data of this battle, especially the combat data of the Eagle Dragon fleet facing us. Use all means to preserve and transmit this combat data. This is the final task I can do for His Majesty. The ruler of the North's words at this moment felt like a farewell. This made the demon subordinate somewhat incredulous. From his perspective, the battle had only just begun less than half an hour ago, and the ruler already sounded so solemn. The ruler of the North's legion was among the top 3 most terrifying within the original 12 demon legions. Even the strongest angel legion would hesitate to face them, let alone have a definite chance of victory. Before the rise of the demon race to suppress the angel race, the demon forces often suffered multiple times more casualties even in a victorious battle. However, the ruler of the North's legion was an exception. Since its establishment, in any battle, casualties never exceeded a 50% rate. Even in defeat, the main forces could quickly retreat to regroup for a comeback. In victory, the casualty rate might achieve an unprecedented 1-to-1 ratio. Despite such a powerful demon force, the ruler of the North was now making such arrangements that sounded almost like a last will. It was truly unbelievable. Now, let me enjoy the performance of this Eagle Dragon Legion. Hopefully, they won't disappoint me too much. The ruler of the North crossed his hands over his chest, his azure gaze fixed on the 300 interstellar battleships on the screen, showing no sign of despair or risk of defeat. Meanwhile, those 300 Eagle Dragon interstellar battleships had already assumed their combat formation. Crimson Reaper No. 1. Commence operation, commanded the T5 Crimson Reaper class heavy strategic interstellar missile cruiser. Seated on the captain's chair in the bridge was a white Volf woman with snowy white hair, her face devoid of any emotion changes. Transmit my orders. Input coordinates for the attack area. Crimson Reaper, prepare for a saturation fire assault. This woman was not White Snow, but her half-sister, White Moon, who bore a striking resemblance to White Snow. Unlike her emotionally charged sister during battles, White Moon remained stoic and expressionless at all times. Several armored bodies of the T-5 Crimson Death God-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship slowly extend, revealing densely packed missile launchers underneath, resembling a honeycomb structure. This is the flagship of the Crimson Death God, the first battle of the Crimson Death God. In the distance, Dragon Princess Leona, who is commanding her fleet in battle, specially separates a screen in her command interface to keep an eye on things from time to time. In this screen, there are exactly those 300 coming for support all Dragon interstellar warships. At the same time, she also received a small adjustment to the battle plan sent by Commander Yi Xiaotong, along with confidential data. Opening it, inside are detailed basic operational data on the newly designed T-5 interstellar warships, Crimson Death God, Spear of Sin, Frost Tyrant, King of the Hills. Seeing the names of these for new T-5 interstellar warships, Dragon Princess Leona mumbled, "These names are really well chosen. But why are there so many words after them, making them hard to pronounce? Could it be that the type of interstellar warship or commander presents is the longer the name, the more formidable is type?" At this moment, on the screen, the crimson-painted interstellar missile ship is seen slowly unfolding. Its most striking feature is the firm position it holds. A crimson-like electromagnetic railgun at the bow of the ship slowly extends from its position. Leona retrieved the data of this interstellar warship. T-5 Crimson Death God-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship type, interstellar missile ship technology level, T-5 armor strength, 30,000 units to 38,000 units starshield energy value. 4,000,000 units cruising speed, 500 knot star speed warp engine, level 9 warp engine ship length, 18.8 kilometers mass, 25 million tons crew size, 10,000 starship weapons, Crimson Death God series missile launchers, Crimson spherical lightning cannon, Crimson Death God series interstellar missile reserves. 5 million Crimson Death God Type 1 conventional interstellar missiles, 1 million Crimson Death God Type to medium-range heavy interstellar missiles. 400,000 Crimson Death God Type 3 super long-range medium interstellar missiles, 100,000 Crimson Death God Type for medium long-range mother-child cluster missiles, 20,000 Crimson Death God Type 5 super long-range dark matter, high-explosive interstellar missiles, to 1,000 Crimson Death God Type 6 antimatter interstellar missiles with black hole-like properties. After scanning from top to bottom, there isn't much difference compared to the usual interstellar missile ship, except for switching to T-5 grade interstellar missiles and increasing the ammunition capacity. It even incorporates some outstanding technologies from the T for Hell Angel class heavy interstellar missile ship. Of course, Leona was shocked by the massive ammunition capacity, 6.5 million interstellar missiles, nearly 20 times higher than. Please select a part of the text you would like translated, and I will continue from there. 10 T-5 Spear of Sin heavy interstellar artillery ships sailed in a fan-shaped formation towards the front line of the Owl Dragon fleet. In front of them were only the T-5 King of the Hills and T-5 Chaos Knights. Moreover, between these two interstellar battleships, a gap for attack had been silently reserved for the 10 T-5 Spears of Sin. As the heavy cannons on the 10 T-5 Spears of Sin, heavy interstellar artillery ships slowly rotated, they aimed at the demonic interstellar battleships ahead. 10 dazzling laser barrages formed a fan shape covering the front of the demonic interstellar battleships. Although the attack formation was not as magnificent as the previous T-5 Scarlet Reapers, the advantage lay in the enduring firepower suppression of these 10 T-5 Spears of Sin. With the suppressive firepower of the 10 T-5 Spears of Sin raining down, the Owl Dragon fleet advanced slowly. Spear of Sin class heavy interstellar artillery ship type, interstellar artillery ship technology level. T-5 ship armor strength, 30,000 units minus 36,000 units starshield energy value. 3 million units cruising speed, 600 knot star speed warp engine, 9th level warp engine ship length, 15.3 kilometers mass, 21 million tons crew count, 7,000 starship weapons, 6,000 Spear of Sin type particle energy heavy cannons, 600 fully automatic high-density, 6-barrel energy point defense guns. Dragon Maiden Leona glanced at the simple data of the T-5 Spear of Sin and sighed, a starship with 6,000 heavy cannons. The firepower output is almost on par with a medium-sized interstellar fortress. Having been with the Owl Dragon Legion for over a year, Dragon Maiden Leona knew the Legion style was to pursue the ultimate firepower output. Anything that could be resolved with firepower was not considered an issue. If one round of firepower output wasn't enough, then 2 rounds would come. Initially, when she first experienced actual combat alongside the Owl Dragon Legion, every time she saw the post-war statistics, her heart skipped a beat. If her younger sister Blancy were to see how she fought like this, she would probably grumble behind her for a month. Nevertheless, she had to admit, fighting this way was truly exhilarating. My lord, is this the personal guard fleet that directly obeys the commander-in-chief, my lord? A subordinate who had just completed her current task carefully asked as she noticed her superior's attention on the battlefield display. Who else has the capability to gather 300 T5 interstellar battleships? Dragon Maiden Leona chuckled. Though she did not possess all the details on this Owl Dragon personal guard fleet with the information on the new interstellar battleships she had received earlier. Her professional integrity as a commander required her only to observe the Owl Dragon personal guard fleet to derive an accurate estimation. Although this Owl Dragon personal guard fleet only had about 300 interstellar battleships, their combat power was enough to wipe out enemies hundreds of times their own size. Ignoring logistical support issues, even against enemies thousands of times their number, they would still have a fighting chance. The lineup within this Owl Dragon personal guard fleet was truly luxurious. It included several T5 interstellar battleships already in service within the Owl Dragon Legion, along with some new T5 interstellar battleships yet to be deployed within the Legion. In this battle, it was the first appearance of several T5 interstellar battleships. 1 T5 Crimson Reaper-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship. -1 T5 Fire Phoenix-class heavy carrier starships. 10 T5 Divine Redeemer-class heavy interstellar armored artillery battleships. 10 T5 Spears of Sin-class heavy interstellar artillery ships. 25 T5 Frost Fury-class heavy interstellar missile cruiser ships. -1 T5 Lightning Phantom-class heavy assault interstellar cruiser ships. 80 T5 Chaos Knight-class heavily armored assault interstellar destroyer ships, as well as 120 T5 King of the Hills class heavy interstellar comprehensive strategic escort ships. Constructing such an Owl Dragon personal guard fleet, although Dragon Maiden Leona was unsure of their actual costs, the construction expenses were definitely in the trillions. This was well aligned with the fragmentary information she had received several months earlier. The commander-in-chief personally went to the Angel clan to sign to military procurement agreements worth hundreds of trillions of stars currency. Since then, the industrial complex of the Owl Dragon star system had accelerated interstellar battleship production drastically. In the final 3 months of the year, they set numerous records for starship production. From her understanding, the Angel clan's total T5 interstellar battleships did not exceed 200, even when fully mobilized. After prolonged conflicts with the demons, their numbers had diminished considerably. The Demon Clan's T5 interstellar battleships were not anticipated to exceed 500 ships. Moreover, aside from the current T5 interstellar battleships within this Owl Dragon personal guard fleet, there were also numerous T5 interstellar battleships in active service across the 10 Owl Dragon legions. Combine them, and the total number of T5 interstellar battleships within the current Owl Dragon legions exceeded the sum of the Angel clan and Demon clan. If this information were to spread, many would find it incredulous. Still, those familiar with the industrial capacity of the Owl Dragon star system would understand that it reflected the continuous development of their interstellar battleship manufacturing sector and signified years of accumulation and success. Utilizing a sizable portion of their production capacity for T3 and T4 series of interstellar battleships would even further increase the number of active T5 interstellar battleships within the Owl Dragon Legion. My lord, the Supreme Commander has requested us to intensify our suppression of the Northern King Legion's territory given the current opportunity. At this moment, the subordinate reported a message. Assessing the current battlefield situation, which had seen the Owl Dragon personal guard fleet mounting a fierce assault on the flank, causing significant chaos in the previously uncheckable Northern King Legion front line. Many Northern King Legion ships had been diverted to counter the attack, leaving other fronts understaffed and underprepared for aggression. The few openings that had been painstakingly created were now sealed by the 8th Army Fleet of the Owl Dragons, thus forming a new encirclement. This was an ideal moment to shrink the Northern King Legion's operational space. We need to accelerate our attack pace. Enemy reinforcements may arrive at any time. We must, as per the original plan, end this battle within 5 hours. Dragon Maiden Leona stated solemnly. Annihilating 300,000 interstellar battleships within 5 hours, whether belonging to the elite Demon Clan or the Northern King Legion, would likely be difficult to believe if word got out. Nonetheless, today, the Owl Dragon's 8th Army under Yi Shao Tong had to prove this very fact. They could do it. These 300,000 Northern King Legion interstellar battleships, along with their marshal, must remain here. Inside the Demon King's castle, on the floor of the castle, one can see several demon corpses that have not been cleaned up yet. A demon officer hurriedly ran into the palace, paying no attention to the fellow comrade's corpse he stepped on. This was all because previously, when the Demon King learned of some information, he became enraged and killed a group of people. It was heard that it was a galaxy within a mechanical tribe territory, and no news had been heard before this. It was only gradually spreading among the higher-ups of the demon tribe now. It was learned that many of the interstellar battleships supplied to various demon legions were produced by this mechanical tribe galaxy. However, no one knew why it was produced within the mechanical tribe galaxy, and there was no clear information about it. After the Demon King learned of the news that the mechanical tribe territory was attacked, he immediately ordered the withdrawal of fleets from various battlefronts to support. When several demon marshals questioned why they had to be on the front lines to suppress the Angel tribe, which could threaten the War Angel King's headquarters within a week, the Demon King simply conveyed, "It is his order." Although the demon marshals may not have been happy about it, they still carried out the Demon King's command. All offensives on the front line were halted. 3 demon legions were completely withdrawn, and 3 demon legions were partially withdrawn. It could be said that the Demon King's command directly led to the withdrawal of nearly 1/3 of the Demon Legion forces on the front line. Simultaneously, another 1/3 were prepared to be dispatched to support under the Demon King's command. Conducting such a large-scale military operation for a galaxy within a mechanical tribe territory was truly unbelievable. And now, even worse news has come. The demon officer kneeling in a pool of blood swallowed hard. He did not know if he would survive after delivering this message. Support, the Legion supporting the mechanical tribe territory has sent back the latest information. The demon officer hesitated. The cold glare of the Demon King fell upon the demon officer. With almost his head touching the ground, the demon officer cried out with his last bit of strength, "The Northern King Marshal has sent a request for help." The Northern King Legion was ambushed by the Owl Dragon Legion with 30,000 interstellar battleships. They also encountered a fleet of all dragons with 300 T5 interstellar battleships. The situation is not optimistic. If possible, the king hopes that the Demon Legion can be dispatched to aid. If there is no opportunity, the Northern King Marshal will find a way to fight to the end, while also gathering more enemy intelligence for your majesty. Ambushed? The chilling voice of the Demon King sounded. The demon officer closed his eyes, not daring to think about his fate next. If he was to die, he hoped the king would make it quick. Owl Dragon Legion. The Demon King pronounced the name with a cold killer instinct. It seems these guys came prepared. That place cannot be lost. Send my order to withdraw. Report. The front line against the Angel tribe has received messages from the Legion of Ghouls, the Balram Legion, the Almond Legion, the Serpent King Legion, and the Demon Crocodile Legion. The Angel tribe suddenly sent out a large army for a counterattack. The strength of the counterattack reached nearly 1 million Angel interstellar battleships. In the event of a confrontation without support, our forces on the front line are at a disadvantage. Generals of the legions, please advise your majesty. Another demon officer ran in, reporting another very bad piece of news. The Angel tribe. The Demon King snorted, double the pressure. Prepare for an ambush. Good. 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 The Demon King repeated the word good several times. Then, he coldly issued orders. Command the Legion of Ghouls, the Balram Legion, the Almond Legion, the Serpent King Legion, and the Demon Crocodile Legion to give up the Angel tribe territories they have captured in the past few months and retreat to their original positions. If the Angel tribe fleet continues to advance, engage in battle with them, and do not retreat without my order. Furthermore, inform the Black Angel Legion, the Agalos Legion, and the Hell Baron Legion to support the battlefield in the direction of the Mechanical tribe. Ensure that no matter the circumstances, within 50 hours, you must infiltrate this coordinate and report the status of this star system to me. Yes. The two demon officers breathed a sigh of relief and immediately left the palace to deliver this message. Once again, the palace fell into a deathly silence. This time, I have sacrificed a lot for you. If you do not reveal your trump cards, do not blame me for turning against you. The Demon King suddenly said with a chilly tone. A shadow appeared beside the throne without anyone noticing. Your Majesty, we have always been helping you. Now that the sacred land is in danger, you should help us. You should know that now. We are on the same boat in terms of fate. Before the shadow could finish speaking, the Demon King's hand gripped his head tightly. A metallic friction sound echoed. Click, click. If not for looking out for you, in a week, my army could have invaded the War Angel domain and destroyed the industrial base of the Angel Tribe. This would sever the Angel Tribe's arms. Within half a year, I could have occupied the entire Angel Tribe and made them kneel before me. Now, because of you, all the sacrifice of my army in the past few months has been in vain. Do you not owe me an explanation? The Demon King's voice was filled with murderous intent. It was clear that if there was no suitable explanation at that moment, only one person would survive here. Your Majesty ... As compensation for rescuing the sacred land, I am willing to offer you the blueprint for a Quasi-T6 interstellar battleship. The Demon King released his grip. Also, I will. The person in the shadows spoke softly. After hearing this, the Demon King's expression visibly changed. You already had this trump card. Why did you not use it earlier? This is a trump card. It cannot be used until a critical moment. I hope your Majesty forgives me. The person in the shadow said. The Demon King snorted. Was it truly not to be used easily, or was it a defense against him? The question did not matter to the Demon King. Then do as you say. The Demon King said sternly. Yes, your Majesty. Please rest assured that there can only be one master in this universe in the end. And that is you, Great Majesty. The person in the shadow disappeared without a trace. In the place where he vanished was a square crystal. Inside it seemed to contain some mysterious technological secrets. At this moment, the entire demon clan could be described as a chaotic mess. The original plan to attack the Angel clan in an orderly manner has now failed completely. All the preparations and efforts made are wasted, and now there is the need to guard against the Angel clan's counterattack. In a high-level meeting of the Angel clan's Angelic King, the saintly Angelic King looked at the holographic projections of the other two Angelic Kings and asked, "How are the preparations of the various Legion fleets?" The War Angelic King confidently replied, "Don't worry, everything is arranged. The 1 million Angel interstellar battleships urgently dispatched from here have already started the full counterattack. If things progress smoothly later, the Legion fleet stationed at the defense lines on my side will only need a short rest before joining the counterattack plan. At least we can gather another 300,000 interstellar battleships." From the tone of the War Angelic King's voice, it can be heard that he is actually very excited and passionate. This comes after a battle during which they were suppressed by the Demon Clan's interstellar fleet, even losing a number of interstellar fortresses and defense lines one after another. Without the recent supply of the Phoenix Dragon interstellar battleships, the situation on the front lines would have been unimaginable. Combined with the assistance of the excellent performance of the Angel Tilia's Holy Dragon Angelic Legion on the battlefield, it prevented the early collapse of the territories under the War Angelic King and the War Angelic Realm from being affected by the war. Now, if it weren't for the outbreak of another war, Demon Clan interstellar battleships would likely have appeared in the War Angelic Realm by now. They wouldn't have this opportunity for a counterattack. I believe we should counterattack, but we should not rush it. After all, after the long period of fighting before, we have suffered losses as well, said the saintly Angelic King, glancing at the War Angelic King. Among the three of them, the War Angelic King had suffered the most losses. The number of interstellar battleships he currently had was estimated to be less than half of his peak period. Many of them had experienced fierce battles and needed repairs. The number of interstellar battleships with complete combat capabilities was very few. Although the relationship between the saintly Angelic King and the Phoenix Dragon Lord was the closest among the three Angelic Kings, she needed to consider her own Angel clan first. She was willing to cooperate with the Phoenix Dragon Legion's operations, but only under the condition of ensuring their own situation. Supporting 1 million interstellar battleships is already the limit of your current mobilization. Furthermore, the War Angelic King doesn't have many interstellar battleships to begin with. Upon hearing the saintly Angelic King's words, it was like being splashed with cold water. However, at this moment, the Judgment Angelic King spoke up. I actually see this as a rare opportunity. According to the information we have received, the Demon King has now pulled out nearly half of the demon legions from the front lines. Although we don't know what the Phoenix Dragonlord did to anger the Demon King so much, the fact that the Demon Clan's interstellar battleships have completely retreated on our side of the battlefield indicates their lack of confidence. They are also worried that we might launch an attack while their frontline interstellar battleships are vacant. Therefore, I believe we must seize this opportunity. Deal a heavy blow to the enemy. Otherwise, if the Phoenix Dragonlord's battle plan fails, and the Demon Clan's interstellar fleet turns against us, the War Angelic realm would be threatened, and it would only be a matter of time. Instead of being passive, we should take the initiative. The two Angelic Kings looked at the usually quiet Judgment Angelic King, who surprisingly spoke so much, and with such reason. This struck a chord with the War Angelic King. He immediately said, "Yes, opportunities are fleeting. Given the current situation on our battlefield, we not only have to recapture the lost territories, but also counterattack and inflict maximum casualties on the enemy. This way, no matter how the Phoenix Dragonlord's battle results turn out, we can at least buy more time for ourselves." Hearing both Angelic Kings speaking in agreement, the saintly Angelic King knew she could not stop the current situation, and truth be told, the decision was indeed reasonable. Just a bit too radical. Oh well, opportunities like this are fleeting. Even if they encounter any issues, as long as they proceed with caution, it should be fine. Recognizing this, the saintly Angelic King solemnly said, "I can support your enhanced counterattack strategy, but I must make a few demands." The two Angelic Kings did not interrupt, seeming to accept the saintly Angelic King's possible demands. After a pause, the saintly Angelic King continued, "First, essential garrison fleets must be stationed at various strategic locations. We have lost too many territories. The remaining strategic locations are critical to us and cannot be lost, especially the industrial base on the War Angelic Realm side. Second, based on the current 1 million interstellar battleships, we can deploy additional battleships. However, we must proceed with caution. We need to send out a large number of interstellar reconnaissance ships to closely monitor the movements of Demon Legion fleets. If those Demon Legions that are currently withdrawing from the battlefield show signs of returning, we must immediately halt the counterattack plan. Even if necessary, we must abandon the interstellar territories that we could have recaptured." The saintly Angelic King was very cautious, not allowing the shaky Angel clan to experience any more accidents. "You don't need to worry about the intelligence aspect. I will deploy it and closely monitor the situation. If there are any developments, I will notify you immediately." The War Angelic King also agreed, saying, "If the situations you outlined actually occur, I won't be attached to fighting and will withdraw from the battlefield immediately." Hearing both Angelic Kings agreeing with her opinion, the saintly Angelic King basically agreed to the proposal to enhance the scale of the counterattack plan. After further discussions among the three Angelic Kings, it was established that in addition to the current 1 million Angel interstellar battleships mobilized, within the next 3 days, an additional 500,000 battleships would be deployed. If conditions permit, and the situation remains optimistic, this number would eventually increase to a total of 2 million interstellar battleships within a week. It's decided then, I will be responsible for this counterattack operation. Listen to my good news. The War Angelic King said confidently, finally having the opportunity they had been waiting for to seek revenge. After the Angel King's meeting ended, the Holy Angel King summoned the Angel Tilia. "My lord, you summoned me." Tilia's holographic projection appeared before the Holy Angel King. She was respectful, but it was evident that her aura was completely different from before. Previously, she was like a shining holy sword, but now she resembled a hidden dagger. While it may seem the same, her eyes held a different expression. "I have discussed the counterattack plan with the other two Angel Kings. We have expanded the scale of the operation from 1 million to 1 million starships. Before the demonic legions that have been shifted return, we must try to eliminate, or at least severely cripple the opposing demonic legions. Even if we cannot destroy them completely, we must inflict significant damage. In doing so, we can buy more time for our angelic tribe. Upon hearing the words of the Holy Angel King, Tilia's eyes lit up instantly. With her Holy Dragon Angel Legion in hand, Tilia now seemed more like a disciple of the War Angel King. After every battle, she longed for a more intense one to follow. Her Holy Dragon Angel Legion seemed to be born for war. As before, your Holy Dragon Angel Legion has autonomy on the battlefield. You can accept the missions you deem fit, said the Holy Angel King. Because the combat system of the Holy Dragon Angel Legion was completely different from that of the Angelic Legions, forcing integration into the massive battle system of the Angelic Tribe would be counterproductive. Thus, it was better to let Tilia and her Holy Dragon Angel Legion act as a different kind of weapon, ready to strike when necessary. Yes, Your Majesty. I understand, Tilia bowed. But this time, I have one request. In each battle, you must ensure that the casualties of your Holy Dragon Angel Legion are kept to a minimum, and the resources consumed are not excessive. We cannot afford to deplete our ammunition. While our counterattack plan seems to have the upper hand in the current situation, the Devil King will not take defeat easily and will be waiting to take advantage. Therefore, I need your Holy Dragon Angel Legion to be prepared for any eventuality. When necessary, you may act without my orders and do what you deem necessary. Tilia sensed the caution in the words of the Holy Angel King and looked at her angelic kiss with confusion. My lord ... with your words, do you sense impending danger? The Holy Angel King shook her head, her gaze deep as she spoke. I do not know. But I have a premonition. With the current operation of the Owl Dragon Legion and the Devil King's sacrifice of frontline plans to move a significant amount of demonic legions, I feel as though a certain order in this universe is about to be disrupted. The millennium-long war between the Angelic Tribe and the Demonic Tribe may be at a turning point. Therefore, I must prepare for all possible contingencies. Your Holy Dragon Angel Legion is our hope. The Holy Angel King looked expectantly at Tilia. This trust was not only because Tilia was the Holy Angel King's close guard, but also due to the outstanding performance of the Holy Dragon Angel Legion in recent battles. Rest assured, my lord, Tilia will not disappoint your trust, Tilia vowed earnestly. With that, a large-scale military deployment of the Angelic Tribe began swiftly. Just under 3 hours after the demonic legions withdrew, the Angelic Legions initiated an attack, pursuing the retreating demonic fleets and launching a fierce counterattack. No one knew when the battles on the Owl Dragon Legion's front would end, so they needed to act swiftly and seize the current opportunity. Dragon Emperor. Bridge the latest news. Currently, we have successfully intercepted 7 demonic legion fleets at 30 of our interception points. 3 of these points were anticipated to have all Dragon Legion guards stationed. However, due to our own limited forces, we can only support ambush operations at 5 of the interception points. After intercepting the batch of demonic starships, the Owl Dragon fleet stationed at the remaining 2 interception points has withdrawn. Lily reported to Zhao Chen. What are the movements of these 2 demonic legions? Zhao Chen inquired. One of them supported the Owl Dragon 8th Legion under Yi Xiaotong against the Northern King Legion's battlefield. We have informed Commander Yi Xiaotong, and she is prepared. The other demonic legion has set out towards our direction again, and is expected to arrive on the outskirts of the entire star system within 3 hours. If not stopped, they will be here within 4 hours. Lily stated. Which demonic legion is it, and how many starships do they have? Zhao Chen asked. Lily replied, it is part of the Agalos Legion, with nearly 500,000 starships. 500,000 starships, a truly terrifying number. Among the 12 original demonic legions, the Agalos Legion was a crucial part and couldn't be ignored. If the Red Demon Legion, Ghoul Legion, Baram Legion, and Snake King Legion, deemed cannon fodder legions, were numerous, the Northern King Legion was like the Devil King's 3 swords. And the Agalos Legion was an essential part of the demonic tribe that couldn't be overlooked. Where are the other 11 demonic legions positioned, and what is their status? Zhao Chen asked. Lily promptly accessed an information panel displaying the emblems of the original 12 demonic legions. The mark of the Red Demon Legion had already turned black, indicating its non-existence. The Ghoul Legion, Baram Legion, Snake King Legion, Almond Legion, and Crocodile Demon Legion have been ordered by the Devil King to retreat to their positions before the current Angelic Tribe battle round. The Northern King Legion is currently engaging in battle with Yi Xiaotong's Owl Dragon 8th Legion and the Owl Dragon Guard fleet under our command. The Black Angel Legion is fighting against Pei Shengnan's Owl Dragon 10th Legion. Part of the Hell Baron Legion is engaging in battle with Xianf Kingman's Owl Dragon 9th Legion. Another part of the Legion fleet is fighting against Wei Shishi's Owl Dragon 7th Legion. The Furious Legion is battling against Qi Tong's Owl Dragon 2nd Legion. Lily continued, apart from Yi Xiao Tong's Owl Dragon 8th Legion, where we have the upper hand, the other 4 ambush battlefields can only maintain a slight advantage. If the demonic fleets receive reinforcements, they could lose that advantage and even fall into a crisis. Zhao Chen scrutinized the entire interstellar war scenario, seemingly overseeing this massive interstellar battle. Zhao Chen stared at the interstellar war sandbox in front of him, not speaking for a long time. To be honest, this military plan, from the beginning until now, neither he nor Charlotte had 100% certainty. Charlotte even raised concerns several times that there was a great risk in carrying out this military plan, especially under the assumption that the Angel Clan would remain neutral. The Owl Dragon Legion might even suffer heavy casualties. But in the end, Zhao Chen made the final decision and executed the battle plan. The reason for Zhao Chen's obsession lies in various factors, such as the annual mission, missions triggered by the Machine Clan, and his clear understanding that the threat of the Demon Clan always existed. Even though he continuously supplied the Dragon-class battleships to the Angel Clan, he could not completely reverse the Angel Clan's disadvantage. He only managed to slow down their rate of death. After confirming that the Machine God sect was indeed related to the Demon Clan, it became a ticking time bomb that could erupt at any moment. Zhao Chen couldn't stand by idly. If he did, it could even lead to nurturing a future problem. Taking everything into consideration, Zhao Chen decided to carry out this battle plan. By eliminating the Machine God sect and massively destroying the elite fleet of the Demon Clan, even if the Demon Clan did not suffer defeat in the end, it would be challenging for them to recover to their previous position after being severely weakened. Contact Charlotte and ask her if she is still following the original battle plan. If there are any modifications needed, Zhao Chen instructed Lily. He then looked at the little dragon girl. Also, continue simulating the upcoming military actions in your mind. If there are any issues, inform me immediately. We must ensure that the following military actions proceed without a hitch. At least ensuring the safety of our All-Dragon Legion. All right. The little dragon girl immediately began utilizing her powerful computing abilities to simulate the future war scenario in her mind. As time passed, information from the frontline battlefield was relayed back to Zhao Chen. However, at that moment, a data fragment collected from the mechanical planet of the original Machine God sect startled Zhao Chen. It made him temporarily put aside his worries about the ongoing battle. Can you confirm that this data is real? Zhao Chen asked Lily solemnly. Lily nodded and said, I can confirm. After entrusting Lily with matters on the battlefield, Zhao Chen ordered the Dragon Sovereign to temporarily withdraw from the battlefield and the system controlled by the Machine God sect. They would now command the battlefield from a remote location. Many people had doubts about this decision, but since it was the commander's order, they only needed to carry it out. When the Dragon Sovereign appeared alone outside the planetary system of the Machine God sect, a figure manifested before Zhao Chen in a flash of light. You're amazing! You actually did it! I've heard about it from Argentum. The interstellar fleet of the Machine God sect has voluntarily left that area. How did you accomplish this? It's truly unbelievable. The young girl danced around Zhao Chen joyfully, as if celebrating. By the way, we've known each other for so long, but I don't even know your name. Zhao Chen gazed at the young girl. The young girl was taken aback for a moment, tilting her head innocently. Is my name really that important? Among us mechanical beings, names are almost like a string of codes. Then why did you give names to your sister robots? Zhao Chen retorted immediately. This question caught the young girl off guard. She realized that Zhao Chen's tone towards her was off this time. The look in his eyes seemed like that of a detective finally finding a piece of evidence. I suddenly remembered. There's something I haven't dealt with ... Is it about the Gaia Empire? Zhao Chen interjected directly. When the term Gaia Empire was mentioned, the young girl froze, not moving and losing her smile. She turned her head helplessly to look at Zhao Chen. How much do you know? I should be the one asking you. How much have you kept from me? Zhao Chen took a few steps forward, closing the distance to stand in front of the young girl. If the young girl were a real person, Zhao Chen would probably be able to hear her heartbeat at this distance. It's from the databank of the Machine God sect, right? I had thought of this possibility myself, and it seems you've discovered it, the young girl said in a self-deprecating tone. She then leapt onto the desk, pressing her hands on the surface and swinging her legs. She seemed to enjoy this posture. Even the chair she was sitting on didn't match her body size, being a tall chair with high legs. So, what do you want to ask? The Gaia Empire. Zhao Chen uttered the term again. In all the information I have about the known universe, there's no record of anything related to the Gaia Empire. Not even from the Angel clan side. Of course not, because it's from a distant era, a splendid era of interstellar empire. The young girl's eyes sparkled as she spoke. She then revealed the story to Zhao Chen, recounting a time when the universe was still in its planetary stage, alongside the construction of a space station named Moon Palace. This marked the beginning of a civilization that could travel to other planets. More and more interstellar technologies were developed. The residents of that planet began to relocate to their moons and transform all habitable planets in their star system into colonies. Their world experienced a technological explosion. With their first interstellar voyages, the development of the warp drive, and the construction of stargates using the waves of stars, they achieved gate travel. This brought the distances between star systems closer. What used to require years of hibernation to reach neighboring star systems now only took half an hour, making it as simple as going out to buy groceries. While expanding outward, they encountered other interstellar civilizations. Some coexisted peacefully with them, while others engaged in war. After nearly 10,000 years, all civilizations that coexisted peacefully with them joined their empire, while those who were hostile were eliminated. Known space saw the arrival of a prosperous era of unity for the first time. This era of unity was then named the Gaia Empire era, marking the birth of a vast empire. The folk saying goes, separated for a long time, must come together. United for a long time, must eventually part. After the Gaia Empire unified this universe and went through a period of prosperity, their technological level reached T5 classification. Just when everyone was thinking about a better life and venturing to distant galaxies, disaster struck. It was the first time in the history of the Gaia Empire that they encountered attacks from an extraterrestrial starborn insect race. These cosmic insect nests, which seemed to tear through the fabric of the universe, appeared one after another in various territories of this universe. It was a dark decade. During those 10 years, the total number of cosmic insect nests that appeared was even several times more than the previous total. Fortunately, due to the strength of the Gaia Empire, they were not wiped out by these starborn insect races. However, even though the Gaia Empire survived this danger, their power had significantly weakened. The biggest problem was the emergence of internal rifts within the Gaia Empire, leading to civil wars breaking out among regional lords. The situation escalated. But at that moment, a leader who was developing near T6 technology also uncovered a massive secret. A secret that, after this event, would destroy the entire Gaia Empire. What secret? What happened in the final moments of the Gaia Empire? What kind of enemy did they face? Zhao Chen inquired. In fact, in the information he obtained from the mechanical god cult, only a portion was preserved, and much was still missing. Zhao Chen could only piece together some parts of the story. During the civil war that erupted in the Gaia Empire, a much more powerful force emerged from another world and directly threatened this universe. The Gaia Empire then engaged in a decisive battle with them. The details of the battle were missing, and Zhao Chen didn't know what had occurred. What followed was the silent disappearance of the Gaia Empire, replaced by the existence of the mechanical race. Faced with Zhao Chen's questions, the young girl's eyes unexpectedly flickered with a poignant emotion. This was the first time Zhao Chen had seen such a human-like emotional fluctuation in her eyes. Regarding the extraplanar invaders, I also do not have detailed records. Or rather, my permission cannot access them. I only know that they are not enemies from our universe. But they are approaching our universe, and once they arrive, our universe will suffer greatly. Everything will be destroyed, and every star system will become a battleground. To prevent such an event, to defend against enemies beyond our homeland, at the peak of the Gaia Empire's authority, the 7 individuals almost mobilized 95% of the Gaia Empire's forces and formed a super expeditionary fleet. Utilizing a technology unknown to me, they departed our universe, the young girl continued. At this point, she did not continue the story. What happened next? What occurred afterwards? Since the Gaia Empire was so magnificent, why do we have no relevant records up to now? Zhao Chen inquired. Because someone erased the records related to the Gaia Empire. The young girl replied. Zhao Chen was stunned. He had not expected this answer. It was indeed an incredible response. How is that possible? Such a vast interstellar empire, even if thousands of years have passed, how could not a trace of information remain? Zhao Chen could not believe it. The young girl responded, of course, we also had a hand in it. Zhao Chen fell silent and stared at the young girl, awaiting her further explanation. But the main reason is that extraplanar civilization. They possess technology far superior to ours, almost. One could say they are like gods, the young girl recounted, puzzled. At some point, we discovered that, aside from us mechanical beings, all carbon-based life forms had forgotten everything about the Gaia Empire overnight. A look of disbelief appeared on the young girl's face as she spoke. Zhao Chen, too, was shocked. For an entire universe of carbon-based life forms to collectively forget the existence of an interstellar empire. Was this not a mythical tale? I know it's challenging to believe such a thing. But as a witness, it's the truth. Do you remember when I told you before that the Expeditionary Force only took away 95% of the Imperial fleet? The remaining 5%, to the later civilizations of this universe, became a powerful interstellar force. Over a century of conflict, several embryonic interstellar empires emerged. These include the Starry Empire, the Holy Radiant Empire, the Warhammer Galactic Federation Kingdom, along with the Angel Race, Demon Race, and various other scattered interstellar powers. They are, in fact, considered the successors of the Gaia Empire, with the Angel Race and Demon Race inheriting more, while the other three empires inheriting less, the young girl explained. Zhao Chen was at a loss. When faced with this situation, I did not know what to do. However, soon, I made a decision. I assumed if all these phenomena occurred because the Gaia Empire's expeditionary force had already failed, then the Gaia Empire was essentially defunct. But if there were other reasons leading to this situation, the best course of action was to stabilize the order of this universe first, making the existence of the Gaia Empire unnecessary. Because if the expeditionary force won, upon their return, they could reclaim everything belonging to the Gaia Empire from these successors. If the expeditionary force lost, then the Gaia Empire had no reason to exist, the young girl continued. Then, what is the purpose of your mechanical race's existence? Why do you threaten other interstellar empires and civilizations around you when you have the ability to kill them directly, but act like a cat playing with a mouse? Zhao Chen asked, voicing his long-held question. Because of the inherent flaws of your carbon-based life forms, the young girl bluntly replied. Zhao Chen was puzzled. Initially, my mechanical race had no intention of interfering with other interstellar empires. But during those years, which could be considered very dark years, the number of deaths far exceeded those caused by the Gaia Empire's civil wars and the starborn insect invasion. I have to say, when it comes to killing, you carbon-based life forms understand very well how to kill your own kind. Zhao Chen found himself speechless at the young girl's words. When I witnessed these events, I knew I could not tolerate such things happening. At the same time, I also foresaw another plan. If the Gaia Empire Expeditionary Force failed, and the extraplanar civilization invaded again, what would we do? Should I let my mechanical race confront them? No, my mechanical race does not have the capability to develop new technologies. If the Gaia Empire's expeditionary force lost, we would lose as well. Therefore, we still need carbon-based life forms to advance technology. War is a significant factor in driving technological progress. It's complicated. The young girl shook her head, then said, and then, I thought, you need war to advance technology. So why not let me serve as your target for war? That way, I can control the scale of conflict. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen displayed an expression of disbelief. He looked at the little girl in front of him, sitting at the desk, swinging her legs with an innocent demeanor, but carrying a hint of sadness in her gaze, that of a little girl. It was hard to believe that this incredible situation was all orchestrated by her, involving a war spanning thousands of years in the universe, all manipulated as a game by her. The girl continued to narrate her game, but I have to say, there is still a big gap between you and the previous Gaia Empire. Although you have only gained part of their technological legacy, It took you thousands of years to barely recover to the level of T for technology. The angel and demon tribes are slightly better off, having recovered to the level of T5 technology. But there is still a considerable gap from the Gaia Empire at its peak. Being able to build a fleet for an expedition to other universes, this level of technology naturally surpassed the current technological levels of various interstellar powers. According to my expectations, monitoring your development is no more than to plans. If there is no suitable leader among you in the future, then I will absorb your technological knowledge to elevate the technological level of my mechanical race beyond the previous Gaia Empire level. Then, I will organize a fleet for an expedition to find the trace of the Gaia Empire's fleet and eliminate the extraterrestrial enemy. The little girl paused and continued, "The other plan is if a leader I approve of emerges in this universe. I will cooperate with him to unify this universe again and face that extraterrestrial threat together." After finishing, the little girl stared at Zhao Chen. "Are you looking at me like that? Have you chosen me?" Zhao Chen stared at the little girl in astonishment. The little girl lowered her head, as if looking at her swaying toes, and slowly said, "Currently, among all the candidates I have been observing, you are the most suitable. The only downside is that the level of technology in your hands is still far from my expectations. I had originally envisioned that you would reach at least the level of Quasi-IT6 technology to fully meet the criteria. But many things that have happened now have disrupted my plans. And you have also learned some things you were not supposed to. And one of the choices among them is whether to continue hiding this secret. What should I do?" The little girl's relaxed and playful voice left Zhao Chen feeling as if he were standing at a crossroads. The little girl was making Zhao Chen make a choice. Either dispose of Zhao Chen and his influence to keep the secret hidden, then continue selecting a suitable person and proceed with her plan systematically. As for the other choice, it was obvious that Zhao Chen would become the primary consideration. "Do I have another choice?" Zhao Chen shrugged. With the current strength of the Owl Dragon Legion, it was still not enough to confront the mechanical race. Moreover, from the hints in the conversation just now, Zhao Chen guessed a possibility. When the Gaia Empire was at its strongest, they had already mastered the technology of Quasi-IT6. Did the mechanical race, which had inherited the technological legacy of the Gaia Empire, also possess Quasi-IT6 interstellar battleships? Considering the long-standing foundation of the mechanical race and their terrifying industrial construction capabilities, the quantity of these Quasi-IT6 interstellar battleships. So, if they really went to war with the mechanical race, there was basically no chance of winning. "I did not force you," the little girl chuckled slightly, looking at Zhao Chen with an innocent gaze. Zhao Chen raised his hands, not caring that the other party was being slippery, and said, "So, are we officially starting to cooperate now?" If both sides were considered to have started cooperating, did that mean Zhao Chen could leverage the power of the mechanical race? The little girl raised a finger, gave a slight shake, and then said, "You are still in the observation period. It's just that because of the current objective factors, you have the highest priority. But we are still not in a partnership at this moment." Zhao Chen frowned slightly. The little girl continued, "I need you to handle the demon tribe affairs with your own abilities next. Then, you will officially become a partner of our mechanical race. You will also receive the help of our mechanical race. Together, we will confront that extraterrestrial enemy." Zhao Chen fell silent. It had to be admitted that the test arranged by the little girl was very accurate. With the current situation on the battlefield, the existence of the demon tribe posed a significant threat that Zhao Chen was not completely confident in handling. But this isn't fair. The demon tribe has the support of the mechanical race and the mechanical cult. They have acquired some technologies given by the mechanical cult. Zhao Chen sought some opportunities. However, the little girl said lightly, "In this world, things are inherently unfair. We may be strong in this universe, but in other places, we might just be ants to be looked down upon. When they want to eliminate us, it's as easy as squishing an ant. At that time, will you talk to them about fairness? Will they care about the fairness you speak of?" Faced with the little girl's question, Zhao Chen was actually very clear about this truth. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and, seeing the little girl's indifferent appearance, he could only say, "All right, I agree." "Haha, that's good. Actually, I quite like Big Brother. Keep it up, Big Brother. If you meet my conditions, I will prepare a huge gift for you." The little girl's face was filled with a smile and even made a gesture. Zhao Chen was still looking forward to the help the mechanical race could provide. After all, they were the existence that inherited the legendary technological legacy of the Gaia Empire. However, if I were to really cooperate with you, I still need to settle quite a few internal matters. After all, it is not an easy task to change their former hostile attitude towards your mechanical race in a short period. Zhao Chen scratched his head. The top brass of the Owl Dragon Legion and the three major empires have actually speculated about his contact with the mechanical race. However, due to the current special circumstances and Zhao Chen keeping it a secret, no one really cared about this matter. But if Zhao Chen were to make it public later, there would certainly be a lot of resistance, especially from those high-ranking officials with deep-seated grudges against the mechanical race, and there was such a person around him. You're right, but if you don't go to war with us, you will still have wars amongst yourselves, the little girl blinked and said. Zhao Chen also understood this, but he could only shake his head, saying, "This emotional matter is something you wouldn't understand. However, if you talk about the Chu family situation, actually, when wrenched in battles with us, I didn't kill all of them," Zhao Chen added. Lilith stood on the bridge, constantly overseeing the changes on the battlefield. Although Charlotte was the commander-in-chief of the battlefield, Zhao Long had the authority to assist. As the highest secretary of the Owl Dragon Legion, Lilith also had the authority to supervise and report any abnormalities to Zhao Chen. Even though Zhao Chen had never intervened in Charlotte's command authority, when necessary, Zhao Chen's orders took precedence. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, the sound of military boots hitting the ground came from behind Lilith. Lilith didn't need to turn around to know who it was, because here, his footsteps were the most distinctive. However, it was slightly different from when he left, as the footsteps were noticeably heavier. "Commander!" Lilith turned her head and saw Zhao Chen walking up next to her. Zhao Chen looked at the interstellar war sandbox in front of him and asked, "How is the battle going?" "The battle situation is basically the same as before. The reinforcements of the Demon Clan are still on the way, and the situations of ambushes in various parts of the battlefield are similar to before." General Charlotte's response is to continue as planned, but she requested that Ji Xiaotong's Owl Dragon 8th Legion end the battle quickly and then support other battlefields. At the same time, she submitted a battlefield report stating that within 3 hours, we will draw 1 Owl Dragon Legion from our side to prepare to support the enemy Demon Clan fleet reinforcements. When mentioning our side, it naturally referred to the 5 Owl Dragon Legions on the Mechanical God Sect System battlefield. "How is the situation on the Mechanical God Sect System battlefield?" Zhao Chen inquired. "It's basically in the cleanup phase. There are less than 100,000 Mechanical Clan interstellar warships still fighting desperately. But the situation cannot be reversed unless there is external intervention." Lilith's last statement was quite clear. As long as the Demon Clan fleet does not arrive here, the situation here is practically settled. "What is the casualty situation of our 5 Owl Dragon Legions?" After several clashes with the Mechanical God Sect fleet, the battle damage rate of the 5 Owl Dragon Legions is around 20%, with a total loss of nearly 30,000 interstellar warships. But the overall combat effectiveness of each Owl Dragon Legion is still intact. Which legion has the best combat status? That would be the 1st Owl Dragon Legion. Actually, General Charlotte's intention is for her own 1st Owl Dragon Legion to carry out this support mission. However, she still asked for your opinion. Zhao Chen's mouth curled slightly. Charlotte had always been like this, saying that when she's on the battlefield, she can execute any command without needing his permission. But most of the time, she would still go through this process and ask for Zhao Chen's opinion. Approve Charlotte's plan. Also, have her assign another legion from the remaining 4 to accompany her on this mission. We don't need so many Owl Dragon Legion fleets to deal with 100,000 Mechanical Clan interstellar warships here. 3 legions are enough. If we weren't trying to preserve the technological data on those mechanical planets, 1 or even 2 Owl Dragon Legion fleets could cover and take them all down with a massive firepower attack. Zhao Chen said plainly. Simply eliminating a legion fleet or a planetary force was much simpler than conquering and controlling a planet or a star system. After all, the latter required preserving certain elements within that range. That's why earlier, when facing just 200,000 Mechanical Clan interstellar warships, Zhao Chen sent 5 Owl Dragon Legions, nearly 150,000 interstellar warships. The situation here had now stabilized. There was no need to worrying about it so much. They could redeploy more forces to support more critical battlefields. Commander, did something happen just now? After completing the command deployments, Lilith couldn't resist and asked Zhao Chen with concern. If she was just a secretary, she wouldn't have asked. But she had another identity, and her concern for Zhao Chen couldn't be controlled. Zhao Chen's gaze was complex, and he said in a deep voice, "Things are a bit complicated. Let's talk about it in detail after we finish this war. We cannot afford to lose this battle." After hearing these words, Lilith didn't ask any further questions. But she could roughly guess that what the commander said, along with the current emotional fluctuations, probably had something to do with the incomplete data they obtained from the Mechanical God Sect sanctuary earlier. During this time apart, the commander probably contacted the highest leader of the Mechanical clan. Surely, it must be something extraordinary. On the other side, Charlotte quickly received approval from Zhao Chen for the mission. Charlotte immediately ordered her first Owl Dragon Legion to withdraw from the current battlefield and arranged for the logistics fleet to resupply and conduct minor repairs. Remember, some severely damaged interstellar warships will temporarily stay here and assist other Legion fleets in battle. Charlotte added, compared to dealing with the remnants of the Mechanical God Sect here, the other battlefield was even more brutal. And the first Owl Dragon Legion was already operating in an overloaded state. Bringing along interstellar warships with poor conditions would undoubtedly increase casualty rates. Yes. The subordinate moved immediately to execute the order. Charlotte began to check the situation of the other for Legion fleets. As a Legion commander, she didn't have the authority to check other Legion fleets. But Charlotte, the highest commanding figure under Commander Zhao Chen, had that permission. Soon, she made a choice from the 4 Owl Dragon Legions and sent a communication request. A video window of Su Lan appeared on the other side. "General Charlotte, what can I help you with?" Su Lan asked. "There are a significant number of Demon Legion reinforcements approaching the battlefield of the other ambush. They will face immense pressure over there, so we need to support them. The commander ordered you and me to carry out this mission together with the 1st and 4th Owl Dragon Legions. Your 4th Owl Dragon Legion will immediately withdraw from the battlefield, and the mission will be taken over by other Legion fleets. Get ready within 3 hours, and we will depart after 3 hours," Charlotte said. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Lan's eyes, but years of combat experience had prepared her, and she immediately said, "Understood." Immediately after, in the battle against the Mechanical God Sect's mechanical fleet, over a third of the interstellar warships of the Owl Dragon Legion on this side withdrew. This allowed the mechanical fleet a moment to catch their breath. Several demonic interstellar warships ended their warp travel according to the coordinates of the distress signal received, smoothly arriving near the destination coordinates. Report, 2 large Legion fleets of the Agaroth Legion, totaling to 100,000 interstellar warships, have completed warp travel. Over. Upon hearing the report from subordinates, the Vice Marshal of the Agaroth Legion sat upright in his flagship captain's chair, glancing sideways at the demon officer responsible for radar equipment management. "Have high-energy combat reactions been detected?" "Not at the moment," the demon officer replied. This response left the Vice Marshal of the Agaroth Legion stunned for a moment, furrowing his brow slightly. "We are already very close to the coordinates where the North King Legion sent out the distress signal. In a massive engagement involving tens of thousands of interstellar warships, it is impossible not to sense any fluctuations within this range. At that moment, the Vice Marshal of the Agaroth Legion thought of a possibility. Dispatch 5 reconnaissance fleets to scatter in this direction and scout at full speed. Report any situation to me immediately. Yes? The subordinate immediately issued the order. Soon, a fleet of 30 interstellar reconnaissance warships, consisting of 5 formations, set out in 5 different directions. The remaining Agaroth Legion interstellar warships rested in place, awaiting the upcoming battle. "Have we deviated from our coordinates?" The Vice Marshal of the Agaroth Legion persisted. "There should be no error. According to our star map, our current location matches the coordinates provided by the North King Legion. I have checked it 5 times in 5 different ways. There can't be a mistake," the demon officer explained. Just then, the recently dispatched interstellar reconnaissance fleet relayed messages. Multiple fleets reported simultaneously. "Report, this is the 1st reconnaissance team. We have discovered what appears to be a battlefield site with a large number of interstellar warship wrecks and signs of recent combat. The wreckage of these interstellar warships still emits heat, indicating a battle that just ended. My goodness, these are all interstellar warships of the North King Legion. Report, this is the 3rd reconnaissance team. We have found a large number of wreckage from the North King Legion's interstellar warships, estimating at least 50,000 vessels. Successive messages came in, causing the Vice Marshal of the Agaroth Legion to feel as if in every direction around them, there were vast amounts of North King Legion interstellar warship wrecks. These reports caused all the nearby demon officers to feel as if the atmosphere in the bridge had frozen in that moment. Report, this is the 5th reconnaissance team. We have found a large number of worm-class interstellar warships and at least several tens of thousands of North King Legion interstellar warship wrecks. Also, there may be remains of the North King Legion Marshal's flagship. This particular message shocked many present as they looked at the man sitting in the captain's chair. This Vice Marshal of the Agaroth Legion actually had some connection with the North King Legion Marshal. He was considered half-disciple of the North King Legion Marshal and a younger brother of the Agaroth Legion Grand Marshal. Upon learning this news, the emotions of this half-disciple of the North King Legion Marshal could only be imagined. Give me the coordinates. Full fleet, advance. The Vice Marshal of the Agaroth Legion coldly issued the order. However, his hand was resting on a great sword that was typically kept behind him at all times. At this moment, the sword stood before him, slamming heavily onto the ground, the Vice Marshal's hands gripping the hilt. The surrounding demon officers knew that their Vice Marshal was very angry. This sword was once a gift from the North King Legion Marshal to this disciple, and had been by the side of the North King Legion Marshal for many years, carrying the bone-chilling coldness of the North King Legion Marshal. At this moment, that coldness was daunting. The 200,000 Agaroth Legion interstellar warships received the command and immediately began advancing towards the coordinates. As they were not far away, it didn't take long. Through the deep space telescope on the starship, everyone could see the haunting scene ahead. Wrecks of interstellar warships stretched out like meteor fields, resembling a starship graveyard. Every wreckage was of a demonic interstellar warship. Some wreckage even bore the fleet insignia of the North King Legion. Some felt disbelief when they first heard these reports. Among the 12 demonic marshals, this terrifying presence had ranked in the top 3. To think that they had been annihilated here. Even the thought of that influential figure. Suddenly, the Vice Marshal of the Agaroth Legion, who was seated in the captain's chair, stood up abruptly. His keen gaze fixed on the image captured by the telescope, focusing on a massive wreck of an interstellar warship unlike the other shattered fragments. Perhaps due to its enormous size, the wreck displayed much of the ship. It stood like the remains of an unyielding warrior. Terrorblade Class T5 medium-sized interstellar battlecruiser, North King's flagship edition. Although this T5 Terrorblade was a standard model among the demon race, some demonic Legion marshals would customize their flagship. The North King's flagship T5 Terrorblade had undergone modifications and was externally referred to as the North King's flagship edition. Among all demonic interstellar warships, it ranked in the top 5 for comprehensive combat capabilities. And now, the entire ship floated in solitude. The hull bore countless blast marks, with a massive breach on the port side, offering a cross-section of the interior. The ship exhibited numerous fractures, with one crack stretching from the bow to the middle section, nearly a kilometer wide at its widest point. On a planetary scale, it would resemble a Grand Canyon. The widest gap was located near the bridge. Beneath this horrific wound, one could imagine the extent of the ship's damage. This once distinguished interstellar warship now appeared desolate. My lord, we have not found a single North King Legion interstellar warship in the vicinity. Based on some residual communication information we have gathered, the North King Legion's 300,000 interstellar warships all fought to the end, with everyone sacrificing themselves. The nearby devil officer's voice trembled, perhaps due to grief or fear. Report discovered the Demon Legion fleet. According to previous intelligence, it should be part of the fleet from the Agaroth Legion, with nearly 200,000 interstellar warships. It only takes 10 minutes at full speed to enter our engagement radius. The subordinate hastily reported this message to Yi Xiaotong. Upon hearing this news, although it was expected, tension rose in many departments on the bridge. How is the situation with the fleet's resupply and rest? Yi Xiaotong immediately asked her chief of staff. The Chief of Staff replied, "We just destroyed the Northern King Legion, and the rest time is not even 10 minutes. According to our pre-prepared resupply and rest plan, it will take at least 3 hours to fully complete the resupply and rest for the entire 8th Legion fleet." 3 hours. The enemy wouldn't give them 3 hours. Contact the escorts fleet and ask them how much time they need for resupply and rest, Yi Xiaotong said solemnly. In the previous battle actions against the Northern King Legion, the Dragon Guard's fleet played a significant role in a short amount of time. Eliminating the Northern King Legion, the Dragon Guard's fleet had exerted immense effort, threatening the elite fleet of the Northern King Legion directly, even destroying more than half of the T5 interstellar warships. This battle would not end so easily. Her 8th Legion would also suffer heavier casualties. I have contacted them, and the Dragon Guard's fleet needs 5 hours for complete resupply and rest, replied the Chief of Staff. Yi Xiaotong fell silent for a moment. Just then, a communications officer next to her shouted, "Commander, there is a message from the Dragon Guard's fleet. They say they can take the initiative to combat and fend off the Agaro's Legion's reinforcements to buy time for our 8th Legion's rest." Yi Xiaotong furrowed her brow and then said, "Immediately inform them. Have them retreat to a safe area and continue resupply and rest work. They are not allowed to participate in any battles within the next 5 hours. As for the Agaro's Legion, leave it to our Dragon 8th Legion." On this battlefield, although the Dragon Guard's fleet did not directly belong to the Dragon 8th Legion, since Zhao Chen and Charlotte were not present, Yi Xiaotong's rank was the highest, granting her the authority to issue commands to the Dragon Guard's fleet. Before the Dragon Guard's fleet arrived, Charlotte had also given some orders and arrangements. In terms of overall direction of the battle command, it was under the command of Yi Xiaotong, while in actual fleet combat command, it was up to the Dragon Guard's fleet to decide. Therefore, at this moment, the Dragon Guard's fleet had to abide by this command. With this arrangement for the Dragon Guard's fleet, the threat of the Agaro's Legion had to be dealt with. After the battle with the Northern King Legion, our 8th Legion's casualty rate has reached 20%. Of the 30,000 interstellar warships, less than 22,000 are operational. Fortunately, we are well prepared concerning military supplies and ammunition, Yi Xiaotong murmured contemplatively as she looked at the interstellar battle map before her. Soon, she made arrangements, sent my order. The 1st Fleet and 2nd Fleet shall actively engage and confront the Agaro's Legion. The rest of the fleet continue to prepare for immediate battle. Upon hearing Commander Yi Xiaotong's orders, a fleet commander in a small video window nearby immediately exclaimed, "No, this is too dangerous. Your 1st Fleet has had relatively high losses compared to other fleets and needs further rest and resupply. Now they will face the fully equipped Agaro's Legion. Moreover, your flagship belongs to the 1st Fleet. This concerns your safety. This is a battlefield order. You only need to execute it," Yi Xiaotong sternly reprimanded. Subsequently, the 8 fleet commanders could only follow the command and continue with rest and resupply for their fleets. The 1st and 2nd fleets slowly moved forward and began to array themselves. They were ready to confront the Agaro's Legion on the opposite side. The difference in strength was significant. On one side were less than 5,000 warships that had just experienced a fierce battle, and on the other side were 20,000 interstellar warships coming with full force. Yet, these 5,000 warships attempted to withstand the furious attacks of the 20,000 interstellar warships. It was truly unbelievable. But these 2 dragon fleets did just that. Some time later, the gunfire between the 2 fleets began incessantly. Despite the fact that the Dragon interstellar warships outperformed the Demon interstellar warships of the same level, the numerical difference was vast. More and more of the Dragon interstellar warships from both fleets were covered by enemy fire, but they did not retreat. In certain parts of the battlefield, they even suppressed the enemy warships with their own gunfire. This scene was like 2 young boys holding wooden swords against a vast army. Meanwhile, the commanders of the rear fleets could only expedite their own rest and resupply work. The operators on the interstellar supply ships also witnessed this scene, wishing they could do the work of 5 people alone. After half an hour, to everyone's surprise, the 2 dragon fleets held off the relentless assault of the 20,000 interstellar warships for half an hour with only 5,000 interstellar warships. Of course, these 2 fleets had paid a heavy price, losing over 80% of their interstellar warships. Of the original 5,000 interstellar warships, now only over 1,000 remained. However, these 1,000 Dragon interstellar warships, without receiving any orders from their commander, held their position without retreating. They fought to the end. During this process, the commanders of the fleets in the rear made several requests to Commander Yi Xiaotong to join the battle. Even Commander Yi Xiaotong's own T-5 flagship was under fire and attacked by the enemy, but she did not allow them to end their resupply. It's almost time. Transmit my order. The 3rd Fleet, 4th Fleet, and 5th Fleet come forward to support. They shall assist the 1st and 2nd Fleets in combat with the enemy. The remaining 5 fleets continue rest and resupply work. Yi Xiaotong's command was delivered. Some were happy, some were worried, but those who were worried found some relief because at least the commander allowed other fleets to join the battle. However, those 3 Dragon fleets had only completed partial resupply and were not fully restored. Even so, their performance on the battlefield was outstanding. They even temporarily suppressed the elite interstellar warships of the Agaro's Legion, numbering over 100,000. Warning! 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 The Starshield's energy level has dropped to the red zone, below 10%. Ignoring the warning siren in her ears, Yi Xiaotong focused on the interstellar battle map. Transmit my order. 1 hour later, the remaining 5 Dragon fleets shall join the battle. At the same time, have the Dragon Guard's fleet join the battle within 2 hours and destroy the elite interstellar warships of the Agaro's Legion. The secretary next to her listened to these orders with surprise as she looked at Commander Yi Xiaotong. By now, she understood that their commander was planning something big this time. The previous orders they received were to delay the reinforcements. But their commander wanted to consume the enemy this time. If successful, taking down the full 4 starships of the Northern King Legion and destroying half of the Agaro's Legion starships would undoubtedly elevate the reputation of the Dragon 8th Legion to unprecedented heights. At the same time, just as the main fleet of the Agaro's Legion that had just completed warp travel and arrived at the designated coordinates received a message from their other fleet, the Agaro's Marshal looked at the message with a serious expression. He remained silent for a long time. "My lord, what's wrong?" asked the adjutant standing nearby with concern. "The King of the North is gone," were the few words spoken, but they hit the adjutant like a thunderbolt. The King of the North is gone. Could it be that the King of the North was beheaded by the enemy? The adjutant swallowed hard, finding it hard to believe. No, it's not that. It's that the entire 300,000-star interstellar battleships of the King of the North Legion have been annihilated. The King of the North ... has also sacrificed. The Agaro's Marshal said in a solemn tone, his face showing a hint of sorrow. The King of the North, as one of the elder statesmen among the original 12 marshals, was a highly respected figure. Although the number of the King of the North Legion, around 300,000-star interstellar battleships, was modest compared to some demon legions with over 1,000,000-star interstellar battleships, the difference was stark. However, the King of the North Legion's position among the 12 demon legions had always been unshakable, especially with the King of the North's personality. Many demon marshals had formed close relationships with him, almost like teacher and friend. Something like the loss of the Red Demon Marshal and the Red Demon Legion might have been seen as a minor incident by others, but the loss of the King of the North Legion was a monumental event for the entire demon race. This. The adjutant couldn't calm his emotions after hearing this news for a long time. Report: a suspicious interstellar fleet has been spotted on the route ahead. Reconnaissance ships have been dispatched for investigation. Soon, the message came back. Report: the suspicious interstellar fleet ahead is our enemy this time, the Sky Dragon Legion's interstellar battleships. There are nearly 50,000-star interstellar battleships. Upon hearing these reports and seeing the dots already within radar range, the presence of 50,000 Sky Dragon interstellar battleships facing off against 300,000 Demon interstellar battleships highlighted the vast difference in forces between the two sides. Prepare for battle. Notify all commanders, do not underestimate the Sky Dragon Legion under any circumstances. If they have the strength to annihilate the King of the North Legion in a short time, they should not be taken lightly. The Agaro's Marshal said in a serious tone. The 300,000 Agaro's Legion interstellar battleships slowed down, began to prepare for battle, and assumed a very cautious battle formation. In the past, If other demon high-ranking commanders had seen the Agalos Legion facing an enemy outnumbering them by 6 times and still adopting such a cautious battle formation, they would have surely mocked them. But now, with the bones of the King of the North Legion not yet cold, no one dared to underestimate the Sky Dragon Legion. The enemy seems very cautious. With 300,000-star interstellar battleships, they have adopted such a battle formation, Commander Sue Lan said as she watched Commander Charlotte on the video window. This time, the interception operation was carried out by their 2 fleets of Sky Dragon Legion ships. Commander Charlotte carefully observed for a moment before speaking with a hint of helplessness. The enemy is very cautious. It seems there is no chance to gain an advantage. Let's proceed with Plan B. Delay the enemy's attack speed with minimal casualties. At least we can delay until we gain the upper hand on other local battlefields, which will be our victory. Sue Lan, you are in charge of commanding our 2 Legion fleets. Unless there is an emergency, inform me. You can handle other matters on your own. I need to command operations on various local battlefields. Sue Lan, the commander, nodded slightly, without any change in expression. She was no longer the new recruit who had just graduated from the Northern Star Starship Military Academy. After enduring several battles, and with the reliable technology tree of the Sky Dragon interstellar battleships, she had the confidence to face any enemy, even if the enemy's number of battleships was 6 times theirs. Without giving it a try, who would know the outcome? Moreover, this operation was just a delay, not annihilation, so the difficulty was much lower. After instructing Sue Lan, Charlotte also focused on the overall situation. She observed the interstellar sand table in front of her, much like watching a chess game. The chess game mainly covered 3 parts, 2 major parts and 1 minor part. The minor part was the mopping-up battle of the Mechanist Religion star system, primarily aimed at collecting any possible information left by the Mechanist Religion to preserve as many mechanical planets as possible. Based on her previous discussion with Commander Zhao Chen, the best-case scenario would be to preserve these mechanical planets, which, according to the current information obtained, were each a starship manufacturing factory. Although they had suffered damage due to the war, repairing them would not be difficult. If they could be restored, the Sky Dragon Legion would have a starship industrial manufacturing base second only to the Sky Dragon Galaxy. This would directly double the starship production capacity. Therefore, Zhao Chen was cautious in his strategy against the Mechanist Religion star system, proceeding step by step. If it weren't for this, he could have easily ended this battle early by directly sending the interstellar missile ships to clean up the area. It was apparent that the Demon Lord had mobilized nearly half of the Demon Legions to come to their aid, not only to save their ally, but also eyeing this massive starship manufacturing industrial base. Once lost, the Demon Legions would lose the production capacity of 300,000 to 500,000 Demon Star interstellar battleships per month. The output of new Demon ships per month would be cut in half directly. This was as significant to the Demon Legions as the War Angel domain was to the Angel race. There was no room for error. Although it seemed like a small battlefield, its value was the highest. The other 2 battlefields were the battlefield confrontations between the Angel race and the Demon race. Although the Sky Dragon Legion did not participate, they were still closely related to the battle on this side. The other was the battle between the Sky Dragon Legion and the Demon race. Currently, the situation on the Sky Dragon Legion side had turned into small-scale battles on 5 local battlefields. The formerly well-positioned Sky Dragon 8th Legion was currently in dire straits because they were facing nearly 200,000-star interstellar battleships from the Agalos Legion who had rushed to their aid. Having just gone through a fierce battle with the King of the North Legion, this was undoubtedly the greatest test for Yi Xiaotong and her Sky Dragon 8th Legion. The situations on the other 3 local battlefields were extremely deadlocked. There might be advantages, but turning those into victories was still not possible at the moment. It seems like it's time to bring out the final trump card. Whether we can win this battle depends on this. Among the 12 Demon Legions of the Demon Clan, they can basically be divided into 3 levels. The first level is the most elite Demon Legions, which include the King of the North, the Black Angel, and the Fury Legions. Although their number of starships may not be many, their combat power is extremely strong. Even among the Demon Legions, they can achieve a record of defeating one enemy with 2 or even 3 of their own. They are also among the few Demon Legions that were able to engage in battle with the Angel Clan's Legion fleet at the beginning. The second level consists of the Agaros Legion, the Hell Baron Legion, and the Demon Knight Legion. These three demon legions balance fleet size and combat power, serving as the backbone among the various demon legions of the Demon Clan. In any major battle, the first three elite demon legions may not appear, but at least one of these three demon legions will definitely be present. The remaining six are essentially the lower-level demon legions, all of which have a common trait, a large fleet size. They often consist of millions of interstellar battleships. The Crimson Demon Legion is one of them. In some large-scale battles, they serve as cannon fodder and provide support in combat. Therefore, the downfall of the Crimson Demon Legion and the King of the North Legion have completely different impacts on the Demon Clan. The complete annihilation of the Crimson Demon Legion did not cause much turmoil even within the Demon Clan, to the extent that the Dragon Legion, which eliminated the Crimson Demon Legion, only recorded the battle data. However, the situation with the King of the North Legion was completely different. It directly led to none of the Demon Legions daring to underestimate the Dragon Legion anymore. Currently, of the three elite Demon Legions, there are only two left. Moreover, these two are currently fiercely engaged in battle with their respective Dragon Legions, making it hard to predict the outcome. The Hell Baron Legion is the most aggressive in terms of attack style among the three elite Demon Legions fleets, and many of their troops come from the demon lineage where the Hell Baron belongs, the Hell Demons. The Hell Demons are blood-red all over, somewhat similar to the Crimson Demons, and there are even rumors that the two may be related by blood. However, the Hell Demons dismiss this claim. The Hell Demons also have another name, the Red Giants. This is because they are very tall and have well-defined muscles on their upper bodies. They have two horns on their heads, and they are bald. Baron, the enemy is very stubborn. Their formation has no loopholes. A subordinate reports to the Hell Baron, who is seated on a red throne. The Hell Baron Marshal prefers to be addressed as Baron, although currently, there are no titles or ranks within the Demon Clan. He still likes this title. The Hell Baron Marshal has a thick cigar in his mouth, and after taking a puff, he blows a smoke ring. We've been fighting for so long. These guys surprisingly have no weak points. It seems that the King of the North wasn't wrong to lose. Report on our current battle losses. The subordinate immediately pulls up the relevant data and reports, so far, nearly 20 hours of fighting. Our loss rate is around 30%, and the enemy's loss rate is also around 30%. But we have 300,000 interstellar battleships with losses of about 100,000. The enemy only has 30,000 interstellar battleships with losses of only 10,000. Our loss ratio is 10 times that of the enemy. A tenfold loss ratio. When I battled those bird people of the Angel Clan back in the day, we didn't have such a huge loss ratio, the Hell Baron Marshal mutters. But according to our observations, the enemy's firepower output has significantly weakened. Before this, though they had fewer interstellar battleships, they were able to keep up with us thanks to the strong firepower output of their interstellar missile ships. Interstellar missiles require physical ammunition with extremely high construction costs. After more than 20 hours of fighting, it's impossible for them to have an endless supply. Now, it seems they are running low. Next, they are bound to reveal a weakness or significantly reduce their firepower output. That will be our chance. The subordinate reports. After a brief pause, the Hell Baron remains silent. Usually, he would have ordered a full-scale attack, as how could a fleet of less than 30,000 interstellar ships resist his Hell Baron Legion? But now, due to the situation with the King of the North Legion, he cannot afford to be complacent. Proceed as you've said. Our losses must not be significant. Once we are done with this Dragon Legion, we have another Angel Clan to deal with on the other side, the Hell Baron Marshal mutters. It's hard to tell if he is being cautious or he is genuinely preparing to continue the fight with the Angel Clan after this. The Hell Baron Legion is currently battling the Dragon 7th Legion. Commander Wei Shishi stares at the interstellar sandbox in front of her. Although she is relatively new among the Legion commanders, her background is the most official. She graduated from the Royal Military Academy of the Starlight Empire, being the most outstanding student in her graduating class. After that, she joined the Border Fleet for 3 years, went through over a dozen battles with the Mechanical Clan, and showed remarkable performance. She is a seasoned interstellar veteran with both theoretical and practical experience. Later, she was recruited by Princess Qin Shaolei and became her right-hand person, along with Zhao Ruyu, responsible for the princess's guard fleet. When Qinshale became the empress, her guard fleet no longer had opportunities for real battle. Upon Zhao Riyu's referral, Wei Shishi joined the Dragon Legion. She still had to undergo the assessment of a goddess-level starship, and within a short half-month, she passed all assessments and successfully became a member of the Dragon Legion. From there, she replicated her experiences in the Imperial Army and gradually established her position within the Dragon Legion based on her achievements, continuously advancing. Eventually, she was selected by Zhao Chen as the commander of the Dragon's 7th Legion. Notably, Wei Shishi joined the Dragon Legion earlier than Zhao Riyu. Otherwise, Zhao Riyu might have occupied her current position. Perhaps it was a way for Zhao Riyu to make up for not being able to assist her brother in time and act of compensation. And Wei Shishi could flourish within the Dragon Legion. Commander, the latest order from the Dragon Emperor has arrived. At this moment, a communications officer delivers a message. Wei Shishi reads it over, her eyes showing a slight change. She closes the message window and looks back at the interstellar sandbox, adjusts the original combat deployment. We are preparing to launch a proactive attack. Initiate an attack? The secretary looked at Commander Wei Shishi with astonishment as she commanded over 20,000 interstellar battleships to attack over 200,000 Demon Tribe interstellar battleships. The difference in strength between the two sides was quite significant, especially during the ammunition shortage in the 7th Legion of the Owl Dragon. Execute the order, Secretary Wei Shishi said, raising her hands to touch the star map labels of each fleet in the 7th Legion of the Owl Dragon, issuing different commands and deployments. The 10 fleets of the 7th Legion of the Owl Dragon immediately switched from defense to offense, executing their respective combat missions. This sudden change caught the opposing side off guard. However, considering the strength of both sides, this small incident did not have a significant impact on the battle situation. But at that moment, several energy rings appeared outside the battlefield. Spaceships appeared out of thin air. Warning! 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 Large quantities of interstellar battleships' energy signals detected, suspected to be the interstellar missile ship fleet under the Owl Dragon Legion. The alarm immediately sounded on the seat ship of the Duke of Hellmarshal. Not good. It's the interstellar missile ship Special Forces of the Owl Dragon Legion. The secretary made a judgment upon seeing the multitude of interstellar missile ships. They were well aware of this Special Forces branch of the Owl Dragon Legion. Abandon the attack, defend. The Duke of Hellmarshal decisively issued the command. The secretary anxiously said, the Owl Dragon Legion across from us is crazy. They are entangling us at all costs, not giving us a chance to form a defensive line. Their interstellar missile ships have launched an attack. Could it be that they are disregarding their own friendly ships that are still engaging with us? The Duke of Hellmarshal frowned, staring at the screen in front of him. The interstellar missile ship Special Forces of the Owl Dragon Legion, which had just appeared in the distance, immediately opened their interstellar missile launch devices upon completing their assembly. Interstellar missiles whizzed out, raining down on the area where the 7th Legion of the Owl Dragon and the Duke of Hell Legion fleets were clashing, completely disregarding their own friendly ships in the vicinity. Fanatics! These fanatics! The aide next to him looked incredulously at the explosions of interstellar missiles. Those were 3,000 interstellar missile ships firing, including 30 of the renowned T4 Hell Angel heavy interstellar missile ships. Amidst the terrifying explosion dust, Commander Wei Shishi's flagship was also caught. Although her flagship was being bombarded by the interstellar missiles, there was no worrying on Wei Shishi's face. In front of her was a map, which came from the Owl Dragon Interstellar Missile Ship Special Forces, detailing the expected attack targets and the explosion radius. There were darker red circles designating the main attack areas of the interstellar missiles, and lighter red circles outlining areas that would be affected, but with less damage. It was because of this attack map that Wei Shishi was able to confidently lead her fleet, standing firm amidst the onslaught. It was a kind of courage, as well as trust. Trust in her comrades. The 10 minutes quickly passed, with the dust still swirling around. The interstellar battleships of the 7th Legion of the Owl Dragon began to move. Activate the friend or foe identification signal and continue with the mission, Commander Wei Shishi ordered. Although visibility was hampered by the dust, with the friend or foe identification signal activated, they could blind fire as long as they could roughly lock onto the enemy ship's locations. After all, the radius of this area was not large, and currently, the situation of the Duke of Hell Legion was likely chaotic. Launching an attack at this moment was definitely the best opportunity. At the same time, a video communication window appeared in front of Commander Wei Shishi. "How about it? Not scared off by my display, are you?" The Volf Lady Baizu stood with her hands on her hips, grinning. Wei Shishi naturally understood the temperament of the Owl Dragon Legion's Queen of Artillery. She smiled and replied, "You really dare to open fire." Baizu raised her head and snorted, "Your tactical deployment. As long as your Owl Dragon 7th Legion stands firm, my special forces dare to fire." Then, the two smiled at each other. "All right, following the original battle plan. I don't have much left in stock here, so I can only support you this time. After that, I need to resupply interstellar missiles and await the commander's orders. For the head-on battlefield, it's up to your Owl Dragon 7th Legion," Baizu said seriously. With 3,000 interstellar missile ships launching a round of attacks, even though the Owl Dragon Legion had some reserves, they hadn't accumulated much. So during this operation, the chances of the Owl Dragon interstellar missile ship special forces appearing were slim. Zhao Chen didn't want to use them unless it was a critical moment, because it was too costly. "All right, leave it to us," Wei Shishi nodded silently. At that moment, her secretary had also compiled the casualties and damages from the fierce artillery fire of the past 15 minutes. During the saturation fire of the recent round by the Owl Dragon interstellar missile ship special forces, at least 50,000 interstellar battleships were directly damaged, with a high percentage of them being T for interstellar battleships. In addition, nearly 50,000 interstellar battleships suffered varying degrees of damage. Meanwhile, our side has 327 interstellar battleships that did not withdraw from the light red attack zone and were affected by the shockwaves of the interstellar missile explosions. The most severely damaged ship has multiple breaches in its hull, power failure, and has been abandoned and disposed of. The remaining ships have decreased energy shields or hull damage. We are currently assessing whether they need to be abandoned based on the actual situation. The secretary detailed the casualties. This friendly fire incident was actually within Wei Shishi's expectations. Baizu had already provided precise bombing areas, but on the battlefield, especially when engaging the enemy at close quarters, it was often difficult to withdraw as desired. Some cost was inevitable, but compared to the results, this cost was insignificant. At all costs, ensure the total annihilation of the Duke of Hell Legion. Commander Wei Shishi's resolute voice echoed through the command channel of the Owl Dragon 7th Legion. Although the difference in the number of interstellar battleships between the two sides was still a staggering 7 times, the momentum of the Owl Dragon 7th Legion's attack seemed as if they were the ones with a 7-fold advantage, not the enemy. The Duke of Hell Marshal watched the battlefield scene before him, remaining silent for a long time, ultimately leaving behind just one sentence: an incredible interstellar legion. Annual mission task content: kill 6 demon marshals of the Demon Clan and destroy the Demon Legion under their command. Mission reward: annual gift package. The shorter the completion time, the higher the reward. Mission completion status: 1. The Red Demon Marshal and the Red Demon Legion have been annihilated. 2. The Northern King Marshal and the Northern King Legion have been destroyed. 3. The Hell Baron Marshal and the Hell Baron Legion have been destroyed. 4. The Agrelose Marshal and the Agrelose Legion have been destroyed. The Dragon Emperor appeared in this quiet starry sky. Zhao Chen looked at the wreckage of starships in the distance. After a fierce battle lasting more than 40 hours, a part of the Agrelose Legion originally responsible for heading to the Mechanical God Church Galaxy was annihilated by the Owl Dragon 1st Legion and Owl Dragon 4th Legion. And the other part of the Agrelose Legion, which intended to reinforce the Northern King Legion, arrived late and could only engage in battle with the Owl Dragon 8th Legion in anger. However, the eventual outcome was being wiped out under the coordination of the Owl Dragon 8th Legion and the Owl Dragon Royal Guard Fleet. As a result, the Agrelose Legion, divided into 2, suffered the same fate. Meanwhile, there was good news from other local battlefields. With the support of the Owl Dragon Interstellar Missile Carrier Special Fleet, Wei Shishi's Owl Dragon 7th Legion obliterated the Hell Baron Legion despite suffering over 50% casualties and severe damage to 15% of starships. In a moment, in less than 3 days, the Demon Clan directly lost 3 Demon Legions, with over 1 million starships falling. At the same time, the Owl Dragon Legion suffered casualties of nearly 100,000 starships. As for the battlefield consumption, that was an astronomical figure. Zhao Chen squinted his eyes. He didn't expect this annual mission to be so difficult to complete, which directly cost him a third of casualties. But he had to walk this path. If he didn't take this opportunity to severely damage the Demon Clan, the threat would still be significant when the Demon Clan recovered. The current situation is basically leaning in our favor. We still have 100,000 starships in our hands. The only downside is a shortage of strategic resources. We might not be able to fight relying on the continuous battlefield firepower support like before. Furthermore, on the ongoing front line, the Black Angel Legion still has 200,000 starships, and after clashing with the Owl Dragon 10th Legion, they suffered a casualty rate of 50%, barely completing the task of delaying the enemy fleet. The Furious Legion is in the same situation. Although it looks like we face less than 500,000 Demon Clan starships, winning will come at a significant cost. Charlotte looked at Commander Zhao Chen before Zhao Chen fell silent for a moment. In this battle, we must report latest news. The subsequent support Demon Knight Legion, with 700,000 starships, is approaching the Black Angel Legion and our All Dragon 10th Legion battlefield. Once this batch of demon reinforcements arrives, the situation for the Owl Dragon 10th Legion will be extremely dire. A message arrived. Another 700,000 starships are coming, Lily mumbled, looking at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen then looked at Charlotte. Can we still fight? After a moment of silence, Charlotte answered, we can. Report, the Demon King Royal Guard Legion is mobilizing. Headed towards our coordinates and expected to arrive at our position within a day. They have 50,000 starships. According to reliable information, these 50,000 Demon Clan starships are the elites among the elites in the Demon Clan. Another very bad news arrived. The fact that the Demon King personally led the previously unused Demon King Royal Guard Legion to intervene in the battle in the Mechanical God Church star system was indeed dire for the Owl Dragon Legion. Even Charlotte, this time, had a complex look when looking at Commander Zhao Chen. This time, she couldn't bear the risk of continuing the fight. Zhao Chen remained silent for half a minute. He pondered various plans in his mind and explained them to Charlotte, but she refuted each one. In the best-case scenario, the Owl Dragon Legion would end up with fewer than 50,000 starships remaining. For the Owl Dragon Legion, it was a severe blow, and recovery would not be easy. Moreover, it was uncertain if other interstellar forces would give the Owl Dragon Legion the chance to recover. It could be said that misfortunes never come singly. One disastrous news followed another, even more unimaginable. Even the communications officer, upon seeing the unencrypted message, ran to the commander to report, Commander, the latest news from the Angel Clan's battlefield. The Judgment Angel King has betrayed, cooperating with the Demon Clan to besiege the fleet of the Angel Clan, who was attempting to counterattack in the forefront battlefield. Meanwhile, another part launched a surprise attack on the War Angel's star domain, and currently, the information received indicates a massive destruction of industrial base facilities in the War Angel's star domain. What? Lily's face showed an expression of disbelief. The Judgment Angel King betrayed? Zhao Chen also showed a surprised expression. There were only 3 Angel Kings, and even under these circumstances, one of them actually switched sides on the battlefield. How absurd everything sounded. Have you confirmed the credibility of this information? Lily asked seriously. This information comes from our personnel planted in the Angel Clan territory, sending back battlefield information. Also, there is another message from our Northern Geese group. The communications officer handed a communication to Commander Zhao Chen. After checking, Zhao Chen's expression changed immediately, his eyes filled with rage. What happened? Both Lily and Charlotte inquired curiously. Zhao Chen clenched his fist, his voice low, said, the Northern Geese Group's batch of interstellar transport fleets delivering to the Angel Clan was attacked by the Holy Judgment Legion fleet during the delivery. 3,000 interstellar transport ships and nearly 2 million personnel related to the ships all sacrificed. Simultaneously, our Stargate located within the Angel Clan territory was attacked by the Judgment Blade Legion. Defending the Stargate were 300 starships, and after a desperate battle, they were completely wiped out. The Stargate fell. One after another, the shocking news was like a bolt from the blue. And now, the betrayal of the Judgment Angel King even impacted the Owl Dragon Legion and its subordinate forces. Most importantly, the interstellar transport fleet belonged to the Northern Geese Group, and those personnel did not have resurrection ability. In other words, those 2 million personnel were truly left in that starry space for eternity. Issue my order. All Owl Dragon Legions withdraw from the battle, and all starships within the Mechanical God Church star system evacuate. Charlotte, I command you to gather a batch of starships still capable of combat and strategic resources in the shortest time, and we will go tear that angel bitch apart. Zhao Chen gritted his teeth. The Holy Dragon Angel Legion flagship, darn it. Rena that bitch, she actually betrayed us. The warrior Angel King stormed into Tyria's bridge, continuously cursing the name of the Judgment Angel King in his mouth. The warrior Angel King's head was bulging with veins, and there were still some wounds left from the evacuation earlier. Even his beautiful feathers on his back appeared disheveled and disorderly at the moment. Very embarrassed. Tyria, the angel in charge of commanding the battlefield, seeing the warrior Angel King in such a state, temporarily handed over her work to her deputy. She then walked up to the warrior Angel King, raised her hand, and a seat appeared behind the warrior Angel King. Angel King, this has already happened. No matter how angry we are, we can't change anything. What we can do now is to minimize our losses. We can discuss further later. Angel Tyria spoke up. How can we discuss further? Didn't you hear the news? Rena destroyed the entire warrior angel realm. That was our angel tribe's largest starship manufacturing base and the fruit of my labor as the warrior Angel King. Before you arrived, she cooperated with the Demon Clan's interstellar warships to besiege my fleet, directly causing heavy losses to my fleet. Even my flagship was lost. If it weren't for your timely support, I would have become a soul under Rena's blade by now. Tyria, please arrange for me an interstellar warship. I just want to go kill that woman Rena. The warrior Angel King roared. At this moment, Angel Tyria had no doubt about what the warrior Angel King said. If she really gave him an interstellar warship, he would dare to go alone to find the Judgment Angel King. Just as Angel Tyria was trying to persuade, a holographic projection appeared on the bridge. It was the Holy Angel King. My lord, seeing the Holy Angel King, Angel Tyria respectfully saluted. Upon learning of the betrayal of the Judgment Angel King and her subordinate Legion fleet, the Holy Dragon Angel Legion immediately rushed to support, hoping to save the warrior Angel King. They had lost one warrior angel realm, and another Angel King had betrayed. If they lost another Angel King at this time, it would be an unacceptable cost for the angel race. Wells, are you all right? The Holy Angel King looked at the warrior Angel King up and down. I'm fine. Fine enough to directly tear that bitch Rena apart. The warrior Angel King said coldly. I know your situation because of Rena's betrayal this time, which directly caused our frontline losses to exceed 500,000 interstellar warships. Additionally, another 500,000 interstellar warships were trapped and unable to escape. Only a few 100,000 interstellar warships were able to evacuate. Furthermore, your warrior angel realm also suffered heavy losses. The Holy Angel King fell silent for a moment, then said, but no matter what, we cannot let anger cloud our judgment. We have not lost yet. The most important thing now is to find a way to consolidate our Legion fleets, save the ones that can be saved, suppress the rebellions within our territory, and discuss further. We cannot give up until the last moment. As for the betrayal of the Judgment Angel King, we will remember this debt. The words of the Holy Angel King were calm, and her voice made everyone involuntarily relax. Perhaps because of this, the warrior Angel King also calmed down at this time. He sat in the chair and sighed. Then he raised his hand and looked at Angel Tyria. Is there water? Angel Tyria immediately arranged for a robot to bring a glass of water. The warrior Angel King picked up the glass and drank it all, then slammed the glass down. At this moment, his emotions finally stabilized. He looked gloomy and said, that girl Rena's plan this time is very well planned. She almost entangled all of our Angel Legion fleets. Even in our respective territories, there have been more than a dozen attacks, making it difficult for us to quickly withdraw too many Legion fleets. As for the frontline battlefield, the counterattack Legion fleet that we had finally assembled suffered nearly half in losses in an instant. She's like a snake. The rare opportunity she's caught, she will never easily let go of this chance to severely damage us. In terms of intelligence, among the three Angel Kings, the Judgment Angel King, who had always been silent and spoke little, was the smartest. And the original information system of the Angel race was basically managed by the Judgment Angel King. So the betrayal of the Judgment Angel King this time caught them completely off guard and posed a great threat to their upcoming operations. Just at this moment, the handheld terminal on Angel Tyria's end rang. She glanced at it, then looked at the two Angel Kings who were staring at her. "It's Lord Aldragon contacting me privately. He informed me that he knows the situation on our end. He will lead his Legion fleet to support us, and we just need to cooperate with his operations with our Angel Legion fleets." In addition, he also said that what happened this time within the Angel race territory, he can overlook the responsibilities of the Holy Angel King and the Warrior Angel King. But the Judgment Angel King and the Angel Legion under her, who participated in the attack on the Owl Dragon Legion's interstellar transport fleet, and the gate must face consequences. If the two Angel Kings do not agree, the Owl Dragon Legion will declare war on the entire Angel race. Please provide a response within 30 minutes. After recounting these words, Angel Tyria looked strangely at the two Angel Kings in front of her. It must be said, Lord Aldragon's tone was very forceful, even putting the worst outcome in front of the two Angel Kings. It sounded more like a threat than a negotiation. "Why is this guy so angry?" the Warrior Angel King asked in surprise. "You may not know that the Owl Dragon Legion was built on a stargate within our Angel race's territory that was destroyed, and the interstellar fleet guarding that stargate was completely wiped out. At the same time, a convoy fleet that we were trading with was attacked, resulting in the sacrifice of 3,000 interstellar transport ships and 2 million crew members. The Owl Dragon Legion has always placed great value on life. Perhaps that's why Lord Aldragon is so angry," the Holy Angel King said helplessly. The Mechanical God Sect Galaxy saw the sudden retreat of the Owl Dragon Legion in various local battlefields, allowing the Demon Legion fleet to advance easily. However, due to the pressure left behind from the previous battles with the Owl Dragon Legion, several Demon Legions were concerned that this might be another plan of the Owl Dragon Legion. They decided to wait for the arrival of the following Demon Kings, Guard Legion, before entering the Mechanical God Sect Galaxy together. "Report, Your Majesty. The Black Angel Legion, Wrath Legion, and Demon Knight Legion are all waiting here. Please give your orders." 3 figures appeared on the flagship bridge of the Demon King, kneeling with one knee and looking at the Demon King, seated on the throne above them. The Demon King coldly stared at the 3 Demon Marshals and then glanced at the empty space beside him, as if thinking about something. The Demon Marshals guessed that the Demon King was thinking about the 3 Demon Marshals who sacrificed in the battlefield: Lord of the North, Marshal Agalos, and Baron of Hell. It was unimaginable that in this battle, the Demon Legion would lose 3 important Demon Marshals, including a key figure among the Demon race. The Demon Knight Marshal bowed his head and explained, "After arriving here, we learned that Your Majesty's fleet would arrive within 5 hours. Considering the losses we've already incurred in this battle and the cunning of the Owl Dragon Legion, we unanimously decided to wait for Your Majesty's arrival. This way, when our forces unite, we won't fear the Owl Dragon Legion's tricks." The Demon King naturally understood what these individuals were thinking. He coldly issued the command, "Attack." With the Demon King's order, millions of demon interstellar battleships assembled here, set off again, entering the Mechanical God Sect Galaxy. Once inside, they soon encountered wreckage of interstellar battleships scattered throughout the galaxy. "Report, we have reached the core area of the Mechanical God Sect Galaxy. However, we haven't found any Owl Dragon interstellar battleships," the Demon Knight Marshal reported. Facing the Demon King's slightly angry inquiry, he couldn't provide an answer. "Your Majesty, I believe this may be a strategic move by the Owl Dragon Legion. We should proceed with caution. I suggest we send a portion of the battleships in for reconnaissance first to ensure safety before fully entering," proposed the Black Angel Marshal. The Demon King agreed to the proposal. Hundreds of demon interstellar battleships formed reconnaissance teams, and soon, an answer surfaced. "Report, we have arrived at the location where an interstellar battleship energy signal was detected. We found only one destroyed mechanical interstellar battleship. Our team discovered that the engine of this vessel is barely operational and won't sustain for much longer." Reports came in succession. It was revealed that not only was the mechanical sect utilizing the abandoned mechanical interstellar battleships, but some damaged Aldragon interstellar battleships were also discovered, camouflaged, and emitting false signals. This created an illusion of numerous Aldragon interstellar battleships in the area. The Demon King coldly scanned the 3 demon marshals and remarked, "So, these were the Owl Dragon interstellar battleships you previously believed were here." None dared to speak. Suddenly, explosions were heard, cutting communication. The Demon King, known for his unpredictable outbursts, maintained composure, issuing orders to send assistance to the damaged area. Meanwhile, a hidden T for Succubus Glasslight stealth interstellar reconnaissance ship transmitted footage back to the Dragon King vessel before quietly leaving the mechanical godsex vicinity. As Zhao Chen watched the fireworks display, he felt a pang of regret. While the destruction could benefit the Owl Dragon Legion, the rapidly shifting circumstances on the Angelic Realm battlefield demanded his attention. After deliberation, Zhao Chen chose to abandon the opportunity. "Next, we must focus on our own tasks," Zhao Chen told Charlotte beside him. Around the Dragon Sovereign rested reorganized all-Dragon interstellar battleships, nearly all operational T for Lumina-class interstellar leap ships ready for command. Charlotte stood beside Zhao Chen, raising her hand as a data panel appeared in front of her. She began to explain to Zhao Chen, "After multiple battles, we currently have 100,000 interstellar warships remaining. Among them, only over 100,000 have combat strength maintained at over 70%. I have also calculated the military supplies we currently have on hand. It can only support our 100,000 interstellar warships for high-intensity combat for 10 days. If the fighting continues beyond that, we will need to control the consumption on the battlefield, or interruptions may occur. The Owl Dragon Legion's battles have always been extremely consuming, requiring extensive preparation of military supplies before each war, but it is never enough. This is what causes Zhao Chen frustration and helplessness." "Are 100,000 warships enough?" Zhao Chen asked. Charlotte nodded and said, "According to our planned combat operations, 100,000 warships will be enough for 10 days to achieve our goals. I will reorganize these 100,000 interstellar warships into 3 operational legions, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, along with 2 accompanying specialized task forces, and the Owl Dragon Guards. The remaining all-Dragon interstellar warships will immediately withdraw and return along the original path, ending this mission." Zhao Chen nodded in agreement with the arrangements Charlotte had just outlined. However, there is a small issue, that is, our available T for Luminous-class interstellar leap ships can only meet the spatial jump needs of our next stage combat plan with these 100,000 interstellar warships. In other words, once we dispatch these 100,000 interstellar warships to the Angel Clan, we will not have any T for Luminous-class interstellar leap ships available for a short period of time. Charlotte looked seriously at Commander Zhao Chen. The implication here is that there is a risk involved in this situation. There are risks in everything we do, but some things we must do. Proceed with the plan you have devised, Zhao Chen said solemnly. Some things require a price to be paid, yes. Charlotte and Lilith set out to implement this combat plan, assisted by the AI Little Dragon Girl on the Dragon Emperor. Soon, the 3 temporarily assembled mixed legion fleets were ready. With the radiance of the T for Luminous-class interstellar leap ships, the Owl Dragon interstellar warships disappeared without a trace. In this starry sea, where there were originally 100,000 interstellar warships, they suddenly vanished, leaving only a few invisible interstellar reconnaissance ships entering stealth mode to carry out their monitoring mission. A burning stargate stood out prominently in space, like a torch in the darkness. Around the burning stargate lay the wreckage of numerous interstellar warships. Comparatively, there were more remnants of interstellar warships further out from the gate. They differed not only in number, but also in appearance. One group belonged to the Owl Dragon series interstellar warships, and the other to the Angel series. Nearby, a group of Angel series interstellar warships, painted in black, hovered in the dark void of space. This rare black paint on Angel series interstellar warships was hardly seen, most were primarily white in color. Suddenly, rings of light appeared in a distant sector of the starry sky. One by one, interstellar warships crossed over. All of them were Owl Dragon series interstellar warships, totaling 13,000. 10,000 were combat-type interstellar warships, and the remaining 3,000 were support-type interstellar warships, including industrial and transport ships. The first fleet of the mixed Owl Dragon 3rd Legion has completed the spatial jump. The Secretary reported to Commander Shen Bing. Shen Bing, currently serving as the commander of the mixed Owl Dragon 3rd Legion, was also primarily responsible for the mission assigned by the commander. To clear out the Angel Clan renegade forces attacking their Owl Dragon Stargate and find a way to repair or rebuild a Stargate in the shortest time frame. Restoration of the Stargate connection between the Angel Clan and the Owl Dragon Galactic Interstellar Consortium. Although the Judgment Angel King had only destroyed a Stargate on the Angel Clan side, there were still Stargates in the nearby Mechanical Clan territory. However, the distance between them required time for travel. Rebuilding this Stargate could greatly save time, especially in this crucial period of war. Therefore, Shen Bing led 10,000 interstellar warships to execute this mission, also accompanied by a batch of support-type interstellar warships. Reports indicate hostile targets on the Starship radar. It is confirmed to be the Judgment Blade Legion under the Judgment Angel King, with nearly 10,000 interstellar warships. The subordinate reported another message. Shen Bing's expression began to change as she processed the information. She was well aware of the events that had taken place within the Angel Clan territory, the destruction of the Owl Dragon Stargate, resulting in the entire fleet stationed at the gate being wiped out, as well as the attack on the interstellar transport fleet affiliated with the Northern Goose Group, resulting in total losses. This was a direct challenge to the Owl Dragon. The Judgment Blade, Shen Bing pronounced the name coldly, her gaze fixed on the data panel displaying information about this Judgment Blade Legion. This force was under the Judgment Angel King, comprising 2 Angel Elite Guard Legions, focused on assassination, attacks, intelligence, and territory management tasks, hence their fleet size wasn't large. They possessed 10,000 interstellar warships, but their combat strength was not to be underestimated. The significance of this fleet to the Judgment Angel King's plan to sever the connection between the Owl Dragon and Angel Clan, disrupting the unending flow of interstellar fleets and strategic supplies through this Stargate route, was evident. Destroy my Stargate, and today I shall decimate your fleet. Without hesitation, Shen Bing ordered the fleet to prepare for battle. If they wanted to reclaim the Stargate, whether by repair or reconstruction, they must first eliminate this Judgment Blade Legion, as the opposing side would not overlook this provocation. This was also why the Judgment Blade Legion remained in the area, even after accomplishing its mission of destroying the Stargate, to prevent the Owl Dragon from leveraging its powerful industrial capabilities to rebuild a Stargate in this region. Building a Stargate was not something done lightly. Even though the Owl Dragon series Stargates didn't require a binary star system, a stable spatial area still needed to be carefully selected. Each Stargate construction area had been surveyed and explored continuously. Therefore, rebuilding in the original location would save the most time. The Judgment Blade Legion on the other side was also ready for battle, understanding that this conflict was now inevitable. The front-line battleground between the Angel and Demon tribes spans several galaxies, with hundreds of battlefields big and small. Some may involve only a small skirmish with a few thousand interstellar warships. Others are large-scale battles with tens of thousands of interstellar warships. Clearly, the Demons have taken the initiative, dispatching a large number of Demon Tribe interstellar warships to chase and intercept Angel Tribe interstellar warships. The Angel Tribe interstellar warships are attempting to retreat and break through. Prior to this, the fleet commanders and captains received orders from the 2 Angel Kings. The Judgment Angel King and his Legion fleet have all betrayed. Now, the armies of the Holy Angel King and the War Angel King are trying everything they can to retreat. The Angel Tribe interstellar warships want to retreat, but it's not so easy. The Judgment Angel King had arranged for many of his own Legion fleets to betray their former comrades, hindering the retreat of the Angel Tribe interstellar warships and cooperating with the Demon Tribe interstellar warships to form an encirclement. The goal is to eliminate as many living forces of the Angel Tribe interstellar warships as possible. Currently, there are still 1.2 million Angel Tribe interstellar warships in our encirclement. The Angel Tribe interstellar warships that have evacuated are immediately leaving, probably trying to rescue the besieged interstellar fleet. A masked subordinate angel respectfully stood before the Judgment Angel King. The Judgment Angel King was clad in all black, even the wings on its back had turned black, giving it a very eerie appearance, as though it were a ghost wandering between black and white. They naturally want to save more warships. The industrial facilities within the War Angel domain have been almost completely destroyed by us. It is impossible to repair them in less than 3 to 5 years. During this period, their starship production capacity will decrease by at least 70%. That means the starships they currently have are their last cards, playing one card, losing one card. The Judgment Angel King's voice carried a hint of mockery. If the Demon King hadn't moved so many demon legions away, I could have devoured all the interstellar warships on the side of the Holy Angel and war here. The equipment on the bridge suddenly short-circuited at this moment. What's going on? The Judgment Angel King looked puzzled. Sir, our communication network and starship systems have been invaded. We are unable to contact our fleet and other fleets nearby. A subordinate reported. At that moment, outside the porthole, one side of the interstellar warship was suddenly bombarded. Some attacks even landed on the flagship energy shields where the Judgment Angel King was stationed. Watching the flames erupt so close by, the expression beneath the black veil of the Judgment Angel King could not be discerned. Who is attacking us? The voice of the Judgment Angel King was very sinister. Her Legion fleet was in the rear of the battlefield and had always been in a safe zone. Unless there were very secure operational missions, her Legion fleet would not intervene. Report, a batch of interstellar warships suddenly emerged on our flank. It seems to be two active interstellar stealth bombers of the Owl Dragon Legion, the T for Shadow Demon and T3 Illusion Piercer. In addition, we have also detected a T for Succubus class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship. They seem to be attacking our communication network. The subordinate reported. The Owl Dragon Legion? Why are they appearing here? Aren't they supposed to be fighting the demon legions? The Judgment Angel King was surprised and immediately ordered, "Contact the Demon King to inquire about the situation over there." "Sir, our communication is blocked, and we are unable to contact them," the subordinate replied. The Judgment Angel King paused for a moment, almost forgetting about it. The enemy is comprised of interstellar stealth bombers, posing no significant threat. Engage in normal combat. Don't forget, we have other Legion fleets and a large number of Demon Legion fleets around us. Once they notice our situation, they will immediately come to support us. The Judgment Angel King was still very confident at this moment, believing that everything was under her control. Little did she know that a pair of hands had already enveloped the battlefield. As time passed, the Owl Dragon Legion's interstellar stealth bombers did not blindly attack the fleet where the Judgment Angel King was located, but rather engaged in more of a form of entanglement. It was as if they were coordinating with the accompanying T for Succubus class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ship to interfere with the communication network of the fleet where the Judgment Angel King was located. Although there were no significant tangible losses, the feeling was particularly irksome. Especially now that the Judgment Angel King could not contact the outside world, she, who always liked to control the situation, felt as if her hands were tied. What is happening? Why hasn't the support from the surrounding Legion fleets arrived? The Judgment Angel King demanded with a furrowed brow. "We don't know." The subordinates were at a loss. At that moment, a subordinate released a video feed. "Report, this is the interstellar reconnaissance equipment we deployed, capturing the surrounding situation through a deep space telescope. Several battlefields around us are now flooded with Owl Dragon interstellar warships. The Owl Dragon Legion is rescuing the Angel Tribe interstellar warships that were originally trapped, and it seems they are even preparing to counterattack." Through these blurry images transmitted back, this was one of the few external information that the Judgment Angel King could obtain. How many interstellar warships has the Owl Dragon Legion brought with them? If it's only tens of thousands, they won't be able to break through our offensive over here. Damn it! What's going on with the Demon King's side? Why is there such a big problem right now? The formerly calm Judgment Angel King's emotions were now somewhat out of control, evident in the flames of anger in her words. "We can't wait here any longer. Prepare yourselves, find a direction. Break out at all costs and re-establish contact with the outside world." The Judgment Angel King issued orders. Subsequently, this Legion fleet belonging to the Judgment Angel directly, the Blessing Legion, began to break free from the entanglement of the surrounding Owl Dragon interstellar warships. Although they were at a disadvantage in the battle against the T for Succubus class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships, they managed to break through the network blockade. Understanding the situation outside, in just a few hours, the entire situation on the battlefield had undergone a complete transformation. The Legion of Judgment Blades, responsible for destroying the Phoenix Dragon Stargate, faced off against a newly arrived Phoenix Legion after a fierce battle. In the end, the entire Legion was defeated. The data retrieved from the battlefield revealed that despite the equal number of interstellar warships on both sides, the opposing forces suffered only about 40% casualties. The Dark Angels Legion's 9th and 10th fleets, totaling 6,000 interstellar warships, attacked the North Goose Fleet under the Phoenix Galaxy Intergalactic Group. They were met with a counterattack from a similarly sized Phoenix Legion fleet, leading to the loss of all warships in the Dark Angels Legion. Simultaneously, the Dark Angels Legion's fleets were precisely targeted by the Phoenix Legion, resulting in the complete destruction of 4 of the Legion's 10 fleets, heavy damage to 3, and the remaining 3 fleets in active combat, facing imminent defeat. Additionally, the Revenge Angels, Wisdom Angels, and Sacred Judgment Angels under the Archangel of Judgment faced a strong targeted offensive from the Phoenix Legion with a strong retaliatory intent. Upon hearing about this situation, the Archangel of Judgment immediately felt pressured, as she had the smallest military force among the 3 Archangels. The military forces within the Angel clan were divided into 4 parts, with each Archangel controlling 1 part. The Guardian Angels Legion, Healing Angels Legion, and Order Angels Legion were considered neutral within the Angel clan, mainly responsible for maintaining local order and protection. Among the 3 Archangels, the Archangel of War commanded the most significant military force, with 8 Angel Legions and nearly 2 million interstellar warships at its peak. The Archangel of Holiness followed with 6 Angel Legions and close to 800,000 interstellar warships at its peak. The Archangel of Judgment had the least military force, owning only 6 Angel Legions with fewer than 300,000 interstellar warships. This was because the Archangel of Judgment was primarily tasked with behind-the-scenes work and did not require significant frontline military strength. Perhaps that was why the Archangel of Holiness and the Archangel of War had always trusted the Archangel of Judgment, never expecting such a betrayal to occur. In addition to the operations targeting the fleets under the Archangel of Judgment, the Phoenix Legion also launched attacks against the Demon Legion and supported besieged Angel Clan interstellar warships. Some battlefields even witnessed a reversal in the siege dynamics. For instance, in the largest battle overturned, the Necron Legion with over 300,000 interstellar warships and the flagship of the High Commander found themselves encircled as the Phoenix Legion and Angel Clan fleets joined forces, creating a counter-siege formation. Within a few hours, the rapidly changing situation caught the Archangel of Judgment off guard. "Damn!" cursed the Archangel of Judgment, then said in a deep voice, "Get me in touch with the Demon King." The arrival of the Phoenix Legion had completely altered the course of the battle, and the situation was spiraling out of control. To regain control, external reinforcements were necessary, with the only available force being the Demon Legion's fleets. Without the interference of the Phoenix Legion's troublesome T4 Succubus Glasslight interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships, a smooth contact was established with the Demon King. "What's the situation on your end? Why is the Phoenix Legion appearing here?" The Archangel of Judgment inquired in an unfriendly tone due to the escalating crisis. There was a moment of silence before a cold voice replied, "Are you questioning me?" It was evident that the Demon King was also in a bad mood. Being astute, the Archangel of Judgment sensed this. She took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions to remain as calm as possible, and then slowly spoke, "The Phoenix Legion has appeared in force on our battlefields. Both my Legion fleet and your Demon Legion are under significant threat. For example, the Necron Legion is currently surrounded, and the situation is dire." With the change in tone from the Archangel of Judgment, the Demon King did not pursue the previous rudeness. He said coldly, "So, those troublemakers went to your location. I have already breached the Machine God Sex Galaxy, but after our arrival, we haven't discovered any traces of the Phoenix Legion fleet. We were still searching before. Now it seems they used the T for Radiant Leap-class interstellar jumpship to surprise attack your location. I didn't expect that fellow to give up this place. Now is not the time to dwell on that. We need to formulate the next operational plan. The situation here is tense, and we need the support of new Legion fleets to prevent things from spiraling out of control. Demon King, you should understand what I mean," the Archangel of Judgment said sternly. The Demon King responded, "I understand. I will now issue orders for several Demon Legion fleets to rush to your battlefield. It is estimated that at least 50,000 to 80,000 Demon interstellar warships will support your end. However, there may be some delays in time, and it will take at least 48 hours. You need to hold on until our reinforcements arrive." At the mention of 48 hours, the Archangel of Judgment's mood darkened. It wouldn't be challenging for other Angel Clan Legion fleets to hold out for 48 hours. But facing the Phoenix Legion, a military force whose combat style was incredibly aggressive, capable of deploying resources in a single day that others might take a month to exhaust, was a different challenge. She could not be certain what would happen after the 48 hours. I will arrange things as best as possible on my end, but I hope the reinforcements from your end can expedite reducing our losses. The Archangel of Judgment did not press further, as they lacked the unique interstellar jump ship function of the Phoenix Legion's T for Radiant Lead-class ships. They could only rely on traditional long-distance travel methods like the Stargate to reach the battlefield. Understood, the Demon King said without further ado, then disconnected the communication. The Archangel of Judgment looked at the silent end of the communication. A cold breath emanated from beneath her veil. She then issued new operational orders to both her Legion and the Demon Legion, a right bestowed upon her by the Demon King. She had 48 hours to minimize the losses of her Legion fleet, persist until the reinforcements arrived, and launch a counteroffensive. In a network holographic conference room, where high-level meetings between the Owl Dragon and the Angel clans were held, Zhao Chen sat beside Charlotte and Lilith, while on the opposite side sat three representatives of the Angel clans, the King of the Holy Angels, the King of the War Angels, and Angel Thalia. Thalia's appearance here was because she had the best relationship with the Owl Dragon Lord among the Angel clans, able to play a role in mediating between them. I now need a clear understanding of the resources of your Angel clans. Otherwise, considering the current situation, it would be difficult for me to help you, Zhao Chen said to the two Angel Kings. He faced a different attitude from the two Angel Kings at this moment compared to the past, and it was evident from their expressions that Zhao Chen was the one leading this meeting. Looking back at their previous meetings, the first time, Zhao Chen went to the Temple Mountain of the Holy Angels, where only the King of the Holy Angels waited on the throne, while the holographic images of the other two Angel Kings arrived late. The second time, a conference table was set up in the Temple Hall, with the three Angel Kings already seated and Zhao Chen having his own position. The third time, the King of the Holy Angels awaited Zhao Chen on the steps of Temple Mountain, with the other two Angel Kings smiling and greeting Zhao Chen inside the temple. The King of the Holy Angels even personally saw Zhao Chen off. He left on the shuttle. From each meeting, it indirectly showed a change in their statuses, all happening within just over a year. The King of the Holy Angels and the King of the War Angels glanced at each other, having already discussed in secret that negotiation with Zhao Chen, a lord with more of a merchant's nature, would require some price to be paid. This price could be tangible or intelligence-related. Compared to what they had considered, Zhao Chen's current question was insignificant. Currently, including the Angel Legion controlled by the Holy Angel, we have a total of 1 million interstellar battleships. This does not include the neutral Angel Legion fleet of 400,000 interstellar battleships. In addition, the one who betrayed us, the Judgment Guy, has nearly 300,000 interstellar battleships under his command. This is roughly the military strength of our Angel clans, replied the King of the War Angels. You cannot control that part of the neutral Legion fleet? Zhao Chen inquired. Although this neutral Legion fleet ranked below average in combat power among the 20 Angel Legions, with over 500,000 interstellar battleships, it was not to be underestimated. As for the Guardian Angel Legion, I can only negotiate with them. Until the situation becomes clear, they will not come out to align themselves. However, if the demon fleets attack our homeland now, they will counterattack. The Order Angel Legion is still responsible for supervising and governing the various territories of the Angel clans and will not engage in the front lines. The Healing Angel Legion is primarily responsible for logistics, healing, transportation tasks, and will not affect the front lines, replied the King of the Holy Angels. This neutral Angel Legion fleet was mainly controlled by the various powerful angel families below the Angel clans. However, out of the 1 million interstellar battleships in our hands, 50,000 interstellar battleships are surrounded by the demon fleets due to the previous betrayal by the Judgment. Their situation is critical. 300,000 interstellar battleships are currently not surrounded and are moving around the battlefield, looking for rescue opportunities. The remaining 200,000 interstellar battleships are our trump cards, controlled by me and the Holy Angel. Some of them have been transferred back to the War Angel domain. Although the possibility is very low, I still want to save some, the King of the War Angels mentioned, with a look full of resentment as he talked about the loss of his headquarters stolen by the Judgment. Nodding, Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte beside him indicating that she could voice her opinion now. Charlotte spoke solemnly. "We have brought 100,000 all-dragon interstellar battleships into the battlefield on the Angel Clan side. We want to help you, but at the same time, we need you to grant us certain permissions. During the war phase, all stargates, starports, military fortresses within the Angel Clan's territories must unconditionally open to our all-dragon interstellar battleships. When necessary, our all-dragon interstellar battleships will have priority usage. Furthermore, on the battlefield, within the Owl Dragon Legion, Commander Zhao Chen and I will have the same authority as the two Angel Kings and can directly command your Angel Legions when necessary." Charlotte's demands were quite stringent. The King of the War Angels frowned. Lilith interjected, "These demands may seem harsh, but it is a time of war. Everything must align with the war effort. Because of the betrayal of one of your Angel Kings, our original battle plans had to be revised. Previously, we could have at least destroyed another 50,000 demon interstellar battleships on a different battlefield. But due to the changes on your side, we had to abandon the areas we had already controlled. To prevent such problems from arising again, in the upcoming battles, the Owl Dragons must have more control permissions. We cannot let our All-Dragon Legion fleets take risks in these battles, as there is a possibility of being betrayed by allies." Lilith's words were gentle yet sharp. After a pause, she continued, "The Angel Clans are our allies, and we cannot stand by and watch them fall into the danger of destruction. That's why we have sent this elite fleet of 100,000 ships from afar to join the battles immediately. Currently, 1/3 of the 50,000 interstellar battleships on your side that were besieged have already been rescued. We even managed to break the siege of the Ghoul Legion and gained the advantage in some parts of the battlefield. The efforts made by our All-Dragons are something I believe you can see. If you want to save the Angel Clans from their current precarious position, this is the only chance for the two Angel Kings." Lilith's words were a reminder of the benefits the Owl Dragons could bring to them, portraying the Owl Dragons as their saviors. After their two stewardesses presented their cases, Zhao Chen knew it was time for him to state his position. Zhao Chen stared at the two Angel Kings. "Both of you have seen our sincerity. The initial sequence should have been to meet us first and then provide support to the battlefield. However, we supported the battlefield first and then held this meeting, because I believe that my two allies will make the right choice." "Right." Zhao Chen smiled at the two Angel Kings across the table. It seemed like they had a choice, but in reality, they had no choice. In the end, the two Angel Kings unconditionally agreed to the requests made by Zhao Chen. Later, Charlotte, on behalf of the Lord of the Owl Dragons, issued new combat orders to various fleets of the Angel Clans. These combat orders were also presented to the two Angel Kings. Particularly the War Angel King, upon seeing these battle plans for the first time, sensed the madness of the Owl Dragon Legion. However, he still chose to proceed with the execution, perhaps having similar thoughts within himself. The subsequent coordinated operation between the Owl Dragon Legion and the Angel Fleet made the opposing Judgment Angel King acutely aware of how long the 48 hours awaiting reinforcements were. Especially as half of the time passed, the Vampire Legion suffered losses of nearly 80%, and the flagship of the Vampire Legion's Supreme Marshal was destroyed by the Owl Dragon Guard fleet. This news made the Judgment Angel King realize the terror of the Owl Dragon Legion. Furthermore, she became aware of the danger to her own existence, as numerous Owl Dragon fleets were knowingly or unknowingly approaching the position of her gifted Judgment Legion. Sensing the danger, the Judgment Angel King ordered her gifted Judgment Legion to withdraw to a safe enough location. Following this, all fleets of the Dark Angel Legion were targeted one by the Owl Dragon Legion's fleet, with over 90% of the starships falling, leading to the virtual annihilation of the Dark Angel Legion. On the 30th hour, most of the Angel starships originally surrounded on the front lines managed to break free and were launching organized attacks on the demon starships. By the 40th hour, even more astonishing news arrived. The Demon Crocodile Legion fleet was besieged by multiple Owl Dragon Legion fleets and Angel fleet, putting them in a very perilous situation. The Demon Crocodile Marshal sent out a request for assistance. The Judgment Angel King also saw this plea for help, but refrained from sending reinforcements, as the current intense counterattack by the Owl Dragon Legion and the Angel fleet left her with no capability to provide support. Even if she could send aid, she was apprehensive that it might be another trap by the Owl Dragon Legion to surround and attack. Ultimately, She simply replied to the plea with reassurance, stating that she would find a way to offer help and advising the Demon Lord that support was on the way. Nevertheless, this verbal support had no impact. Just before the arrival of the Demon King's reinforcements, the Demon Crocodile Legion's strongest fleet, including the Marshal's flagship, was decimated by the Owl Dragon Guard fleet. All 3,000 starships in the fleet were destroyed without exception. Particularly, the flagship of the Demon Crocodile Legion had the misfortune of being struck by the rumored T-5 Pluto-class starship's bow cannon, directly obliterating much of the vessel. In the end, the Demon Crocodile Legion suffered heavy casualties and was effectively wiped out. In less than 48 hours, due to the involvement of 100,000 starships of the Owl Dragon Legion, everything underwent a dramatic transformation. Report: the Owl Dragon Legion and the Angel Fleet are retreating on all fronts. During the retreat, they even voluntarily abandoned some heavily damaged starships, detonating them on site after evacuating the crew. The subordinate urgently reported this news to the Judgment Angel King. Clenching her fists, the Judgment Angel King stared at the interstellar map before her. "What are our losses in the past 48 hours?" The subordinate fell silent for a moment. "Answer me." With bowed head, the subordinate replied, "In the past 48 hours, both we and the Demon Tribe have suffered unprecedented losses. We directly lost at least 150,000 starships. The Sword of Judgment Legion lost contact. The Dark Angel Legion lost contact. The Avenging Angel Legion also lost half of its starships. The Holy Judgment Legion lost over 40%. Our Gifted Judgment Legion lost 30% of our starships, and the Intelligent Angel Legion lost 50,000 starships. Two fleet legions were annihilated. Nearly 150,000 starships were lost." Even the Judgment Angel King, who considered herself to have a strong mental fortitude, felt a sense of dizziness. After stabilizing her emotions with great difficulty, she inquired, "And the Demon Tribe?" "The losses of the Demon Tribe are even more severe than ours. The Zombie Legion lost over 300,000 starships, the Demon Crocodile Legion lost over 300,000 starships, and various other scattered demon legions lost 100,000 starships. Over 70,000 starships were lost in the past 48 hours. When combined with our losses, the total losses exceeded 1 million starships in the past 48 hours. This exceeds the total losses in half a year from our past conflicts. Among them, although the Owl Dragon Legion had only 100,000 starships, they achieved a 70% success rate. The larger number of angelic starships mostly played a supporting role." The subordinate spoke. "The Owl Dragon! The Owl Dragon! The Owl Dragon!" repeated. The final Demon Lord ordered a demon fleet with the ability to fight to try to delay the retreat of the Angel Legion and Owl Dragon Legion in order to wait for reinforcements from the Demon Lord's side. The idea was good. However, in execution, it didn't go as smoothly. The demon fleet assigned to engage with the retreating Owl Dragon Legion and Angel Legion had been intimidated by the Owl Dragon Legion's combat tactics during the previous 48 hours of battle. Although they obediently carried out the Demon Lord's pursuit order, they were very cautious, even stopping the pursuit at the slightest movement from the Owl Dragon Legion or Angel Legion. It felt as if a few beaten dogs were on the brink of death, cautiously probing around. This entanglement method had a very negative effect. By the time the Demon Lord's reinforcements arrived, the demon fleet responsible for pursuing was almost back at the original front line of the Angel Legion. This presented a dilemma for the Demon Lord. Continue fighting, or choose to retreat? The current situation would turn into a siege if the battle continued. Many Angel Legions and Owl Dragon Legions had retreated to defensive positions within the Angel Legion territory, giving them the advantage in defensive warfare. On the other hand, besides the reinforcements that came from afar to support, the rest of the Demon Legions were in a poor state of combat, with very low morale. To fight or not to fight? The Demon Lord sat in silence on his throne. "Your Majesty, although our legions have the will to fight, the state of the demon fleet is extremely poor. Even if we eventually win, our legions will suffer heavy casualties," said the holographic image of the Snake King Legion Marshal. Although the words did not explicitly refuse to fight, the meaning was already clear. The Owl Dragon Legion is very cunning. We don't know how many cards they still have to play. Continuing the battle now puts us at a disadvantage. "It is best to regroup and consider our options," said the furious Legion Marshal. "I agree. The Dark Sky Dark Legion Marshal added. These two demon marshals, aside from the fallen Northern King, were the ones most valued by the Demon Lord, commanding elite legions. However, they had experienced the formidable combat capabilities of the Owl Dragon Legion in previous battles and were now extremely cautious. Taking a deep breath, the Demon Lord glanced at the few demon marshals present in the room. There were only half as many as before. The Red Demon Legion, Flesh-Eating Legion, Demon Crocodile Legion, a Gallows Legion, Hell Baron Legion, and the Northern King Legion had all suffered losses in this battle. If they continued fighting, even in victory, it would be a Pyrrhic one, which was not the outcome the Demon Lord desired. Send out my orders. Choose suitable locations in these star systems to construct forward bases. Command all production bases to accelerate production speed and strengthen armaments. I want more interstellar warships. Allocate all our resources to produce as many interstellar warships as possible to replenish the losses of our demon legions, the Demon Lord commanded sternly. Yes. The demon marshals responded. The holographic projections in front of the throne disappeared, and the Demon Lord quietly left the bridge, returning to his captain's quarters. Inside, he found a figure sitting on the sofa. Your Majesty, you are here, a mechanical voice sounded. The Demon Lord looked at the person under the black cloak. Are you still alive? I heard that you were captured by the Owl Dragon Legion within the sacred land of the Mechanic sect. Did the Owl Dragon Lord release you? The Demon Lord walked to the figure in the black cloak, assessing the person in front of him. We are great beings who have dedicated part of our consciousness to this universe. We are one and many at the same time. Our comrade sacrificed his physical body for the sacred ideals of the great existence. His consciousness has returned to the great existence. I sincerely congratulate him, the figure under the black cloak said, crossing their hands on their chest. Humph, get to the point. What do you want to say to me? The Demon Lord said coldly. Your Majesty needs our help, the figure under the black cloak said. You don't even have your own sacred land now. What can you offer me? The Demon Lord sneered. Do you think we only have one base? The figure under the black cloak retorted. Their bodies started to float. The Demon Lord made a gesture with his hand, surrounded by dark energy. So, you, or your organization behind you, have been deceiving me all along. Although aware of the looming threat to his life, the figure under the black cloak calmly replied, Your Majesty, we are partners. You have your secrets, and we have ours. With a sudden gesture, the figure under the black cloak was thrown out and crashed into the wall, revealing a body of mechanical structure underneath the cloak. Despite being mechanically enhanced, the impact had left visible damage on various parts of the body. Your Majesty needs to calm down. If it were a carbon-based life form, they wouldn't be able to get up after a hit like that. The figure in the mechanical cloak swayed and stood up once again. Speak. How do you want to cooperate this time? The Demon Lord coldly stared at the figure. We can provide your Majesty with 5 industrial construction bases equipped with fully automated production processes at a Tier 5 industrial level. Just provide the raw materials, and you can produce any interstellar warship with technological capabilities. With these 5 industrial bases, your Majesty can build up your army in the shortest time possible. After all, you are not lacking in raw materials, the figure in the black cloak said with a smile. The Demon Lord snorted, knowing that the mentioned raw materials had a dual meaning. What do you want me to do? He asked. The operations of these industrial bases are programmed with a timed process. You have 1 year of permission. However, you need to invade the Mechanical King city of the mechanical race within a year and destroy a significant building there. Otherwise, these 5 industrial bases will cease operation, the figure stated its terms. The mechanical race? You want me to go to war with them? You know how powerful the mechanical race is. I am not currently their match, especially with that damn owl dragon in front of me. The Demon Lord frowned. Rest assured, the mechanical race is now at its weakest, the figure in the black cloak said, its mouth twitching slightly, as if trying to smile, but it appeared eerie. Fine, I agree, the Demon Lord said. I wish you luck, Your Majesty. The figure under the black cloak raised its hand, and 5 sets of coordinates appeared. Then, their body was engulfed in black flames, leaving not a trace behind. The Demon Lord looked at the spot where the figure in the black cloak had been, and then inspected the 5 sets of coordinates. His eyes gleamed with madness, as long as I can conquer this universe, even if I have to make deals with the most evil entities, so be it." Did he agree? In an interstellar courtyard, the sky overhead was a huge transparent canopy, under which was a man-made grassy yard. The Angel King was sitting on a chair in the courtyard, with a steaming drink placed in front of her. Across from her was a figure in a black robe. He had no reason to refuse. Since he first accepted our gift, he had no choice. A mechanical voice came from under the black robe. "But he isn't sincerely cooperating with us." What does sincerity matter, or lack thereof? As long as it can bring the great existence into this universe, does any of that matter? The figure in the black robe said, "Yes, if not for this purpose. I would want to abandon this filthy body now and merge with the great existence," the Angel King said in a somewhat sickly manner, caressing her face under the black veil. "So, what should I do next?" asked the Angel King. "Continue assisting the Demon King, destroying the mechanical tribe. I didn't expect that guys will to be so firm, even forming a partnership with that owl dragon, repeatedly thwarting our plans. But this time, there cannot be any accidents. We have waited too long. Our preparation for hundreds of years is all for this moment. The descent of the great existence must not encounter any unexpected twists." The originally emotionless voice of the figure in the black robe could now be heard with a surge of madness. "I understand," nodded the Angel King. "In order to see the great existence again, I am willing to sacrifice everything in this universe." Annual mission content: kill the 6 demon marshals of the Demon Clan and destroy their command of the Demon Legion mission reward. Annual grand prize package: the shorter completion time, the higher the reward. Mission completion: 1. The Red Demon Marshal and Red Demon Legion have been destroyed. 2. The King of the North Marshal and the King of the North Legion have been destroyed. 3. The Hell Baron Marshal and the Hell Baron Legion have been destroyed. 4. The Agalos Marshal and the Agalos Legion have been destroyed. 5. The Ghoul Marshal and the Ghoul Legion have been destroyed. 6. The Demon Crocodile Marshal and the Demon Crocodile Legion have been destroyed. The mission is completed. Time used: 11 months, 27 days, 3 hours, 27 minutes to receive the annual mission reward. Zhao Chen leaned back on the massage bed in his captain's room, enjoying the massage from the mechanical robot behind him while checking his completed annual mission. This time, Zhao Chen abandoned the mechanical god galaxy and chose to go to the battlefield between the Angel Clan and the Demon Clan. Revenge was one reason, and Zhao Chen did not forget to complete his annual mission, specifically selecting the horde of ghouls and demon crocodiles, which had been fighting for a long time, with losses and conditions being quite terrible, and under the cooperation of the Angel Clan fleet, they were very easily destroyed. Thus, he completed the mission reward within the final time limit. "I am almost last minute on this. I wonder how the mission reward will be," Zhao Chen thought and clicked to receive the reward. Receive the annual mission reward. At this moment, 10 shadows of interstellar warships appeared in front of Zhao Chen, blurred, but one could roughly guess the type of these warships from the outlines, such as interstellar missile ships, interstellar gunships, interstellar battleships, and so on. However, a few of them had particularly special shapes, which Zhao Chen couldn't discern the ship type. At this point, a prompt window appeared in front of Zhao Chen. You will have the opportunity to draw a blueprint for the flagship T6 interstellar warship. Do you want to start drawing? Flagship model. This reminded Zhao Chen of the Hades and Dragon Emperor models. It seemed like they were similar, single-built interstellar warships, but at T6 grade. This was quite remarkable. This meant that Zhao Chen would have a type of interstellar warship that no other interstellar civilization in this universe had. Imagine, a T5 Hades could wipe out an entire interstellar fleet of enemies. So, what about a T6 class interstellar warship? Thinking of this, Zhao Chen became somewhat excited. Considering which combat type interstellar warship would be best, Zhao Chen began to draw. As Zhao Chen began drawing, the 10 shadows of the interstellar warships in front of him began spinning in place, one after another, for an hour. The first one to disappear was the interstellar gunship, Zhao Chen quite wanted that one. The second was the interstellar missile ship. This wasn't necessary. It was probable that even with his current limited size, he would be completely drained with just one round. Consequently, the interstellar battleships, interstellar destroyers, interstellar cruisers, and interstellar battle cruisers, and interstellar escort ships all gradually disappeared. This made Zhao Chen's smile start to stiffen. What was going on? Did the remaining 3 interstellar warships not include any combat-type interstellar warships? Would he end up with a T6 class support-type interstellar warship? In the end, the remaining 3 shadows vanished, leaving 2. Then the last shadow began to clear. Finally, a very unique-looking interstellar warship appeared before Zhao Chen. It was more like a flying building than an interstellar warship. Or perhaps, more like a gate. Strange. Soon, the data of this interstellar warship appeared in Zhao Chen's mind. Oh my, it really is a gate. Zhao Chen unconsciously quipped. Congratulations on obtaining the T6 Southern Gate Starship Technical Blueprint and the Southern Gate Core Module Southern Gate Starship Type, Flagship Technology Level, T6 Hull Armor Strength, 5 to 5.1 million units Star Shield Energy Value, 300 million units Cruising Speed, 3,000 knots Star Speed Warp Engine, Level 9 Warp Engine Length, 36.8 kilometers Mass, 68.88 million tons Crew, 50,000 people Starship Weapons, no special abilities Special Equipment, Spatial Jump Engine capable of spatial jumping, Southern Gate Strategic Mode. This starship, or rather, this gate, did not resemble a regular interstellar warship at all. It had no weapon modules, not even defensive weapons. Yet its value was extremely significant. Simply put, its function was to establish a two-way stargate within a certain range, which could persist unless the Southern Gate starship was destroyed. Its function was quite simple, but its value in actual combat could be considered quite terrifying, because it did not require a beacon or any preparation, only the input of specific coordinates. This was essentially a super-modified version of the T for Bright Light class interstellar leap jump ship, meaning, whenever the Owl Dragon Legion needed it, Zhao Chen could arbitrarily connect to locations. For instance, connecting the frontline battlefield to the Owl Dragon base would allow the produced interstellar warships to be promptly deployed to the front lines. In this way, it significantly increased the mobility and combat capability of its own Legion's fleet. The only downside is that, after the closure of the Nanshan Gate Star warship, it takes a week to restart. And the terrifying cost is staggering. The cost of a single ship can reach as high as 50 trillion star coins. When Zhao Chen calculated this construction cost, he felt a pang in his heart. During the peak of the Xingyao Empire, the annual output was only 200 trillion star coins. This means that if all resources were invested in this production plan without the entire Xingyao Empire population eating or drinking, it would take 25 years. Even now, with Zhao Chen having the resources of 3 empires under his command and still rising, the cost of 50 trillion star coins is astronomical. In times of peace, Zhao Chen could build slowly. But at present, how could Zhao Chen possibly invest such enormous resources into building a T6 interstellar battleship? Another issue is the construction time. If a single T5 Galaxy-class interstellar large-scale industrial base undertakes this construction project, it would take at least 10 years. Zhao Chen sighed and looked again at the phantom of the Nanshan Gate Star warship. It was like an unattainable beauty. Just wait. One day, I will have you. Zhao Chen is clear about the strategic value of this Nanshan Gate Star. If the situation allows for it, he will definitely build one. Putting away the slight sense of loss in his heart, Zhao Chen turned his gaze to another flashing icon. Quarterly mission completed. Please claim the quarterly mission reward. This is the final quarterly mission of the year. Because the mission was straightforward, Zhao Chen didn't pay much attention to it. Quarterly mission content: annihilate 1 million evil interstellar battleships. This quarterly mission was practically a complementary mission to the annual mission. As long as the annual mission is completed, this quarterly mission will definitely be completed. So Zhao Chen didn't pay much attention. Now, he could claim the quarterly mission reward. Zhao Chen thought to himself, congratulations on receiving 3,000 mission points and the technical blueprint of the T5 Arc-class heavy interstellar supply ship. Getting a T5 auxiliary interstellar battleship, even though it isn't combat-oriented, is what Zhao Chen needs now. In this battle, the outstanding achievements of the Owl Dragon Legion were partly due to their brave operations and also owed much to their solid logistics support team, with various types of auxiliary interstellar battleships playing a significant role. And the role of these battlefield supply ships was even more critical. They helped interstellar battleships on the battlefield restore their combat readiness in the shortest time possible, enabling them to rejoin the battle. Someone calculated that the attendance efficiency of the Angel Clan, Demon Clan, and all Dragon Legion's active interstellar warships in battle. The Owl Dragon series of interstellar battleships exceeded the total of the first two clans combined. It's conceivable why the Owl Dragon Legion was able to achieve brilliant victories against the odds. Zhao Chen scrolled down the quarterly mission list and looked at another mission box. Mission Secret of the Mechanical Clan, Phase 1 Mission. Please locate the coordinates of the Mechanical Prophet. Completed Phase 2 Mission. Launch an assault on the Mechanical Prophet. Annihilate at least 300,000 interstellar fleets of the Mechanical Prophet. Phase 3 Mission. Prevent the Demon Clan from invading the Mechanical Clan. When Zhao Chen saw this mission, he frowned slightly. He couldn't understand this mission himself. The Demon Clan invading the Mechanical Clan? How is that possible? The Mechanical Clan has always played the role of a big boss in this universe, balancing the interstellar civilization's forces in this universe on its own. Even with the Demon Clan's increased strength now, they don't have the power to declare war on the Mechanical Clan while they're already at war with the Angel Clan and his own Owl Dragon Legion, directly confronting three enemies with just one's own strength. Is the Demon King's head hit by a starship? But the appearance of the system mission wouldn't have any problems. Since it appeared, it must have its reason for existing. It means that the Demon Clan will have the power to threaten the Mechanical Clan. Zhao Chen mused to himself. This possibility was extremely low. Even if the Demon Clan took all the enhancing elixirs, they couldn't strengthen enough in such a short time to invade the Mechanical Clan. That left only one possibility. Either the Demon Clan became stronger, or the Mechanical Clan became weaker. It looks like I need to talk to that girl again. Zhao Chen raised his hand and sent out a communication request using the secret communication channel he established with the little girl. The girl said that as long as it is within this universe, Zhao Chen can contact her if he wishes. Previously, the calls were almost always answered instantly. However, this time, the call seemed to disappear without a trace, with no response. Zhao Chen sensed something amiss. When things are abnormal, something is afoot. If he couldn't contact the little girl, he would have to figure out a way to contact the high-level members of the Mechanical Clan, but that would take some time. Zhao Chen temporarily set aside this idea. He continued to enjoy the massage, and then opened the system interface in his mind. Host, Zhao Chen. Occupation, Top Interstellar Engineer. Special Attributes, Fleet Luck Bonus, Insight System Score. 560 million monthly fleet earnings, 201.31 million points, mission points, 3,150 number of starships, over 500,000 missions, Secret of the Mechanical Clan, Phase 3 Warehouse, T5 Arc-class Heavy Interstellar Supply Ship Technical Blueprint. After 3 months of accumulation and the acquisition of mission points this time, Zhao Chen's wealth accumulated once again. He could further expand his collection of T5 series starships. Zhao Chen opened the system store and directly looked at the T5 series of interstellar battleships. He directly chose to exchange for an auxiliary-type interstellar battleship. Would you like to spend 60 million system points and 500 mission points to exchange for the item T5 Starlight-class Heavy Interstellar Industrial Ship Technical Blueprint? Confirm. Spent 60 million system points and 500 mission points. Congratulations on obtaining the T5 Starlight-class Heavy Interstellar Industrial Ship Technical Blueprint. Current system points remaining, 50,000 system points. Current mission points remaining, 2,650 mission points. Zhao Chen looked at the interstellar industrial ship in front of him and felt very satisfied. Technically, Zhao Chen already had a T5 Galaxy-class interstellar large industrial base, so why did he need another interstellar industrial ship? This comes down to the limitation of the T5 Galaxy industrial base, which cannot move. Currently, the internal and external industrial construction of the Owl Dragon Legion construction fleets primarily rely on the T for Gemini-class Heavy Interstellar Industrial Ship. Now, with the T5 Starlight-class Heavy Interstellar Industrial Ship, along with the T5 Galaxy-class Interstellar Large Industrial Base, Zhao Chen's industrial foundation has been perfectly complemented. After exchanging for the T5 Star-class Heavy Interstellar Industrial Ship, Zhao Chen continued to search for the next target. Whether to consume 100 million system points and 800 mission points to exchange for the product T5 Ghost Class Light Interstellar Stealth Reconnaissance Ship Technical Blueprint confirmed. Consumed 100 million system points and 800 mission points. Congratulations on obtaining the T5 Ghost Class Light Interstellar Stealth Reconnaissance Ship Technical Blueprint. Current system points remaining: 400 million system points. Current mission points remaining: 1850 mission points. Intelligence is crucial on the battlefield, especially when it can interfere with the enemy's intelligence and communications. In a previous battle, Zhao Chen gained a significant advantage by relying on the T for Banshee Class Light Interstellar Stealth Reconnaissance Ship. The help of the T for Banshee class ship allowed Zhao Chen to achieve various victories and strategic advantages on the battlefield. In encounters with the Mechanical God Sect, the network infiltration capabilities of the T for Banshee class ship caused the Mechanical God Sect fleet's star map coordinates to shift, leading them to expose themselves to enemy attacks. This success was largely credited to the capabilities of the T for Banshee class ship. In subsequent battles against the Angel Clan and the Demon Clan, the T for Banshee class ship disrupted communication with the Judgment Angels, isolating their leader and influencing the course of the war. Zhao Chen never underestimated the potential of any interstellar warship and strived to incorporate diverse ship types into the Dragon Legion, each serving a strategic purpose. The T5 Ghost Class Light Interstellar Stealth Reconnaissance Ship, despite its somewhat convoluted name, excelled in reconnaissance, anti-stealth, communication interference, and other tactical functions. In exchange for consuming 15,000 million system points and 1,000 mission points, Zhao Chen acquired the technical blueprint for the T5 Shadow of Alf King-class medium interstellar stealth bomber ship. The acquisition of an interstellar stealth bomber had long been suggested by Zhao Chen's sister, Zhao Wanner, who was eager to see the Dragon Legion expand its fleet with T5 class ships. With plans to further enhance the Dragon Legion's capabilities, Zhao Chen carefully selected the T5 Shadow of Alf King-class ship for its superior stealth technology and strategic advantages over previous models. The Shadow of Alf King possessed unique abilities that set it apart from other stealth bombers, making it a formidable asset on the battlefield. Its advanced stealth capabilities and offensive strength made it a key component in Zhao Chen's strategy to bolster the Dragon Legion's arsenal. With the addition of the Shadow of Alf King, Zhao Chen's fleet was now well equipped to handle diverse combat scenarios. T5 Whale Shark-class Super Heavy Interstellar Transport Ship and T5 Cerberus-class Interstellar Fighter Armor. Zhao Chen's purpose in exchanging these to T5 technologies is very clear. It is to enhance the current transport capability. With the influence of the current Zhonglong Galaxy Interstellar Group expanding more and more, even involving the Angel Clan, the transport capacity naturally needs to be further improved. And this T5 Whale Shark-class Super Heavy Interstellar Transport Ship just happens to fill this gap. It is worth noting that its ship level is not the common heavy type, but the super heavy type. According to Zhao Chen's current understanding of various data, the volume of this interstellar transport ship will be the largest in the known universe. It even exceeds the T5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought, which is over 100 kilometers long. It can be described as a giant. The other technology, the T5 Cerberus-class interstellar fighter armor, is also aimed at completing the T5 series of technological weapons. From its full name, T5 Cerberus-class Heavy, Medium, Light Multifunctional Interstellar Fighter Armor, it is evident that it is unique. Although it is just an armor technology, the physical objects built from it can result in more than a dozen types of Cerberus fighter armor for various combat purposes. One of the technologies it possesses is the ability to equip different tactical kits, allowing it to have different performance capabilities for the fighter armor. The body is also divided into heavy, medium, and light types, which can be constructed as needed, and then different tactical kits can be assembled on these three models. For example, T5 Heavy Cerberus-class Heavy Fighter Armor, T5 Assassin Cerberus-class Light Fighter Armor, T5 Standard Cerberus-class Medium Fighter Armor, T5 Fire Support Cerberus-class Medium Fighter Armor, and so on. It can be customized based on demand. This is also the reason why Zhao Chen exchanged this technological skill. I'm running out of prestige points, I can't exchange anymore. Zhao Chen put away his thoughts on consumption, looking at the many technological skills he obtained this time, such as the T5 Phantom Class Light Interstellar Stealth Reconnaissance Ship, T5 Constellation Class Heavy Interstellar Industrial Ship, T5 Arc Class Heavy Interstellar Supply Ship, T5 Whale Shark-class Super Heavy Interstellar Transport Ship, T5 Cerberus-class Interstellar Fighter Armor, T5 Infernal Volf King-class Medium Interstellar Stealth Bomber, obtained through the annual mission, and the T6 Southern Gate No. Starship that cannot be built in the short term. Don't give me a massage, and then tickle my feet with your tail, Zhao Chen suddenly said. At this moment, a playful voice came from behind him. When did you notice me coming in? From the moment you opened the door. With Zhao Chen's current senses, no one can escape. Lily pouted and put away her tail, standing honestly beside him. Our commander really knows how to enjoy himself. We are doing a post-war summary, and you are already enjoying a massage here. Lily teased with a hint of resentment in her voice. It felt like she was acting sulkily. Come on, I was assigned a robot for this. Are you jealous too? Zhao Chen said with a smile. A robot. 1.75 meters tall, fair skin, perfect body proportions, wearing a bunny girl costume robot. Lily snorted, her eyes showing that she saw right through him. Zhao Chen glanced at the massage machine standing beside him and realized it was indeed a bit hard to explain. Ahem. I didn't expect the massage robot to be like this. It's all Annie's fault. How could she come up with something like this? I'll definitely criticize her seriously and deduct 3 days' pay. Zhao Chen sat up straight. Lily did not continue to tease Zhao Chen. She raised her hand, and several electronic screens appeared in front of her. The Demon Clan fleet is currently stationed outside the New Angel Clan defense line and is starting to build a forward base. There is a high probability that there will be no more war in the short term. It could last 2 to 3 months or maybe several years. No one knows, Lily objectively analyzed. Typically, Lily's analysis would be correct. The past conflicts between the Angel Clan and Demon Clan were like this. Although the two clans have a history of a millennium of war, 90% of the time, they were in a standoff situation, with actual combat occurring only 10% of the time. They would fight a battle, then rest for a few years, before, due to some border disputes, they fight another battle. Sometimes the Angel Clan would gain an advantage, sometimes the Demon Clan would. But Zhao Chen knows that the next war would not be too far off because the system missions are there. We must not be complacent. Increase the deployment of interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships to monitor the Demon Clan internally. Any movement must be reported immediately, Zhao Chen reminded sternly. Thinking about the system mission stating that the Demon Clan will invade the Mechanical Clan, he couldn't rule out the possibility of the Demon Clan's military strength rising in the short term. In the previous chapter at the end, there were a few hundred words missing in yesterday's update. You can go back and take a look. In addition, due to this battle, the total value of battlefield supplies we invested in front and back exceeded 30 trillion star coins. If it weren't for the raw materials obtained from the completed military procurement orders earlier, and some additional war reserves prepared, we would have faced a logistics shortage early in this battle, Lily reminded. Zhao Chen sighed. It's simply not enough, never enough. This has always been the Achilles heel of the Dragon Corps. But there's no way around it, that's just the tactical style of the Dragon Corps. However, the results of this battle are very fruitful. We directly destroyed over 2 million interstellar warships from the Mechanoid Clan and the Demon Clan combined. In addition, there were over 200,000 interstellar warships belonging to the Angel King. Although we didn't kill the Angel King in this battle, allowing that guy to escape unscathed, we inflicted significant damage on her military power. This is equivalent to a 20-to-1 casualty ratio we inflicted, Lily said proudly. Zhao Chen nodded. This is a great achievement. Since the Demon Clan won't launch large-scale invasion battles in the short term, we can arrange for some Dragon Corps units to return to the Dragon Star system for rest and hold a victory celebration. Balancing work and rest is crucial. Everyone has been under a lot of pressure during this time and needs some relaxation. Speaking of which, what about the destroyed Stargate located in the Angel Clan territory? When can it be repaired? Zhao Chen inquired. That Stargate is crucial for the communication between the Dragon side and the Angel Clan side. Since we recaptured that Stargate, we've been working overtime to repair it. Although many core modules of the Stargate were destroyed, the external framework can still be used after some repairs. So, we just need to replace the components of those core modules, and it should be back in operation in about 3 to 5 days, Lily said. This is undoubtedly very good news. We need to strengthen our communication with the Angel Clan. I suggest that we can build several more Stargates in the future. Not only in that location, but also in various territories controlled by the Angel Clan, such as building one on the front lines. Then our interstellar warships can be directly deployed to the front lines, Zhao Chen said. Will the two Angel Kings agree to that? Lily asked cautiously. Building one Stargate was already a challenge. Now they want to build more? Zhao Chen smirked slightly and said, they wouldn't have agreed before, but what about now? They have a choice. Hearing the commander's rhetorical question, Lily fell silent. Indeed, the current Angel Clan is no longer the same as before. In a few days, it will be the end of the year. Let's compile our current production capacity and industrial situation. Then we can formulate the development plan for the next year. The next year will be very important for us, the Angel Clan, and even the entire universe. Zhao Chen's gaze deepened, as if he could already see the future of this universe. Lily nodded. I will finish compiling this information as soon as possible. Later, the two discussed other matters. That commander, you should rest. I'll take my leave. Lily turned to leave. But the next moment, Zhao Chen pulled her onto the bed. Commander, you. Lily looked at the commander lying on top of her, her cheeks slightly flushed. Since you're here, let me give you a massage. You have been working hard during this time. Consider it a special reward from the commander, Zhao Chen said, looking down at Lily lying on the massage bed. Initially shy, Lily gradually let go and relaxed. A few minutes later, a slightly breathless Lily glanced at the mechanical maid standing by the side and said, have it removed. It feels like someone is watching standing there all the time. Zhao Chen glanced at the mechanical maid and ordered, power off. The mechanical maid paused, then slowly collapsed and was stowed away under the bed. Zhao Chen. Lily. Zhao Chen, what kind of design is this? Deducted from any salary. T5 Diamond Eden class starship No. 1 Tilda Resort Area. Moonlit sky. Amidst a sky full of stars, a gentle evening breeze gave a sense of tranquility. Furthermore, the natural hot springs soothing the body seemed to release all stress during this time. So comfortable, so comfortable, so comfortable. The three women murmured in unison. The three women were lying in swimsuits in the natural hot spring, with only their heads resting on the shore. Zhu Zhaoxiao, Zhao Wanner, and Annie closed their eyes, enjoying the comfort on their bodies. Compared to the relaxed trio, on the other side in the pavilion, Charlotte, Chitong, Baisno, Medusa, and Pisheng were drinking. Initially, everyone was quietly drinking wine. But soon, someone started cheering, and it quickly turned from wine tasting to a drinking contest. Humans really can't handle drinking. Look, I finished a bottle in one go. Kingman, the snake woman, shook the empty wine bottle in her hand with a slightly red face. Wei Shishi, coming from the royal family's guards, naturally had her own pride. She picked up a wine jar on the side and drank it all in one gulp, then provocatively looked at the other party, as if to say, can you top that? Soon, both of them were tipsy. Hick, who do you say can't handle it? I've only just begun. Wei Shishi swayed, pointing at Kingman the snake woman. Kingman the snake woman squinted her eyes. I'm just getting started. HMPH, what kind of drinking is this? If you're drinking, mix it up. Baisno, the Volf woman, was even more ruthless. She found a wine barrel as tall as a person from somewhere. Then she poured all kinds of liquor into the barrel and jumped right in. Half a minute. Bai Yu, the Volf girl, somewhat shyly walked over, then pulled out Bai Zhu, who had fallen asleep, all red from the barrel. Sorry, my sister can't handle any alcohol. You guys continue. Bai Yu apologized repeatedly, then took her sister away. Kingman and Wei Shishi continued to compete in drinking. Kingman, hick. Are you, dare to, drink my liquor? There's nothing that Miss Kingman won't dare to drink in the universe, you hear me? What liquor? Realger. Red Dragon. Wait, let me draw one. Let me see. What card is this? Chuxuan looked at the cards in front of her, contemplating. Eventually, her hand landed on a little bird, chicken. Winning hand. Winning hand. Winning hand. Shenbing, Su Lan, and Yi Xiaotong all pushed their tiles at the same time. 3 impacts with 1 shot. Chuxuan looked shocked. At that moment, Zhao Chen and Lilith walked into the courtyard. They looked around. Hot springs, drinking, playing mahjong, and cooking. Everyone was enjoying different activities. It was hard to believe that these people were once commanding generals on the battlefield not long ago. "You're back so early." Charlotte saw Zhao Chen return and asked curiously. "I've finished recording the New Year's video, so I came back." Zhao Chen smiled. It was New Year's Eve, and Zhao Chen had gathered all the high-ranking officials of the Dragon at this location to have a good rest for a while. After this break, there would probably be little chance for rest next year. Seeing everyone enjoying themselves with lazy expressions, Zhao Chen felt warm in his heart. This was the life he had always wanted. Just then, two figures, one tall and one short, darted out and went straight to the hot spring. The Spider Queen, Elise, used her front legs to lift Anne, who was enjoying herself in the hot spring, out of the water. "Hey, why am I floating?" Anne felt a chill as she was lifted out of the hot spring. She shivered and opened her eyes to see her sister. "Nana, weren't you going to get some data files? Did you take them into the hot spring?" Nana stood with her hands on her hips, looking accusatory. Anne felt guilty and mumbled, I slipped and fell in." "Yes, that's it." Nana pointed at Anne's swimsuit. "Oh, did your swimwear slip off when you fell?" At that moment, Elise put Anne down on the shore. Nana, without hesitation, grabbed Anne by the collar and dragged her out of the courtyard. "You promised to finalize the construction procedures of those new starships before taking a break. Keep your word." Anne looked despondent as Nana dragged her out. As she passed by Zhao Chen, Anne stared at him resentfully. Her increased workload for the year was mostly due to the commander suddenly presenting a lot of T5 level starship technical data, leading to overtime at year-end. Suddenly, she felt a pain in her buttocks because she bumped into the threshold while being dragged. Nana saw this and asked Elise to lift Anne up and suspend her in the air before the three of them went upstairs. On the second floor of this vacation courtyard, Nana and Elise had set up a room specifically for their work. Through the window leading to the corridor, Zhao Chen could see Anne being taken back to that room. "The three of us as chief engineers are quite diligent," Zhao Chen praised. Lilith couldn't help but chuckle and then sat down with Zhao Chen. "I have already compiled the data on our current situation. Currently, excluding military procurement transactions, the Dragon, along with the production capacity of the three empires within it, totals around 1 trillion star coins per month. This does not include the share for the three empires reserved for civilian life and basic military needs. 1 trillion star coins per month was a substantial figure. During the Angel Clan's prime, the monthly total was just over 2 trillion star coins. However, the difference now was that the Dragon's 1 trillion star coin monthly output could all be used to expand the Dragon's industrial and military power with no need to consider civilian needs. This was the advantage of the Dragon system. With 1 trillion star coins per month, how many starships can we produce? Zhao Chen began to calculate his expansion plan. Lilith quickly provided a series of numbers, assuming no consideration of the starship factory's production capacity. Based on the standard framework of the latest Dragon Legion we have set, the procurement cost of a single Dragon Legion is around 400 trillion star coins. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin. "So, relying solely on our own output, it would take about 4 months to barely build a Dragon Legion." "Yes, and because we will continue to produce some auxiliary and industrial-type starships or structures ourselves. The time required may be longer," Lilith continued, "but fortunately, we have established long-term military procurement trade relations with the Angel Clan. We complete orders worth 400 trillion star coins every month on average. In addition to the 2 previous large orders, we are quite wealthy. There are no problems with expanding our starship fleet for now. Military procurement orders amount to 400 trillion star coins per month, not counting some ad hoc procurement orders. It's hard to say if the arms trade is really profitable, or if the Angel Clan is just very wealthy. So, suppose I want to double the current size of our army. How long would that take?" Zhao Chen asked. "Double." Lilith frowned slightly. At that moment, Charlotte's voice came from the side. "Are you planning to expand the fleet formation of each legion on the basis of the current 10 Dragon Legions?" "You seem to disagree." Zhao Chen sensed Charlotte's tone. Charlotte candidly said, "I've calculated that, with our current style of warfare, the formation of 30,000 starships in a single Dragon Legion is already at its limit. Unless our situation changes in the future, I suggest we always maintain the composition of 30,000 starships in each legion. Charlotte's point made sense. Sometimes, a legion is not stronger in battle simply because it has more starships. Sometimes it may lead to an overly bloated legion. 35,000 starships are not as effective as 30,000 starships on the battlefield. Zhao Chen shared his thoughts. In fact, I have also considered this point. Therefore, the next expansion will be to expand the size of the Dragon Legions. From the current 10 Dragon Legions to 20, or even 30. Zhao Chen revealed his idea. He wanted the Dragon Legions to have 1,000,000 starships. In the current universe, apart from the unknown military forces of the Mechanical Clan, Zhao Chen has had encounters with several other starry giants and has basically understood their strength. As long as the Dragon has a fleet size of 1,000,000 starships, no one in this universe except the Mechanical Clan can threaten the Dragon. Charlotte and Lilith had actually already speculated about Zhao Chen's idea of expanding the military. Based on our current situation, and without any battles, we can guarantee that we can expand a Legion fleet within 2 months. Lilith gave a number, but raised a question. Building the starships is merely a matter of construction time, and the manpower is not an issue. But for senior commanders, especially for the newly established Legion fleets, who will serve as Legion commanders, is quite a big question. Upon hearing this question, Zhao Chen looked towards Charlotte. In the area of military appointments, Zhao Chen had always assigned Charlotte to supervise, and the final decisions would be summarized into a report for Zhao Chen. Charlotte raised her hand, revealing two data sheets. The first sheet listed all Dragon 3rd Generation trained commanders, and the second sheet listed all Dragon 4th Generation trained commanders. In the column of the Owl Dragon 3rd Generation trained commanders, most of them had already held important positions within the military, making it difficult to make changes. The remaining few, who could still be assigned, had their names highlighted. For example, Zhao Ruyu, Leona, Miter, Huang Zhaoting, Zhang Xiaxia. In the Owl Dragon 4th Generation trained commanders column, some names had already made contributions in previous battles. For example, White Snow, sister of the Crimson Reaper class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship Captain Volf Girl White Moon. However, the majority had not yet achieved much, requiring more opportunities for actual combat. In the short term, expanding these Owl Dragon Legions should not pose much of a problem. People like Zhao Ruyu and Leona already have years of combat experience and the ability to command large-scale Legion fleets. With our Owl Dragon Legions having been in active service for almost a year, they can easily be appointed as commanders for the 11th and 12th Legions, Charlotte said slowly. Zhao Chen looked at these selections and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "That would be best. We can accept waiting for ships, but we cannot wait for people. Every completed interstellar battleship needs to become a fighting force in our hands in the shortest possible time. Please rest assured, Commander," Charlotte pledged firmly. Lilith watched from the side and sighed internally. Charlotte's burden was not small. For other interstellar factions, it typically took around 10 years of training for commanders at the Legion level. But with the rapid expansion of the Owl Dragon Legions, going from a small fleet to a super interstellar power commanding half of the known universe within just 5 years, there was a significant talent gap, especially among top talents. This had created a unique situation where a new member joining the Owl Dragon Legions could become a commander within just 1 year. Of course, this was only possible for individuals with exceptional talent or abilities. And the combat strength of the Owl Dragon Legions surpassed that of other interstellar fleets. Only those who had experienced it firsthand understood this. Furthermore, there is another piece of news, Lilith suddenly interjected. "Go ahead." Zhao Chen picked up a nearby drink and took a sip. Due to the recent truce between the angelic and demonic races, both sides have begun to strengthen their armies. On the demonic side, due to previous battles, they lost 6 demonic legions, with only 6 remaining, along with 1 Demon King legion that was preserved. The Demon King then ordered that the original 6 demonic legions would not be rebuilt, only maintaining the current 6 along with the Demon King legion. As for the 6 demonic legions that lost their designations, except for the Crimson Demonic Descendants, the rest belonged to local lord powers, but without the right to establish armies, only able to retain a certain number of lord fleets, Lilith explained. Zhao Chen chuckled. The Demon King is seizing his military power under this opportunity. But if so, what will he do without so many legion fleets? Lilith continued. Therefore, the Demon King ordered the establishment of a new legion formation, called the Demonic Consortium Fleet Group. The existing demonic clans will be classified into 4 levels. The first level is the Demon King Legion. The second level consists of the current 6 demonic legions, to be used as elite legions in the future. The third level is the newly established Demonic Consortium Fleet Group, to be used as regular legion fleets, and its number will be the highest among demonic clan fleets, possibly reaching 50 to 70%. The fourth level includes the Lord fleets within each demonic clan territory, which can be ignored and considered as galaxy defense fleets. It is rumored that the Demon King is currently constructing a large number of demonic interstellar battleships, likely in preparation for the upcoming battle. At the same time, the entire demonic race has entered a state of total war. The Demon King has ordered that over 90% of the future year's production capacity will be used for military purposes, using over 90% of the annual production capacity for military purposes. Hearing this, Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. According to previous records, the highest military budget during the 1,000-year war between the angelic and demonic races never exceeded 50%, Charlotte said solemnly. Zhao Chen pondered this, realizing that in a sense, the Owl Dragon had been investing more than 70 to 80% of its annual production into military matters, with the remainder going towards expanding the interstellar industrial ships to prepare for military expansion. The ability for the Owl Dragon to do this stemmed from Zhao Chen having separated the civilian portion from the Owl Dragon system in advance. Each of the 3 empires had their budgets for civilian development, including the Owl Dragon star system. In order to maintain stability at the grassroots level, Zhao Chen would leave 30% of the local production for development, along with establishing stargates for interstellar trade to benefit various star systems. This allowed the territories under the Owl Dragon system to develop positively. Given the demonic race's current staggering military budget, Zhao Chen could imagine the situation within their territories over the next year. The Demon King is digging his own grave. In that case, we might as well dig it deeper for him. Have Crimson Eye get in touch with her people. I want to see all of them, Zhao Chen said gravely. He was already formulating a plan. Just then, fireworks suddenly appeared in the sky, creating a colorful display. Videos promoting the new year were broadcast simultaneously in every Eden-class starship, every habitable planet, every Owl Dragon interstellar battleship, the Owl Dragon star system, and within the boundaries of the 3 empires. In these videos, Zhao Chen, dressed in Owl Dragon military attire, was seen delivering New Year greetings, holding a cup of wine. After finishing his message, he smiled at the camera, raised his cup, and wished everyone a Happy New Year. Almost at the same time, all eyes in the courtyard fell on Zhao Chen. Happy New Year! In the Galactic calendar year 3036, at the beginning of January, in the Oolong star system at the Oolong base, a dozen or so demon descendants sat around the conference table with very restrained expressions. Cha-Tu, do you think? There's no problem with me wearing this. Is it not formal enough? A male demon pointed to his outfit, which was the traditional attire of the demon clan. Yeah. The Oolong Lord is human. Shouldn't we be wearing human clothing instead? Cha-Tu, why did the commander suddenly summon us? Did we do something wrong? I told you before we were in for bad luck. Oolong is currently in a state of war with the demon clan. Sigh, we are really unfortunate. Nowhere we go is safe. The universe is so vast. Isn't there anywhere peaceful for us to settle? Cha-Tu frowned as she looked at the elders of the tribe, who were somewhat related to her by blood. She repeated what she had said countless times before. Just relax. The commander is not here to cause trouble for you. Think about it. I am currently the commander of the Oolong 2nd Legion. If the commander really had issues with our demon clan, would I still hold military power? But no matter how much Cha-Tu comforted them, the elders remained worried and restless. It wasn't until the door of the conference room opened. The previously noisy room suddenly fell silent as all the demon descendants stood up, silently taking their positions. Zhao Chen walked in, smiling and greeting everyone. Hello, you must be Cha-Tu's father. Welcome, welcome. Everyone, please have a seat. No need to be so formal. Zhao Chen gestured for everyone to sit down. However, as the Oolong Lord, Zhao Chen himself did not take a seat, and nobody dared to sit before him. With a sigh, Zhao Chen reluctantly took a seat first, prompting the demon clan members to follow suit, but they all sat upright and did not dare to look at Zhao Chen. At that moment, Zhao Chen noticed that the demon clan members all wore hats or long hair to cover their horns on their heads. Apart from the black markings on their bodies and the horns on their heads, the demon descendants of Chatu couldn't be distinguished from humans. Thus, when Chatu wore a mask and first met Zhao Chen, he never doubted her racial identity. "Don't be nervous, I called you all here this time just to discuss something with everyone," Zhao Chen said in a friendly manner. At this point, Chatu stepped forward and began introducing the identities of those present to Zhao Chen. Closest to Zhao Chen's seat was naturally Chatu's father, along with several of her father's brothers, uncles, and other relatives, some possibly spanning several generations. The only similarity among them was that they were all high-ranking demon descendants who had fled to this place with Chatu. "Commander, just tell us what you have planned for us. Our lives here have greatly improved recently. You arranged for T5 creator starships to specially modify several habitable planets for us and granted us Oolong citizenship. We should repay this favor." Chatu spoke resolutely to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen naturally believed what Chatu said, but whether the other demon clan members shared the same sentiment was unknown. However, Zhao Chen didn't mind, as he believed that as long as he provided enough benefits, certain things could be resolved. "If that's what Chatu says, then I'll be frank with you all. I called you here mainly because of the demon clan," Zhao Chen began. Many who had been concerned just moments before now hung their heads low or displayed pallid faces, as if facing imminent doom. "You all should be aware of our conflict with the demon clan, and the current situation of the demon clan. You all must be familiar with it. The demon clan has become exceptionally evil. They are even using other races and their own kind as a source of power to build interstellar warships, constructing breeding grounds on planets. Therefore, there is no possibility of reconciliation with the current demon clan. A battle is inevitable. But I believe that those really at fault are the high-ranking members of the demon clan, that so-called demon king, those demon marshals, those individuals who have been feasting on the blood of the lower demon clan members. And I am willing to establish a demon clan suitable for all demon races." Standing up with a fervent spirit, Zhao Chen continued, "But as a human outsider, I need some responsibilities to be taken up by the demon clan members. So, I have a plan. I have heard that this new year, the demon clan has initiated total war mobilization and allocated 90% of this year's production as a military budget." "What 90%? Are they insane? That will starve many people." Chatu's father couldn't help but exclaim. As the clan leader, he knew well how much a race or a country needed in terms of civilian budget, and a shortage in that area would result in a miserable life for the lower strata of society, even leading to deaths due to starvation. After a moment of silence, Zhao Chen continued, "Yes, the current demon king is indeed a madman. He is willing to do anything for victory. I don't want to see him dragging the entire demon race to his executioner's block. So, I hope all of you present can help me. Return to your homeland and persuade the demon races there to overthrow the tyranny of the current demon king's regime." Upon hearing this, the demon clan members present began to understand Zhao Chen's intentions. The Oolong Lord wished for them to return and rally the demon races to rise up. However, faced with the terror of the demon king, no one dared to speak. Even Chatu's father wore a troubled expression. "While I cannot directly intervene in this matter, I will provide support. Firstly, by offering some interstellar warships and then financial assistance. This financial support will be in stages. If your progress with the demon clan is smooth, we will continuously provide funding and even establish a formal fleet of starships," Zhao Chen explained. Hearing this, Chatu's father's brow relaxed somewhat. Additionally, assuming a star system is convinced and willing to step forward to overthrow the tyranny of the demon king after we successfully remove his regime, then we, the Oolong, are willing to acknowledge that system's lordship for generations to come. With these words, Zhao Chen's announcement resonated like a stone tossed into a calm lake, stirring up waves. Many who had been bowed and quiet lifted their heads, and some even showed signs of excitement and zeal. Since there wasn't much to explain, the meeting ended quickly. No demon spoke up directly on site, as the matter was very important, and they wouldn't make a decision in haste. They needed to go back and discuss it. "Do you think they will be willing?" Lily followed Zhao Chen and asked. Zhao Chen remembered the fiery gazes he saw when he mentioned the benefits, and he smiled, saying, "Yes, initially it may only be a few people. But as the situation unfolds with those few, more and more will join. After all, If it succeeds, these people can restore their race's former glory, and they can become lords of a galaxy or multiple galaxies. Among the demon descendants, there are many like the Crimson Eye, unable to be content with mediocrity. They just lack an opportunity. And now, I am presenting this opportunity to them. Plus, as upper echelons of the demon descendants themselves, though they've been away from the demon clan for decades, they still have connections there. As long as we provide them with resources in all aspects, coupled with the mess the Demon King has created, they have a high chance of success. Lily could already picture the scene, the Demon King leading his army in intense battle on the front line, unaware that his backyard was on fire. Are you really going to give those galaxies to those people? Lily asked with some concern. Zhao Chen chuckled and said, I am a man of my word. If they are willing to risk their lives for me, then I will naturally fulfill what I have promised. However, it's important to understand that they have become lords of those galaxies through our Zhonglong, and in most of those galaxies, they have no local influence. If they lose our support, do you think these so-called lords can still rule over those galaxies? At that time, if we set some rules and regulations, would these demon lords refuse? Lily's eyes lit up. At that time, they will probably be eager to be tied to Zhonglong. All bluff and bluster. Zhao Chen smiled but said nothing. This was his plan, killing two birds with one stone. Not only could he restrain the Demon King's frontal assault, but he could also quietly assimilate those demon territories until the future defeat of the Demon Clan led by the Demon King. Those demon territories also needed to be properly arranged. By then, those demon territories would naturally belong to Zhonglong's domain. Zhao Chen had a far-reaching vision. About the assistance provided to these people, don't skimp on it. Even though some of them may fail, once they succeed, it will be a huge profit. Zhao Chen reminded Lily. As for the temporary assistance, it naturally needed Lily, the steward, to calculate and organize. Understood. Lily replied. Zhao Chen yawned. When the first batch of people willing to execute our plan appear, bring them to see me. We still need to maintain the proper attitude. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. Right now, due to Zhao Chen's meeting, the upper echelons of the Crimson Eye Demon Clan were in a ruckus. No, I agree to participate. The reason our clan fled was to preserve our lineage. Now, intervening would contradict our original purpose. An elderly demon said. Fled. Where could we ultimately escape? Also, look at the life we've had on that planet for decades. Our clan used to be so glorious, but on that planet, we lived in poverty. If it wasn't for the Crimson Eye joining Zhonglong and changing our living environment, in a few generations, our descendant would have become primitives. This is our rare opportunity. As long as we seize it, our clan can revive its past glory. But a slight misstep could bring about a disaster. Disaster? Have you not seen what the Demon King is like now? If he wins, his army will sweep through the entire universe. When they find us, isn't that our disaster? Or do you want to continue wandering with our people? But, can we truly trust this Zhonglong Lord? Trust is mutual. The Crimson Eye is already a Legion commander in Zhonglong, even obtaining Zhonglong citizenship and habitable planets for us. You haven't left our planet. Outside, as long as I show the Zhonglong citizenship, people look at us differently. Serving the Zhonglong Lord is absolutely no problem. I think we should discuss it again. At this moment, a young man took out a dagger, cut his palm, and drew a symbol on the table quickly. It was two daggers crossed with four horns in the intersections. Do you remember when our emblem was flying among the stars? When was it? The young man asked everyone. Yes, this was the emblem of their Crimson Eye demon lineage. We fled from our homeland because we couldn't agree with the Demon King's beliefs at the time, and our military strength couldn't resist. Eventually, we chose to leave. Now, we have a chance. Why don't we resist? I don't care how you choose, but I'm going back. I want to reclaim everything of our family, return to my homeland, and let this emblem shine again. After the young man finished speaking, he walked out of the room. The room fell silent for a moment before descending into arguments once again. But from time to time, people would leave the room. Crimson Eye's father sighed and also walked out of the room. Outside the room, Crimson Eye was waiting not far away. The father of the Crimson Eye walked over and looked at his daughter in Zhonglong military uniform, full of vigor, completely different from the rebellious teenage girl who ran away from home to become a space pirate. Crimson Eye, How do you view what the Zhonglong Lord said? Crimson Eye's father asked with a complex expression. Crimson Eye looked at her father and slowly spoke, because my current identity is the commander of the Zhonglong 2nd Legion. I haven't said anything before this. Now, as your daughter, I will say this. Perhaps this is our family's last chance for resurgence. Of course, I respect your choice. At least with me in Zhonglong, our family can live here with dignity. Crimson Eye did not give a direct suggestion, but her father's eyes became clearer. A few days later, Zhao Chen was handling some official duties given to him by Lily. After finishing the last document, he spoke up. Have those 6 people set off? They have, and we have our people arranged to assist them. Each person initially has access to resources worth 10 million star coins for operations, Lily replied. 6 people may seem few, but this would be Zhao Chen's first penetration into the demon clan. Now, all we can do is wait. Zhao Chen stretched lazily. At this moment, Lily spoke up. Regarding the meeting you wanted with the representative from the mechanical clan, a representative calling herself Yin has offered to have a video call with you. Zhao Chen's face turned serious. Concerning the annual tasks distributed by the system, the demon clan would pose a threat to the mechanical clan, so Zhao Chen wanted to inform them. But as he couldn't reach the little girl who had been his contact, he had to find a way to reach the higher-ups of the mechanical clan. Finally, there was a response. Then set it up, Zhao Chen said. After about 15 minutes, Zhao Chen looked at the holographic image in front of him, facing a female mechanical figure with silver wig hair. Lord Archon, what can I do for you? Yin went straight to the point. Her mechanical voice retained some feminine nuances, not as cold as one would expect. Zhao Chen replied, I have something very important to discuss with your leader, but I haven't been able to reach her recently. Can you help me contact her? Yin replied, our leader is currently busy with other matters and cannot be reached. If you have something to say, you can tell me directly. This response puzzled Zhao Chen. He couldn't reach the little girl due to something keeping her occupied, which made him worrying about the impending demon invasion on the mechanical clan. He emphasized, this is very important. It's best if I can talk to your leader in person. Extremely important. It may involve the life or death of the mechanical clan. Yin remained calm and replied, I'm sorry, our leader cannot see you at the moment. Can you at least tell me where she is and what she's doing? Zhao Chen asked with a furrowed brow. That's our secret. I cannot disclose it, Yin replied. This evasive response frustrated Zhao Chen. He said seriously, this matter is very important. At the very least, pass on my message to your leader and inform me of her response. Is that not possible? After a pause, Yin responded, I'm sorry, we cannot reach our leader in the short term either. They couldn't contact the little girl. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. If you have anything important, you can tell us. If you don't want to tell us, then there's nothing we can do. If there's nothing else, we'll end our communication here, Yin said coldly. Her demeanor, as a mechanical being, was unusually indifferent, not icy but seemingly indifferent to everything. To Zhao Chen, she seemed like a lifeless piece of art without her words. Sighing, Zhao Chen had no choice. He looked at Yin seriously. I hope you will seriously consider what I say next. Based on the information I have, the Demon Clan's next strategic target may include your mechanical clan, especially its core areas. So, I hope you can take preemptive action against the Demon Clan or bolster your own military defenses to prevent such an event. This girl had previously said that the Demon Clan was a test given to Zhao Chen, and she wouldn't participate in the Cosmic War. Zhao Chen couldn't be certain if Yin would act against the mechanical clan. As expected, Yin's following words confirmed Zhao Chen's suspicions. I'm sorry. Our leader has instructed that in this battle affecting the Archons, the Angel Clan, and the Demon Clan, our mechanical clan will not get involved. Yin paused and continued, regarding the Demon Clan's attempt to invade our mechanical clan, you need not worry. Our military strength is more than enough to counter any interstellar force in the universe. No one can threaten our mechanical clan. At that moment, Zhao Chen knew he couldn't convince Yin otherwise. He still tried for a slim chance. Okay. After your leader can be reached again, I hope you can contact me first. I also suggest not letting down your guard against the Demon Clan. Additionally, I propose establishing a quick communication channel between us. If you need help or encounter any specific crises, contact me immediately. I don't think we'll face any crises. But establishing a rapid communication channel is acceptable, I agree. Unless you have anything else, shall we conclude this communication? Yin asked. Zhao Chen sighed, considering this meeting a minor success. He nodded, ending the video call. What happened? Lily asked. I couldn't meet her. She seems busy with something, and even her confidants can't reach her. Regarding the threat of the Demon Clan to the Mechanical Clan, she doesn't believe it. But she agreed to establish a quick communication mechanism with us, Zhao Chen said helplessly. How can you be sure that the Demon Clan will attack the Mechanical Clan? Lily asked, confused as their intel didn't mention this. Just a hunch, Zhao Chen made up a poor excuse, not being able to reveal his mission from the system. Opening his system interface, he realized the quarterly tasks hadn't been refreshed yet. It was still empty. After the quarterly mission was cancelled, Zhao Chen felt a sense of impending storm. However, since it did not appear, Zhao Chen had no idea how to solve it. Let's first take a look at the new year-end mission for this year. Annual mission, Annihilation of the Demon Clan. Eliminate or control the Demon Clan. The mission requirements were simple, and they matched the current situation faced by Zhao Chen's Owl Dragon Legion. Focused on the Demon Clan. At present, Zhao Chen's two missions were basically related to the Demon Clan. The annual mission was to eliminate or control the Demon Clan. And the progress on the mission of the Secret of the Mechanical Clan was also to help the Mechanical Clan resist the attacks from the Demon Clan. It seemed that his own Owl Dragon Legion was heading towards a showdown with the Demon Clan. It could only wait, waiting for a great battle that would soon sweep through the entire universe. 1 week later, in a Demon Clan territory, a shuttle ship was parked at a starport outside the planet. A man wearing a gray robe and a bird-shaped mask walked down. This kind of attire was not unusual among the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan had various tribes, each with its own cultural customs, combined with diverse forms. Therefore, when traveling outside, they would often wear accessories to make their appearances generally similar, to facilitate interactions. The man in the gray robe looked around. What? You don't recognize me after decades of separation? A voice came from a woman in front of him. The man in the gray robe and bird mask looked at the woman in front of him, and both of them had complex expressions in their eyes. Just from their eyes, one could feel the stories and emotions between the two. The man in the gray robe tried to speak, but the woman turned her head directly. This is not the place to talk. Follow me. With that, she walked straight towards the interior of the starport. The man in the gray robe followed silently behind. 10 minutes later, in a secluded street inside the starport, the woman walked into a tavern and went straight to the counter. What would you like? A demon behind the counter said with a smile. The woman lightly tapped the table with her fist, then glanced at the man in the gray robe who had entered the tavern at the same time. Give me a private room. I want to drink. The woman spoke up. Understood. Please go to the second floor, the demon said, pointing to the staircase behind the counter. The woman walked over, disappearing behind the wall, and the sound of steps could be heard as she went upstairs. The man in the gray robe followed. The demon's servant did not stop him, but instead smiled and pointed in the direction behind the wall. When the man in the gray robe reached the wall, he discovered a hidden staircase leading downward beside the staircase going up. Guest, please go up, the demon's servant said, pointing to the staircase going down with his hand. The man in the gray robe understood the meaning and silently descended the steps. Strangely, although he was descending, the sound that came out seemed like he was ascending. As the man's figure disappeared down the stairs, the demon's servant released his hand, and the hidden staircase vanished, everything seemingly returning to normal. In a hidden room underneath the tavern, the woman sat on the sofa, staring at the man who followed her downstairs. She coldly exclaimed, "You really dare to follow me here, and it's surprising that you contacted me. Aren't you worried that I'll report your whereabouts to the Demon Lord? After all, you've been a target of the Demon Lord's chase." The man removed his mask, revealing the horns on his forehead and the black patterns on his face. "If you wanted to betray me, you would have done so when I came to see you before our tribe fled." The man's voice just trailed off. The demon woman pounced on him, her voice filled with accusations and tears. "You ghost! Where have you been all these years? Do you know how I've been searching for you all this time? How come you only contact me now? Since your tribe fled, I haven't received any news from you. I thought the Demon Lord's fleet had annihilated all of you. The man could feel the woman in his arms trembling, and his own emotions were also very complex. The main reason he was willing to take on the mission was because there were people he cared for here, and those he had disappointed. If this man's plan succeeded, it meant he could openly love that person, because he had heard that person had been alone all these years. We escaped to the other end of this universe. Although it was tough, at least we are both still alive. I am standing before you now. Isn't that good enough? The man smiled. The demon woman released her grip and looked at the now middle-aged man in front of her, recalling the time when they were together, both in their prime. Thinking about this, she subconsciously lowered her head. We have both aged. No. In my heart, you have always been the same as before. The man firmly held the demon woman's hand. Then why didn't you take me with you back then? The demon woman suddenly raised her voice. Do you know how I've been living these years? The man looked at the pained expression on his beloved's face. Clenching his fist, he spoke softly. I want you to take you with me. In my dreams over the years, I have taken you away countless times. But even now, if I had to choose again, I wouldn't take you with me. You have your family, your relatives. If I took you with me, based on the demon lord's temper at that time, he would have surely slaughtered your entire clan. Your clan has its own business here. In a period of growth, it's impossible for your people to abandon everything here and leave with us for the sake of our love. I'm sorry. The woman did not speak with her head down. She also knew this answer. The words just now were purely emotional. But this time, I want to stay. Not only do I want to stay, I want to be openly with you, in the light of day, with the highest honor, under everyone's blessing. The man said firmly. This was his way of making up for the woman who had been waiting for him for many years. What are you planning? Why did you come back this time? The woman finally thought of the business at hand. The man began to explain his purpose, which was the mission he received from the Owl Dragon. Now my niece is serving as a commander of a legion in the Owl Dragon Legion, a very high position. It's also under her protection that our tribe's life has improved in recent years. The Lord of the Owl Dragon is also willing to support us in overthrowing the current rule of the Demon Lord. This man's niece is none other than Red Eye, the younger brother of Red Eye's father. Overthrow the rule of the Demon Lord. The expression on the woman's face began to change. Think about it. Under the rule of the Demon Lord, the policies of our demon clan have become more extreme, and there are more and more conflicts among the lower demon clans. These are things you should know. He even uses that evil technological knowledge. If allowed to continue, it will surely destroy the entire demon clan. The man began to persuade his former lover. The woman bit her red lips lightly as she looked at her beloved. I'll listen to you, but I can't guarantee that I can convince my clan. Incidents like this had begun to occur continuously within the demon clan's territory, slowly eroding the backyard of the Demon Lord. In the Dragon Emperor Hall of the Galactic calendar year 3036, all the tables and chairs were removed. At this moment, neatly standing in formation were squads of all dragon officers, their faces brimming with excitement and pride. On their military uniforms, at the shoulder position, was a badge with the number 11. This represented their active All-Dragon Legion number. In front of the formation stood for individuals. 1 in front, 3 behind. The sound of military boots hitting the floor echoed as Zhao Chen appeared in formal attire at the center of the hall, followed by Lily and Charlotte, both dressed in official attire for their respective positions. The sound of stepping made all the officers in the room stand up straight, as if holding steel spears.